On our wedding anniversary night, my wife got me drunk. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that I was awakened by the sound of my wife moaning. I never expected to accompany my wife from school uniforms to wedding gowns, but on our wedding anniversary night, she repaid my love with infidelity. After I caught her, my wife bluntly said she would divorce me and leave immediately, not giving me a penny of the tens of thousands at home. I nodded, calm and collected, and promptly locked this pair of cheaters in the room. Then, composed, I took out my phone and sent a message in my wife, Lou Ruyan's, family group chat, asking all the elders to come to my house now, as Ruyan and I have something to discuss with everyone. Soon, my mother-in-law spoke in the group chat. Do you think everyone is like you, not needing to work, just fooling around all day? Upon seeing the message, I immediately got angry and said, you old thing, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't come, I'll directly send the photos of your daughter's affair to the family group chat. Although I want to die with Lou Ruyan now, wouldn't that be letting her off too easily? Compared to a quick death, the pain of killing her heart is more intense. Half an hour later, all of Lou Ruyan's relatives arrived at my house. Upon seeing the situation, my father-in-law spoke first. Xiaoxiang, what's going on today? It's so late, and you still had to call all the elders over. Facing the puzzled looks of everyone, I opened the bedroom door with a bitter smile and said, please take a good look. The good daughter married off by the Lou family actually cheated on me in our own home. At this moment, Lou Ruyan's face looked unpleasant. Even though they were dressed and ready, being alone together in the dead of night, even a fool could guess what they had just done. Before I could finish, Lou Ruyan took the lead and said, should we get a divorce? After all, you're a useless waste of space. For so many years, you haven't had a decent job, always either tinkering with the computer at home or delivering takeout. In your 20s, you're barely making ends meet with $200 a day from deliveries. If it weren't for me holding this family together, it would have fallen apart long ago. As soon as this was said, the old father-in-law immediately shouted angrily, Lou Ruyan, what are you saying? Do you have any shame left? Lou Ruyan's father was a retired teacher who valued his reputation greatly. However, in the Lou family, he never had the final say, ultimately being an in-law himself. Daughters take their mother's surname, so how much say does he really have? Sure enough, before the old father-in-law could finish speaking, Lou Ruyan's mother rushed forward and shouted, quick, get a divorce. The Lou family doesn't have this kind of useless son-in-law. If it weren't for the money I gave you to renovate this house, with your poor relatives, they probably can't even scrape together enough. Now look, you do a good deed and get no good in return. You dare challenge the Lou family? Pack your things now. Get out of this house. Upon hearing this, I coldly interrupted, you talk a good talk, my dear mother-in-law. You're quite adorable. Rest assured, I will definitely leave. But before that, I have only one request, the house, the car, even the money, I don't want a penny. But my son, you must give him to me. Upon hearing this, the old mother-in-law decisively refused. You want my eldest grandson? Let me tell you, there's no way. Liu's mother refused very decisively. After all, I have been an orphan since childhood, so after my son was born, it has always been the Liu family taking care of him. The current situation actually confirms my judgment. In a family like the Liu family, where they favor boys over girls to the extreme, how could they easily abandon a child like this? Now that things have come to this, we can only find a lawyer and go to court. But I still have some confidence in my heart. No matter how this lawsuit goes, I will win. The court will not award the child to this woman who cheated. Tomorrow we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together, and then my lawyer will contact you. After saying this, I directly took out a stick and placed it in front of me, clearly indicating that I was driving someone away. The crowd immediately scattered in a panic, leaving only a few of us, including me and Lou Ruyan. At this moment, Lou Ruyan looked at me with a grim face, and I suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. As for her wild man, he had slipped away unnoticed during the chaos. Now, he appeared quite helpless, muttering something about the son. Are you really going to do this? Yes, Xiaoxiang, if there's anything, let's solve it within the family. Why show outsiders and make a joke? At this moment, the father-in-law also quietly started advising. If it were in the past, I would definitely let it go, but now things are different. None of these people truly think for themselves, including this son-in-law who always plays the peacemaker. However, seeing me remain silent, Lou Ruyan's mother began to get agitated and said to Xiangchen, if you want a divorce, fine, but you need to write an agreement. The agreement must include your cars, house, and savings. The savings and yuan all belong to Ruyan. I immediately stood up and grabbed my mother-in-law's collar, angrily saying, I'll repeat it one last time. The cars, house, and savings belong to your family, but yuan is my son and must be with me. Do you understand? Xiangchen, let go of your hand. She is my mom. Lu Ruyan rushed up wanting to argue with me, but I slapped her directly, knocking her down to the ground. The old man couldn't bear it and came up to advise, Xiao Shan, a gentleman settles issues with words, not hands. It's a society of rule of law now. If you injure someone, you'll face a lawsuit. If you still recognize me as your father, let go quickly. I turned around, looking at the old man with bloodshot eyes, and said, I'll call you dad one last time. You know how Liu Jia treats me. I have no other demands, I just want my child. Isn't that a reasonable request? Your family can't take all the benefits. Let's take a step back. It's not a good idea to marry off your daughter with a baggage in tow. Why do you have to compete with me? Just then, the mother-in-law shouted, Yuan, whose surname is Xiang. You have no chance to leave. Stop daydreaming because Yuan is not yours. If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test. These words hit me like a thunderbolt. I quickly turned and ran towards Lu Ruyan, hoping to get a definite answer from this woman I have been close with for years. Ruyan, your mom is lying, right? Yuan is my son, isn't he? However, the response I received was a cold look from Lu Ruyan. Is he really your son? Don't you know in your heart? It's been so many years. Xianchen, can't you stop being so naive? With that, Lu Ruyan ran to the study and searched for a few minutes. Then she threw a paper in front of me, saying, take a look. When the child was 1.5 years old, I had a paternity test done for you. The results are all here. See for yourself. Alright, let's not hide these ugly deeds of adultery and prostitution. It seems that my past tolerance has led to many misunderstandings for this little cutie. But for some reason, after hearing Lu Ruyan's affirmation, I suddenly felt relieved. I didn't even bother to look at the paternity test report, not because I lacked courage, but because I felt it was unnecessary. From now on, I will have no more worries about what I do. In front of me, this family has lost their last protection. I will make them understand what true despair is. The next day, Lu Ruyan readily accompanied me to handle the divorce procedures. Of course, there is a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces now, but it doesn't matter. I can wait. After finishing everything, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. I, who now live separately from Lu Ruyan, was at home, searching for the cameras I had installed before. I had long been wary of Lu Ruyan's various behaviors, and as for today's catching her in the act during the day, it was just a play I went along with. But as fate would have it, Yuan is not my biological daughter. This is something I truly did not expect. For a full 29 days, I locked myself in the house. With a face full of stubble, I was preparing for the next act. As the time came to the 30th day, I calmly dialed Lu Ruyan's number. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan's emotionless voice sounded. Didn't I tell you not to contact me again? I calmly said, look at your phone, I sent you a video, and then hung up. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who was in class, impatiently opened the video. The next moment, her whole body trembled. Fortunately, she had the habit of keeping her phone on silent, or she would have been embarrassed in front of so many students. In the video, it was a scene of her lover and her entwined at home. Moreover, it was filmed in 360 degrees without any blind spots. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She suppressed her hysterical anger and replied to Chen, what do you want to do? Do you realize that your current actions are illegal? With a cold smile on my lips, I replied, come home tonight, there's something I need to discuss with you. Of course, you can choose not to come back. The decision is in your hands. Ignoring whatever Lu Ruyan replied, I then turned off my phone. Seeing it was still early, I went to the supermarket to buy some steaks and red wine. Tonight, I'm going to arrange a candlelit dinner for my beloved wife, just like when I proposed years ago. As 6 o'clock quickly approached, Lu Ruyan opened the door with a grim expression. Seeing her, I smiled and said, go wash up first, I'll pour you some wine. Lu Ruyan, with little interest, said, Xianchen, I'm not in the mood to dine with you. Quickly tell me why you called me here. Go wash up first, we'll talk after dinner. My voice was firm and unquestionable. Helpless, Lu Ruyan could only turn and walk into the bathroom. I walked straight to the dining table, took out a pill from my pocket, placed it in his tall glass, poured in the pre-prepared red wine. A small amount is not ungentlemanly. No poison, no husband. So tonight, I'll collect some interest first. In the dim candlelight, Lu Ruyan looked at me disdainfully and said, name your price. What conditions do I need to meet to delete these videos? Darling, how do you see me in your eyes now? Shall we have a toast first? This could be considered a farewell dinner. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan suppressed her discomfort, finished the red wine in her hand, and said, do you want a house, a car, or savings? I must tell you, the house is out of the question. I might consider the car, and you haven't earned much in savings. Besides, there isn't much money left at home. I responded nonchalantly, Talking about these things is too mundane. Let's talk about Yuan's father. Who is he? Should I take a guess? Is that man? As night fell, with a clatter of a broken glass, Lu Ruyan suddenly lunged forward, her face contorted in anger, and shouted, "Xiangqin, shut your filthy mouth. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll tear it apart." I burst into laughter upon hearing this, saying, "This is truly hilarious. My dear wife Lu Ruyan, do you want to see how disgusting you look now?" The extreme sense of humiliation made Lu Ruyan blush, but soon, she felt a strong drowsiness creeping in. Seeing Lu Ruyan on the verge of falling asleep, I smiled and walked over slowly, embracing her. Lu Ruyan, noticing this, fought against the drowsiness. In anger, she shouted, "Let go of your dirty hands. Get out of here." However, Lu Ruyan's voice grew softer and softer, and within a few minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. Then I threw him onto the bed, took his phone from his shirt pocket, unlocked it with his face, opened the social app, and what caught my eye were various class and work groups. Lu Ruyan has an excellent resume, graduating from a top university. His father is a university professor, and his mother is a retired executive from a state-owned enterprise. He lives up to expectations himself. At only 28 years old, he is already a counselor at Huainan University. But now all of this is useless. I sent the video I previously sent to Lu Ruyan to everyone, but I excluded two people, the muscular man and Lu Ruyan's virgin student counselor. As expected, the group exploded in an instant. When they wake up tomorrow morning, not to mention nationwide, at least in Linhai City, Lu Ruyan will definitely become famous. I raised my head to look at my wife sleeping soundly on the bed, already imagining her expression when she wakes up tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Ruyan's virgin student counselor, asking if the counselor was busy. This little bootlicker, from the moment I first saw him, I knew he was a youthful, top disciple, still asking such a foolish and humble question at this point. Moreover, looking at his chat history with Lu Ruyan, there were so many messages that I couldn't even finish reading them. He's probably been strung up by now. I wasn't in the mood to deal with him, so I directly opened the chat with Lu Ruyan and Wang Tianqian. He probably still doesn't know that he's about to become a celebrity in Linhai City. So, I sent him a message asking if he hadn't slept yet. Wang Tianqian immediately replied to my message, saying he was still at the gym. Was he thinking of me? Baby, I saw the fish take the bait. With a slight smile, I replied, "What do you mean you miss me? I am his husband and just want to chat with you. Baby, this joke isn't funny." Following that sentence was a disgusting emoji. Obviously, Wang Tianqian doesn't believe that Lu Ruyan would still be with me. Do you think I'm someone who jokes around? We can get the divorce certificate tomorrow morning. Tonight is our last night as a couple. Don't worry, he'll be yours after tonight. Since the other party wasn't replying, I sent the photo I just took. Sorry, I got carried away earlier. But it's already midnight, from now on, he's yours. On the other side, Wang Tianqian looked at the messages and photos I sent, feeling as if countless ants were crawling all over him. Suffocated, he was on the verge of suffocation. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. Meanwhile, I slept contentedly, having achieved my goal. Since I couldn't have him, let's destroy together. The next morning, Lu Ruyan woke up and immediately reached for her phone. Seeing this, I calmly told her, "You drank too much yesterday, your phone fell in water and won't turn on." Lu Ruyan couldn't believe it after hearing this, saying, "How is this possible? My phone has always been in my pocket. How could it fall into the water?" "Xiangqin, even if you're making up stories, at least draft it properly." Lu Ruyan instinctively felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Why? Are you really sure you didn't get drunk last night?" This ambiguous statement left Lu Ruyan speechless. He remembered having 2 drinks last night and feeling a bit woozy. The rest of the night was a blur, so when faced with my questioning, he had no response. Seeing Lu Ruyan a bit confused, I continued, "You're just stalling here. Could it be that you don't want a divorce? I don't have time to waste with you. By the way, your phone is conveniently out on the balcony. When you come back, you can look at things however you want. Everything here will belong to you soon." After hearing this, Lu Ruyan picked up his handbag and left the house first. A few hours later, holding red divorce certificates, the marital relationship between me and Lu Ruyan was officially declared over. Almost simultaneously, a voice like that of a system rang in my head, congratulating the host on a successful divorce, now receiving the life winner fund of 3.6 million yuan. I then took out my phone and checked my bank account. Sure enough, the bank card had received an unexpected 3.6 million yuan, but I hadn't had time to process it. I was then surrounded by a group of various ages from the Lu family. Facing the imposing Lu family members, I maintained an indifferent expression. It's actually Lu Ruyan, who seems a bit confused. He has no idea that he's become a celebrity in Linhai City. Mom, what's wrong? Uncle, what are you all up to? At this moment, with a face full of flesh, my mother-in-law looks at her daughter's bewildered expression, probably realizing that I'm behind this. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's cousin secretly pulls her aside, then takes out a phone and gestures to Lu Ruyan. Soon, Lu Ruyan's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He angrily raised his head, glaring at me, and shouted, "Xiangchen." Upon hearing this, I put on an innocent expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Then, flashing a big smile at Lu Ruyan. At this moment, the infuriated Lu Ruyan coldly said, "Xiangchen, you just wait. This isn't over between us. I'll see you in court." Upon hearing this, I directly shouted at the onlookers from the Lu family, "Lawyer Zhang, weren't you here earlier? Hurry up and come out to defend me for a few words." As soon as the words fell, a well-dressed man with glasses walked up to me calmly and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yekuan, Mr. Xiangchen's appointed lawyer. We are ready. We are filing a lawsuit against Mr. Xiangchen and Ms. Lu Ruyan for divorce and property division. This is the authorization letter and contract. If you need, you can take a look." Lu Ruyan now despises me to the core, so he was the first to step forward and sarcastically said to me, "Xiangchen, have you gone crazy for money? It seems like your brain is not functioning properly due to stimulation. That lawyer Zhang, don't let this person deceive you. He doesn't even have the money to pay for your lawsuit fees." Upon hearing that, I interrupted directly, with a calm expression, asking, "Have you finished speaking? It's my turn next, right? Let me get straight to the point. I am now entrusting lawyer Zhang Yekuan, in the case of concealing and transferring marital property involving Lu Ruyan, as our appointed legal representative in the lawsuit. Do you understand?" The old mother-in-law couldn't bear it anymore and sternly said, "Xiang, stop talking nonsense here, okay? You're bullying the Lu family because no one is here, right? It's up to you, big sister. Don't be fooled by him. Today, just say the word. If you want to break one of his arms, it's fine." A middle-aged man immediately began to shout, "No." Lu Ruyan's mother's expression at this moment was extremely unpleasant. Including Lu Ruyan herself, she had a dark expression and remained silent. Soon, the Lu family members also noticed this issue and chose to remain silent one after another. After all, they came here to show support today. If things really escalate, let them come up. I guarantee they will all behave like quails. And now it's my turn. Pointing at this whole family, I said, "You people just get out of here. What are you causing a ruckus for? It's embarrassing enough, others are too polite to say it. Don't you have any sense of propriety in your hearts? You brat." Obviously, that middle-aged man felt provoked. "What's wrong with me? I'm talking about you, always making a fuss, never understanding the situation, just barking non-stop. Enough is enough." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman rushed out from behind, pointing at my face and started cursing wildly. With a loud slap, everyone was shocked by my slap on the old woman's face. Then I rubbed my hand. The old woman, holding her face in astonishment, stared at me and angrily said, "You ignorant little brat." Before the words settled, another crisp slap echoed. "What are you blabbering about? I just calculated for you one slap for 100,000. Is that enough? I'll give you 200,000 for 2 slaps, or you can choose to call the police." At that moment, my arrogance and recklessness had transformed completely, exuding a deep-rooted confidence that didn't resemble a destitute person going through a divorce. And this is the power of money. Do you have money? One slap for 100,000, always acting like a big shot. Who do you think you are? You won't escape the police station today. After a few seconds of silence, the middle-aged man spoke angrily, emphasizing that it was his wife who was just slapped. Upon hearing this, I disdainfully took out my phone and impatiently said, "Open your phone, I'll scan it right here." "You said it yourself, Xiang, if you manage to tame this big bad wolf today, I will let bygones be bygones. You've let it go, so go ahead and enjoy secretly." With a click, I'll transfer the money over, 20,000 yuan received. Lu Ruyan looked at me in astonishment at this moment. Actually, not only him, but everyone present was also very surprised. 200,000 yuan is not a small sum. They didn't expect that there would really be someone who would go to such lengths just to save face. "Alright, everyone scram, it's time to disperse. Still feel it's not embarrassing enough?" The middle-aged man still felt a bit unreal after receiving 200,000 yuan. "Alright, dear friends and family, here I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for coming to support our Ruyan. But this is not the place for talking. I will thank you all individually later. Ruyan's father-in-law is a retired professor, very concerned about his reputation. The embarrassment today is already enough, let's end it now." "Alright, Let's head back first. If there's anything, we can contact each other by phone. Don't let this kid take advantage of you." Then, the Liu family members dispersed in a hurry. Liu Ruyan's mother didn't say another word from then on. Of course, I know why he suddenly became silent. This old gambling addict deserves it. I knew 3 years ago that I married into this cheap mother-in-law, playing mahjong every day. A gambler will never stop unless they cut off their hand or lose everything. In these years, not only did he squander all the retirement money from his old man, but he also borrowed money and gambled in the name of my husband and me. Our house was transferred to his name a year ago. At that time, I had a big argument with Liu Ruyan. The result was obvious: I couldn't compete with him. The house ended up being transferred to my former mother-in-law's name. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily given up all my assets. Actually, I've been waiting for today. I want to ruin Liu Ruyan, not just mentally. I also want to completely crush this family financially. I won't let myself be taken advantage of for nothing. At this moment, Liu Ruyan has reverted to his previous unruly self. I think it's necessary for us to have a good talk about our relationship. He has always been a proud swan, and even in adversity, he won't lower his noble head. After hearing that, I calmly said, "What else is there to talk about? Didn't someone say we shouldn't contact each other anymore?" "I don't think there's any need to say more nonsense." Liu Ruyan immediately angrily asked, "What's the deal with those videos? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't think spreading rumors is legal. You've seriously violated my privacy." I pretended not to understand and said something poetic about the videos. "What are you talking about?" I acted as if I didn't care at all. Liu Ruyan's teeth were almost ground to bits with anger. "You shameless person, I must have been blind to be with you for so many years. If I had known what kind of person you were, I would rather never marry." Liu Ruyan's words were full of deep resentment, but they just made me laugh. Yes, I must have been blind to be with you. I'd say it's not just my eyes that were blind, my brain wasn't working well either. After all, we were husband and wife. I sincerely advise you, don't go out and say such things to others. I'm afraid they'll burst into laughter. You have a thicker skin than a city wall, truly a shameless lunatic. After Liu Ruyan wanted to scold me again, her former father-in-law came over and dragged her away. After settling Liu Ruyan and her mother in the car, her former father-in-law slowly walked over and whispered, "Xiaoxiang, are you free today? Would you like to come home? I think it's better to resolve some things face to face." After hearing that, I simply said, "Let's just leave it at that. Uncle, there's nothing more to say. Let's follow legal procedures. I don't have the energy to linger on this. You are also a son-in-law. I've endured so much suffering over the years, I believe you've seen it too. I don't want to dwell on emotional drain." This one sentence completely shattered her former father-in-law's illusions. She is highly educated and understands things better than anyone. Further persuasion would be in vain. "Xiaoxiang, you've been wronged by the Liu family all these years. From now on, do whatever you want. You are free starting today." Without waiting for my response, the old man hunched over and walked away. The next day, I was woken up by a phone call before I even fully woke up. Upon answering, I found out it was Uncle Policeman calling, saying that Liu Ruyan ran to the school building and wanted to jump off. Upon hearing this news, my initial reaction was to have nothing to do with this family and start playing dumb. While sitting in the taxi, I had already thought of a way to deal with it. They just want to shift the blame onto themselves, right? Bring it on, let's see whose move is faster. Huainan University is the only university in Linhai City. I've been here several times before due to Liu Ruyan's work. Upon arrival, I easily made my way to the bottom of the teaching building. At this moment, it's crowded with people. I looked up to the top of the building and indeed saw Liu Ruyan standing there, but it was too far to see his expression clearly. What a reckless woman. After muttering under my breath, I walked up to Uncle Policeman and said, "Hello, officer, my name is Xiangchen. Upstairs is the ex-husband of this woman. You just called to inform me." After saying that, the policeman stared at me with a strange and sympathetic look, saying, "Your ex-wife is going to jump off. Her mother specifically asked you to come and apologize, saying you sent it. The video was generated by software. They want you to clarify this in front of everyone at the school now. Clarify this matter, otherwise her daughter's death will be on your hands." When these words were spoken, I was completely stunned. There must be someone behind the scenes guiding this, but the method is still as selfish as ever. If I really follow what they say, I don't know if Liu Ruyan is alive or not, but the police will take me to the police station in the next second. The charge of infringing on someone else's reputation cannot be escaped. Then I smiled and said to the police, "Thank you, comrade police. I didn't know about this yet," and then headed upstairs. As soon as I arrived, I saw my former mother-in-law rolling on the ground like a shrew, causing the female police officer trying to persuade her to look disgusted. They all had disgusted expressions on their faces, indicating how repulsive this old woman was. Upon seeing me coming up, my former father-in-law came over with tears streaming down his face, grabbing my sleeve and saying, "Xiao Xiang, please persuade Ruyan. She's my only daughter left." I calmly responded, "Don't worry for now, go rest over there first." Then I turned to the side and shouted, "Hey, stop rolling on the ground. I'm in a hurry, so speak up quickly if you have something to say." My former mother-in-law looked at me with a calm expression and said through gritted teeth, "You little bastard, you've ruined our family." Upon hearing this, I immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with me? I came here to inform your family, just now. The court has officially accepted my lawsuit. Get ready to hand over the house, car, and savings." After saying this, I turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing that I've lost so much face, but it's all in vain. My ex-mother-in-law realized clinging to me won't work and immediately clung to the legs of the young woman and the police officer, tearfully pleading, "Officers, please help me. This heartless scoundrel is going to kill someone. My daughter's life is in danger today." The female police officer, unable to do anything, stopped me and said, "We called you here today to save a life. You should advise your ex-wife, saving a life is more important than anything else. Why can't we sit down and discuss things properly?" This female police officer probably doesn't understand the full story, so I couldn't help but say, "Alright, since you've all spoken up, I'll give it a try. But whether it works or not, I don't know. By the way, do you have a megaphone? It's windy here, and I'm afraid he won't hear me clearly." Seeing me relent, the female police officer was relieved and handed me a megaphone directly. Unnoticed by everyone, a hint of a theatrical smile appeared on my face at that moment. After taking the megaphone, my performance officially began. "Darling, please don't do anything foolish. I have never blamed you or our son. Even though he's not my own flesh and blood, I've treated him as my own all these years. Those surveillance videos were maliciously spread by others. Ask yourself, which normal person would install cameras all around their house?" When my ex-mother-in-law heard this, she stared at me in shock. She couldn't believe that her daughter had threatened me with jumping off a building, yet I dared to say such provocative words to stimulate Lu Ruyan. My ex-mother-in-law immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense here, this jerk. He wanted our daughter to jump from the top of the building, but unfortunately, the wind on the rooftop was too strong. No one could hear clearly what he was saying." Lu Ruyan, who had been facing away from me, suddenly turned around and stared at me with resentment in her beautiful eyes. Originally, the whole family had come up with this plan during the meeting today. They thought they could force Shangchen to comply, but they didn't expect this cowardly person, who used to be submissive, to not fall for it. The current situation has deviated from the script originally set by the Lu family, and it is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Originally, the video could still be edited. The reason for the face swap was brushed off, and now Shangchen has brought up the issue of the child not being his own. At this moment, Lu Ruyan realized she had misjudged the situation. She never expected that I had never planned to compromise from the beginning, and my goal has always been clear. That is to kill him and destroy him completely from the root. Although I may speak sweetly and bark nonsense, my facial expression has always been cold as ice. Despite the several floors between us, I could still hear the uproar of the onlookers downstairs. So I took the opportunity to raise my voice even louder and shouted that I don't care if the child is mine or how many men you've been with. I only care if you can come back to me. You said you want a divorce, and I pleaded desperately, begging all your elders to help. I hoped they could intercede for me, to make you change your mind. But after all these years of love, it couldn't compete with your moment of pleasure. Someone once said love is about sacrifice. You said you no longer love me, want freedom. I choose to let you go. In divorce, I choose to leave with nothing. I've given you the car, the house, and even the child. Some say I'm foolish, but I know I'm not. I just wanted you to have a better life after leaving me. But even then, you were hurt by that scumbag, to the point of wanting to jump off a building now. Ruyan, please, for the sake of our child, don't do anything foolish. Please don't do anything foolish." After saying that, I put down the megaphone, smugly watching Ruyan standing still in place. Meanwhile, downstairs erupted with waves of discussions. "You bastard, you big bastard." My former mother-in-law immediately cursed at me, wanting to tear me apart. In the end, they still failed. The plan the mother and daughter risked everything to come up with was completely ruined by my performance. And in just these few short minutes, I directly blamed Ruyan 3 times, insatiable. She strayed and lost everything, even the child she raised for years turned out to be someone else's wild seed. disgustingly claiming that she jumped off the building because the scumbag abandoned her. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from below. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and her whole body began to shake. At this moment, I was only a few steps away from him. Lu Ruyan looked at the man she once shared a bed with, feeling a wave of bitterness in her heart. I also spoke at this moment, but my mouth moved without making any sound. However, Lu Ruyan could tell from my lip movements that I was saying, "If you have the guts, just jump. If you don't jump, I'll despise you." At this moment, my eyes held no emotion, only ruthlessness, coldness, and endless hatred towards Lu Ruyan. Heartless, ruthless, eyes devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, causing Lu Ruyan's 90-pound body to sway for a moment. Then, her legs went weak, and she fell straight down from the rooftop in full view of the crowd. Ah! She jumped! The onlookers below were startled, as no one had expected her to actually jump. Xiang Chen, looking at the empty rooftop in front of him, was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Good riddance! This wretched woman alive is a stain on Xiang Chen's life forever. Several police officers on the rooftop quickly rushed up, while Xiang Chen turned and walked towards the stairs. However, the young policewoman angrily turned back and grabbed him. "You can't leave. We were about to save her, but because of you, she jumped again." "What? Are you even listening to yourself? Are you out of your mind?" Xiang Chen incredulously stared at the woman in front of him, truly a girls help girls advocate. It's like a sunny day in a thunderstorm, leaving Xiang Chen speechless. "What's it got to do with me? She jumped on her own, I didn't force her, and I was trying to stop her the whole time. If your ears work, you should have heard me, right? Even if you're deaf, I was shouting through a megaphone, and so many people downstairs could hear me. I don't believe you didn't hear." The young woman, probably unmarried, widened her eyes in disbelief at Xiang Chen's words. "You're so heartless. Let me tell you, if something happens to your wife today, you won't get away with it. Cut the crap." "She has nothing to do with me," Xiang Chen said, taking out his divorce certificate from his jacket pocket and waving it in front of her. "It was just processed this morning and he hadn't put it away yet. Move aside, I have things to do." While the two were at a standstill, the ambulance had already left, and the building was only 5 stories high, or rather 4.5, so it wasn't that high. There were air cushions below, and Xiang Chen estimated that Lu Ruyan probably wouldn't die. Lu Ruyan's mother was already in shock, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes staring at the sky, surrounded by 2 police officers, while the old man followed the ambulance to the hospital. Xiang Chen knew that this farce was just beginning, and the scandal of Lu Ruyan's affair would likely peak tonight. Xiang Chen was curious to see how she would keep her job. Lu Ruyan's shameless actions couldn't be tolerated by the prestigious Southeast University. Probably, they would just issue a temporary worker notice to sever ties cleanly. As the saying goes, cut the grass but leave the roots, and the grass will grow back. Xiang Chen understood this well. The great father once said a famous quote, which Xiang Chen still considered a classic: "Simply eliminating a person on a physical level is not a success. True destruction is erasing the person's traces from society." After a couple of hours of commotion, Xiang Chen felt a bit hungry. He realized he hadn't had lunch yet. There was a university town next to Southeast University, making it easy to grab a meal. However, he felt uncomfortable as if he had honey smeared all over him, attracting unwanted attention. Eventually, people surrounded the noodle shop he entered. Feeling uneasy, he resorted to watching videos on a popular app to ease the tension. Unexpectedly, the first live stream that popped up was him eating noodles. The headline read boldly, "The last battle of pure love has not fallen yet." Well, now he had become a local internet celebrity in Linhai City. Though it was forced and embarrassing, Xiang Chen didn't mind. The more attention, the better. As long as he could ruin Lu Ruyan and her family, what did it matter if he became a clown? Can it get any uglier than being a green hat turtle slave? Now is the era where traffic is king. Whoever can control the traffic has the power of speech. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's mind lit up. If he could operate like this, wouldn't it be a perfect match with his own big winning life fund? Thinking of this, he couldn't care less about eating noodles. His mind was full of how to implement this plan. The first step is to create momentum. Go crazy. As Brother Chang would say, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Hello, former brother. Hello, pure love war god. The students surrounding them started to stir up. The characteristic of contemporary university students is their ability to gossip to the max. In the past, Xiang Chen would never respond to them, but times have changed. He turned his head and smiled at the chubby boy who was making a fuss and said, "Don't call me pure love war god, call me former brother, it's more down to earth." Seeing the main character responding, this group of naive students immediately got excited. "Brother, can we take a photo together?" "Yes, take one with me too. Alright, they took photos together. Xiangchen smiled and waved his hand, saying, hee, why take photos? I'm not a celebrity or internet star. Come on, brother, you're not being nice. Tomorrow you'll definitely be popular. You'll definitely become a big internet celebrity in our Southeast University, no, in our Linhai city. Yeah, we're ahead of the game, looming with the fire tongs. The chubby boy leading the live broadcast was the most aggressive, so Xiangchen had no choice but to take photos with each of them. It's just about exposure, he accepted it all, just treating it as playing around with these kids. After dawdling for more than 10 minutes, he finally sent away this group of gossiping masses. At the same time, the Southeast University's Tieba and campus walls had already exploded. With the intentional or unintentional push from the vast number of netizens, the heat of the whole incident had expanded beyond the small Linhai city. Despite the Southeast University's leadership's efforts to suppress the heat of the incident, they couldn't resist the power of the vast number of gossiping netizens, and the situation inevitably escalated. Xiangchen was having a great time on his end, while Lu Ruyan was in a miserable state. Although she had no major injuries after falling from the 4th floor onto the fire cushion, one of her legs inevitably fractured. This is called escaping death but not punishment, and Xiangchen didn't know her situation, otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. However, the physical pain was secondary. What really tormented Lu Ruyan was the psychological trauma. She had no idea how to solve her current dilemma, such as being blocked by the school leaders at the hospital door. At the moment she fell, Lu Ruyan thought about many things. Her life of more than 20 years flashed before her eyes in just a few seconds. She came from a privileged background. Her father was a university professor, her mother was a state-owned enterprise executive, her sister was a proud woman of heaven. If it weren't for that person's appearance, Lu Ruyan's life would never have come to the current embarrassing situation. Speaking of which, Xiangchen is also a pitiful person who was implicated by her. But now, it's useless to say more. Xiangchen, who had been an honest person in her eyes for so many years, chose to cut ties with her. Teacher Mu, although I know it's a bit heartless to say this now, I also hope you can understand the school's difficulties. The impact of this matter is too bad. I believe you also don't want our Southeast University's image to plummet like this. Director Wang closed the door and advised solemnly, Lu Ruyan was not stupid, she knew what he meant by coming over today. I understand your difficulties, Director Wang, I have brought shame to the school, so I am willing to accept the school's handling. Seeing Lu Ruyan so sensible, Director Wang's expression was a bit stunned, completely different from what he knew about Lu Ruyan before. Ah, Lu Ruyan, when you first came to the school, why are you so confused now? Forget it, I won't say more, I hope you can follow the school's arrangements, there are still things to do in the school, I'll go back first, take care of your injury. Take care, Director Wang. When the ward was empty except for her, Lu Ruyan finally understood the bitterness of people leaving and tea turning cold. The most pitiful thing was that because Director Wang had been here, Lu Ruyan hadn't been to the bathroom all day, and her need to urinate was getting stronger. Her father wasn't here, and she was the only patient in the ward. Finally enduring until Director Wang left, she was almost unable to hold it anymore. But with a broken leg in a cast, she couldn't walk. With a strong sense of pride, she couldn't bring herself to ask for help and could only grit her teeth and endure. At the same time, Xiangchen, who had escaped from being a bystander, stood on the street smoking a cigarette and carefully assessed the current situation. After much thought, he felt he shouldn't appear too heartless, or it would completely deviate from his image as a pure love war god. So he called Lu Ruyan's father. Hello? Uncle, are you busy? Is there something you need, Xian? The old man's tone was noticeably cold, but that was normal. Anyone facing someone who had driven their daughter to attempt suicide wouldn't have a good expression. Is Lu Ruyan seriously injured from falling down the stairs? Which hospital is she in now? I'll go see her, after all, we were once a couple. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the old man's low voice came through. Lu Ruyan is not seriously injured, just a broken leg. She is currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital in Linhai City. Her leg is broken? Then I must go see her. In which ward is she? Room 8012 on the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Alright, you carry on with your work. I'll go see her now. After hanging up, Xiangchen felt great. That damn woman had only broken a leg, which was a stroke of luck. If she had become paralyzed from a higher fall, he would have popped champagne and set off fireworks on the spot. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Since he had nothing to do as an unemployed wanderer, and conveniently there was a fruit stand nearby, he decided to visit. Visiting a patient required sincerity, especially when it was his ex-wife, and a broken-legged ex-wife at that. Xiangchen had also broken his leg as a child and remembered the inconvenience of going to the bathroom with crutches. Lu Ruyan had been so kind to him, so he thought of buying her some good fruit to nourish her body. With this in mind, Xiang Chen stood in front of the fruit stand with a sly smile. The shopkeeper stared at him as if he were a fool, afraid he might grab some fruits and run off when no one was looking. Ahem. What would you like to buy, handsome? We have fresh fruits imported from Guangxi. Do you have pre-cut fruits? Hearing that the man in front of her wanted pre-cut fruits, the shopkeeper immediately became enthusiastic. Yes, we have fresh pineapples, freshly cut apples, and this fruit platter. She rambled on, but Xiang Chen had already set his eyes on the mangoes and pears. Shopkeeper, give me a box of mangoes, prepare a box of pears, and also get some strawberries. And pick a few fresh pears and unpeeled mangoes. The highest level of deception is 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. Lu Ruyan was not a fool, on the contrary, she was very picky about food. Without some genuine items, she couldn't be fooled. After the shopkeeper packed everything, Xiang Chen carried a large bag of fruits and headed straight to the hospital. On the way, he replied to several videos about Lu Ruyan's suicide attempt at Southeast University. He replied to about 7 or 8 videos. Now, almost all the discussions on Linhai City's channel on a certain platform were about this incident. Xiang Chen casually leaked his room number to the old man. In about an hour, Lu Ruyan's ward would be crowded. A mischievous smile appeared on Xiang Chen's face. After arriving at the hospital, Xiang Chen headed straight to the ward where Lu Ruyan was located. As expected, when he arrived, the door was already closed by the nurse. There were a lot of people outside, some carrying cameras, while others were filming with their phones. In the era of self-media, everyone is a broadcaster, and Lu Ruyan has become famous this time, which is a good thing for Xiang Chen. His next step is to take advantage of Lu Ruyan's bad reputation. The worse her reputation, the greater his benefit. Excuse me, let me through. Xiang Chen's voice was quickly drowned out by the noisy crowd, making it impossible for him to squeeze in. Please make way. I am Lu Ruyan's ex-husband, I need to go into the ward for something. Shwa shwa shwa. Everyone in the corridor on the 8th floor had their eyes on Xiang Chen, including the nurse on duty. The ex-husband is here. The hero returns. Dear viewers in the live broadcast room, the show has begun. Pure love and war have finally arrived. Family, who understands, I'm crying. Hearing these colorful shouts, Xiang Chen felt embarrassed. What's going on? The person broadcasting is willing to sacrifice their dignity for views. In an instant, everyone rushed over, but fortunately, the hospital security came to maintain order. After much effort, Xiang Chen finally squeezed into Lu Ruyan's ward. The moment he opened the door, he was dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan looked at him in pain, then peed. Rewind to a minute ago, Lu Ruyan was struggling to walk to the bathroom in the ward. Her urge to urinate had reached its peak. Although they say holding in urine can travel 1,000 miles, holding in stool is difficult, it depends on the situation, and usually it refers to men, as women are naturally weaker in this aspect. Lu Ruyan was now in a situation where she couldn't hold it anymore, especially after giving birth. She was not as strong as an ordinary young girl. And then, a suffocating scene occurred. At the moment Xiang Chen opened the door, Lu Ruyan, who was trying not to make a sound, was stimulated by the sudden situation and lost control. A yellowish liquid flowed down her pants, staining her clean hospital gown. Ah! Accompanied by a scream comparable to the world's top soprano Jessie Norman, Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground. In extremely frightening situations, people may faint involuntarily, not because of a physical problem, but as a self-protective mechanism of the brain. It was obvious that Lu Ruyan, a person with high cleanliness standards, fainted when exposed in such an ugly way in front of the camera. Click click click. People outside the door were taking photos like flies smelling blood. Even Xiang Chen wanted to cross himself and say amen for Lu Ruyan's tragic situation. This time, it was a complete disaster. To put it simply, it's like losing a loved one. However, despite the schadenfreude, the show must go on. The moment Lu Ruyan fell, Xiang Chen rushed over to pick her up. As for why he didn't protect her at the first moment, the official answer was that they were stunned and didn't react, while the unofficial answer was simple. They just wanted to capture Lu Ruyan's embarrassing state in a few more photos. Guys, the live broadcast is starting now. Through the camera, we can see this woman who cheated fainting, and look. Lu Ruyan can be said to have died socially, and today's events will be widely known through this live broadcast. At this moment, Xiang Chen's mouth was harder to control than AK, maintaining a strange expression on his face. He wanted to laugh but dared not, and had to try to show a caring expression, which was truly torturous. Just as he was acting out his role with a forced expression, the security guard appeared at an inappropriate time, not only driving everyone out but also closing the door. After confirming that everyone waiting outside the ward had been driven away, Xiang Chen disdainfully threw Lu Ruyan to the ground. At the same time, he made a disgusted sound and vigorously wiped off the unknown liquid on his hands before cleaning it on the bedside. Then, with a cold expression, he said to Lu Ruyan lying on the ground, "Alright, stop pretending. Everyone outside has left. Isn't the ground cold? Hee, Xiang Chen, you are really cruel. Do you want me to die like this? Oh, you've seen through me. Since that's the case, I'll be honest. I just want to see you die. I think about it all the time." What she felt in her heart was different from what she heard. Although Lu Ruyan knew that Xiang Chen hated her, she never expected him to hate her to this extent. Then I must be so clueless. I should have just died upstairs at noon to satisfy your wishes. Hee, do you still have the face to say that? I've said so much, but you still don't dare to jump, right? You always boast about being an independent woman with dignity. May I ask, Professor, where is your dignity? Sorry, it slipped out. Soon you will have nothing to do with Southeast University. I bet the word professor sounds harsh to you now. Xiang Chen's tone was full of sarcasm, almost like a verbal duel, but he clearly underestimated Lu Ruyan's thick skin. She had already reached a point where she didn't care about losing face anymore. While they were talking, Lu Ruyan's father and a nurse came in. Xiang Chen immediately put on a look of concern and, ignoring Lu Ruyan's resistance, forcibly carried her to the bed. Throughout the struggle, Lu Ruyan resisted fiercely, but it was futile. Xiang Chen, who had been running regularly, still had some strength left. Stay away. If you touch me again, I'll die in front of you. Oh, Lu Ruyan, your leg is broken. Why are you still so stubborn? The doctor said you shouldn't move. The old man's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak. Instead, the nurse started talking incessantly. Your leg was just broken today. The X-ray hasn't come out yet. Who told you to move around? If something goes wrong, you'll come running back to our hospital. The words were harsh, and with her disdainful expression, Xiang Chen could barely hold back his laughter. Don't worry, if something happens, I won't come to your hospital. Even a service staff dares to scold people. What an attitude. People living in modern society tend to have some professional quirks. For example, Lu Ruyan's problem was that after being a teacher for so long, she unintentionally spoke in an educational tone. But this was a hospital, not a school, and the nurse wouldn't indulge her like her students. The middle-aged nurse was almost 40 this year and had been in this profession for 20 years. She hated it when people called her a service staff. Who are you calling a service staff? Isn't it you? Who else could it be? Nurses are just like restaurant service staff, cleaning up after people, even worse than service staff. Lu Ruyan was no match for Xiang Chen in verbal sparring, but she was excellent at provoking. Yes, I am a service staff, but still better than some self-proclaimed high-end mighty software engineers, right? No, not even as good as a software engineer. At least they have turned over a new leaf. Software engineer? It was clear that Lu Ruyan had no idea what a software engineer was. Xiang Chen, unable to hold back, weakly added, "That's right, Kuan." This time Lu Ruyan understood. After all, she had been an intern for 2.5 years. I demand a replacement. Dad, I want to file a complaint against her. Frustrated, Xiang Chen silently left with a bag of fruit. He took out the pre-cut fruits from the packaging and placed them in a fruit tray. After smoking a cigarette and lingering for a few minutes, he returned with the items. The nurse had already left, and Lu Ruyan, with a flushed face, was lying on the bed. Have some fruit. I know you don't want to see me. I'll leave soon. This sounds quite normal, but it still earned a disdainful look from Lu Ruyan. Her father didn't say anything, just patted Xiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Xiao Xiang, don't come here anymore in the future. It's not that uncle doesn't want you to come, but the situation has caused a stir. It's not appropriate for you to come over again. We are also transferring to another hospital soon." He was hinting at Xiang Chen, indicating that he knew that Xiang Chen had leaked Lu Ruyan's ward information. Xiang Chen was not stupid and understood the principle of knowing when to stop. Without saying anything, he left. Just as he was about to leave the hospital gate to smoke a cigarette, a man in a suit and tie stopped him. "Hey buddy, can you get me a cigarette? I haven't smoked in half a day and I'm feeling anxious." Xiang Chen never refused people who wanted a smoke. "Do you have a lighter?" When the man took the cigarette, he leaned in and asked, forcing Xiang Chen to criticize him. "Hey buddy, not to criticize you, I can understand not having a cigarette, but not having a lighter as well? They say having a cigarette without a lighter is like not achieving success. Having a lighter without a cigarette is like not becoming a deity. Not having both is just too much. Haha, interesting. This is the first time I've heard of this. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Yang Hai, currently the manager of the Linhai branch of Sanjiao Network Technology Company, Ltd. Sanjiao? At first glance, the name sounds ridiculous, but Xiang Chen had heard of it. It was an internet live streaming company that had been thriving in the past 2 years, mainly following the path of a certain music platform. Manager Yang doesn't seem like we would meet here by chance, right? Yang Hai, who was exposed, showed no embarrassment. He just clapped his hands and continued, correct answer. Smart people are smart. I like high-minded souls. Xiang Chen looked him over again. He was dressed very neatly, wearing a suit and pants even in this cold weather, and shiny leather shoes on his feet. At a glance, he looked like a decent person, much more presentable than Xiang Chen. I don't know what Manager Yang is up to. We didn't seem to know each other before, right? Didn't we just get to know each other? As the saying goes, we shared a cigarette, looked out the same window, done the same thing, shared the loot together. We can be considered old pals. Yang Hai was very talkative and could spin a tale. Xiang Chen had already labeled him in his mind. Just then, a familiar feeling came over him. Time and space seemed to freeze as Xiang Chen watched the smoke he exhaled hang in the air. The Great Winner Life Fund reminds you of a new investment task. Task description: join the Linhai branch of Sanjiao Network Technology Company, Ltd., where Yang Hai is located, and help Yang Hai achieve a target of 15 million in performance by June. Successful task reward, prop bewitching heart, and full additional net profit bonus of 15% of the investment. Failure penalty, demotion to a manager of 10,000 levels, losing all investment. Wow! The reward for this task is very generous, and that prop bewitching heart seems super powerful. High returns come with high risks. If this task fails, he probably won't be able to turn things around. To gamble or not to gamble? Losing everything or gaining a seaside villa? After considering for 3 seconds, Xiang Chen decisively chose to accept the task. Playing international jokes, without taking risks, one cannot prosper. There is nothing in this world that is 100% certain. Hesitation and procrastination are not Xiang Chen's style. There is a saying that goes like this: those who harbor illusions are gamblers. Xiang Chen was able to come this far from being a left-behind child in the countryside, all thanks to his boldness and attention to detail, going all in when faced with decisions. As Xiang Chen accepted the task, time began to flow again. Manager Yang, you have an interesting way of speaking, a witty soul. So, our next step is to share the loot together, right? Completely different from the disdain of the previous second, Xiang Chen now exuded an approachable temperament. Yang Hai looked slightly puzzled at Xiang Chen, feeling strange how this kid suddenly became so familiar. You are really smart. I guess you also figured out the purpose of me looking for you today, right? Smart my ass. A truly smart person wouldn't be played around by a woman. I just roughly guessed the reason you sought me out, and even though you revealed your identity, Yang, even if I'm ignorant, I still know what 3 fishes are for. Yang Hai took a puff of smoke and then stared seriously at Xiang Chen, saying, do you know how popular you are right now? Of course, former husband-brother, pure love war god. Of course, there are also those called purebred green-haired turtles. I guess you want to talk to me about monetizing traffic, right? Xiang Chen had an indifferent expression, making Yang Hai almost go crazy. So, do you want to live in obscurity for the rest of your life? The scenery ahead is so beautiful, don't you want to pursue it? Is this the start of brainwashing? Xiang Chen suddenly felt he had overestimated Yang Hai's level. He was too impatient. Yang, I know what you mean. You want me to join your 3 fishes for live streaming, right? The recent commotion with my ex-wife is indeed a good entry point. Xiang Chen directly pointed it out, and Yang Hai stopped pretending, asking eagerly, so, what do you think? This is a chance to marry a rich beauty and reach the peak of life. If you miss it, you'll regret it. Of course, I want to make money. Who doesn't like shiny silver coins? But I don't like the model you mentioned. If you want me to join, it's fine, but I need to change my role. I don't want to be a streamer. Yang Hai frowned, now disdainful of the rumors about the silly and sweet pure love war god. This man in front of him was very cunning. How could he be the kind of waste that women could manipulate? So, what do you want to do? Our company's main business is a live streaming platform, starting accounts for product placements and advertisements. It's not possible for you to do backstage work. You want to use my situation with Lu Ruyan to attract attention, right? It's simple. I won't be a streamer. That's too deliberate. I need you to arrange for the company's staff to film me, pretending to be a casual streamer. Xiang Chen's words made Yang Hai fall into contemplation. He had never thought of this approach. Nowadays, there are too many true and false things on the internet. You can't rush to take sides when the first melon is cut, because you can't predict how it will turn out, like the recent widely known billionaire looking for relatives incident. The team behind the scenes hyped it up for so long, but then the family went live, and the public opinion plummeted. It's a typical case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. There was also the incident of the French internet celebrity hyping up a primary school student, Xin Lang's homework. Even mainstream media criticized it. How exactly do you want to proceed? And what do you want to achieve? Even if you succeed in this, what is your goal? What's my goal? Of course, it's to make money. Are you trying to label me as a green hat turtle slave for the whole country to see? Yang Hai found this answer quite normal. Xiang Chen's situation had already spread everywhere these days, and everyone knew he was now a penniless person. What else could he do if not for money? Alright, buddy, this isn't the place to discuss business with so many eyes around. Come to the company tomorrow when you have time, let's talk properly. Let's exchange contact information now, and I'll send you the address soon. Okay, see you tomorrow. I'll head back now. After Xiang Chen got into a taxi and left, Yang Hai stayed in place, silently lighting a cigarette from his pocket. He gazed deeply at the taxi getting farther and farther until it disappeared at the end of the street corner. Evening approached. Bored, Xiang Chen prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. He had been staying at home before and hadn't even put a toothbrush here. Laziness is a common human problem. Xiang Chen reluctantly put on clothes and went downstairs when it was almost dark, after lazing around in bed. It is said that the winter in the north is dry and cold. Although it is cold, at least there is heating at home. In the south, the temperature in winter is only a few degrees, and some places even wear short sleeves after the new year. The most unfortunate thing is the city where Xiang Chen is located, south of the Yangtze River and north of the Huai River, commonly known as the Central Region. It is cold and humid, with no heating in winter. Whether indoors or outdoors, one suffers from magical damage. It is even more comfortable outside than at home. At least the humidity is not that high. Xiang Chen hummed a tune and walked into a hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor of a square that was still open. It's not worth it if he doesn't have a hot pot to warm himself up. Besides, he is used to being alone. Even when he was not divorced from Lu Ruyan before, he often ate hot pot and watched movies alone. Hello, welcome to Hey DeLeo. How many people are in your party? The receptionist at the door had a professional smile on her face, but her expression changed slightly when she saw Xiang Chen. In fact, Xiang Chen recognized this girl at a glance. She was a freshman brought by Lu Ruyan. Her name seemed to be Fang Kiki, a child from a poor mountainous area. The reason Xiang Chen knew these things was simple. Lu Ruyan had complained to him, saying that the current female students spend their days putting on makeup and using iPhones, and even pretend to be poor to get subsidies for poor students. When she didn't give it to her, she even made a scene, which made Lu Ruyan very angry. This Fang Kiki was the one she was talking about, so Xiang Chen paid a little more attention to her. The impression he had was that this girl was very beautiful, but he only remembered her name. Beauty is like a trump card in any game, but when it's the only card, it's a dead end. Haiti Leo's service has always been very thoughtful. To prevent embarrassment, single diners can receive a doll to place in front of them. However, Xiang Chen has always followed the principle that as long as he is not embarrassed, embarrassment belongs to others. After eating and drinking enough, it was almost 7:30. Lu Ruyan is now a celebrity, and Xiang Chen's popularity has also risen. When he ate hot pot, several people greeted him as brother-in-law, and Xiang Chen always politely responded with a smile. Now is the time to establish a persona, and one must not be careless at any time, as it concerns one's wallet. When he left, Xiang Chen found that Fang Kiki was no longer there. She is still a student, probably just a temporary worker. The place where Xiang Chen is staying now is the newly built Woyue Plaza a few years ago. Because it is new, most of the people who come here are young people. Large shopping malls are prime real estate, especially in the city center, so the supermarket in Woyue Plaza is on the B1 floor, the basement floor, with the B2 floor being the underground parking lot. Xiang Chen just bought some ordinary daily necessities, so he didn't spend much time. Men are like this, they buy things on the go, saving time is saving their own lives. As he was walking, Xiang Chen saw a group of people in front of him, and he could faintly hear arguing. Without caring about buying a toothbrush, he followed the smell. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. When he arrived, he saw Fang Kiki being pushed to the side of the shelf by a woman in her 60s, surrounded by people. "Auntie, I clearly picked up this roasted chicken first." "What do you mean you picked it up first? Whoever has it in their hands now owns it. This little girl is so young and dares to snatch things from us elderly people, and she still has the nerve." "But it was clearly me." "What's yours? Tell me which thing has your name on it. An outsider dares to bully us Linhai people. I say all you country bumpkins should just get out, causing trouble." The old man directly fired the cannon, feeling superior. The onlookers who were originally watching the show in peace immediately suffered AoE damage. It's everyone's first time, who's spoiling who? As soon as the old lady finished speaking, a young mother with a child next to her sarcastically said, "They say Linhai people are snobbish. Today, I finally see it for myself. You're so rich, fighting with a young girl for discounted roasted chicken. It's hilarious." The old lady, who is usually arrogant, immediately turned to argue with the young mother, leaving Fang Ku a bit embarrassed standing in place. The roasted chicken was gone, and there was another loud old lady arguing with someone nearby. After Xiang Chen finished watching the excitement, he realized that the main character, Fang Ku, had slipped away without him noticing. Watching the excitement can be summed up in one sentence: the smart ones see it at a glance, the fools see it too late. Xiang Chen was happy to be a carefree fool. Living in this world is already difficult enough, so there's nothing wrong with zoning out for a bit. Fate is sometimes very mysterious. When Xiang Chen finished buying things and was queuing to pay, he saw Fang Ku again. The moment their eyes met, her face turned red. She had seen Xiang Chen at the place where they had argued just now. Xiang Chen inadvertently glanced at her. She has a nice figure, and her bust size is at least a C-cup. What's even more outrageous are her legs in pantyhose. They are like something out of a comic book. This woman is truly stunning. If only he could invest in her as a winning asset, she would be a money tree. As Xiang Chen was lost in his thoughts, a familiar feeling suddenly came over him. The Winning Life Fund reminds you that a new side mission has been triggered, and the host can choose whether to accept it. Mission description: save the destitute Fang Ku from going astray. Mission reward: Fang Ku's trust and a 10% rebate on the host's investment amount. Dear Winning Life Fund Manager, you have currently triggered 3 missions, so the fund has decided to activate the favorability system. You can try it out on your own. A side mission? It means you can choose to accept it or not. After considering for a while, Xiang Chen decided to accept it, as he wouldn't lose much money anyway. As for saving Fang Ku from going astray, he had no interest in that at all. The reason is simple: if this woman can make him money and bring returns, then she is a useful tool. If she's a liability, why would Xiang Chen want to save her? Just because he watched Superman as a child? To save the world? Ridiculous. After silently accepting the mission, the feeling of spatial tearing disappeared. He then silently thought, favorability system? The favorability system has been activated. The host is currently at the level of 100,000 level manager, with open permissions at LV6, 6 people. The host needs to bind the target themselves, and cannot change it within 30 working days. It seems there are limitations. 6 people should mean that he can see 6 people for now, and no more. But this is still a divine skill. After binding the favorability system, this person in Xiang Chen's eyes no longer had any secrets. It's a simplified version of mind reading. Binding the target Fang Ku, he silently thought a sentence and was accompanied by a strong dizziness. When he returned to normal, Xiang Chen really saw a red progress bar above Fang Ku's head, showing 12%. It seems his image in this girl's mind is quite poor. But it doesn't matter, his cost of trial and error is very high, so he just needs to cater to her preferences. It's just a simple side mission, and if he fails, there's no punishment. Fang Kiki's shopping cart was very empty, almost nothing was bought, a few bags of toast bread, and a small bottle of canned pickles. No wonder she just wanted to grab that discounted roasted chicken. Combining the previous work at Heideleo, Xiang Chen could basically confirm that this girl really had no money, unlike Lu Ruyan who complained to him about rich girls pretending to be poor to get subsidies. After paying the bill, Xiang Chen looked at the roasted chicken wings in his shopping cart, originally prepared to go home and eat. But thinking about Fang Kiki's empty shopping cart, he decided against it. This girl would soon be hungry again and suffer from low blood sugar, so he might as well treat her. Xiang Chen took the bought chicken wings and quietly put them into Fang Kiki's shopping cart while she was distracted. "What are you doing?" Fang Kiki's voice was very pleasant, neither affected nor pretentious. I don't want to eat it anymore. You can have it. If you don't want it, just forget it." Xiang Chen didn't even bother to come up with a reason. It was just a box of chicken wings, not worth the effort. I don't want it. If you don't want to eat it, give it to someone else." Seeing Fang Kiki's approval drop from 12% to 8%, Xiang Chen was dumbfounded. This girl had some backbone. Xiang Chen didn't expect that his good intentions would backfire, and his favorability rating dropped by about 1/3. It was a bad start. This damn pride. But it couldn't be ruled out that Fang Kiki might just hate Lu Ruyan so much that she ended up hating Xiang Chen too. It didn't matter. With enough money, he believed he could handle this girl. "Then forget it. I'll eat it myself." As he spoke, Xiang Chen reached into her shopping cart, took out the chicken wings, and walked away. What kind of person was she? "You." Fang Kiki's soft voice was quite pleasant, even when angry. It was weak and sounded like she was acting cute. "You didn't want it, so it shouldn't go to waste. I'll eat it myself." Xiang Chen gave her a look and then walked away, pretending to be a big shot, but the mission description had already exposed her. Poor and destitute, the words were fitting, so poor that she could barely make ends meet, mainly because this girl had too much pride. Otherwise, with her looks and figure, how could she not have money? At worst, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of not being able to eat. Even at this point, she still wanted to save face, so let her starve. It would be good when her eyes started to glow green from hunger. The next day at noon, the glaring sunlight shone on Xiang Chen's face. He looked at the time, it was almost noon. Phew! He quickly put on his clothes, a unique skill belonging to men, and in the next minute, Xiang Chen had finished washing up, sat on the sofa, and lit a cigarette. He had agreed with Yang Hai to meet at his company to discuss cooperation. Xiang Chen wanted to finalize the deal in one go. The Lu Ruyan incident was currently in the spotlight, attracting a lot of attention online, and mainstream media showed no signs of interference. Apart from Southeast University finding someone to handle public relations and release a video to distance themselves from Lu Ruyan, the situation was almost ready, just waiting for someone to push it forward. Following the address sent by Yang Hai, Xiang Chen took a taxi to the Three Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd. It was indeed a well-known incubation base for internet celebrities. Xiang Chen saw this large live broadcasting base for the first time. Each anchor had a separate room designed according to the content they broadcast. Yang Hai was particularly enthusiastic when he saw Xiang Chen coming, but Xiang Chen understood his attitude. He was only interested in traffic, otherwise, he was at least the head of a branch. There was no need to treat him like a brother, and he even personally led him on a tour of the company, giving him enough face. How about it, buddy? Our company is doing pretty well, right? Wang Pa selling melons, self-praise, but Xiang Chen still had to flatter him. Boss Yang, this is the first time I've seen a live streaming company on such a large scale. No wonder they say Three Fish is a breeding ground for internet celebrities. It's really better to see it in person than just hearing about it. A very crude rainbow fart, but judging by Yang Hai's expression, it seems quite effective. People like having their egos boosted by others. The so-called high emotional intelligence is nothing more than flattery and praise. The branch office is currently in a period of growth and urgently needs capable talents to join. This is not the place to talk. Come to my office for a detailed discussion. Everyone we met along the way greeted Boss Yang with flattery, while Yang Hai nodded seriously, putting on quite a show. Otherwise, they say the most optimal path to success is power, money, and women. Once you have power, wealth and women will come to you endlessly. However, as just a manager of a small branch office, here he acts like an emperor, making decisions single-handedly. After sitting down in the office, Yang Hai put away his serious face from outside and replaced it with a smiling expression. So, what do you think? Considering it? I believe you've seen the strength of our Three Fish today. In the field of self-media live streaming in Linhai City, no one dares to claim they can outperform us. It's quite standardized, and there are quite a few people. I noticed that several internet celebrities with many fans in Linhai City seem to be here. As soon as this was mentioned, Yang Hai immediately became excited, almost spitting on Xiang Chen's face. Naturally, in the field of self-media, Three Fish is the leader. So, what do you think? After all I've said, are you not tempted? I am tempted. Who wouldn't want to make money lying in bed? But I won't join as an internet celebrity, as I've told you before. Xiang Chen's words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation, causing Yang Hai to furrow his brows instantly. So, how do you plan to proceed? Not joining Three Fish? That's right, I won't join your company. I want to cooperate with you in a mutually beneficial way, rather than becoming your employee. Cooperate? What kind of cooperation? When Xiang Chen first arrived, he bound Yang Hai's favorability system, which initially showed 65%. However, after saying these words, Xiang Chen saw Yang Hai's favorability drop by 13%, becoming 52%, clearly indicating a lack of trust. But it's okay, Xiang Chen knew that his next words would surely move him, unless Yang Hai was completely clueless. I have a company called Big Winner Investment Company. A black line appeared on Yang Hai's forehead, and his favorability dropped by 20%. Along with the decrease in favorability, his tone also became impatient. Xiang Chen, are you joking with me? What does Big Winner Investment Company have to do with what we're discussing? Of course, Boss Yang, it's related. Just hold on, listen to me and consider before making a decision. Yang Hai had no choice but to patiently say, go ahead, I'm listening. It's almost 3 o'clock now. To not waste Boss Yang's time, I'll explain briefly. First, I don't do live streaming, but I need everyone from Three Fish to cooperate with me, including all your staff. Remember, everyone. Second, I will provide you with 3 million in funds. The use of this 3 million is simple, it's all to be used for fermenting this matter. Before Xiang Chen could finish speaking, Yang Hai was shocked and couldn't say a word. He knew very well what 3 million in liquid assets meant. Currently, the net profit of the Lin Hai branch of 3 Fish for a year is just over 2 million. After deducting staff salaries, various expenses, and operational costs, what's left is already quite strong, considering that Lin Hai City is just a small prefecture-level city. What are the conditions? Yang Hai couldn't wait to find out if he was dreaming. He didn't feel anything strange about his reaction towards Chen. A person who can set his half-year performance target at 15 million will need to achieve 30 million in a year. It is impossible to achieve with just a small branch office, so Yang Hai is definitely the most anxious person, at most just better at disguising it so that people can't tell. After taking a sip of water, he continued slowly, "There are no conditions, just need everyone in your company to cooperate with this hype, then I will set the script, and that's it. If I help you achieve 15 million within half a year, I should get what I deserve. We are all buddies. I won't sign any gambling agreement with you. This is impossible." Yang Hai screamed in his heart. He was almost unrecognizable to himself. The company's current situation is clearer to him than anyone else. As one of the top self-media companies in the country, 3 Fish Media faces fierce competition among its more than 200 subsidiary branches. In order to get more company resources, each branch manager is racking their brains to come up with ideas to increase performance, boasting proudly. This includes Yang Hai, who at that time lost his mind and doubled his target in one breath. The result was that Jinji's father ate mustard, enough to choke him. Now, with such a big bait thrown by Chen, how could he not be tempted? "Brother? Are you sure you're not fooling your old brother?" These words shouldn't be said lightly. "Why would I fool you? I'll bring the contract agreement in 3 days, you just need to sign it." "Okay. Don't come to the company then, let's have a meal together. How about night Shanghai, their seafood is good." "Okay, you can start preparing now, it's getting late, I'll go back first." Seeing Chen getting up to leave, Yang Hai, with a 70% favorability rating, immediately stood up to see him off. "Okay, I'll see you off." What a joke, he must now flatter this big money god, although he doesn't know why Chen's target for the next 6 months happens to be 15 million. But all of this is not important, as long as it can save his life. It feels great to have someone in your grasp. Just now, knowing that Chen didn't have a car, Yang Hai specifically asked a young man from the company to drive him, and generously said that this Audi S6 belongs to him. It must be said that being able to become the manager of 3 Fishes branch at the age of 30 is not just luck. Yang Hai is indeed a very outstanding person, at least no matter how much the favorability changes, he remains calm on the surface. Everything is going smoothly according to plan, and even more smoothly, Lu Ruyan's noble stomach started to ache after eating the expired fruits bought by Chen. Without surprise, she started to have diarrhea. She is too delicate, to the point of needing in 4 drip. People who often have diarrhea know that the smell of going to the toilet 3 or 4 times a day is unbearable. The hospital ward conditions are not the same as at home. There are no smart toilets and you can't shower anytime. So naturally, Lu Ruyan's body has started to emit a foul smell. The thin hospital gown can't stop this smell. Even the other auntie lying on the next bed, who also had a broken leg, couldn't stand it and pretended to have a cold, wearing a mask. Not to mention others, even Lu Ruyan herself can't stand the rotten egg-like smell every day. So she hates Chen, this despicable, shameless, cunning beast. Even giving her fruits has to disgust her. At the same time, she also hates Wang Tianyang, who used to call her little sweet when nothing happened, but now that something has happened, he has become Mrs. Neo. This man has not contacted her proactively since the day of their divorce. However, what she doesn't know is that Chen has already disgusted Wang Tianyang and even deleted their chat records. So from her perspective, her reputation is now tarnished, and Wang Tianyang doesn't want to contact her anymore. But Chen is not aware of Lu Ruyan's recent situation. He only knows that the Mu family has not changed rooms so far. Every day, there are people squatting at the door, live streaming to gain popularity, just like the Genie way, where every move of Lu Ruyan cannot escape the eyes of others. Compared to this despicable woman, he would rather focus his energy on Yang Hai's 3 Fish. After all, that is the main task, real money. And then there's Fang Kiki, whose affection for him keeps fluctuating on the list. Yang Hai's affection dropped from 70% back to 66% after the excitement, then stabilized. Fang Kiki's affection is really funny, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes reaching 18%, then dropping to 5%, always changing. It was not even 4 o'clock yet when Xiang Chen directly found an intermediary to help him register a company for 600 yuan, as it was too much trouble to do it himself, just spending a few hundred yuan more. Then he rented a shop in the old city area, on the 2nd floor of a residential building, previously used for e-commerce, with ordinary decoration, giving off an old and shabby vibe. Of course, the price was very reasonable, only 40,000 yuan a year, and Xiangchen quickly signed the lease contract. The environment didn't matter to him. If it wasn't for needing a place to register the company, he wouldn't bother with this. After completing the procedures, Xiangchen, bored, prepared to drive to Southeast University to wander around and see what Fong Kiki was up to. Even a small mosquito is still neat. Maybe he could get a surprise from her. After parking the car, Xiangchen arrived at the female dormitory area, wearing a mask and glasses to avoid attracting attention. Not everyone could recognize him. Estimating that the time was almost up, Xiangchen wandered back and forth at the intersection of the male and female dormitories. His eyes searched for Fong Kiki's figure among the tide of students leaving class. After waiting for a long time and it was already dark without seeing Fong Kiki's figure, Xiangchen had no choice but to grab a chubby girl going to the cafeteria and ask, "Excuse me, did Fong Kiki not go to class today?" He chose the chubby girl because he knew her. She was also a student brought by Lu Ruyan, in the same class as Fong Kiki, named Wang Yu. "Who are you? What do you want with Fong Kiki?" I work part-time at her store. She didn't go to work today, and her phone is unreachable, so I wanted to ask." Student girls are still naive and innocent for the most part, like the chubby girl who didn't doubt Xiangchen's words at all. She foolishly replied, "Kiki has been attending classes normally these days, but she always leaves in a hurry after class. Seems like she's going to work part-time." The chubby girl's expression didn't seem like she was lying, so Xiangchen had to pretend to sound regretful and said, "Oh, she didn't come to the store or inform me. Do you know where she is working part-time now? She hasn't replied to my messages on WeChat. She seems to be at CS Street now. I overheard her mentioning it on the phone once." "Okay, thank you." After watching the chubby girl leave, Xiangchen lit a cigarette and thought for a moment. There was nothing to do at home anyway. He decided to go to CS Street, near Woyua Plaza. It was developed in the past 2 years, so there weren't many shops, should be easy to find. Indeed, when he arrived, there were only a few shops, all with peculiar businesses, including escape rooms and murder mystery stores. There were a few bars on the second floor, and at the end of the street was a coffee shop, with its decoration suggesting a maid-themed service. That's it. Xiangchen spent over 10 minutes looking through a few shops, but didn't find Fong Kiki. Finally, with little hope, he walked into the last coffee shop. Just by walking in, Xiangchen could tell that Fong Kiki probably wouldn't be working at this coffee shop, because as soon as he saw the name, he was dumbfounded. The name of this coffee shop is Encounter Heartbeat, which is a totally cheesy name. It's the trendy maid cafe that's been popular recently. Although Xiangchen doesn't know why this kind of shop would open here instead of choosing a busier area with more young people. But before he could wrap his head around it, he discovered that Fong Kiki was actually here. Because he had been looking out the window the whole time, his back turned, and he hadn't taken off his mask or glasses, so Fong Kiki didn't know that the person sitting here was Xiangchen. Last time at Hai Di Lao, Fong Kiki had only put on a little lipstick, but now she had a slightly enchanting makeup on her face. Paired with the maid outfit she was wearing, the most direct feeling she brought to Xiangchen was 8 words. Graceful and charming. I see and pity. The lighting in the shop was quite ambiguous. It was that kind of cold-toned and not very bright light source. And there weren't many customers, just a few chubby men in their 30s ordering coffee and looking around with narrowed eyes. "Master, what would you like to drink?" Unfortunately, Fong Kiki, who was in charge of Xiangchen's area, said this embarrassing line, making Xiangchen realize that this girl was really at her wit's end. "This is fine." "Okay, master, please wait a moment. If you need anything, just call me softly." There's a saying, how does it go again? 1,000 words, yet speechless. There was still a sense of contrast. Just a few days ago this girl had so much self-respect, but now she had to do these things to please men for a living. Generally, people who work in these places for a long time are basically ruined, their beauty gradually captivating, not to mention a young girl who hasn't even entered society yet. In the coffee shop, along with Xiangchen, there were only 3 or 5 customers, all middle-aged men with big bellies, and their purpose for coming here was obvious. Before finishing a cup of coffee, Xiangchen noticed Fong Kiki being called over 3 or 4 times, mostly as a pretext to take advantage of her. "Excuse me, please let go of me." Just as Xiangchen took a sip of coffee, he suddenly heard Fong Kiki's soft voice. When Xiangchen looked up, he saw that trouble had indeed found her. Fong Kiki, dressed in a maid outfit, was being grabbed by a bald man. "You spilled coffee on me. Aren't you going to help me clean it up?" "But, sir, you..." Xiangchen was not far from them, and he could clearly see where the bald man wanted Fong Kiki to clean. It was right between his legs, in other words, his crotch. "What did you call me?" "Sir, I am your master." Fong Kiki tried to break free from the bald man's grip, but as a weak female student, she couldn't resist the middle-aged man's strength. "Let go. If you don't let go, I'll call for help." Her voice lacked any power, and if you didn't know better, you would think Fong Kiki was just being coquettish. Go ahead and call, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. The bald man became even more excited when he heard Fong Kiki's cries, as everyone here, except for Xiang Chen, was familiar to him, including the other maids in the shop. In the end, they were all just his tools, working here for a paycheck. Come with me tonight, and I'll give you 2,000. How about it, girl? The money offensive had begun, but it was clear that although Fong Kiki was in need of money, she still had her limits. Because once you take a wrong step on this path, you'll be trapped for life. The bald man then ignored Fong Kiki's struggles and tried to walk out with her, but the several waiters in the coffee shop didn't react at all. Even the other customers were looking at the bald man with regretful eyes, wishing they had intervened earlier, so this young girl wouldn't fall into someone else's hands. Just then, an untimely voice came from behind the bald man. Hey, I say, pig brother, do you know you just stepped on my foot? Look, the shoe is all dirty. The bald man didn't pay attention to Xiang Chen, but continued to walk forward with Fong Kiki in tow. Pig brother, are you deaf or what? Asterisk smack. Asterisk after the crisp sound of a glass hitting the doorframe, the bald man turned his cold gaze towards Xiang Chen. Little thing, are you trying to snatch food from uncle? Which child has such a big appetite? He spoke with an air of arrogance, and Xiang Chen disdainfully chuckled before saying, Look at what you're saying, pig brother. Snatch food? I'm young and speak without regard, please don't take offense. I just wanted you to clean my shoes for me. Confirming the challenging look in his eyes, the bald man, accustomed to being arrogant, put down Fong Keka and kicked towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen had been living for over 20 years, and before going to college, his main entertainment activity was fighting, group fights. The young people in the small town were energetic, those who didn't study, dropped out halfway, loved to ask boarding students like Xiang Chen for living expenses. During the years in high school, not only did he excel in math and science, but he also earned the title of Double Flower Red Stick, simply because he could fight. After entering college, surrounded by civilized people, Xiang Chen put away his old ways. He had been practicing Sanda for 7 or 8 years, and if it weren't for the bald pig brother coming to provoke him today, he would have wasted his tuition. The bald man's bulky body seemed to move in slow motion in Xiang Chen's eyes, dodging the kick effortlessly. He then raised his hand and slapped the greasy face of the bald man. Smack! The bald man, off balance, was slapped to the ground. Everyone was stunned, including Fong Keka who wanted to escape. This guy was skilled. The bald man's large size made him lose his balance and fall flat on his face. How could he save face like this? You brat! Just you wait. All that was left on him was his tough talk, but Xiang Chen wouldn't give him any chance. Seizing the opportunity was always his motto. Without a word, he stomped on the bald man's waist, leaving him no chance to get up. So, when in a group fight, one must not fall, as once you fall, there's no chance of getting back up. Hee, you don't listen to reason. I said just clean my shoes, and it would have been fine. You had to make it difficult for yourself. Smack, smack. Xiang Chen squatted down and patted the fat face of the bald man twice, leaving wave-like marks on his face. You little brat. Do you know who I am? Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you a chance to call the police. If you don't, I'll leave. Poof. After a long and intense struggle, the fat man exhausted his strength. The people in the coffee shop watched quietly, including the waiters, none of whom made a move. They just watched the bald man, probably used to being bullied by him. Call the police? You underestimate me, kid. If I shout in pain today, you're done for. Old man, you've got some backbone. I respect that. After speaking, Xiang Chen waved to the maid at the bar who was watching the commotion, and she walked over in response. How much is this table worth in your place? I don't know, it's all custom made by the boss. The maid replied shakily, not sure what Xiang Chen was up to. Oh, let's say 500 then, the wooden one isn't worth much. Sir, what do you mean? Bang! Xiang Chen stood the table upright and then swung his fist with all his might. Crack! The wooden tabletop cracked from the impact. 20 years of training. Can you withstand it? Everyone in the coffee shop was stunned, and the bald man looked nervously at this plague god. This was no joke. Even though he smashed the table, he couldn't bear to imagine how beautiful the scene would be if that punch landed on him. I'll ask one last time, public or private settlement? Silence fell, and no one dared to speak, including Fong Keka beside him, who had already recognized who this person in front of her was. Even though she was wearing a mask and glasses, she remembered the voice. Wasn't it the man who caused a stir with her counselor, the one who embarrassed herself yesterday? She wouldn't easily forget the person who humiliated herself yesterday, including Xiang Chen's voice. She remembered it very clearly. Goodbye then, thought you were some big shot, didn't expect you to be even more cowardly than me. After muttering this, Xiangchen quickly left with Fong Kiki. Pulling Fong Kiki all the way to the parking lot, Xiangchen didn't say anything. Just as he was about to take out the keys to unlock the car, Fong Kiki started making a scene. "What are you trying to do?" I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not that kind of person." Hearing this, Fong Kiki knew she was being played by Xiangchen, and his words were so blunt, her face turned red instantly. "You shameless. Disgusting." Xiangchen watched as Fong Kiki's goodwill, which had just reached 30%, plummeted straight down. He quickly tried to appease her. "Just kidding, little girl, don't be so easily provoked. I don't want to talk to you, stay away from me, and why are you following me?" Even Fong Kiki, who was naive, could tell that today was no coincidence. Who would come to CS Street for a stroll for no reason? Moreover, Xiangchen was a married man, there was no reason for him to be here. At the moment, Fong Kiki appeared to be a person with a twisted inner self, with a strong sense of self-esteem but also extremely lacking in money. So her behavior was very strange. On one hand, she was doing everything she could to make money. On the other hand, she was trying hard to stick to her principles, but these principles were gradually lowering. For example, taking on a part-time job at a maid cafe, where the demand outweighed the shame. So Xiangchen didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. There was only one way to deal with this kind of person: pay her off. How much money could this young girl lack? Even though he had invested 3 million in Yanghai, he still had over 500,000 in spare cash. It was more than enough to buy off this little girl. "How much money do you need? I can give it to you." "How do you know I need money?" Fong Kik's tone was full of vigilance. She had no good feelings towards this perverted man who was following her. Xiangchen, looking at her, was speechless at her goodwill dropping to 1%. He might as well just drop it to 0. The stubborn girl had misunderstood him deeply. Since they had reached this point, Xiangchen decided not to care about her feelings anymore. "I guess everyone who knows you need money, working part-time every day, not willing to eat, just short of writing poor on your face, and you're asking me how I know you need money. So what? What does it have to do with you? It doesn't matter, I'm just asking how much money you need." Feeling her self-esteem being hurt, Fong Kiki didn't want to argue with Xiangchen anymore, so she directly stated a figure she thought was astronomical. "I need 300,000. Do you have 300,000? I remember you left your ex-wife with nothing when you divorced. Give me your account number." For the first time, Fong Kiki felt that Xiangchen was so overbearing, making a fool of himself. "Here, just take it. You can transfer directly to this account." After showing Xiangchen the bank app, Fong Kiki turned and left. Unlucky in dealing with a weirdo, she just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, she received a message on her phone. She didn't want to look at it, but she had a strange feeling that made her involuntarily glance at her phone. Boom boom boom. Fong Kiki's heart was pounding violently, her eyes filled with an incredulous look. "Fong Kiki, hello, Xiangchen initiated a transfer of 300,000 renminbi to your Bank of China account ending in 6326 on March 12, 2024, at 20:58. Please check, this message is not a proof of payment, there really was 300,000. Xiangchen hadn't lied at all. He transferred 300,000 without blinking an eye. Fong Kiki subconsciously looked at Xiangchen, who had his hands in his pockets. Although this man was dressed plainly, at this moment, his face seemed so charming in Fong Kiki's eyes. Seeing Fong Kiki's favorability skyrocket to 70%, Xiangchen asked with a smile, "How about it? Has the money arrived? Small transfers should be quick. Most of life's troubles stem from not having money. The joy and comfort that money brings can be addictive." Small transfer. Referring to 300,000 yuan, Fong Kiki silently complained in her heart. "I was joking with you, I can't accept this money." Despite saying it with grandeur, Fong Kiki's body was honest, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. "Are you sure you don't want it? Then transfer it to me, I was just joking with you." Fong Kiki's soft voice abruptly stopped, and after a few seconds of silence, her expression changed. She bit her lip as if making a decision and said, "Can you not take back this money? Consider it as me lending it to you, okay?" Is she starting to act cute? Xiangchen playfully looked at Fong Kiki, who was still wearing a maid outfit. "What if I say no? The world is fair. Gaining something means losing something else. You can't just take without giving back, right? There are no free lunches in this world. What conditions do you want in order to lend me this 300,000? As long as it's not too much, I can consider it. Let me ask you a question. How long do you think it will take for you to earn 300,000? Fong Kiki fell silent. She wasn't born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Growing up in the mountains of Guizhou, she knew better than anyone how hard it was to earn money. Part-time at KFC pays 12 yuan per hour, delivering a meal only earns 3 to 4 yuan, and 5 yuan can get the gas delivery person to carry the gas cylinder from the first floor to the 6th floor. When she was young, her grandmother would travel dozens of kilometers on mountain roads to sell mountain goods in town, earning just over 10 yuan per trip, not even enough to buy a good piece of clothing. Money was sacred in Fong Kik's eyes, never easy to come by. A long time, maybe I won't be able to earn it in 10 years. The clever girl, at least not brainwashed by short videos, smiled satisfactorily at Xiang Chen. Second question, what do you need the 300,000 for? Your usual expenses shouldn't be that high, and your clothes are quite simple. In fact, Xiang Chen had another thought in mind, that she was wasting her looks and figure by wearing cheap clothes that were easily recognizable. My mother is sick and needs money. I also have younger siblings who need to go to school. Fong Kiki hesitated for a moment and said perfunctorily, which dissatisfied Xiang Chen. What's wrong with your mother? And you have siblings. How many brothers and sisters do you have? She has uremia and needs dialysis every week. I have 3 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. Wow, she's like a dragon egg, giving birth to 4 daughters before having a son. It seems like the system triggered a guarantee. Well, that's indeed troublesome, a money-draining pit. Why don't you call Zhao Di? Xiang Chen was originally joking, but he didn't expect Fong Kiki to look at him with a shocked expression and take over his words, saying, "Can you read minds? How did you know I used to be called Fong Zhaodi? I changed it when I went to school because the teacher kept correcting me. Not only do I know you were called Zhaodi, but I also know your 3 sisters are named Lady, Indi, and Pundi, right?" Fong Kiki, who was naturally slow, finally came back to her senses, realizing that Xiang Chen was teasing her. Fong Kiki was a little angry, her boring pride starting to act up again. "Fine, I'll give it back to you. You're flaunting your wealth with just a little money." But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Leaving aside everything else, if she couldn't come up with the thousands of yuan needed for her mother's monthly dialysis fees, her life would be in jeopardy. Xiang Chen looked at Fong Kekasi with a 70% favorable impression and remained calm. However, everything must be done in moderation. It was all just a joke, and all the necessary information had been asked for, and the 300,000 yuan had been given, so it couldn't backfire. Alright, take this money to help in an emergency. As for returning it, that's not something to consider now. Besides, what will you use to repay it? You can't even find 5 coins on you. Xiang Chen's words were reasonable and considerate from Fong Kekasi's perspective, but the way he said it was a bit harsh. What did he mean by not being able to find 5 coins? Wasn't that too much? Why are you helping me? We didn't seem to have any connection before, right? It's nothing. It's just that when I need your help, you are not allowed to refuse. Remember, it's not that you can't, it's that you're not allowed. In Xiang Chen's plan, Fong Kekasi would play an important role, but there was no need to tell her now. Alright, let me make it clear first, I can't do that. Fong Kekasi's voice was too soft and cute, and the night wind was strong, making Xiang Chen unable to hear what she was saying. What did you say? I didn't hear. I said, I can't do that. Fong Kekasi repeated, her face blushing like a cherry. This time, Xiang Chen understood. But being a straight man, he had never thought in that direction, so he misunderstood. What can't you do? What are you talking about? You're so vague, why do you have so many requirements? It's like I owe you money. As they say, those who owe money are the bosses. If you didn't hear, forget it. It's late. I'm going back. Shy Fong Kekasi just wanted to escape from this place and from this annoying man. Let me take you. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone, and it's almost 10 o'clock. He knew Fong Kekasi would agree. The 70% favorable impression was not a joke. Sure enough, after a few seconds of hesitation, Fong Kekasi said to Xiang Chen, "Oh, I'll call a car myself, and I'll give you a ride back. I'm very grateful to you today for helping me so much. Then help me find a designated driver, or I won't be able to drive my car tomorrow." Fong Kekasi didn't find this joke funny at all. While she was still in a daze, Xiang Chen had already sat in the Audi parked on the side of the road. "Let's go. Do I have to say, princess, please get in the car?" They didn't talk much on the way, but when they arrived at the school, Xiang Chen insisted on taking Fong Kekasi back to the dormitory. Spring is the season of rejuvenation, and animals are in heat. Young people are full of energy. Although it was already 10:30, there were still many young men and women on the small hill in front of the student dormitory and on the road. Without a doubt, Fong Kekasi became the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Overwhelmed with excitement from receiving 300,000 yuan, she forgot she was still wearing a shameful maid outfit. Xiang Chen deliberately drove the shiny Audi A6 to the front of the student dormitory and gallantly opened the car door for Fong Kekasi. "Please get out, my noble and beautiful princess." Thanks to Xiang Chen's deliberate actions, Fong Kekasi became famous, at least near Building 6 of the female dormitory at Dongnan University. Tonight, she would be the most talked about topic. A maid, a campus beauty, and a man driving an Audi late at night. And that man happened to be Xiang Chen, the love god who recently made headlines with his pure love affair. These elements were enough for storytellers to come up with 10 different versions of the story. But Fang Kekasi, who was oblivious to all this, felt a bit shy but didn't notice anything wrong. This naive girl was indeed a college student. Xiang Chen was curious how she managed to survive every day with such a beautiful appearance. The next morning, or rather not morning at all, it was just past 5 o'clock when Xiang Chen, unable to sleep, decided to drive to the son's kindergarten and wait for him. Although this child had been mostly taken over by Lu Ruyan since birth, Xiang Chen had been his father for a few years and harbored no hatred towards the child. The problem lay with the shameless mother. Xiang Chen had breakfast at a nearby stall and wandered outside for half an hour, hesitating all the while. Although the child was not his biological son, he was the first to be called dad, so was it too cruel of him to act this way now? Realizing his thoughts were wrong, Xiang Chen slapped himself twice. He felt despicable for having been cuckolded by his wife and for caring about someone else's child. After shaking off these unrealistic feelings of sympathy, Xiang Chen's eyes became resolute. He called Yang Hai and asked him to arrange for 2 unknown anchors to come to the kindergarten. Yang Hai, still in bed, agreed to send the anchors within half an hour. Xiang Chen waited for 50 minutes before spotting the 2 suspicious characters among the crowd. They stood out with their dyed green hair and heavy makeup, shining like light bulbs. Xiang Chen couldn't bear to look at them. He had received their contact information from Yang Hai and had already informed them of the plan. As the clock neared 8, Xiang Chen finally saw the old lady leading the child towards him. The 4-year-old child, innocent as he was, broke free from his grandmother's hand and ran happily into Xiang Chen's arms. "Daddy! Yuan missed you. Good boy, Daddy missed you too. Well, then let's hug. Up high." Holding the child who had been in his arms since birth, Xiang Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. This heartwarming scene was captured by the 2 troublemakers hiding in the crowd, who were live streaming the whole event. The live broadcast room at 8 o'clock was not crowded, but it couldn't resist the fast spread of gossip-loving people. The news spread quickly, and soon both of their live broadcast rooms had thousands of viewers. They didn't need to spend money to attract viewers, as people flocked in. A university teacher having an affair with a fitness coach was already a hot topic, especially with a series of even more sensational scandals following. The drama of being forced to jump off a building, the child not being her husband's, all these storylines captured attention. There were even dedicated live broadcast rooms tracking this event, satisfying the curiosity of the gossip-loving masses. So, regardless of whether it was rush hour or not, many people on the bus were holding their phones in one hand and eating buns in the other, enjoying the drama. The barrage of comments was divided into 2 camps, the firm-hearted camp, mainly male viewers, and the camp advocating for the child's custody, mostly female viewers who didn't mind stirring up trouble. The arguments in the comments section were lively, with both sides sticking to their opinions, boosting the popularity of the live broadcast room. The discussions turned into a heated debate, with a clear divide between male and female viewers. With the guidance of some instigators, the 2 groups started arguing, indirectly increasing the traffic to the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen was holding Yuan in his arms, tears in his eyes. The crowd also noticed Xiang Chen, who was standing out among them. "Isn't that the pure love battlefield guy? Is his child in our kindergarten?" A well-dressed mom whispered to her companion, gossiping. "It seems so. His child seems to be in the same class as mine." "Really? Oh, that child must be quite pitiful." Nowadays, kindergartens pay more attention to parent-child education, so parents often participate in various activities at the school. Through these interactions, parents generally have some impression of their child's classmates, such as Xiang Chen's child, Xiang Mu, nicknamed Yuan. Yes, Xiang Chen's child is named Xiang Mu. When naming the child, there were many arguments, and in the end, Xiang Chen, who had no say, had to let the Mu family give the child their surname. This is a common practice among many parents of only children, and sometimes there is no other choice. More dominant families even demand that the child use the grandmother's surname at the paternal family and switch it at the maternal family. Xiang Chen was acting with all his might, and the first time he noticed the child running away, the old lady holding the child saw him. However, the old lady did not stop the father and son from meeting. As a former mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, she still had some sense. To be honest, she was somewhat afraid of the current Xiang Chen, especially when she thought about the lawyer he hired. With so many debts, if the house and car were divided in half by this little brat, she might as well not live. So now, she could only hope for her precious grandson, hoping that Xiang Chen still had some affection left and wouldn't go too far. While Xiang Chen was playing with the child, his gaze occasionally shifted to the old lady. In the end, it was found that the old dang was sneaky and had no intention of coming up to argue and snatch the child from him. Xiang Chen knew what kind of tricks she was playing. Since she wouldn't come over, he decided to go over there himself. There's a saying, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. So Xiang Chen led the child towards old dang, already calculating in his mind. He must not mention taking the child away, otherwise the other party would definitely use it against him. Old thing. I'll tell you one last time. Don't use the child to threaten me. Even if it's 2 cents, I won't give it to you. Swish. This move was indeed effective, and the onlookers immediately gathered around, intentionally or unintentionally. Xiang Chen looked at the caught-off-guard old dang, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. If there was no program effect, he would just play along, as no one knew the truth. What are you saying, you little beast, about 20,000? You're pretending. Are you going to keep pretending? Who was the shameless person who called me yesterday saying they wanted the child and would give 20,000 at once? Mu Cooling, I advise you to accumulate some virtue. The child is still so young, and you're already using him as a bargaining chip. Who would trust you to take care of the child in the future? After a series of rapid-fire words, the old thing was dumbfounded. However, she quickly realized that Xiang Chen was trying to smear her. Unfortunately, even if she realized it, it was already too late. There is an old saying in China, strike first to be strong, strike later to suffer. People have a preconceived notion. For example, the audience holding their phones and the melon-eating crowd at the scene didn't think Xiang Chen was lying at all. Everything seemed so reasonable and logical. The human brain has an important function, which is to imagine the plot they want to see. It's a common problem. Old Deng was about to go crazy. Xiang Chen's skill of speaking nonsense left her with no way to defend herself. Who would believe her? Her daughter was the one who strayed first, and the moral high ground had long been occupied by Xiang Chen. This is what they call making a name for oneself. When did I ask you for 20,000? Don't believe him, everyone. This little beast is full of lies. Unfortunately, when things reached this point, no matter what she said, the expressions of the crowd remained unchanged. The first impression is so important. Seeing everything going as he had anticipated, Xiang Chen continued to sneer and said, Mu Cooling, I'll leave it at that today. I will find a way to get the child back. I will also use legal means to get the money, car, and house that I deserve. Your attempt to transfer assets with your daughter is useless. Stop daydreaming. I warn you one last time. Yuan will not be left in the care of a gambler. How much of your debt outside I helped you pay off before the divorce, in your heart. Don't think about threatening me after the divorce. The completely speechless old thing weakly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't say a word. At this moment, the child who didn't understand the ways of the world suddenly spoke softly with a milky voice, Daddy, Grandma, stop fighting, Yuan is scared. Xiang Chen's heart instantly softened. He bent down and touched the child's head, indulgently saying, Okay, it's Daddy's fault, Daddy will listen to you, Yuan, don't be angry. It wasn't that he was acting on the spot, but he really felt that the child was a bit innocent. However, the old lady opposite, watching the heartwarming scene of the father and son, felt an unnamed anger surge to her head. Yuan, come here. That heartless thing is not your father. The child, startled by this shout, instinctively clung to Xiang Chen's leg. What could a 4-year-old child understand? He only knew he was especially scared. He had never been shouted at so loudly by his grandma before. Looking at her well-behaved grandson who was actually clinging to Xiang Chen's leg, the old lady was so angry that she almost fainted. Losing her temper, she rushed over to snatch the child, but Xiang Chen, pretending not to react, smoothly handed the child over to her. The child was instantly frightened by her rough behavior and started crying loudly, prompting Xiang Chen to burst into tears streaming from her eyes. Onlookers couldn't bear it anymore and started shouting, What kind of grandmother are you? The child is so young, how uncomfortable must he feel? Yes, matters between adults should not involve children. Why make the child suffer too? The old lady, already full of anger, felt like she had raised a white-eyed wolf, so she directly slapped the child's bottom a few times, then provocatively shouted at the crowd, Bah! Mind your own business, don't interfere unnecessarily. Have your parents never taught you that? My own grandson can do whatever he wants. Do you need you nosy people to teach us? This old lady is out of her mind. Xiang Chen was almost laughing out loud, even harder to control than an AK. This was her own doing, truly a case of heaven has a road, you don't walk, hell has no door, you come in yourself. Indeed, not only the two troublemakers Yang Hai found were filming, but also many angry mothers took out their phones and started snapping pictures of the old lady. Xiang Chen's goal had been achieved, and now it was time for the old lady's own performance. Anyway, she was used to arguing with people and had the skill to hold her own against 10. Taking advantage of the increasingly chaotic situation, Xiangchen slipped away unnoticed, humming a tune as she drove straight to Yang Hai's company. As for the poor child, Xiangchen couldn't control him, nor afford to. Children's memories are short. He might recognize his supposed father today, but in a year, he might forget. This is not an exaggeration. Many abducted children end up not remembering their parents from childhood. Even adopted children are usually picked up at 3 or 4 years old, simply because they can't remember. Even if this child were Xiang Chen's own flesh and blood, it wouldn't matter. Growing up, brainwashed by the Mu family year after year, he would probably end up resentful even if he remembered. Since the outcome would be the same no matter what, it was better to use him as a bargaining chip. When this child was placed on his head, no one showed him any sympathy. Every time Xiang Chen recalled the child's birth, taking photos of his footprints and his handprint for social media, he felt ashamed and trembled with embarrassment. At that time, Lu Ruyan must have looked at him like a clown. Who has ever spoken up for him in all these years of suffering and torment? No one should advise others without experiencing their suffering or urging them to do good. Thinking of this, Xiangchen no longer felt any psychological burden, and half an hour later, he arrived at Yang Hai's company downstairs. Because he had informed him in advance, the receptionist warmly led him to Yang Hai's office. "Hello, Director Xiang. Transforming passivity into initiative has taken the situation to a new level. Impressive." Just as Xiang Chen stepped into the office, Yang Hai's flattery floated into his ears. "Old Yang, stop teasing me. What's so impressive about it? It's just embarrassing. I'm not joking with you. Do you know how much attention your actions have garnered today? Let me take you to the live streaming room." Saying this, Yang Hai dragged Xiang Chen to the second floor, where 20 small rooms were set up, each with a live streamer broadcasting. Upon entering one of the rooms, Xiang Chen noticed that there was no live streamer inside, just hundreds of cell phones playing. Inside, there was a young man holding several phones and fiddling with them. In front of him, a computer was live streaming an old lady arguing with someone. Xiang Chen asked curiously, "Is this to boost popularity?" "Yes, our company is relatively small, so not all live streaming rooms can be used at the same time. Those not in use at the same time will have someone specially responsible for maintaining the rhythm and boosting popularity," Yang Hai explained. Xiang Chen, who had never been in this industry, could understand most of it. "Oh, so these phones all have local IP addresses that won't be detected? Don't worry, we have professionals in charge of this. Otherwise, if we can't handle such a small matter, what's the point of having a company? Moreover, for today's livestream, our main goal is to boost interaction rates. Generally, a 3% to 10% interaction rate is normal. This means that if 5,000 people watch your live stream, there should be at least 150 bullet comments to be considered a normal live stream." Xiang Chen watched the young man changing phones continuously, controlling multiple accounts and setting the pace in the live stream room. Every time he changed a phone, a comment would appear on the live stream screen. There were usernames like "Drink More Hot Water" and "Little Princess Fairy," with very clear and specific directional names. What's even funnier is that this person was using different accounts to argue with each other, similar to Zhou Botong's unique skill of fighting with himself in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Xiang Chen found it both amusing and ridiculous, silently criticizing the young man's behavior. "You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve here. Most outsiders wouldn't understand the ins and outs of this. Naturally, each profession has its own expertise. By the way, Xiang, about what you mentioned earlier. This old man was good in many ways, but his merchant nature was too strong, emitting a strange smell in their conversation, reminiscent of copper." "Yang, it seems like you're in a hurry. How about today? Brother, don't get me wrong. We're in this together, and I won't run away. The main issue is that my company has 6 floors, and currently, the 4th and 5th floors are vacant. We need to make use of them, otherwise, we'll lose money." Hearing this, Xiang Chen understood what Yang Hai wanted to do with the 3 million, buying equipment and hiring more staff. But this was also beneficial to him. The more support he received, the more benefits he could reap. "Well, let's do it tomorrow. I left in a hurry today and didn't bring any documents." "Sure thing, no problem, Xiang." Yang Hai didn't want to rush Xiang Chen and risk annoying him. He understood the principle that good food is never late. "By the way, how was the popularity in the live stream today? I didn't pay attention just now." "Perfect. 2 unknown accounts that just started gained over 10,000 followers this morning. These are not zombie followers, they are real people, and the peak number of online viewers in the live stream room exceeded 8,000. "Oh, it seems like you're quite satisfied. I don't understand these data, but it doesn't seem very good to me." As soon as Yang Hai heard this, he jumped up. He wouldn't allow anyone to insult his business acumen. Bro, don't let those big internet celebrities mislead you. In a small prefecture like ours, there are hardly any well-performing self-media accounts. Have you heard of Zhang Xiaomao, the one with the most followers? She has been doing this for 3 to 4 years, and at the peak of her live streams, excluding the Water Army and zombie accounts, she only had a few hundred viewers. So, what we achieved today is already impressive. Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. I just asked casually. That's how outsiders are, asking without understanding. Seeing Xiang Chen's goodwill towards him drop a bit, Yang Hai quickly smoothed things over. After all, a few flattering words wouldn't hurt. With the matter settled, Xiang Chen took the opportunity to bid farewell. He had come today mainly to assess the business capabilities of the three fish. There were still many things waiting for him outside. Xiang Chen had never imagined that as an unemployed drifter, he could be so busy. After leaving the three fish, Xiang went directly to Juanru law firm to find Zhang Yekuan. He had long prepared materials regarding suing Lu Ruyan for concealing debts and transferring property in his car. The profession of a lawyer is either very idle or very busy, and Zhang Yekuan was quite busy. As a lawyer with several years of experience in the Magic City, he was quite famous in Linhai City. Many people came to him by reputation, and Xiang had to wait for nearly an hour before his turn came. Mr. Xiang, have you prepared all the materials I asked for? Almost, they are all in this folder. Inside, there are the records of Mu Cooling taking money from Lu Ruyan's account over the years, as well as the documents from when I bought the house. Zhang Yekuan adjusted his glasses and looked deeply at Xiang because he realized that the documents Xiang provided were not just simple bank statements. The USB drive contained recordings and videos of every time Mu Cooling asked for money from Lu Ruyan, and although they were all captured by surveillance cameras, they were exceptionally clear, with the voices being crystal clear. This didn't seem like something hastily put together, it seemed like the result of meticulous preparation over several years. Alright, the materials are quite comprehensive. I estimate an 80% chance of winning this case. How long will it take? I'm quite in a hurry. Of course, Xiang was in a hurry. He couldn't wait to see this family fall. Living in his house, driving his car, and even kicking him out. Where in the world does such a good thing happen? Mr. Xiang, let me tell you this. For divorce cases involving financial disputes, it usually takes 3 to 6 months. And your case is quite special, as it involves litigation filed after the division of property post-divorce, so it will definitely take longer. Zhang Yekuan always spoke slowly and methodically, making Xiang appear impatient. 6 months is too long, even 3 months is too long for me. Is there any way to speed things up? There's no way. Legal procedures are like this, they need to progress step by step. Perhaps sensing Xiang's impatience, Zhang Yekuan added, but I will try to shorten the time for you. You can rest assured. Besides, this case has attracted a lot of public attention, and I also want to resolve it quickly. So, how much money can I expect to get? According to our civil code, premarital property belongs to the individual, while postmarital property is split equally. The party at fault will definitely receive less, but I can't give you a specific amount now. We have to wait for the final court judgment. Well, that was a roundabout way of saying nothing. There probably wouldn't be any substantial information even if he asked further, so Xiang got up to take his leave. Alright then, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. I'm off now, contact me if anything comes up. Xiang gestured as if making a phone call while speaking, then promptly left the law firm. He spent half a day going through the process with the intermediary who helped set up his company, and the Grand Winner Investment Company was officially established. Sitting in the car, smoking a cigarette, Xiang looked at the name of the general manager on the business license, feeling somewhat lost. Did he really own a company now? He had indeed thought about starting a business before, but back then, he had a family to support, and there were still a few vampires at home. Although Lu Ruyan's parents had a high retirement income, Xiang hadn't benefited at all. Whenever he went out, people would praise him as the son-in-law of the Mu family. But those days of frustration were over. Xiang didn't want to dwell on any adolescent clichés like the river east of the river west. The hardships he had faced since childhood taught him that there would be light at the end of the tunnel as long as he didn't give up. Now, he was waiting to sign a contract with Yang Hai. Xiang wasn't just going to give away money, he wasn't a fool. Yang Hai's Three Fish Company is a task assigned by the fund itself. The consequences of failure are severe, but if he can pull it off, he can at least double his profit. It's already worth the risk. Those who rely on luck are like gamblers, and Xiang Chen is a complete gambler now. After resting well that night, the next day Xiang Chen went to the so-called seafood top restaurant Night Shanghai in Linhai City. In fact, Xiang Chen had never been to Night Shanghai for a meal before, and he was not a fan of seafood to begin with. Moreover, this place was not somewhere he could afford to dine at. A meal here would cost him 2 months' salary. Night Shanghai had a hall specifically for hosting large banquets, with a minimum of 100 tables. And banquets had to be booked as a whole. Even if you didn't have 100 tables of guests, you still had to pay for 100 tables. The main selling point was to deceive customers, which was well known in Linhai City. However, their high-quality customers were not common people, so the business was still good. When Xiang Chen arrived at the place, he realized that it was not an ordinary hotel, but a whole cylindrical building. It looked like a burning stick, and there seemed to be a revolving restaurant on the top floor, with a glass floor below. Xiang Chen was afraid of heights. He couldn't stand this, let alone stand on it. Just looking at it made him break out in a cold sweat. Guided by the security guard, he parked his car in the underground parking lot, and all he saw along the way were luxury cars like BBA. There were even Bentleys and Porsches, which were rarely seen. It was a mix of the poor and the rich. In a small prefecture-level city, there were so many luxury cars that Xiang Chen had never seen before. There was a saying that came to mind now: a person's vision can only see things that match their own class. In the past, he thought it was nonsense, but now, with his expanding horizons, he suddenly felt that there was some truth to these words. Just like the sign that used to hang in the concessions area saying Chinese and dogs are not allowed inside. Now, these high-end consumption places were just missing a sign that said poor people and dogs are not allowed inside. Maybe even dogs could enter, as long as they were owned by wealthy people. After all, how many luxury cars could ordinary people see? When he woke up at 6:30 in the morning to prepare to go to the construction site to work, others were still at home cuddling with young models. When the working people were tired like dogs and crowded on the bus at night, who would have the mood to look at the cars outside the window? The gate of the rich smells of wine and meat, while the road is frozen to the bone. He felt like his mind was about to go wrong, so Xiang Chen quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from the trunk to smoke one and calm his nerves. When the security guard saw him take out the cigarette and was about to leave, he quickly turned back to light it for him. Xiang Chen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need him to light it, as he had a lighter himself. Respect is mutual, so Xiang Chen popped out a cigarette from the pack and handed it to him. The security guard walked upright, looking young, probably around 25 or 26 years old, with a hint of innocence on his face. His posture indicated that he had just returned from the army, but when he returned, he never thought he would be standing guard for the dignitaries in such a place every day. Looking at the determination in his eyes, he might not have it in a couple of years. Thank you, but we have a rule that smoking is not allowed. What's there to be afraid of? No one will report you for smoking in the underground parking lot. Besides, what's wrong with smoking a cigarette? Go ahead. After chatting for a while, Xiang Chen glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. He thought he should go up first to find out more, so as not to embarrass himself later. Upon entering the lobby, he found that Night Shanghai had quite a few services, such as the hot spring bath, which attracted him. Yang Hai was already waiting for him in the lobby, and when he saw Xiang Chen, it was as if he had seen the god of wealth. Manager Xiang, over here. He, Mr. Yang arrived quite early, waiting for me at only 10 o'clock, making me feel embarrassed. It's nothing, I didn't have much to do at the office anyway, so I came early to wait for you. Shall we go to the private room now? Look, in a hurry again. Xiang Chen glanced at him and found that this old guy still couldn't change his impatient habit. This habit is not good, so I might as well help him change it. So I waved my hand and said, forget it, it's still early. I heard that their family's hot spring bath is good. How about the two of us go for a soak? Okay, Xiang Chen's words are instructions, and I will resolutely execute instructions. The rainbow fart came again, but Xiang Chen was very pleased, so the two of them went to the 12th floor where the hot spring bath was located together. As a result, they went up with high expectations only to find that the so-called hot spring bath was actually a slightly upscale public bathhouse. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, two pretty service attendants led them into the lobby. Wow, the decoration was magnificent, all shining with golden light. To put it nicely, it was high-end and classy, but to put it bluntly, it was filled with a smell of nouveau riche. But it's not surprising, there are still few truly wealthy people, and the winds of reform and opening up have brought many upstarts along. What taste and vision could they have? Just flaunting their wealth and gold could satisfy them. Those with real heritage live in gardens, using aromatherapy that costs tens of thousands of dollars for just one night. The tips given for playing golf are in the thousands, and those old courtyards from ancient times are just cheap rental housing for the poor. While Xiang Chen was lost in thought, the service attendant asked them, excuse me, do you have a membership for our night Shanghai? No. Xiang Chen honestly replied with 2 words. I'm really sorry, but the hot spring services here are only for members, and it's 1 card per person. This was already quite polite, but the words were not pleasant. Yang Hai was at a loss because he had never been here before, occasionally entertaining clients from the head office here, but he had never set foot in other places. However, Xiang Chen was not angry. He casually took out a cigarette to light up. The service attendant politely stopped him, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, smoking is not allowed on the 12th floor. If you want to smoke, you can go to the designated smoking area." The words were tactful, but Yang and Xiang were not fools. Of course they could tell they were being indirectly asked to leave. "How dare you speak like that? Why can't Mr. Xiang smoke? Where is your manager? I want to complain. Are you kidding me?" Yang Hai invited him here, only to be insulted by a service attendant. Where could he put his face? "I'm sorry, sirs, but smoking is really not allowed here, even if you call the manager." "What's your attitude? I want to complain." Seeing that Yang Hai was more agitated than himself, Xiang Chen waved his hand to signal him not to be so agitated. To be honest, Yang Hai and Xiang Chen were not poorly dressed, and Yang Hai's outfit was not cheap. But Xiang Chen had a flaw: he only cared about the quality of his shoes. He didn't care about the price of the clothes he wore, only whether he felt comfortable in them. So today, except for the casual shoes worth a few $100s on his feet, the total cost of his outfit did not exceed $500. This was something that the service attendants, who were used to looking down on people, could easily see. Since they wouldn't let him smoke, Xiang Chen obediently put the cigarette back in the pack, and then politely asked, "What are the conditions for becoming a member here?" After asking, the expression on the face of the service desk attendant remained unchanged, as if she knew he would ask that. In fact, from the perspective of the service attendant, she encountered 3 to 5 people like Xiang Chen and Yang Hai every day who wanted to come in for a bath without being members. Moreover, they all ask such questions to save face, but in the end, they are inevitably scared away by the price, making their embarrassment even greater. After working for several years, she couldn't understand why these men without real power like to show off so much. Just like what Xiaohong said, most Chinese men are poor and pretentious, obsessed with saving face. Although she looked down on Shangchen from the bottom of her heart, she was still in the service industry and maintained the necessary politeness. "Hello, sir, there are 2 ways to become a member of our club. The first is to automatically become a member when your annual consumption reaches 800,000 yuan. Obviously, Shangchen couldn't do the first method at all, as he had never been there, let alone spent 800,000 yuan a year. So he rudely waved his hand and interrupted the waitress, saying, "Just tell me the second way to become a member." The interrupted waitress showed a hint of displeasure on her face, but she was professionally trained and continued to introduce, "The second way to become a member is to recharge 200,000 yuan in our club at once, and then deduct the membership fee according to your annual consumption. Our membership fee is divided into 2 types, free for annual consumption over 800,000 yuan, and 18,888 yuan per year if not reached. Sir, would you like to become a member of our club?" After saying this, she looked at Shangchen with a fake smile, secretly mocking the 2 of them. In her eyes, could this person afford 200,000 yuan with this outfit? Unless she was blind. 200,000 yuan? It's like a prepaid card, right? Although she thought this poor guy was annoying, she still showed a respectful attitude on her face. "Okay, give me one. Is it 1 card per person? Can I bring my friend to consume together?" Shangchen took out his bank card from the back of his phone case and handed it to the waitress. The waitress took the card in a daze. Could this person, who looked like he only had a few hundred yuan on him, really apply for a 200,000 yuan card for a year? Is the world so crazy now? 200,000 yuan was what she could barely save after working hard for several years. And this unknown young man in front of her just casually spent 200,000 yuan. And he seemed indifferent, as if it was nothing. Could he be a rich second generation pretending to be poor to experience life? The waitress was almost dumbfounded. She could accept a wealthy middle-aged man who spent money generously, but she couldn't accept someone from the same class suddenly making a grand entrance. "What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Can I bring my friend to consume together?" Xiangchen urged the waitress, who was standing there dumbfounded. "Sir, you can consume with your friend. I'll help you apply." At this moment, the girl next to her quickly took Shangchen's bank card from her and led Shangchen and Yang Hai to the front desk with a fawning attitude. This was a big customer. With the commission from issuing a card today, they would earn enough for a month's work. "Sir, what's your surname?" the girl asked Shangchen with a smile as bright as flowers. "Oh, my surname is Xiang. Please hurry up, I still need to go eat." Then Mr. Xiang, please wait a moment. I'll process it for you here. It won't take more than a few minutes. Okay, hurry up. It took a lot of time here. I just want to take a simple bath. Alright, Mr. Xiang, I'm really sorry. The girl's tone became deliberately sweet, and after a while of working on the computer with Xiangqin's card, it was done. She was right earlier, it only took a few minutes. With Xiangqin receiving a message on his phone about spending 200,000 yuan, the membership card was successfully issued. Manager Xiang, your membership card has been processed. You can use this card for purchases or come in person. We have a facial recognition system here, and you are now our esteemed VIP 2 member at Yi Shanghai. VIP 2 member? Are there other levels of membership? Xiangqin couldn't help but smile, finding it similar to the old trick of VIP levels in pay-to-win mobile games, quite a low-level way of tricking players. It's all about giving privileges for spending, a tactic that stimulates consumer spending in any field. Yes, we have a total of 6 different VIP levels. Hearing that there are 6 levels, Xiangqin became interested and asked with amusement, "Oh, how much money do you need to spend to reach each level?" That's right, Manager Xiang. For example, you are currently VIP 1, which requires spending up to 30. Oh, I see. If being a regular VIP 1 requires 30,000, then VIP 6 must be aiming for several million. Rich people are indeed abundant. Despite reflecting on this, Xiangqin curiously asked, how much money is needed to reach the highest VIP level? From the moment Xiangqin spent 200,000, he was already seen as a god in the girl's eyes. Treating a god is definitely different from treating an ordinary person. Even if she becomes verbose, she will maintain the utmost patience in responding. Manager Xiang, you're joking. VIP 6 customers are defined by the amount they spend, so I can't give you a specific number. How do they become VIP then? They are all gifted by Yi Shanghai. Hearing this, Xiangqin understood. The highest level of VIP is no longer something that ordinary rich people can aspire to. It's probably only accessible to influential and powerful individuals in Linhai City or even Anong Province. Throughout history, the hierarchy has always favored officials with power, regardless of the changing times. After understanding this, Xiangqin no longer dwelled on it, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Almost simultaneously, the waitress who previously said it wasn't a smoking area immediately took out a lighter from her uniform pocket to light it for him. Ha! You just said this isn't a smoking area, why suddenly allow it? That's a rule for regular customers. You are a distinguished VIP customer, so it's different. It's quite straightforward to treat customers differently without any pretense, but Xiangqin liked this direct approach. As they entered, he couldn't help but turn back with a smile and tease, honestly, I prefer your rebellious attitude just now. Can you bring it back? Of course, as you wish. Satisfied, Xiangqin led Yang Hai inside. Money can make the world go round, and a small hot spring club couldn't stop Xiangqin's steps. Yang Hai, who was walking beside him, was speechless. However, Xiangqin had noticed Yang Hai's hesitant expression since he applied for the membership card. After the waitress led them to the private room and ensured no one was around, Yang Hai couldn't hold back any longer. He earnestly said to Xiangqin, "Bro, aren't you going overboard? Spending 200,000 just for face, it's not worth it. Why are you feeling sorry for my money? Don't worry, this amount is still within my spending capacity. Besides, you don't have to pay, so why get so worked up? Wasteful. A spendthrift." This was Yang Hai's current evaluation of Xiangqin. Not managing the household finances, he didn't understand the value of money. Despite Yang Hai's grand title as the manager of the branch of Three Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd., he didn't save much after deducting expenses from his annual income. If only he could have that 200,000, it would cover almost the company's monthly expenses. I'm telling you, General Yang, this is no fun. When you go out to play, you should enjoy yourself. Today, your only responsibility is to have fun. Yang Hai, who had been criticized, dared not say anything, so he went on to the eagerly awaited segment. Originally looking concerned, Yang Hai's expression immediately changed when he saw the slender and plump ladies passing by. Xiangzone, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I'll go to the next room, you enjoy yourself here. Alright. Yang Hai grinned like a pig, and Xiangqin ignored him and went to the next private room. After running around recently, physically and mentally exhausted, he really needed to relax. An hour later. Hello, sir, the total cost of the services you selected is 3,888 yuan. So expensive? Xiangqin was a bit surprised. What are you saying? We have our reasons for the pricing. Next, the technician performed a tragic story of a female spy for Xiangqin, and it was quite professional. Xiangqin was very pleased. It had been a long time since he had indulged himself. At that moment, he thought of the lines from the TV series Three Kingdoms where Emperor Han Xian was saved by Cao Cao and drank meat soup. I have not tasted meat for half a year. After soaking in the hot spring bath and coming out, it was almost midnight, and Yang Hai, the old guy, was already waiting outside. Feeling hungry, Xianzong? With Yang Hai's question, Xiang Chen did feel a bit hungry. After all, it was getting late. It's okay, shall we go eat? Let's go. Yang Hai hadn't had such a good time in a long time. The contract was signed in a cheerful atmosphere, and Yang Hai, who had full confidence in Xiang Chen's financial strength, readily agreed to a 15% profit-sharing deal. Even if things didn't work out, just returning the principal would suffice. Xiang Chen generously considered it as borrowing money from a friend for temporary use, which further convinced Yang Hai that he was worth befriending. The favorability rating soared to 85%. Both sides were satisfied. It was a rare opportunity for Yang Hai to turn the tables, and for Xiang Chen, it was a deal where he couldn't lose. Almost invincible, if he won, he would receive double the principal from Yang Hai plus a bonus. If he lost, he would still get back the 3 million principal from Yang Hai, at most wasting a bit of time, a risk-free deal. However, when things go too smoothly for someone, there will always be two clowns to cause trouble. When Xiang Chen was leaving the garage, he was rear-ended, and to make matters worse, the other party was arrogant. Before he even got out of the car, he could hear the insults. "Can't you drive, you dog? Parked here like a coffin board." The voice sounded familiar. Xiang Chen quietly opened the car door and got out. The car that rear-ended him was a Bentley. A starting price of 3 million. When he saw the person coming out of the car, Xiang Chen couldn't hold back. It was the bald guy from the coffee shop that day. "Hello, pig brother." The bald guy was about to explode, but when he saw it was the same kid as before, he hesitated. People like him always bully the weak and fear the strong. When faced with a tough opponent, they back down. "Kid, why is it you again?" At that moment, a man and a woman got out of the Bentley, the man with a sharp face resembling a Southeast Asian monkey. Although he wore a watch worth millions from Vacheron Constantine, he couldn't hide the smell of mud. The woman was beautiful, dressed in fur, looking slightly mature for her 20s. There was a hint of worldly charm in her eyes, and she looked quite compatible standing next to the monkey. "Lao Chi, what's wrong? Do you know this person?" The bald guy vigorously shook his head, saying he didn't know him, and then shrunk behind the monkey. "Why suddenly don't know me, pig brother?" Xiang Chen provocatively waved his fists, finally making the bald guy lose face. "Rabbit, I don't want to argue with you. You're panting here. Do you think Lao Chi is easy to bully? Oh, how do you want to handle this? It seems like your car hit me, right? It looks like I'm at fault." Xiang Chen's attitude made the monkey very unhappy. Without waiting for the bald guy to speak, he glanced at Xiang Chen with a disdainful look and said, "A broken Audi, even if it's smashed, it's worth a few bucks. Only a low-level pig like you would consider it a treasure." "What did you say?" Xiang Chen hated it when people looked down on him the most in his life. Especially when they looked at him with such contempt, it was even more unbearable than killing him. "I said you are a low-level lecher. Do you understand now?" Bang! As Xiang Chen flew forward with a kick, the monkey was kicked 2 meters away. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Xiang Chen, who was already stepping on his head, even blood coming out of his mouth. What's your name? A waste that's 3 meters away with one kick. Do you even deserve to know my name? But since you asked sincerely, let me kindly tell you, listen carefully. I am Xiang Chen. Xiang as in towards, Chen as in son. At this moment, Yang Hai, who had left a minute earlier than Xiang Chen, saw the situation and turned back. He ran over and saw Chang Wei beating up Liang Fu, no, Xiang Chen beating up the monkey in pain. Then he looked up at the license plate of the Bentley, and C66666. Everyone in Linhai City knew what this license plate number meant. It was the car of the big shot, the son of Li Jianguo, the chairman of the multi-billion-dollar Rongqian Group, Li Xingli, who was now being stepped on by Xiang Chen. "Bro, stop." Yang Hai quickly pushed Xiang Chen away and then helped Li Xingli, who was lying on the ground, up. "Is Mr. Li okay? My buddy here is blind, I'm really sorry. Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Seeing Yang Hai's submissive behavior, a faint smile appeared on the bald guy's face. "You're fine. Your name is Xiang Chen, right? I'll remember you, let's go." Xiang Chen looked indifferent. Not to mention the son of a chairman of a listed company, even if the emperor himself dared to look at him with that kind of gaze, it wouldn't be acceptable. "Wait, are you just going to leave like this? What about my car?" This time, not only Yang Hai and the bald guy, but also the woman, and even Li Xingli, were stunned. He had lived for more than 20 years, and in the vast Linhai city, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant without knowing who he was. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Whether you're Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, or Mr. Wang, you won't leave today without compensating me. Yang Hai's expression instantly turned into a bitter melon face, while the bald guy on the other side was about to burst into laughter, and the woman gave Xiang Chen a deep look. Lao Chi, give him the money. Young master? Really give him the money? Li Xingli was about to grind his teeth to pieces, with over a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him. No matter what happened today, he had already lost face, so now he just wanted to go back quickly and figure out how to deal with this bastard. Reluctantly, the bald guy walked up to Xiang Chen, but after 2 lessons, he deliberately kept a meter away from Xiang Chen, afraid of being suddenly attacked by this clueless young man. How much do you want for this broken car? My young master has spoken, hurry up, don't waste time. 20,000, it's a new car, and depreciation costs have to be included. What? Are you crazy? 20,000 to fix a butt? Do you think I'm a fool? Li Shengli exploded again. This was blatant extortion. Then let's call the police to handle it. I don't care, I have more time than you. Fine. Lao Chi, transfer 20,000 to him. Let's go. When the owner spoke, the family dog naturally had to obey. Reluctantly, the bald guy transferred 20,000 and left in a huff. Before the car drove away, the woman deliberately glanced at Xiang Chen, then pointed to the ground before getting into the car. Xiang Chen was stunned. Did she really just transfer 20,000 to him like that? Did the money come blowing in with the wind? Why did it feel as light as giving $20? He just casually mentioned it earlier, originally planning to spend tens of thousands of dollars to repair the car. After all, it was Yang Hai's company car, not his. Unexpectedly, the other party was so straightforward. This second-generation rich kid seemed to have a rich background. At this time, Yang Hai was still in a mess, until he patted his shoulder, he came to his senses. No, buddy, you've caused big trouble. What big trouble? You're overreacting, that kid, who is he, so generous? Seeing the situation, Xiang Chen remained indifferent, which made Yang Hai go crazy. He truly considered Xiang Chen as a friend, but now he realized the trouble he had caused. More than big. 2 years ago, Li Jianguo, the chairman of Qianqiu Group, somehow managed to merge with the Honor Group that had been competing with him. It was more like an acquisition in reality. Now Li Jianguo is the most powerful businessman in Linhai City, with a strong network of relationships throughout the province. Everyone gives him face, and the person you hit today is his only son, Li Shengli. Hearing Yang Hai's explanation, Xiang Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. However, he remained calm, believing there was nothing to fear. Yang Hai was relieved by Xiang Chen's reaction, at least he didn't pretend not to know him in times of danger. Xiang Chen even risked defending Li Xingli to help him out, which made Yang Hai feel grateful for asking him for help. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, buddy, I'm really sorry about the car. I'll take it to the 4S store this afternoon for repairs. You're in trouble and still thinking about the car. I suggest you leave quickly. I'll give you back the 3 million, leave Linhai City as soon as possible, the farther the better, then find a county to hide for a couple of years. Yang Hai's expression was serious, not joking at all, which made Xiang Chen realize the gravity of the situation. So serious? Does that kid dare to take lives? What do you think? Otherwise, why would I be so nervous? As far as I know, this Li Xingli is a psychopath, especially fond of young female college students who haven't entered society. He even made one jump off a building last year, but his father paid to cover it up. Oh, that ruthless? I guess this 200,000 I have today will be hard to handle. Exactly. This beast has definitely set his sights on you, and you're still in a precarious situation. It's too easy for him to target you. Xiang Chen could tell that Yang Hai was genuinely worried about him. He could only comfort him and pat his shoulder, saying, let's take it step by step. I'll go back first, I still need to fix your car. Besides, who knows if a blessing in disguise awaits. Stay calm and everything. That's all we can do. Just take care of yourself. In fact, Xiang Chen understood better than anyone else that the monkey giving him 200,000 was actually trying to kill him from the bottom of his heart. This matter would definitely not end so easily. He picked up a business card dropped by the woman next to the monkey and found out it was from the sales director of the BMW 4S store, named Shaoli, with contact information. Xiang Chen lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment. Was this woman asking him to contact her? Otherwise, Xiang Chen couldn't understand why she did this. Meanwhile, the monkey sitting in the car was pounding the seat frantically, as if he had gone mad. Shaoli shrank in the corner of the seat, her face full of fear, and the bald guy driving the car didn't dare to speak. The man behind was like a living yin wang, indirectly involved in taking lives, with a fierce and eccentric temperament, so no one dared to provoke him at this time. Lao Chi, did you enjoy the show today? Hearing the sinister voice, the bald guy felt bitter in his heart. He was harmless, but the man behind was dangerous. He was going to settle the score for what happened today, and the bald guy regretted not taking action. He could only try to explain now, as the deed was done. After all, he had been friends with Li Jianguo since childhood, and the young man wouldn't harm him. Xingli, if it weren't for Lao Tu today, I wouldn't dare to come up. I met that kid a few days ago. Look, my left face is still swollen. That guy's martial arts skills are unknown. Even if a few more people come, it would be useless. He's too fast, I couldn't react. Li Xingli, who had nowhere to vent his anger, found an outlet immediately. Heh, you met him? Stop talking nonsense. Shi Kaishan. Just because my dad has known you for a few years, you think I won't do anything to you? Without our Li family, you would have been in jail long ago. Even a dog knows how to protect its owner, but you're not even as good as a dog. What use are you? And how dare you call my name directly? Are you worthy? Smack! A slap landed on his bald head, making a crisp sound. Smack! 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 As if not venting enough, Li Xingli slapped him a few more times. The bald guy clenched the steering wheel subconsciously, as a man in his 40s had his pride. Being humiliated by a young man today, he couldn't help but feel angry, but he had to endure it. I'm sorry, young master. Forget it. I'll let it go this time. Tell me, where did you meet that kid last time? Li Xingli, who was unpredictable, seemed to have calmed down. I met him at a coffee shop where I spotted a college student working there. He had a great physique and appearance. I wanted to bring him back for you to enjoy, but that kid ruined it. Oh? Which coffee shop? Is the student good-looking? Li Xingli's eyes revealed his greed without any disguise. Top-notch. Young master, you will be absolutely satisfied. And it seems like he's a rookie. I'm afraid he might be taken advantage of by that kid. One way of flattering is to constantly find excuses for the other person to do what they want. Really? Do you know which school the girl is from? High school or college? I've already inquired. She's a college student in the English department of Southeast University, named Fong Kiki. Li Xingli immediately felt energized, as he was dissatisfied with the recent goods he received, feeling they were subpar. The women sent by Qi Kaishan were usually of good quality, like the woman Xiaoli beside him. I've also inquired about the guy today. He's been a hot topic recently. A hot topic? What does that mean? Li Xingli, brought back to reality by the bald guy's words, asked strangely. His name is Xiang Chen, the infamous green-haired turtle in Linhai City recently, whose wife is a university teacher and cheated on him, and his son is not his own. Ah, that's hilarious. What a loser. It's so embarrassing, my face is burning now. Li Xingli burst into laughter like a madman, then his face turned fierce. Lao Qi, you've said so much, do you have a way to deal with him? The bald guy smirked and said, the person speaking up for him today is the branch manager of San Taoyu in Linhai City. These two are obviously up to something by using this pure love war god event to make money. So what do you want? I get it, you're really bad, you old man. Our high specializes in this kind of thing. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, why would I keep so many idle people around? Although Qi Kaishan is a lackey, underestimating him would lead to a big loss. In the era before San Taoyu was born, he saw the potential in live streaming and self-media. 8 years ago, he used Li Jianguo's investment to establish High Technology and Culture Company, Ltd. Over the years, he has explored various channels and attracted many original internet celebrities in Linhai City, including certain big verses. With strong financial support, High Technology and Culture Company, Ltd. has long been a sharp blade for the Roncho Group in public opinion. The revenge operation against Xiang Chen quietly began, and the action was very swift. While Xiang Chen was waiting at the 4S store for his car to be repaired, the bald guy was already standing at Mu Cooling's doorstep. Ding dong! Then he rang the doorbell. Who is it? Why are you disturbing my sleep in the middle of the day? Mu Cooling was annoyed. She had already been upset this morning by that little beast. Just as she had come home and lay down for a while, someone else came to bother her. Seeing a bald man with a fierce look through the peephole, Mu Cooling was taken aback. Who are you? Are you looking for the wrong person? She bravely asked through the door, and the bald guy realized that this old woman was not someone to be trifled with, so he got straight to the point. I didn't get the wrong person. You are Lu Ruyan's mother, right? I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Recently, too many people had been causing trouble for her family, mostly trying to capitalize on Lu Ruyan's affair. It had made the Mu family restless, and even the dogs at home had been taken away for questioning. I'm here to give you money. The bald guy took out a stack of banknotes from his bag and waved it in front of the camera. Click! The door was instantly opened from the inside by Mu Cooling. The bald guy's expression seemed unsurprised by Mu Cooling's actions, as if she was expected to do so. After opening the door, Mu Cooling immediately reached out to grab the money bag from the bald guy's hand, but he shook it away. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to ask me what it's for? Mu Cooling also realized that she had lost her composure, so she smiled awkwardly and said, what else could it be? You just want the latest news about my daughter, right? Give me the money, and I'll inform you of any new updates. Could someone be so shameless as to sell their daughter so blatantly? The bald guy looked at the old woman with disdain and then pulled the bag, causing the money to scatter on the ground. Pick them up, and they're all yours. It was a standard obedience training. The next moment, Mu Cooling, without any psychological burden, quickly bent down to pick up the money. Watching this scene, the bald guy couldn't help but feel that he had underestimated the shamelessness of this old woman. There are a total of 20,000 yuan here. Tell me about Xiang Chen's background and information about his family. The mention of Xiang Chen made the old lady grit her teeth in hatred. She didn't even bother to pick up the money and immediately launched into a tirade. Xiang Chen, that despicable scoundrel. If it weren't for my family taking pity on him and giving him a place to stay, he would probably still be sleeping under a bridge. After being fired by the company, he came to our house every day, eating and drinking our. After babbling for half an hour, with 28 minutes of complaints about Xiang Chen removed, the truly useful information amounted to only 2 or 3 minutes. However, this also achieved the purpose of the bald guy's visit today, as buying exclusive information for 20,000 yuan was not a loss. Okay, in the future, just call me directly if you need anything. You will get what you deserve. Also, about your daughter, our boss is very interested in her. Whenever you have time, arrange for them to meet. Upon hearing about the money, Mu Cooling couldn't stop smiling and casually asked, who is your boss? Do you know our Lu Ruyan? Ha, I'm afraid to scare you if I tell you. Let's talk about it when we meet. After saying that, he left without looking back. Mu Cooling, true to her gambling nature, made sure the bald man had left before taking the money and heading straight to the chess room. She was not satisfied with just playing mahjong like ordinary old folks. She went straight to the underground casino to play big. She exchanged all 20,000 yuan for chips, but in less than an hour, she was kicked out with an unwilling face. It was almost time to go back and take a nap. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Wang Yulan was hiding at the stairwell, making phone calls to borrow money for the hospital bill of over 4,000 yuan. Wang Yulan, who prided himself on never bowing down for a mere 5 measures of rice, couldn't care less about his pride when it came to his daughter. Okay, thank you, Lao Lu. I will definitely repay this 5,000 yuan when I have the money. No need, consider this 5,000 yuan as a relief for you. Don't contact me again in the future. Beep beep beep. The warmth and coldness of human relationships, the fickleness of the world. He felt that his current situation was even more desolate than 40 years ago when he had no relatives and slept on the streets. Wang Yulan, who had lived for over 60 years, could no longer control his emotions and started crying. Wasn't today's situation the result of his past decisions? Despite his knowledge and wisdom, he faced difficulties everywhere due to his rural household registration and background issues. In the end, he had to marry into the Mu family as a son-in-law and marry the notorious shrew Mu Cooling just because her father was a cadre in a state-owned factory. He had offended no less than Xiang Chen, but due to the times, he had never considered divorce. Moreover, he couldn't leave because he valued his reputation too much to make a decision like Xiang Chen did. Dad, where did you go? Why do you look so bad? Lu Ruyan asked with concern as she looked at the disheartened old man. It's nothing. Is your leg feeling any better? It's only been a few days, and it feels the same. Sit down and rest. Your complexion is too bad. The father and daughter looked at each other in silence. During the days Lu Ruyan was hospitalized, the old man had been taking care of her tirelessly. Apart from helping her bathe and change clothes, he took care of everything. Just then, the door of the ward opened, and Lu Ruyan saw the man who had ruined her life. Xiang Chen. Who allowed you to come in? What? Is this hospital owned by your family? Why can't I come in? Seeing the situation about to explode, Wang Yulan quickly intervened with a tired face. Isn't it enough to lose face in front of outsiders? They say it takes 10 years to build a boat to cross the river and 100 years to share a pillow. Why make it like this? To be honest, after so many years of marriage with Lu Ruyan, it was the first time Xiang Chen had heard the old man speak so seriously, and he was referring to her daughter. Lu Ruyan immediately fell silent, as she had always respected her father. I didn't come here to argue with you today, but to inform you of something. Soon, someone may come looking for you. Whatever he says, do not agree to it. Alright, I've said my piece, goodbye. Xiang Chen left without hesitation, leaving Lu Ruyan and her mother confused. At that moment, a thought crossed Lu Ruyan's mind. If Xiang Chen, this beast, was afraid of this person she hadn't met yet, then she must see what this person had to say. Perhaps he could be her savior. As soon as Xiang Chen left, two people entered the ward, Qi Kaishan and Li Shengli. At first sight, Li Shengli's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ruyan. This woman in front of him was too beautiful, with pale cheeks and a hospital gown, as if she were a naturally attractive widow. The only eyesore was the old man beside the woman, whom Li Shengli looked at with disgust, finding him similar to his own old man at home. He unabashedly spoke to Wang Yuan with a frivolous tone, "Old man, who are you to her? If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly, I have something to discuss with her." Seeing Li Shengli's disrespectful attitude towards her father, Lu Ruyan frowned and coldly said, "He is my father, who are you too? If there's nothing, please leave." Shouting, she was like a thorn rose, and Li Shengli hadn't been this excited in a long time. He gave a glance to the bald man, who tactfully dragged Wang Yuan out of the ward. "What are you doing? Help!" The old man was a dignified person, and being dragged around like this today was a first for him. Unfortunately, who was Li Shengli? He was the young master of the Qianqiu group, and the medical staff on this floor had long been cleared out, leaving only a few security guards at the elevator entrance. Most people don't have a clear concept of wealth, but today Li Shengli's actions clearly illustrated a simple and understandable truth. Money allows one to do as they please. In the ward, Lu Ruyan held a fruit knife and pointed it at the ugly and thin man in front of her. "Who are you? Get out. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Come on, beauty, stab me here. It's so funny. Do you really think you can stab someone with this thing?" Perhaps realizing that resistance was futile, Lu Ruyan reluctantly dropped the fruit knife. "Who are you really? Why are you looking for me? I don't think we've met before." Watching Lu Ruyan toss the fruit knife and curl up by the bed, Li Shengli knew that today's matter was likely settled. "Who am I? Who am I? Why don't you take a guess? You must be Xiang Chen's enemy, right? I'm right, aren't I?" Bang! A loud sound of the table being slammed. Li Shengli stared at Lu Ruyan with bloodshot eyes and said with hatred, "Ha! This kind of lowly scum is not even worth me." Li Shengli, remembering him? "Are you Li Shengli?" Lu Ruyan looked incredulously at the man in front of her. Li Shengli's name was infamous at Southeast University, as the girl who had committed suicide before was a student there. The suicide note she posted online before her death had caused quite a stir at the time, but just 2 days later, the matter was forgotten. The girl's parents hurriedly came to cremate her body and take it away, and there was no trace of that suicide note to be found. As a teacher at the school at the time, Lu Ruyan, of course, knew the inside story, felt sorry for the girl, and also remembered the name Li Shengli deeply. "Yes, I am Li Shengli. Isn't it better to see me in person than just hearing my name? I'm quite handsome, right?" After confirming, Lu Ruyan's expression became extremely cautious. If Xiang Chen was a villain in her eyes, then Li Shengli was a complete villain. "What do you want from me? We don't seem to know each other, do we?" "Nothing, I just need a little favor from you. Xiang Chen is your ex-husband, right? How should I deal with him for you?" Li Shengli's words were brief and straight to the point. Just as the two were talking in the ward, Wang Tianyan, who had been missing for several days, finally appeared. Tormented by Xiang Chen's information for days, he had lost some weight. Half an hour ago, his phone inexplicably received a message with just a few words on it. "Lu Ruyan is in danger at the hospital, come quickly." At this moment, Wang Tianyang could no longer control his emotions. His beloved was in danger. The more love is suppressed, the hotter it burns. He wanted to tell Lu Ruyan in person that he loved her, that he was willing to give everything for her, including his life. He was willing to endure the world's scorn to be with her, even if it means abandoning everything. The beloved one is in danger now, no matter who sent the message. Wang Tianyang must go, this is his responsibility as a man. Last time when Lu Ruyan was criticized and condemned by thousands of people, he retreated, but this time he will not allow himself to take a step back. But ideals are lofty while reality is harsh. The resolute Wang Tianyang, full of promises, was dumbfounded the moment the elevator door opened. The security guards from 2 hospitals directly stopped him at the elevator entrance. "This floor is being disinfected. Please come back later if you have any business." "Disinfection? Isn't it broad daylight now?" Wang Tianyang asked suspiciously. Combining the previous information, he was sure there was something fishy going on here. The security guards were corrupt. Their duty was not to allow anyone in until the person inside came out. So they were very impatient. "The hospital is routinely disinfected. Do we need to inform you?" Wang Tianyang, half believing, was about to go down and wait for a while, but his attention was instantly drawn to Wang Yuan's call. He had seen Lu Ruyan's father in the live broadcast room before, so he recognized him at a glance. Qingqing is really in danger. This was the only thought in Wang Tianyang's mind at the moment. He forcefully pushed away the two security guards blocking his way and ran towards Lu Ruyan's ward. After all, he was a fitness coach, with a much stronger physique than an ordinary person, and for a moment no one could stop him. When he rushed to the door of the ward, he kicked the door open, only to see a creepy, skinny monkey lying on top of his goddess. "Get out of here!" Poor Li Shengli, who had no flesh on his body, was kicked away again, and this time much heavier than the one towards Xiangchen. He couldn't get up for a while, and Lu Ruyan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. She looked incredulously at Li Shengli lying on the ground panting, his expression changing from shock to fear. "Xingqing, are you okay?" Wang Tianyang ran to Lu Ruyan's bedside at lightning speed and hugged her. What a touching scene! Xiang Chen, who sneaked into the toilet, was now lurking at the corner of the stairs, watching with relish. While enjoying himself, he didn't forget to open his phone to take pictures. Today's drama, which he had planned single-handedly, should be enjoyed by others as well. Yes, Xiang Chen had known that Li Shengli, who had suffered a loss at night Shanghai at noon, would not let it go easily. So when he was waiting for his car to be repaired at the 4S store, he decisively chose to leave the car there and come back for it the next day. Li Shengli was used to being arrogant and domineering. According to his character, he would never let go of an overnight grudge, and Xiang Chen himself was also a celebrity recently. He believed that he and the bald guy would definitely start with Lu Ruyan. So he just waited in the smoking area of the hospital, which was close to the underground parking lot. Li Shengli's Bentley was so eye-catching that as soon as it came, Xiang Chen would notice it immediately. And everything went as he had expected. After discovering Li Shengli's Bentley, Xiang Chen immediately sent a message to Wang Tianyang's number that he had stolen from Lu Ruyan's phone. Then he hurried to Lu Ruyan's ward at the fastest speed, and after saying a few words, he hid in the dark. And when he said not to trust Li Shengli's family, it was to provoke Lu Ruyan's rebellious psychology, to make her firmly stand on Li Shengli's side. The fact proved that everything went seamlessly according to Xiang Chen's expectations, but it was still unknown what fruits he would reap. The drama continues. Wang Tianyang holds Lu Ruyan affectionately, unaware that the woman in his arms is already fed up with him. "Why did you come? Go check if he's okay." In an instant, Wang Tianyang was plunged into a state of confusion, helplessness, and bewilderment. He could not believe his ears. "Xingqing, what are you talking about? Who is that man? Hurry, go check on him. Liu Ruyan is almost going crazy." Compared to Li Shengli, Wang Tianyang is simply a useless waste. In her eyes, even Xiangchen is not as good as him. She doesn't know why she was blind enough to like him in the first place. "Oh, I'll be right there." Seeing Wang Tianyang so nervous, he panicked too. He quickly rushed up to help Li Shengli, who was lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, Li Shengli, who had been kicked twice in one day, had gone completely crazy. He pretended to be unable to get up, and when Wang Tianyang helped him up, he suddenly turned fierce. Then he directly inserted 2 fingers into Wang Tianyang's left eye. "Ah!" Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Li Shengli, with a fierce expression, used his fingers to gouge out Wang Tianyang's eye. "Ha ha, let you touch me. Dare you do it again? I'm asking you, dare you do it again?" Hiss. Even Xiangchen, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked by this bloody scene. Not to mention Lu Ruyan, who was in the same ward with Li Shengli. She, who had lived in a civilized society since childhood, had never seen such a scene. She was directly frightened by the blood on the floor and fainted. This woman pretended to faint again, leaving Xiangchen speechless. Then she straightened her phone and prepared to watch the show. At this time, the security guards and the bald guy outside the ward also came over, and everyone was stunned by what Li Shengli had done. "Call 911 and send them to the hospital." One of the security guards shouted in a panic, but then he realized something was wrong. They were already in the hospital. "Go to the emergency room and call for help. Hurry up." Another older security guard remained calm and prepared to go to the emergency room to call the doctor. At this moment, a chilling voice sounded from beside them. "I dare you." It turned out to be Li Shengli, covered in blood, slowly turning his body to stare at them. "What did you see?" We didn't see anything, we didn't see anything." Wang Tianyang, who was lying on the ground, was still wailing, and Li Shengli turned around and kicked him fiercely in the crotch. Crack! It was the sound of an egg hitting the ground. Ah! The pig-like screams immediately attracted the people in the surrounding wards, making Xiangchen unable to film clearly. But now that there were many people, he estimated that the situation should end here, so he quietly walked down the stairs. In fact, Xiangchen was also uneasy now. This Li Shengli was even more cruel than the rumors. Although his plan to provoke him today was very successful, the thought of being targeted by such a rebellious and violent lunatic in the future made Xiangchen feel a bit scared. It seemed that he had to find a way to get rid of him. As the saying goes, it's not the fear of the thief stealing, but the fear of the thief thinking about it. It's not a good thing to be bitten by such a powerful mad dog every day. However, Xiangchen was also puzzled. Why could such a crazy person be defeated by him? It's incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. He must make good use of the video he accidentally shot today. At a critical moment, it might be able to turn the tables. But on second thought, this kid Li Xingli was vicious enough. Indirectly, he helped vent his anger. It must be said that the most comfortable thing in the world is to watch dogs bite each other. Nothing compares to it. Serves him right. The more he thought about it, the more relieved Xiangchen felt. Sitting in the taxi, he even let out a triumphant laugh, making the driver look back at him strangely. Thinking back, the foot that Li Xingli stepped on was not light, and the outcome of the situation was definitely inevitable. This is the fate of those who make him wear a green hat. At a young age, not only did he lose an eye, but he also became a eunuch. Let's see how he will live in the future. Finally, after a night of peaceful sleep, the first thing Xiangchen did the next morning was to open his phone and check for updates on the hospital incident. The search for keywords yielded no results at all. Such a malicious incident of harming others, and it happened in a hospital, a crowded public place. Surprisingly, there is no trace of it in today's highly developed self-media. Xiangchen, who was still in a daze, broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. This is the power of capital. In front of capital, ordinary people can only be manipulated like puppets, without even the right to speak. With at least dozens of patients and medical staff on the entire floor, not a single sound leaked out, indicating the horrifying activities happening inside. Xiangchen, who was not giving up, opened his computer and searched on all the well-known platforms he knew, but still found nothing. Sitting on a small stool on the balcony, Xiangchen lit a cigarette with a heavy heart. Surrounded by smoke, he felt that this incident was very troublesome and might seriously affect his plans for getting rich. After thinking for a long time, he remembered the charming woman beside Li Xingli, and decided to take action. Xiangchen directly dialed the number on the business card he took out. Hello? Is this Xiao Li? After a few seconds of silence on the phone, a soft voice finally came through. At 3 p.m. this afternoon, at the intersection of Wangjiang Road and Xianshan Road, at the Muxin Tea House, come alone. What? Before Xiangchen could ask further, the phone hung up with a beep-beep sound. This eccentric woman, but since she had made an appointment, he had no choice but to go. Wangjiang Road was in the old city area, and Xiangchen hadn't been around there for a long time. The current urban planning of Linhai City is moving southward as a whole, so some of the old city areas have naturally been abandoned, with architectural styles still stuck in the past, giving a nostalgic feeling. After searching for a long time, he finally found the Muxin Tea House on the second floor next to the intersection. From the outside, it matched the style of the old city area, old but clean and tidy, with a strange sense of time. Xiao Li had arrived early. Now, with Li Xingli's support, she no longer needed to work at the 4S store as she did in the past. As soon as Xiangchen entered the shop, a waiter came over. Sir, what would you like to drink? A cup of oolong tea, thank you. After sending the waiter away, Xiangchen pulled out a chair and sat across from Xiao Li. Although they had only met once, the atmosphere between them was as natural as that of old friends. Xiao Li's outfit today was very ordinary, a simple white windbreaker with high boots and stockings. Her hair was casually tied up in a high ponytail, and her face was lightly made up, completely different from the glamorous and enchanting aura Xiangchen saw in her yesterday. Why did you leave me your number? Sincerity is always a killer move. Beating around the bush with unfamiliar people would only backfire, so Xiangchen chose to ask directly. Xiao Li's face always had an indifferent expression, similar to the mentality of a corporate slave. I think you can help me. Sister, can you stop joking with me? You live in luxury, with the son of Linhai City's richest man by your side. You drive in a Bentley, live in a sea view room, and now you're telling me to help you? Help you with what? Help you eat vegetables? Xiangchen's words were straightforward and honest. After all, that's how it was. He made it seem like he should sympathize with her, as if there was a line in a play about it. You, a servant girl, don't you think you're pitiful? Do you think your master, living in luxury, is pitiful? What a joke. Do you think I'm living well? Xiao Li's expression suddenly turned very sad, but in Xiangchen's eyes, it was just a pure act. Don't you think you're living well? Okay, let's not dwell on this issue now. Let's get to the point, shall we? What do you want me to help you with? Can I trust you? That depends on how you want to trust me. Sorry, can I smoke? It's okay, go ahead. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to freeze, and Xiangchen calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he turned his body away, because he couldn't bring himself to smoke in front of someone else. You dare to hit that beast, I believe in you. Xiao Li's eyes suddenly turned fierce, then she took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Xiangchen. There may be something you want in here. Look at it when you get home. I'll leave first. If I stay out too long, he will find out. Watching the woman's figure gradually disappearing, Xiang Chen extinguished the cigarette and looked at the USB drive in his hand, lost in thought. After a day, the Mu family had all succumbed to Li Xingli's financial offensive, including Wang Yuan, who had always prided himself on being upright. There was no way Li Xingli offered too much, so much that he couldn't refuse. Those who don't bend for 5 bushels of rice are those who can eat their fill. The Mu family, now in a situation where they couldn't make ends meet, what's the point of pretending to be gentlemen? Don't forget, this is an era where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. Since Mu Kuling knew Li Xingli's identity, she treated him as an honored guest. After the big incident in the hospital yesterday, it was impossible to stay there any longer. And now that they had money, Wang Yuan directly transferred Lu Ruyan to the Qianqiu General Hospital in Linhai City. Just by the name, you could tell that this hospital was a private hospital invested by the Rongyu Qianqiu Group, and the fees were very high. However, with Li Shengli around, Lu Ruyan was arranged in the best private ward. Similar to the treatment in a 5-star hotel, everything was provided, including a 3-meter bed. Unlike Li Shengli, who was indulging in tenderness, Wang Tianyan lay on the hospital bed, unable to hold the pen, trembling in his hand as he looked at the surgery agreement. The surgery agreement prominently stated a few big words: orchiectomy. Wang Tianyan not only lost an eye but also lost a testicle, in the physiological sense. Your current situation is not good. You need to have the orchiectomy as soon as possible, otherwise, there is a risk of necrosis in both testicles. Doctor, will it affect my fertility in the future? Wang Tianyang hadn't married yet, hadn't had children, he was really resentful. To say that it won't affect is definitely to deceive you, but the basic function of one testicle after removal is still there, so rest assured. Okay, I'll sign. The moment he signed his name, Wang Tianyang became a lonely battlefield, accompanied by his petrified heart as the surgical knife fell. Time may heal all wounds, but this hatred is endless. The surgery went smoothly. When Wang Tianyang woke up from anesthesia, weakly opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Xiang Chen as the first person. Hello, Coach Wang. What are you doing here? Still under the influence of anesthesia, Wang Tianyang struggled to sit up, not understanding why Xiang Chen was here. But the tremor in his soul made him inexplicably fearful of the man in front of him. Looking at Wang Tianyang, whose remaining eye was full of fear, Xiang Chen raised the fruit in his hand and said in a low voice, "We've both been played by that bastard." Yeah, where was Lu Ruyan? Wang Tianyang, in a daze, raised his head to look for his goddess, but there was no one else in the ward except Xiang Chen. It's impossible, Lu Ruyan loves me so much, she wouldn't lie to me. Still not clear-headed, Wang Tianyang helplessly repeated this sentence, as if brainwashing himself. She loves you? Then where is she now? Brother, it's okay to deceive me, but don't deceive yourself. Wang Tianyang fell silent. He was naive but not stupid. From the way Lu Ruyan worried about that man, he knew their relationship was definitely not ordinary. And after he was injured, Lu Ruyan never came to see him. Clearly, she knew where his ward was, but she never showed up, not even willing to send a perfunctory message. How did you know I was here? I saw it while browsing videos in the early morning. Although it was blurred, I knew it was you and Lu Ruyan, so I came to the hospital to check. Wang Tianyang didn't doubt Xiang Chen's words because such a big incident would definitely attract attention and someone would film it to gain popularity. Who is that man? His name is Li Shengli, the prince of the Qianqiu Group, Li Shengli's new mistress, Lu Ruyan. Li Shengli, Qianqiu Group. Wang Tianyang's head drooped like a deflated ball. He helplessly looked at Xiang Chen, wanting to ask why it had to be Li Shengli. He lost not only one eye but also the happiness of the rest of his life. Compared to others, he was just an ant that could be crushed at any time. A huge despair enveloped Wang Tianyang's heart, and for a moment, he even thought of death. Perhaps dying would save him from embarrassment, and it would be a relief. Oh, thank you for coming to see me. I thought you would hate me for sending you photos that night. You are a good person. Drip. Your good person card has been issued. Xiang Chen was speechless, actually receiving a good person card from this silly deer. But he still pretended to look surprised and asked, "What photos did I send you? Is the anesthesia still affecting you?" Crash. Listen, it's the sound of a broken heart. Wang Tianyang seemed to realize something, his expression painful and humiliating, as if a bully had snatched his wife. Xiang Chen sneered inwardly at his dreamy expression, truly a sentimental person who imagined his wife as his own. Did this silly deer forget that he was the one seducing someone else's wife? He needed to remind him. After a moment, seeing Wang Tianyang silent for a long time, Xiang Chen curiously continued, "What photos are you talking about? Do you know how to finish a sentence? My parents are in heaven, coming to see you out of kindness, and you turn around and blame me. Wang Tianyang still played dumb until he saw Xiang Chen's impatient expression, then he said despondently, "You didn't message me on the last day of your divorce cooling-off period? I find all of you people sick." Including Lu Ruyan, accusing me of sending your videos to her phone group. Have you ever thought if I could get her phone? You've known her for so long, do you really think she would be with me that night? Please use your brain. Now Wang Tianyang was sure. It wasn't anyone else who disgusted him that night, it must have been Li Shengli. They say about avenging a father's death and snatching a wife, but Wang Tianyang's hatred towards Li Shengli was for ruining his future. Alright, I understand, sorry, Xiang. Wang Tianyang, who had just undergone surgery, endured the intense pain and struggled to get up. Why are you apologizing to me? I should actually thank you. You made me see what kind of woman my partner really is. Xiang Chen's sincere words seemed to resonate with Wang Tianyang, and for a moment, they both felt a sense of mutual understanding. However, Wang Tianyang was truly naive, while Xiang Chen was just setting the bait. Brother, I'm really sorry, sob. The successive blows made Wang Tianyang completely collapse. He was still young, having only graduated from high school and come to work in the city from his hometown. After several years of hard work and training, he became a fitness trainer. Now, not only had he lost an eye, but he was also infertile, unable to have children. What he hated the most was that even reporting to the police was futile, and he didn't even receive any medical expenses. Doing good deeds to the end, Xiang Chen pretended to comfort him with a few pats and words of solace before leaving. Mission accomplished. Once the seed of hatred is planted, it will grow at the most terrifying speed in this world. Back home, physically and mentally exhausted, Xiang Chen lay on the sofa. Acting in so many dramas had kept him mentally strained, and after a while, he couldn't hold on any longer. Xiang Chen dozed off with his head tilted, and when he woke up again, it was already midnight. Having slept for over 6 hours, Xiang Chen was now refreshed. Midnight was the most awkward time, and he suddenly remembered the USB drive Shaoli had given him during the day. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to see what was inside. He acted immediately, walking straight to the computer and pressing the power button, then inserting the USB drive. With the crisp sound of the keyboard, he opened the contents of the folder. The first video left him speechless, his expression changing from shock to indifference, and finally to endless anger. This despicable creature. Luo Xiang once said, "No matter what cases you see now, you won't be shocked, because the darkness of human nature is endless." Isn't this what humans are like? What could be more terrifying and evil than humans? We often insult people by comparing them to pigs and dogs, but that's actually an insult to pigs and dogs. If pigs could speak, they might say, "How can you be as bad as humans?" At this moment, his face darkened as if water was about to drip from it, sitting quietly by the computer. The dim blue light from the screen reflected on his face, like a demon crawling out of hell. The phrase from Xuanzi, "Human nature is inherently evil," echoed in his mind incessantly. The contents of the USB drive were simply horrifying, and he couldn't believe that a young man in his 20s could do such evil things. When he accidentally saw a case called "The Disappearance of the Couple," he couldn't recover for a long time. Today, Li Xingli's actions gave him the same feeling as before. Glancing at the time on the computer, it was only a little past 3. He forced himself to lie down on the bed to sleep because he needed energy. For whatever reason, he had to get rid of Li Xingli, not just for himself, but also for those innocent people. After daybreak, he hurried to Yang Hai's 3 Fish Company and waited from 6:30 until 8. Finally, the receptionist came to open the door, knowing that Xiang Chen was an investor in 3 Fish. So the receptionist politely led him to the waiting room, prepared tea, and left, saying that Yang Hai should arrive before 9. Xiang Chen didn't want to call and rush him. As a boss, he couldn't always be so demanding, he had to give others face. As soon as he sat down, Yang Hai rushed in looking disheveled. "Xiang, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming over? Hee, you're a busy man, I just came to chat and ask you something. Oh, by the way, has the money arrived?" As soon as money was mentioned, Yang Hai's expression brightened. It's here. I've already started recruiting people, and the project you mentioned can start running in about a week. I came today to discuss this matter with you. I don't think we can wait a week. Do you have time to watch a video?" Seeing Xiang Chen's serious expression, Yang Hai took the phone and started watching. A few minutes later, he stood up in shock and said to Xiang Chen, "Where did you get this from? What's wrong?" "I shot it from a first-person perspective." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hai said solemnly, "I actually know about this. I wanted to tell you, but Li Xingli acted too quickly. Although I don't know who the injured man is, I know that woman is your ex-wife, and he must have targeted you." Xiang Chen didn't respond to his words. After all, businessmen prioritize profit over relationships, as the ancients wrote in their poems. In the end, Yang Hai was a friend, but fundamentally a businessman, so Xiangchen didn't think it was a great offense that he hadn't told him everything. I know he's targeting me, and I also know who the blinded man is. Who is it? Why did Li Xingli act so ruthlessly? It's Wang Tianyang, the male second lead in the Lu Ruyan cheating incident, the fitness trainer in the video. Just because he's wearing clothes, why can't you recognize him? Hearing this, Yang Hai was puzzled. What does it mean that you can't recognize him when he's wearing clothes? However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. When it comes to being a homewrecker, Yang Hai is even more puzzled. What is the relationship between him and Li Xingli? Why did he act so viciously? Could he really be crazy? Seeing Yang Hai's puzzled expression, Xiangchen didn't beat around the bush and asked, "What do you think of Lu Ruyan's looks?" Yang Hai didn't expect Xiangchen to suddenly ask such a question. After all, she was his ex-wife, so he couldn't comment and could only reluctantly say, "She's pretty good-looking, a beauty among ordinary people, can be considered stunning." Well, there you have it. If you think she's good-looking, then Li Xingli, who values looks so much, must be more anxious than you. So, if he gets anxious, it's related to Wang Tianyang. I see. Yang Hai's face instantly showed a look of sudden realization, but after a moment, he returned to normal and said to Xiangchen, "Although I don't know if I can persuade you, but this video really can't be released. Even if it is, it won't help. Don't use these reasons to evade. Since I dared to come to you with this today, it means I've made up my mind to confront Li Xingli. Do you think persuasion will work? Besides, if you don't gamble, you won't win. How do you know that the ultimate winner won't be me?" Xiangchen was in a gambling mood at the moment, and his spirited words even stunned Yang Hai. "Do you know the identity of that bald guy?" "I don't know," Xiangchen honestly replied, causing Yang Hai to look disappointed. "You know nothing, just acting recklessly. Although that bald guy seems like a lackey following Li Xingli, he is also a big shot himself. Hai Technology and Culture Company, Ltd., was founded by him." This news did surprise Xiangchen for a second, but only for a second. "Oh, so what? Can't you three fish handle a small local company? Or are you really afraid of them? Fear before battle is a big taboo, old Yang. Fear before battle." Yang Hai suddenly froze, Xiangchen's words striking deep into his heart. The fact that the three fishes' development was limited was due to his own indecision and procrastination, wasn't it? Although this young man seemed reckless, he was actually methodical and strategic in his actions. Compared to him, Yang Hai felt inferior. Watching Yang Hai lost in thought, Xiangchen jokingly patted his shoulder and asked, "Old Yang, do you play League of Legends?" Why are you suddenly asking that?" "Of course, I've played it, on the Chinese server." "Oh, do you have an English name?" Yang Hai, puzzled by the question, shook his head blankly and said, "No, why?" "Then let me give you one, let's call you Scarl." "What? Scarl? What does that mean?" Xiangchen, stifling a laugh, looked at Yang Hai, who hadn't reacted yet, and said, "Haven't you heard of Kled's Mount, Scarl? The cowardly lizard." Yang Hai finally realized that Xiangchen was teasing him, but the trick was indeed effective. His previous fear had been swept away, and a sense of pride and ambition began to rise in his heart. They say a strong dragon can't crush a local snake, but today Yang Hai was determined to show his strength against the cunning snake. "All right, Director Xiang. The three fish will take on this challenge. Today, we must have a showdown with Hai's bald guy." Seeing Yang Hai regain his fighting spirit, Xiangchen nodded in satisfaction and said, "This is the Hai I remember. Make a name for yourself and become famous. I'll immediately arrange for the video to be distributed on major short video platforms, directly pushing 200,000 in promotional expenses. Let's see how the bald guy from Hai handles it." Unexpectedly, Xiangchen shook his head and said, "More than 200,000 is too petty. Let's make it 500,000 directly. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. How much can your renovation cost? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for massive traffic monetization. It depends on whether you can seize it." Hiss. Yang Hai took a sharp breath. 500,000. He didn't expect Xiangchen to have such great courage. This is challenging the multi-billion-dollar Rongqiu Group. Is this too reckless? After all, Li Xingli has the backing of the Rongqiu Group, which we can't match in terms of financial resources. Don't worry, do you think such a big group will act so easily? Besides, prevention is better than cure. Once the message spreads, even if they spend 10 times the cost, they won't be able to stop the public opinion from fermenting. Just wait to collect the money. Follow my plan for everything. Alright, let's do it as you say. Success or failure hinges on this. After comforting Yang Hai, Xiangchen immediately rushed to Wang Tianyang's ward. He needed to act quickly before public opinion started to ferment, persuading Wang Tianyang to stand on his side. However, he estimated that this wouldn't be a big problem, considering the enmity over the smashed eggs and the 3 snatched. But ultimately, people are animals. If you neuter your own cat, it will hold a grudge against you for a lifetime, let alone humans. These things are universal. If you have to blame someone, blame Li Xingli for being too heavy-handed, poking people's eyes and smashing their eggs. When Xiang Chen arrived at the hospital and approached the ward, he overheard the nurse urging for payment. Wang Tianyang already owed a lot of money. He was just a laborer, barely making ends meet. His savings of tens of thousands had long been spent. Sister Hu Tu, can you give me more time? Money is a man's backbone, courage, and spine. At this moment, Wang Tianyang was like a dog with a broken spine. The hospital is not a charity. Besides, we've already given you plenty of time, and still, no family or friends have come. The words were harsh but true. Wang Tianyang hung his head in helplessness, feeling so ashamed that he wished he could disappear. You have to find a way to pay, or ask your family for help, or borrow from friends. Hu Tu kept talking, unaware that each word was piercing Wang Tianyang's fragile and sensitive heart like a sharp blade. In this awkward moment, Xiang Chen entered with a box of takeaway food. How much does he owe for hospitalization? I'll pay for him. A ray of light shone in the endless abyss as Wang Tianyang trembled and looked up to see Xiang Chen's bright smile. Xiang Chen, why are you here? Ignoring Wang Tianyang, Xiang Chen put down the food and said to Hu Tu, Sister Hu Tu, let me see his bill. I'll go pay it now, you can trust me. It was good that someone was paying. Hu Tu handed the bill to Xiang Chen without much ado and reminded him, you can pay at the self-service machine by the door, or go to the counter if you don't mind the trouble. Oh, thank you. After a casual thank you, Xiang Chen took the bill and headed towards the machine in the corridor. Wang Tianyang wanted to speak up to stop him, but the words stuck in his throat. Poverty and illness are incurable. As the deduction of 4,683 yuan appeared, Xiang Chen's account was left with just over 280,000 yuan. This included the 200,000 extorted from Li Xingli, 300,000 given to Yang Hai, 30,000 to Fang Kiki, and the rest spent on a card in Shanghai. Xiang Chen was almost empty-handed, except for Li Xingli's handouts. Just then, Xiang Chen felt his limbs go numb again, indicating that a new challenge task had been triggered. The Great Winner Life Fund reminds you that a new challenge task has been triggered, and the host can choose whether to accept it. Mission description: help Wang Tianyang seek revenge. Mission reward: Wang Tianyang's trust and a 1,000% return on the host's investment amount. Current investment: 4,823 yuan. Challenge mission: after the main and side missions, a new term appeared. Xiang Chen played countless games since childhood. Of course, he knows the value of the word challenge. It seems that besides the main mission, there is no penalty for failure in side missions and challenge missions, which makes the fund relatively user-friendly. A 500% return means that the more money given to this clueless Wang Tianyang, the more he will give back after seeking revenge, right? Isn't a 1,000% profit just 10 times? Xiang Chen almost laughed out loud. What concept is this? 500,000 directly turns into 5 million. Isn't this a surefire way to make money? Xiang Chen looked at Wang Tianyang in the ward with shining eyes. This stupid guy is now a golden opportunity in his eyes. Having invested 4,823 yuan, giving him 4,683 yuan, it shows that not only medical expenses, but even yesterday's fruit and today's packed meals are included. Tianyang, I've paid you the money, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. I specifically asked them to make 2 non-spicy dishes, I don't know if you can eat them. While speaking, Xiang Chen opened the lunchbox, took out several home-cooked dishes, and then handed a box of rice to the already stunned Wang Tianyang. Are you going to eat? Why are you staring like that? The next moment, Wang Tianyang grabbed the lunchbox and started shoveling rice into his mouth. Xiang Chen even considerately served him vegetables since he wasn't eating them. Suddenly, with a mouthful of rice, Wang Tianyang looked up at Xiang Chen. Tears the size of beans fell onto the rice from his cheeks, and he mumbled unclearly, "Why are you helping me so much? Why?" Looking at Wang Tianyang, whose affinity had just reached 70%, Xiang Chen put down the lunchbox and patted his head. "You're just in your early 20s. I was worse off at your age. I'm not helping you, I'm just helping my past self, so don't feel burdened." Xiang Chen's words were sincere, and today he truly understood what it meant to be moved to tears. "Can I call you brother in the future?" Wang Tianyang grabbed Xiang Chen's arm with snot and tears, despite Xiang Chen feeling disgusted. But now was not the time to act, so he excitedly patted Wang Tianyang's shoulder and said, "I have a cousin about your age. If you're willing to call me brother today, then I'll accept you as my little brother." "Brother! I'm sorry. Don't say such things, Xiaotian." Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Let the past go, and let's look forward. After brainwashing, Xiang Chen looked satisfied at Wang Tianyang, whose affinity had reached 80%, and then intensified his tone, saying, "You eat first, I have something to discuss while we eat." Yang Ji, go ahead. This morning, I came across a video because I've been following Lu Ruyan's affairs recently, so the platform keeps recommending me this type of video. Wang Tianyang naturally understood this mechanism, but he hadn't figured out why Xiang Chen was telling him this. What video? Xiang Chen sighed helplessly, then took out his phone and opened a browsing history, showing a video of Li Xingli beating him in the ward. Wang Tianyang didn't expect that his most humiliating moment in life was captured so clearly. Although it was pixelated, his colleagues and clients at the gym could easily recognize him. Especially the action of Li Xingli stomping on his crotch at the end, completely destroyed him socially. Wang Tianyang's face twisted as he watched the video, and Xiang Chen timely patted his trembling shoulder. "I saw this in the morning, and it's probably already spreading. You're in danger, Xiaotian." Li Xingli won't sit back and watch this incident escalate. Still immersed in shame, Wang Tianyang raised his head blankly and asked a question. "Yang Gu, what does this mean? Am I in danger?" There is a saying, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. When this was said, Wang Tianyang's body trembled uncontrollably. In the face of the cruel and ruthless Li Xingli, he was already deeply fearful to the core. "So what should I do, Gu? He has money and power, I can't compete with him." "Don't panic, a hero doesn't suffer losses. Can a living person really die from holding in their urine? If things escalate, it won't benefit him at all. What I mean by solving the person who raised the problem is that he will definitely send someone to find you, and in the end, he will probably give you some money. My point is, just take the money and be done with it." Xiang Chen's words made sense, and now Wang Tianyang, who was completely under his control, trusted him very much. But the physical reminders of his injuries were constantly urging him to seek revenge. "But I don't want to be a coward, Gu. Now that he has made me like this, he expects me to bow down to him. This world is so unfair. Those who know the times are wise. According to your logic, is Lu Ruyan still my wife? Am I still helpless? When it rains, it pours. Let it be." As soon as Wang Tianyang mentioned Lu Ruyan's name, he immediately fell silent. For him, fighting against Li Xingli was like hitting a rock with an egg, and in the end, it would be his own bones that would be crushed. "Alright, Gu, I'll listen to you on this matter." I said to look forward. "I'll arrange for you to get an artificial eye in the next couple of days. I've already checked the prices, it will cost at most 40 to 50,000. Gu, I won't hide it from you, I don't have the money for it now. I'll earn money when I start working later." Wang Tianyang looked despondent. As an ordinary office worker, he had already emptied his savings, or else he wouldn't even be able to afford the hospital bills. "Not get it? How can I earn money without it?" Xiang Chen silently complained in his heart. Then he said firmly, "At least call me Gu. Although I don't have much money, I can still come up with 40 to 50,000. You don't need to worry about this matter, just focus on recovering." "How can that be? I already owe you too much, Gu." "Haha, owe me? If you can't repay, you'll have to use your life." Xiang Chen tried to hide the resentment on his face and continued persuading gently, "When you have money in the future, just treat Gu to a meal. A real man will rise from where he falls. Besides, Li Xingli will definitely give you money, otherwise how will he shut you up? We'll talk about it later." The likability directly soared to 90%. This fool was really easy to fool, which made Xiang Chen feel even more disgusted in his heart. Lu Ruyan was actually having an affair with such an idiot, making him feel like a complete failure. Looking at Wang Tianyang, who was both cowardly and spineless, Xiang Chen couldn't help but mutter a sentence in his heart. "Bah! It serves him right for being a natural eunuch." Unfortunately, today there were two targets, and now it seemed that only one could be achieved. Xiang Chen had originally wanted Wang Tianyang to completely lean towards his side and also make him hate Li Xingli to the core, the kind of hatred that couldn't be concealed by fear, and then let the two dogs fight each other. But he couldn't directly let Wang Tianyang confront Li Xingli. Firstly, this stupid dog had too little courage, and secondly, being too hasty could easily expose himself. In the world, it's hard to have the best of both worlds. Xiang Chen sighed helplessly. For now, this was the only way. Things were basically stable here. Just as Xiang Chen was about to leave, Wang Tianyang suddenly stopped him. "Yang Gu, there's something I don't know if I can ask you for help with." Treating himself like a servant? Xiang Chen suppressed his displeasure and asked in a slightly cold tone, "Just tell me what it is. We don't need to be so formal between us brothers. If I can help, I will." Wang Tianyang was very touched. In his eyes, Xiang Chen had become his savior. My hometown is Dongshan County, quite poor in the mountainous area. Both my parents have passed away, and only my younger sister is in high school. She used to video call me every week. Yesterday was supposed to be her day off on Sunday, and we had agreed to talk on that day. But you know, I ended up like this, and she eventually found out, insisting on coming over to take care of me. Babbling on without getting to the point. Who has time to listen to your family affairs? Xiang Chen had complained hundreds of times in his heart, but he still pretended to listen on his face. So, what do you want me to do? My sister is coming over, right? She has always been studying in town, and the farthest she has been is to the county, so I'm worried about her. I want you to pick her up at the station. You want me to pick up a person for you? I thought it was some earth-shattering event. Alright, give me her contact information, and I'll go pick her up when the time comes. Okay, thank you, Yang Gu. Let me show you a photo of my sister. I'm afraid you won't recognize her at the station. Alright, show me. Wang Tianyang opened the album and proudly pointed to a pure-looking beauty, saying to Xiang Chen, "This is my sister, a beautiful girl known for miles around." Xiang Chen leaned over and squinted at her. The girl was indeed very beautiful, and so young, quite in line with Li Xingli's taste. Okay, just give me her number, and I'll go pick her up when the time comes. There is a saying that goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Xiang Chen now felt like a chosen one. Yang Gu, I appreciate your help with this. It's not a big deal. Remember what I said, take whatever money Li Xingli gives you, and even negotiate for more. After some thought, Xiang Chen felt uneasy and added, also, don't mention my business. After all, Lu Ruyan is my ex-wife, and I don't want any trouble. This request was reasonable, as who would want to provoke that troublemaker? So Wang Tianyang readily agreed. Xiang Chen was his buddy, and he didn't want him to be targeted by vicious dogs. As the time approached, Xiang Chen returned home, eagerly opened his phone, and entered the hospital's search keywords. Sure enough, there were overwhelming videos and various insider revelations, most of which were operated by San Tiaoyu. But ordinary people wouldn't know, they just needed some gossip to chew on. The story of Li Xingli's hospital room beating a woman was already intriguing enough. But the story didn't end there. Some people in the Morning Sun group revealed that the woman was the ex-wife of the previous pure love war god, and the man beaten was the male lead in the widely circulated video. The cheating scandal, video scandal, and Lu Ruyan's self-directed jumping off the building had now escalated, making it a perfect storm of gossip. Not only in Linhai City but also in Anong Province, the story had spread like wildfire across the internet. As a rising star, San Tiaoyu Network Technology Company, Ltd., had exclusive information and the first-hand scoop on this event. Their KPI had skyrocketed, with countless people flooding into San Tiaoyu's major live broadcast rooms. The traffic was hundreds or even thousands of times more than before, with many out-of-town gossip lovers joining in. On the other hand, Hai Technology and Culture Company, Ltd., a direct competitor of San Tiaoyu, played the role of debunking rumors in this event. Shi Kaishan watched as the traffic next door soared, regretting it deeply, but he couldn't follow Yan Hai's lead. Because one of the main characters in the event, Li Xingli, was his boss, no matter what position he took, he had to stand on the opposite side of the vast gossiping crowd. But there is a saying that goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The Heiyi culture standing on the opposite side of the people was quickly overwhelmed by the vast ocean of the masses, not even a single wave splashed out. Today is destined to be the saddest day that Baldy has ever encountered in his life, without a doubt. In the administrative building of the Heiyi culture at this moment, Li Xingli angrily tore and smashed everything he could see. She Baldy, can you even do your job? My dad has fed you so much over the years, but when it's crucial, you're not even as good as a dog. At least a dog knows how to bark a few times to show some spirit. Shi Kaishan weakly sat in his chair, allowing Li Xingli to insult him. He had no strength to argue back. Defeated. Today, Heiyi was completely defeated by 3 fish. Can't even speak up? What's the use of a waste like you? A huge company like this has raised hundreds of dogs that only know how to eat. Young master, it's impossible to gain the upper hand in public opinion now. The situation is too heated. You can silence one person, but you can't silence tens or hundreds of mouths. Seeing that Baldy dared to retort, Li Xingli's anger flared up to the top of his head. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and figure out a solution for me. Otherwise, I think this broken company of yours should be dissolved. After saying that, he left directly, as there was a beautiful woman waiting for him to visit in the hospital. At this point, Baldy really couldn't think of any solution. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it was better to try to compromise with Yang Hai. What value does face have compared to the Heiyi culture he had painstakingly built over the years? And that blind kid, How much money would it take to make him come out and clarify the situation? Baldy was decisive and straightforward in character. He directly arranged to meet Young Hai with 3 million in cash. Just as Xiang Chen, who had just arrived home, received a message from Young Hai. Shi Kaishan is looking for me, saying he wants to settle this with 3 million. He has brought the cash and is right next to me. Yefeng Tea House. In the quaint room sat a bald man with a face full of muscles, looking extremely out of place. Can you make a decision or not? Why are you dilly-dallying like a woman? Baldy looked at Yang Hai, who was fiddling with his phone, and was furious. He never thought he would fall into the hands of this young man one day. Wait a moment, General Qi, such a big matter, I need to consider it, right? What's there to consider? Take the money and let your people under you take a break. Stop causing trouble all the time. Watching the irritable Baldy, Yang Hai also felt a bit anxious, but he had to ask Xiang Chen's opinion on this matter. Unconsciously, Yang Hai had already taken Xiang Chen's side in handling the situation. Don't refuse the money for nothing. Anyway, public opinion is already out of control. Just tell your people not to deliberately spread this matter, that's enough. Seeing the reply, a sly smile appeared on Yang Hai's face. He had long wanted to take the money and leave. A full 3 million. Enough to earn him for several years. Although he would have to share some with Xiang Chen, it was still better than not making a single penny before. Thinking of this, he quickly said to the almost jumping Baldy, "Alright, I agree to your request, I'll take the money, but I can only guarantee that the people at our Three Fish Linhai branch will no longer broadcast this matter. I can't control others." With a firm confirmation, Baldy felt slightly relieved, as long as he could stop it at the source. The rest could be endured slowly over time. He just feared that the wretched Yang Hai would cause trouble again in a few days, so he had to keep him in check. "Alright, take the money and remember what you said. If you cause trouble again, I'll deal with you." With a fierce statement, Baldy got up and went to the hospital. Although he lost 3 million to Yang Hai today, he at least achieved two things. First, he prevented the situation from continuing to escalate from the source. Second, he discovered that behind this wretched Yang Hai seemed to be a master, although he was not yet clear who this person was. However, what can be confirmed is that Yang Hai is completely obedient to this person. He even needs their approval to spend money, which is different from his past image of valuing money. The two characteristics summarized by the bald guy about this person are extremely powerful and mysterious, escalating a small affair to this extent. Moreover, every move he makes can stir up a huge public opinion storm, and the key point is that you have no idea who he is. This feeling of punching cotton makes the bald guy very anxious, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that the mysterious person must have planned so many things to deal with Li Xingli. But how did he know that Li Xingli would be involved in this matter? It's incomprehensible, really incomprehensible. If Xiang Chen knew about the bald guy's thoughts, he would probably laugh to death. Looking at things from different starting points leads to completely different perspectives. In the bald guy's view, Li Xingli is the most important person, so it is natural for him to think that someone is targeting him. But he never expected that in Xiang Chen's mind, Li Xingli was just a troublemaker, not worth mentioning at all. The bald guy is very anxious, and Xiang Chen is also very anxious. He must get to the hospital before the bald guy. This step cannot be wrong. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Xiang Chen is starting to regret it a bit. If he had known, he would have stayed at the hospital instead of going home. However, things don't always go as planned. He never expected Li Xingli to surrender to the bald guy so quickly. It caught him off guard. "Master, please hurry, my wife is about to give birth." Sitting in a taxi, Xiang Chen started making up stories directly to the driver so that he would drive faster. "Faster? We're already at 80 miles per hour. Only 80 miles? I'll pay you double, just drive at 120. "No, my car can't go that fast. Do you think this is a Porsche? And I dare not drive at that speed in the city." WeChat received 300 yuan. Upon hearing this voice, the old driver immediately stepped on the gas pedal like he was injected with chicken blood, and the engine roared. "Fasten your seatbelt. I'm about to take off." At a critical moment, the old driver proved reliable, and what was supposed to be a half-hour journey was shortened by half the time. After getting off the car, Xiang Chen rushed to Wang Tianyan's ward, waking up the half-asleep Wang Tianyan, who looked at him in confusion. "Yang, why are you back again? Someone will give you money later. Just raise the price by 20% and accept it. He will agree, no matter what request he makes, just do as he says, okay?" Now Wang Tianyang was even more confused, unable to process what was happening. He asked in puzzlement, "How do you know someone will come to talk to me about money later?" "There's no time to explain now. Just do as I say, it's for your own good." He then leaned in and whispered a bunch of words to Wang Tianyang's ear, leaving him full of question marks. In the midst of their conversation, the bald guy indeed pushed open the door with big strides. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. "What are you doing here? If you can come, why can't I?" Xiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then said to Wang Tianyang, "I'll go out to buy something first, I'll come find you later, remember what I said." Then, ignoring the bald guy, he turned and left, leaving the two in a messy situation, making the atmosphere even more awkward. "Do you know him?" The bald guy broke the silence. "I don't know him." Wang Tianyang honestly said something that even a dog would shake its head at, which immediately angered the bald guy. "Do you think I'm a fool? You slept with someone's wife and now you say you don't know him? Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? I really don't know him, and I have a clear conscience with his ex-wife." "You scum! Do you not want one of your eyes as well? Today is truly an unusually bad day." The bald guy not only got scolded by Li Xingli, extorted by Yang Hai, but also insulted by a fool in front of him. Did Yang teach him wrong? Wang Tianyang was also a little scared in his heart. The big bald head in front of him looked fierce and not easy to provoke. According to Xiang Chen's words, he had offended the other party. Unable to bear another beating, he could only say timidly, "Even if we know each other, so what? We are not close. Alright, I don't have time to waste with you. Are you not clear about whether you are familiar with him or not? We are practically relatives, and you still claim not to be familiar. Tell me, how much money do you want?" "Forget it, asking is pointless. I'll be direct, I have 600,000 here for your medical expenses. Do you want me to clarify the matter of Li Xingli hitting me? 600,000 is not enough, I want 800,000. Wang Tianyang's tone of voice made the bald guy almost go crazy, but he came today to settle things and couldn't afford to let the child not catch the wolf. There was no need to involve himself in matters that could be solved with tens of thousands. Besides, there was the Rongyao Qianqiu group backing him up. Even though Wang Tianyang was as foolish as he was, he could feel that the bald guy was in a hurry, making him regret not asking for more. After a moment, as the transfer information appeared on Wang Tianyang's phone, the bald guy impatiently said to him, "There you go, hurry up and send me a video tonight. You should know what to say." "I got it, uncle. If you are not satisfied, I can shoot a few more for you." The bald guy couldn't be bothered with him, and after finishing the matter, he turned and left because he had someone else to find. It was Xiang Chen who had said he would come back. What was the relationship between this kid and the blind fool in bed? He had to find out today. Having followed Li Jianguo for decades, he always felt that things were strange. Everywhere he felt a smooth sense of things falling into place, and he believed that when things went awry, there must be something sinister. The bald guy absolutely did not believe that things could go so smoothly. As he went downstairs and prepared to wait for the rabbit, he saw Xiang Chen waving at him from the smoking pavilion. "Hey, pig brother, over here." After a slight pause, the bald guy walked over with a stern expression. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen looked at the extra 100,000 yuan in his account and fell into deep thought, while the bald guy had long since disappeared. For some reason, he felt empty inside and could only light another cigarette and lean against a pillar to smoke. From birth until now, Xiang Chen had never felt like he might have done something wrong. But then he thought, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. With success comes sacrifice, and in this world, there had to be winners and losers. So why couldn't he be the winner? If he won, sacrificing a few people wouldn't matter. He could compensate them later, and they wouldn't blame him. As the smoke gradually drifted into the air, Xiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Linhai City's new train station was on the west side of the city. It cost a lot of money to build 5 years ago. It was said that just the toilets alone cost 2 to 3 million, comparable to the famous 12 million internet-famous toilet. It was very grand when it was first built, but it quickly fell out of favor. With the downfall of a certain figure, a series of bad debts were exposed in the train station project. The project was also embroiled in corruption scandals, and it was called a shoddy product for a while. Moreover, how much passenger flow could a small prefecture-level city have? There were hardly any people. But for Wang Jing, who had never left Dongshan County, this magnificent train station was even more beautiful than what she had seen in TV dramas. But the most important thing for her now was to wait for the person her brother had told her would come to pick her up. "Hello, I have arrived at the train station." Xiang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the message with a cute cat's WeChat profile picture sent to his phone. He lit a cigarette, and the smoke filled the living room, stinging his eyes a bit. "Okay, wait for me for a moment, I'll be right there. By the way, what are you wearing today?" "Black down jacket, brown pants, then I'll wait for you here at the train station." A pretty girl in a black down jacket, brown pants tied in a ponytail, oh, and she's also carrying a suitcase. Xiang Chen put out his cigarette, picked up his clothes and slowly walked downstairs, then got into the newly repaired Audi. Wang Tianyang was very uneasy in the hospital room, not knowing how to face his sister in his current state. His sister had just messaged him saying she had arrived at the train station, and that she had also messaged Xiang Chen. Wang Tianyang estimated that it would take about 40 minutes to get to the hospital, but after 50 minutes passed without any news, he sent a message but received no reply. A vague sense of unease lingered in Wang Tianyang's mind, and after waiting for another 10 minutes, he called Xiang Chen. Hello? Yang Ji, have you arrived? Yes, I've been here for about 10 minutes. There's road construction at the entrance of the train station, so I was stuck for about 10 minutes. Hearing that Xiang Chen had been there for about 10 minutes, Wang Tianyang anxiously asked, "What about my sister? Haven't you seen her? I'm looking for her too. This is my first time at this newly built train station, it's quite big inside, and I haven't seen your sister yet." Xiang Chen's words made Wang Tianyang's heart sink, and he anxiously said, "Okay, I can't reach her on the phone either. I don't know what's going on. Something's not right, Yang Ji. My sister is very obedient, she wouldn't ignore my calls except during class time. Don't worry, she might have gone to the restroom or out to eat. After all, she's been on the train for a long time. I'll call her again." After hanging up the phone, Xiang Chen continued peeling the tea egg he had started peeling earlier, then lowered his head and took a big sip of soy milk. Surprisingly, although it was food from the train station, apart from being a bit expensive, the taste was really good. The tea egg was cooked exceptionally well, which Xiang Chen liked. Half an hour later, seeing that it was almost time, he checked his phone and saw that Wang Tianyang had called him 7 or 8 times without answering. "Hello? Xiaotian, I've called your sister several times but no one answered. I suspect something's wrong. I've already called the police. Tell me, does anyone else know that your sister was coming today?" Wang Tianyang's eyes turned red. His sister Wang Jing was his only thought in this world. But now, not only had he become a physically disabled person, but his most important sister had also gone missing because of him. "Yang Ji, I'm coming right away. I was wrong, Yang Ji. I really know I was wrong." Wrong? Now it was Xiang Chen's turn to be confused. Wang Tianyang's hysterical voice left him puzzled. Where did he go wrong? "Wait, I know you're in a hurry, but calm down first, explain clearly, what did you do wrong?" Wang Tianyang's voice was already choked with tears, filled with extreme regret as he said, "I posted on my Moments, shared a photo of my sister, and said she was coming to Linhai. Most importantly, I didn't delete Lu Ruyan. You still posted on Moments? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Who is Li Shangli? Do you think you're safe in your current situation?" Although Xiang Chen's words were accusing Wang Tianyang from a moral high ground, he was actually almost laughing inside. Some people were eager to put a big pot on their backs and save themselves a lot of trouble. "I'm sorry, Yang Ji, I'm a despicable bootlicker, I have a naturally wretched life. Please help me find Xiao Jing. She has never been to the city, she must be wandering around. Don't worry Xiao Tian, the police will be here soon. There are surveillance cameras everywhere now, you're worrying for nothing, just relax, I have to go, the police are here." Xiang Chen didn't actually call the police. At this moment, having just finished breakfast at the train station, he drove straight to Santiaoyu, where he had to keep an eye on Yan Hai. "Yesterday, I just got 3 million from Qi Guantou, plus I tracked the whole event of Lu Ruyan's affair." The dramatic plot twists and turns boosted the overall traffic by more than 10 times. With the money rolling in, Yang Hai is feeling very pleased now, like a horse galloping in the spring breeze, enjoying the sights of Chang'an in a day. When Xiang Chen arrived, Yang Hai was holding a meeting for the company's employees in a packed conference room. Those without seats just grabbed a small stool. After listening outside for a few minutes, Xiang Chen shook his head disinterestedly and went to the guest room alone. It all boiled down to brainwashing. The boss has endless luxury cars, and the employees have endless big cakes to eat. Anyway, he just came to hang out today, so he didn't inform anyone and just dozed off in the lounge. "Mr. Xiang? Mr. Xiang?" After a while, Xiang Chen was still happily dreaming when an untimely voice woke him up. "What's up? Can't you see I'm sleeping here?" Yang Hai was very anxious. Everyone wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, including himself, so being woken up for no reason was annoying. He could only ask reluctantly, "Aren't you feeling cold? I brought you an electric heater before. This central air conditioning is not warm at all." It was only then that Xiang Chen noticed 2 heaters in front of him, and he had nothing to say about Yang Hai's actions. "You're too kind, Lao Yang. I'm not that delicate. By the way, I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat?" "Sure, you can't be hungry when you're here. Then I've prepared all this for nothing," as the host. In no time, they arrived at a private Cantonese restaurant on the street. The Cantonese cuisine here is very authentic, but the taste is a bit light. I don't know if you can handle it. Hee hee, I can handle anything that's free. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Xiang Chen asked the waiter for a toothpick. So, Lao Yang, how's business these days? It's been almost half a month, the performance should be good, right? Yang Hai confidently raised a finger and said, 1 million. Based on the heat generated by you and Lu Ruyan's affair, I roughly calculated that, excluding video and live broadcast revenue, just the product sales alone earned at least 1 million. Wow! This amount was beyond Xiang Chen's expectations. Excited, he asked, can we make 15 million in 6 months, excluding net profit? Judging by the current situation, I think it's 80% possible. Xiang Chen's heart was filled with joy. Yang Hai's 3 fish was the main task, and losing it all would be a disaster. But now the situation is stable, and the stone hanging in Xiang Chen's heart finally dropped. Impressive, Lao Yang. You truly are the future tycoon of the self-media industry. I didn't misjudge you. After some mutual business praise, Xiang Chen stayed to rest. The private restaurant had a resting area, and he had no qualms about profiting a bit from Yang Hai, who had earned so much money. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyang made several calls, inquiring about his sister, but Xiang Chen evaded the questions. As for reporting Wang Jing's disappearance, Xiang Chen had already figured it out. The standard for filing a missing person case is 24 hours. The old police officer just advised him to keep looking and contact them if they couldn't find her, suggesting that the young girl probably got carried away and forgot to call back. So now he was relaxed. Even if Wang Tianyang was anxious, he couldn't leave the hospital. As for Li Xingli, he was very annoyed today. Bald Chi Kaishan urged him to go to the villa in the southern suburbs in broad daylight, claiming there was a surprise. He had scolded this guy yesterday, but today he came wagging his tail again, shamelessly despicable. Grumbling all the way, he arrived at the villa area his father built in the southern suburbs, named Dafu Mountain Villa. At the sight of this name, Li Xingli felt it was simply too rustic. So after several years of completion, hardly any houses were sold. Over the years, apart from being given away, some were bought by mistresses for their lovers. Therefore, in the mouths of the people in the forest, this Dafu Mountain Villa had another nickname, called the Mistress Mountain Villa. As for his own property, Li Xingli's villa was definitely in the best location. When he arrived, he saw Baldy's car parked at the entrance from a distance. This house was basically uninhabited, except for the cleaning lady who lived here year-round to clean, and no one else came. But since someone was hired to clean, the inside still looked new. Where's Aunt Zhang? Why haven't I seen her? Li Xingli asked as soon as he saw Baldy. Sister Zhang is in the kitchen cooking for you. She's so happy to hear you're coming. Hearing this, Li Xingli's face, full of hostility, rarely showed a hint of warmth. He wasn't close to anyone in the Li family, including Li Jianguo and his wife. But he had an extremely good relationship with one person, his nanny Zhang Yurong, also known as Sister Zhang by Baldy. What about the surprise you mentioned? Li Xingli changed the subject, staring sharply at Baldy, as if to say he was in trouble if he wasn't satisfied with the surprise. In the room on the 3rd floor. If you're in a hurry, go check it out now. Sister Zhang's dinner will be ready in a while. You can go back. Do you still want to have dinner here? Li Xingli, who grew up in a privileged environment, didn't understand courtesy at all. He just directly told people to leave, as in his eyes, these people were just reptiles. After sending Baldy away, he put on a smile and happily ran to the kitchen, where he saw a middle-aged woman cooking at the stove. So Li Xingli took off his shoes and quietly approached her from behind, then reached out and covered her eyes. Guess who I am? Of course, it's Xiaoshang. I could hear your footsteps from far away. Hearing the woman's words, Li Xingli playfully said, it's no fun, Aunt Zhang. Can't you pretend to be surprised? Alright, Xiaoshang, the kitchen is full of fumes. Go take a break outside. Aunt will make your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Okay, don't work too hard. I'll go upstairs to play first. In front of Zhang Yurong, Li Xingli behaved like a naive 10-year-old child. When he was young, Li Jianguo was busy building his career, rarely at home while his biological mother, Gaoyu, only played mahjong and traveled, not even breastfeeding him to maintain her figure. With no one to take care of young Li Xingli, Li Jianguo had to hire a nanny, who actually acted as his nanny, taking care of Li Xingli until he grew up and attended a private school. So in the entire Li family, Li Xingli's affectionate side could only be seen in Zhang Yurong. Ah, who are you? Shortly after, a terrified girl's voice came from the 3rd floor to Zhang Yurong's ears. Her body trembled, but she immediately continued cooking as if nothing had happened. Wang Jing, looking fearfully at the man with a wicked smile in front of her, was supposed to be picked up by her brother Wang Tianyang this morning. Instead, a young man took her in a car and brought her here directly. She was from the county and had never been to Linhai City, so she was unfamiliar with the way to the hospital. The man drove her straight here. Instead of her brother Wang Tianyang, she was greeted by a fierce middle-aged bald man, and then she was locked in a dark room on the 3rd floor until now when someone finally opened the door. "Don't you know who I am? Little sister, don't be afraid. How old are you this year? Why did you come here?" Li Xingli's demeanor gave off a feeling of not being approachable. So Wang Jing was very resistant to him, feeling physically uncomfortable and trembling when he approached her. "Don't come near me. Where's my brother? Why did you bring me here? High-end ingredients need to be cooked slowly over low heat." Li Xingli was not in a hurry, knowing that the girl couldn't escape anyway. "Who is your brother? Tell me his name, I might know him. I can help you contact him. Trust me, I'm not a stranger." Perhaps Li Xingli's voice had an effect on the young girl, or maybe she felt she had to grasp at this lifeline in desperation. The frightened girl replied softly, "My brother's name is Wang Tianyang." "Wang Tianyang? Are you sure your brother's name is Wang Tianyang?" Li Xingli's mouth almost twisted into a smile. He held a deep grudge against Wang Tianyang for kicking him. "Yes, do you know my brother?" "I do, and not only do I know him, but we have a good relationship. Come here, I'll tell you more." "No, I don't want to go." Watching Wang Jing shrinking timidly in the corner, Li Xingli finally lost all patience. "Come here." Then he rushed over like a hungry tiger, and soon the whole villa echoed with Wang Jing's mournful cries. Zhang Yurong paused slightly as she chopped vegetables, sighed softly, and continued her work. She had experienced such incidents before. After all, she was just a servant. If given face, she was called a nanny, but without it, she was nothing. Each should sweep the snow from their own doorstep, regardless of others' frost on the roof. With great power comes great responsibility, but unfortunately, she did not have that ability. After a night's rest, Xiang Chen stretched comfortably. He hadn't gone home last night but had stayed at night Shanghai for the night, making use of his 200,000 yuan membership card. The sun outside the French windows was glaring, and Xiang Chen rubbed his eyes, lit a morning cigarette, patted his sister's big white rabbit for a while, got dressed, and went to the police station alone. Yes, 24 hours had passed, and he needed to report to the police, even though he knew where Wang Jing was. He had to save face, especially after Wang Tianyang had humiliated him. Today, he would make Wang Tianyang understand the meaning of humiliation. After reporting to the police, he immediately informed Yang Hai to send someone over as something big was about to happen. Yang Hai was taken aback on the phone, having just received 3 million yuan in hush money from Qi Kaishan. Xiang Chen seemed to be stirring up trouble again, making him question his professional ethics. However, he always followed Xiang Chen's decisions unconditionally, feeling like a mere loudspeaker, not getting involved in other matters. Even Wang Tianyang, who could barely walk, dragged himself over. Xiang Chen rented a wheelchair for him at the hospital and arranged for a van, as there was nowhere for him to squat. Wang Tianyang was grateful for this gesture, as he had no one else to rely on but Xiang Chen. It was easy to trace Wang Jing's whereabouts, as the people who took him did not hide anything, even with surveillance cameras at Daifu Mountain Villa. Zhang Yuron looked calmly at the police car parked in front of the villa, not appearing like an ordinary old lady. Li Xingli had left in the morning, leaving the girl tormented all night and still locked on the 3rd floor. "Who are you in this house? What's your name? Show me your ID for registration," the older police officer leading the team asked routinely. "Oh, I'm the maid of this house, Zhang Yurong. My ID is inside, I'll get it for you later." The old policeman turned back and gestured to the young policeman holding the enforcement recorder to take notes, then continued, "On the morning of March 23, 2024, at 9:12 a.m. Was there a black SUV with license plate number in C60252 parked at the entrance?" Zhang Yurong remained composed in the face of the police inquiry, speaking calmly and deliberately. "Yes, comrade police. What about the girl who came out of the car? Do you know her too?" When the police mentioned Wang Jing, Wang Tianyang clenched the wheelchair's hand tightly. His sister was his weakness and also a thorn in his side. "I don't know her, I'm just a cleaner, but girls of her age often come and go here." This sentence directly defined Wang Jing as a money-making girl in society. Zhang Yurong probably had dealt with such things a lot. Anyway, Xiang Chen felt that this old woman was not simple at all. And after carefully observing the behavior of these two police officers, Xiang Chen felt that they had definitely been here before, driving as if they were familiar with the route. The Fu Mountain Villa was quite maze-like, but they didn't take any wrong turns at all. Thinking about this, Xiang Chen sneered inwardly, guessing that the videos on the USB drive given by Shaoli were filmed in this place. "Let's go, take us in to see if that girl is still here, right?" The questioning ended, and Wang Tianyang was actually eager to go in long ago, but he hesitated to speak due to the constant questioning by the two old police officers. The villa was in European style, looking quite exquisite, probably cost a lot at the time. And the several floors were all cleaned very neatly. The marble tiles on the pillars could even reflect a person's face. "Where is she? On which floor?" Xiang Chen asked the woman, followed by two young men pushing Wang Tianyang's wheelchair. They were the people sent by Yang Hai. Originally, this kind of place was inaccessible, but Xiang Chen had a quick idea to have them drive a van over, which could also help push the wheelchair and livestream at the same time. Upon hearing the police's inquiry, Zhang Yurong calmly said, "On the third floor, at this hour, she's probably still sleeping. Hurry, let's go in." "Police uncle, my sister must have been kidnapped here. She wouldn't stay overnight at a stranger's house, she's very obedient," Wang Tianyang pleaded with a sobbing voice, begging them. Finally, after dawdling for a long time, the group arrived at the room where Wang Jing was locked up, but after opening the door, there was no trace of the girl. Wang Tianyang went crazy, breaking free from the people supporting the wheelchair, ignoring the severe pain in his crotch, struggling to get up and run forward, finally finding Wang Jing, who had attempted suicide by cutting her wrists in the bathroom next to the bedroom. Xiang Chen was the second to rush in, and at that moment, his scalp exploded. The pool of blood, a young girl lying disheveled on the bathtub, blood still flowing from her hands. She was already in shock due to excessive blood loss. The situation had developed to this point, to be honest, it was beyond Xiang Chen's expectations. Wang Tianyang, this coward, only knew how to cry for his sister. Xiang Chen leaned forward to check Wang Jing's breathing, and found a faint breath, then immediately picked up the girl and shouted frantically, "Call 911. What are you waiting for?" At this moment, Zhang Yurong brought a family first aid kit and said to Xiang Chen, "There is medical bandage here, stop her bleeding first, otherwise, the girl's blood will run out before the ambulance arrives." Looking at Zhang Yurong, born in 1982, Xiang Chen couldn't help but think sarcastically that she was really an old green tea. With such a thing happening right under her nose, she could still pretend to be so innocent. The situation had developed to this point, even Xiang Chen felt a bit guilty. He looked down at the girl in his arms, pale and bloodless, even though she was unconscious. Her brows were furrowed tightly, and her lips were bitten, indicating the torment she had been through. "How is my sister? She'll be okay, right, brother?" When loved ones are in danger, most people react this way. So it was normal for Wang Tianyang not to dare look at his sister. He was just an ordinary person from start to finish. She still has a pulse and is breathing. Luckily the bleeding has stopped. She should be able to make it. The police officer's experience was rich, and he could tell at a glance that Wang Jing still had a chance of survival. That's good. As long as you can save my sister, I'll kowtow to you," Wang Tianyang said, enduring the severe pain in his lower body and kowtowed to the two police officers. Even Xiang Chen couldn't bear to watch this anymore and rushed forward to stop him. "Get up quickly. What are you doing?" While everyone was in a panic, the ambulance arrived. Xiang Chen carried the little girl onto the ambulance, feeling indebted, and stayed with her the whole time. On the other hand, Wang Tianyang's wound ruptured due to his intense movements and he was carried back to the hospital room. The farce finally came to an end. This incident was still being live-streamed throughout, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room today exceeded tens of thousands, far beyond the usual 100 viewers. Not only the melon-eating friends in Linhai City, but also melon-eating masses from all over the country climbed in through the internet. The situation was too sensational, with a villa, a suicide girl, enough material for a suspense novel. Zhang Yurong, who watched the ambulance leave, turned back to the room and hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. "Hello, Jiangwo, Xiaoshang might be in trouble this time." Lu Ruyan was also watching the live broadcast, including a girl standing beside her who was staring at the phone without blinking. When Xiang Chen's figure appeared on the screen, the two women showed opposite expressions. Lu Ruyan looked disgusted and repulsed, while the young girl looked eager to go over and join the gossip. "Coco, I'm tired, take me back to the room." "Okay, Teacher Mu." Lu Ruyan felt comfortable being called Teacher Mu. People are so cheap, they will miss what they have lost. When she was in school, she was tired of hearing her ears and eyes, but now she missed it when no one called her. Including Fong Kek, who used to dislike her the most, relying on her looks to look down on others and trying to take advantage of the quota for poor students. But now, when she really came into contact with this child, her opinion changed completely. Fong Kek, this girl, not only had a sweet mouth, but also could endure hardship, work hard, and be careful. Originally, she didn't want her to be a caregiver. Her mother, Mu Cooling, insisted on choosing this girl because Fong Kek was the cheapest caregiver in the whole hospital. Helpless, Lu Ruyan had to listen to her mother, and found that she really chose the right person. The two women quickly became friends. "Teacher, isn't that him in there?" Why ask knowingly? "Coco, you've seen him before." Fong Kek, who had her thoughts exposed, smiled awkwardly and then went to prepare lunch in silence. The reason why she became a caregiver for Lu Ruyan here was all because of Xiang Chen's idea. Originally, she thought Lu Ruyan would not accept her, and she had never done such a tiring job as a caregiver. Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen's words, "I'll give you 300,000, can't you handle this little thing?" morally blackmailed her. Fortunately, she found that the job was not too tiring. It was just a matter of serving tea, pouring water, and washing underwear. She earned 300 yuan a day, and it was only for about 10 days. She had already taken leave, and she had done what she was asked to do well. The ward where Lu Ruyan was located was covered with pinhole cameras in every corner. Fang Kek felt that no one was more scheming than Xiang Chen in her heart. This man was really good and bad. Linhai City First People's Hospital. How is the patient? Is there any danger to her life? Watching the doctor coming out of the emergency room, Xiang Chen quickly got up and asked. For now, her vital signs are stable. Fortunately, she was found half an hour early, otherwise it would have been very difficult. Thank you, doctor. When do you think the patient will wake up? Are there any other injuries on her body? Xiang Chen fired a series of questions like a machine gun. He didn't want this matter to end so simply. Where did you find her? Was it in her own home? No, she went missing yesterday and was only found this morning. Upon hearing this, the doctor looked deeply at Xiang and then whispered to him, "Follow me." He then led Xiang to the duty room where there was no one else. After closing the door, only the two of them remained. What is your name? What is your relationship with the patient? My name is Xiang, I guess I am her brother. Intuition told Xiang that what the doctor was about to say was crucial, so he had already started recording with his phone. Well, the patient should be under 18 this year, with a bone age of only 16. Yes, she was in her senior year at a high school in Dongshan County. Doctor, just tell me straight, I can handle it. Trying to get closer to Wang Jing's siblings, the doctor would only reveal the truth if he felt comfortable. In short, besides excessive blood loss, the girl has bruises all over her body, severe tearing in her private area. Do you understand what I mean? Xiang knew Li Xingli's character very well, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Are you saying she was assaulted?" "Yes, and there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. You can report it to the police, they are experienced detectives and should be able to assess, but do not mention that I told you." It was clear that the doctor had a strong sense of medical ethics, and everything he had said so far was sincere. However, Xiang was puzzled. Why would he need to report to the police? Was there something more to this? Doctor, I didn't quite understand what you meant, could you clarify? I suspect the patient's wrist cutting was not voluntary suicide. Xiang's heart trembled at this revelation. Forced suicide? Isn't that murder? Did Li Xingli really have the audacity to do this? Rape and murder? Was this a movie plot playing out in reality? Do you have any evidence for this? Without proof, no one will believe you. Do I need more evidence? The wounds on your sister's hands were cut in the opposite direction, and from the direction of the cuts, it's clear at a glance that a normal person could not have inflicted these wounds, unless someone else did it. The doctor had already made it very clear this was premeditated murder, perhaps even rape followed by murder. Alright, I understand, doctor. I haven't asked for your name yet, can I contact you again if needed? Xiang's tone was sincere, and the doctor, who initially didn't want any trouble, had to reply in a low voice, "You can find me. My surname is Li, just ask for Chief Surgeon Li next time." Okay, thank you very much, Chief Li. Can I go see my sister now? Don't disturb the patient's rest for now, she's still unconscious, so there's no point in seeing her. After bidding farewell to Chief Li, Xiang went straight to Wang Tianyang's ward, while arranging for Yang Hai to prepare an exclusive news report. Upon receiving the notification, Yang Hai was ecstatic and admired Xiang even more. In just 20 days, Xiang had managed to create 3 hot news topics that captured the attention of the entire internet. His previous competitor, Hai, was no longer a concern, as Xiang now aimed for the vast expanse of the universe. In Wang Tianyang's ward, unable to move due to his ruptured wounds, he lay on the bed replaying the scene in his mind. Despite losing an eye, Wang Tianyang was not blind and could see the bloodstains in his sister's white dress. Having seen countless women, how could he not understand what this meant? And the beast who abducted his sister was Li Xingli. He believed that all the blame should fall on himself. It was all his fault. He deserved to die. At this moment, Wang Tianyang was filled with regret over the post he had shared on his social media. He regretted not deleting that despicable woman, Lu Ruyan. Tianyang, are you feeling better? A warm voice pulled him back from the abyss of despair, and Wang Tianyang slowly raised his head to see Xiang Chen's smiling face. Yang Ji, how is my sister? Is she okay? Don't worry, the doctor said she just lost too much blood, and she's out of danger now. That's good. Thank goodness. Wang Tianyan clasped his hands together and made a few bows towards the sky, finally able to let go of the anxiety in his heart. You need to rest well, or else if the wound gets infected, it will be troublesome. Can I go see my sister? I promise not to disturb her, please take me to see her. Xiang Chen looked at Wang Tianyan's earnest words and sighed helplessly. It's no use going now, she hasn't woken up yet. There's a more troublesome matter at hand, which I didn't want to tell you. What matter? Tell me. Here's a recording, the chief doctor just told me. I was considering whether to let you listen, but you are her brother after all, you have the right to know. But let me say this first, no matter what you hear later, stay calm, or else I won't let you listen. Xiang Chen's expression was serious, and Wang Tianyang quickly assured him, I won't cause trouble, let me listen. Alright, take a few deep breaths to prepare yourself. After saying that, Xiang Chen opened his phone and played the recording for Wang Tianyang to listen to. As time passed, Wang Tianyang's breathing became more and more rapid. Even from a distance, Xiang Chen could hear his gritted teeth. Endless hatred filled his heart at this moment. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he heard his sister's tortured cries with his own ears, he couldn't restrain the desire to kill Li Shengli. Li Shengli, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. Xiang Chen was very satisfied with Wang Tianyang's reaction, his skill in sowing discord becoming more proficient. Although the girl was pitiful, wasn't it all worth it? Xiao Tian, listen to me, you can't fight him. Endure for now, retreat when necessary. He's in the dark now, we're in the light, and it seems your sister may be in danger. In danger? Wang Tianyang looked at Xiang Chen blankly, his head was already a mess, unable to think. Xiang Chen didn't beat around the bush, and said directly, do you think Li Shengli, who was ruthless, would let someone who could expose him live? Xiang Chen's words hit Wang Tianyang like a hammer to the chest. He couldn't imagine how he would live after losing his sister. The air seemed to freeze, and the two stared at each other without speaking for a long time. After a while, Xiang Chen turned around, poured a glass of water for him and placed it by the bed, then said in a low voice, drink some water and rest. We ordinary people have no right to fight against these people, including the police. Including what? Wang Tianyang's throat inexplicably hoarse. Xiang Chen looked at him with pity and continued slowly, did you notice how those two people went to Li Shengli's villa today? It wasn't like the first time they went. Leave with your sister after she recovers, leave Linhai City. Of course, if she wakes up. You won't abandon me, will you? You're the only one I can trust here. Wang Tianyang suddenly stopped Xiang Chen, realizing the fickleness of human relationships. He never imagined that the only person he could trust in the end would be the husband who seduced a married woman. Xiang Chen turned around with a brilliant smile. Of course. Inside the Li family villa, Li Shengli knelt in the hall in his pajamas, and the passing servants dared not look at him, lowering their heads and walking quickly past. No one noticed the resentment on his face, like a beast from the abyss devoid of any human emotion. In the study on the third floor, Li Jianguo with a square face angrily pointed at a woman in Chinese attire and cursed loudly. It's all because you spoil him too much usually. Do you know the saying, a kind mother spoils the child? How many troubles has that brat caused since he came back? The beautiful woman who confronted him didn't back down at all, immediately retorting with a cold smile, blame me? The father's lack of discipline leads to the son's behavior. Like father, like son. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A rat's son knows how to dig holes. You deserve it. Having a son is already good enough, those who do bad things should face the consequences. What did you say, you bitch? Do you really think I can't do anything to you and your son? Li Jianguo exploded in anger. If it weren't for her maternal family's influence, he would have kicked her out long ago. Get out. Take that bastard downstairs with you. Ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? What does that bastard downstairs have to do with me? Li Jianguo, are you losing your mind? One sentence directly brought the enraged Li Jianguo back to reality, and within a few seconds his face returned to normal. Let him go to the capital to avoid trouble. I need some time to clean up his mess. You figure it out yourself. I'm going back to my mother's house in a few days. My brother is turning 50 in a month. You deal with it yourself. After speaking, the beautiful woman swayed her hips and left, leaving behind a gloomy face Li Jianguo smashing things in the study. Several hours later, a man in a suit entered Wang Tianyang's hospital room. Wang Tianyang, lying on the bed with vacant eyes, immediately stared at him warily. Unexpectedly, the man was polite. He walked up to Wang Tianyang and extended his hand, saying politely, hello, I am Chen Tong, a lawyer from the legal department of the Honor Qianqiu Group. I am here to discuss the compensation for your sister's injury with you. Oh, go ahead, I accept. I have only one request, and you must agree to it. Chen Tong's face immediately showed a smile. but he maintained the professionalism expected of a lawyer. Please go ahead, as long as it's not unreasonable, I will follow the client's instructions. I agree to everything you said. I won't cause any trouble, but since Li Xingli has hurt my siblings, I just want him to come here and apologize to me and my sister. Apologize? Chen Tong thought it was not a big deal and immediately agreed on behalf of Li Jianguo. After receiving a positive response, Wang Tianyan quickly signed various contracts without even looking, and he didn't say much about the compensation of 1.2 million. Chen Tong was very satisfied with this attitude, thinking that Wang Tianyan was probably the most cooperative person he had encountered in recent years. Alright, this is the confidentiality agreement. Please sign and stamp it. Oh, and this liability waiver contract also needs your signature. With Wang Tianyang's cooperation, Chen Tong quickly completed the matter and left, leaving a message that Li Xingli would come to apologize in person the next afternoon. He knew Li Jianguo's character too well. In his eyes, a promise or an apology was worthless. This was the nature of a businessman, especially as the public face of Linhai City's richest man, Li Jianguo. After watching Chen Tong leave, Wang Tianyang took out his phone and dialed Xiang Chen's number. Hello? Xiao Tian, what's up? Hearing Xiang Chen's voice, Wang Tianyang smiled brightly. Brother, I feel like eating fruit. Can you buy some for me? I have something to discuss with you. Annoyed, Xiang Chen suppressed his displeasure and replied as calmly as possible, sure, what fruit do you want? I'll bring it over. Pear. I want to eat a pear, just buy one, and remember to buy a sharper fruit knife. Okay, you wait for me, I will definitely be there in half an hour. Buying a fruit knife? Xiang Chen probably guessed what Wang Tianyan wanted to do. Trying to suppress his excitement, he immediately ran downstairs to the fruit shop and bought a pear and other fruits. Then he went to the kitchenware store to buy a sharp short knife for cutting meat, the kind of knife from the fruit shop wouldn't be able to stab someone. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen appeared in front of Wang Tianyang, carrying a bag of fruits, with a short knife inside. Hee, Xiao Tian, why did you suddenly want to eat a pear? I just suddenly felt like eating it, I don't know why, by the way, can you take me to see Xiao Jing? Wang Tianyan's eyes were very calm, showing no hint of resentment. Xiang Chen, who was originally going to refuse, suddenly nodded at his face as if by magic. Okay, I'll take you. Wang Jing's ward was on the 5th floor, just 3 floors away from Wang Tianyan, but she had not yet woken up from her coma due to excessive blood loss. Looking at his sister's furrowed brow, Wang Tianyang indulgently reached out and pressed it a few times. Unexpectedly, her tightly furrowed brow immediately relaxed, as if the comatose Wang Jing felt her brother's presence. Impressive, right, brother? You can learn this move too, it's very effective. When I was a child, my grandmother used to massage my eyebrows for me, and I felt especially relaxed after the massage. Wang Tianyang's tone was like chatting casually, and Xiang Chen did not respond to his words. He had always been a lonely person, and he could not enjoy this kind of treatment at all. Next, Wang Tianyang did not speak, just sat quietly in a wheelchair watching his sister, until the medical staff drove them away. As they pushed Wang Tianyang out, he clearly saw tears falling continuously from the other's eyes onto his pants. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he wiped his face with his hand and never looked back again. Take me out for a walk, the sun is nice today. Facing death, Xiang Chen already understood his choice, of course, he would not refuse this small request. When the two arrived at an empty place with no one around, Wang Tianyang suddenly said to Xiang Chen, brother, do you think I'm stupid? Only now do I know that it was you who harmed us siblings? Xiang Chen, pushing the wheelchair, suddenly stopped. It seemed that there were really no fools in this world. No, I never thought you were stupid, but the real person who harmed you and your sister is not me, right? Let's not talk about this, brother. The bald guy gave me 800,000 before, and just now Li Xingli gave me another one. 2 million. Can you keep this 2 million for me? Seeing no reaction from Xiang Chen, Wang Tianyang suddenly grabbed his hand excitedly and continued, I can give you half, but you must take care of Xiao Jing. I'm not morally blackmailing you, I know I wronged you before, but now I'm dying, please, Yangge, I have no one else to trust. Facing death, the bird's song is mournful. Xiang Chen silently lit 2 cigarettes, then put one in Wang Tianyang's mouth. Then, holding up his right hand solemnly, he said to Wang Tianyang, today, I, Xiang Chen, swear to the heavens. The 2 million in cash entrusted to me by Wang Tianyang will be absolutely intact and handed over to Wang Jing for use. If I break this oath, let the heavens strike me with thunder. Yanggu, if it weren't for my youthful foolishness, I really would like to recognize you as my brother. Your actions make you very trustworthy. If Xiang Chen's previous behavior was all pretense and acting, then Wang Tianyang's words really touched him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I will take care of Wang Jing as if she were my own sister, you just do what you want to do. After speaking, Xiang Chen glanced at the 99% favorability rating above Wang Tianyang's head, then smiled with satisfaction. In fact, towards the 2 million, Xiang Chen had no interest at all. It was just money earned through hard work. He didn't care at all about Wang Tianyang's life or death. Even if he knew it was his own plan? The one who really pushed them siblings to a dead end was not Xiang Chen, but Li Shengli. Moreover, in the end, the only person Wang Tianyang could entrust his sister to in this world was himself, and Xiang Chen had no guilt about this matter from start to finish. The only person who made Xiang Chen's conscience uneasy was actually Wang Jing. The young girl was forced into this situation at such a young age, and she suffered quite a bit of harm. Most importantly, she could have stayed out of it, but Xiang Chen pulled her in. Perhaps from then on the gears of fate began to turn? But who knows what will happen in the future? After returning to the hospital room, Xiang Chen went to find Yang Hai. There would be a big event tomorrow afternoon. He absolutely couldn't miss this wave of traffic. He couldn't take completing the main task lightly. After arranging Yang Hai, he went directly to the entrance of Qianqiu General Hospital in Linhai City, and then quietly waited for someone to come out. He waited for half an hour before Fang Kiki finally came running over panting. "Why are you in such a hurry? People are exhausted and still have to deal with you." "What are you saying? What do you mean by deal with? So the guests outside are guests, and the host at home doesn't have to pay taxes, right?" Fang Kiki's face turned green. Ever since she took 300,000 from Xiang Chen, she was completely under his control. They say the debtor is the uncle, but it's completely reversed with her. Xiang Chen always played the role of creditor, making her do whatever he wanted, without any discounts. It was simply despicable. Humph, despicable scum. I don't have time to argue with you today. Just say what you have to say. My hourly rate is very expensive. Xiang Chen helplessly looked at Fang Kiki, who was becoming more lively in character, completely different from her previous submissive image. However, she only showed her lively side in front of Xiang Chen. Perhaps money is not only the backbone of men, but also the confidence of women. Can you find a way to trick Lu Ruyan to a designated place? Trick her to a designated place? Where do you want to trick her to? Fang Kiki looked at Xiang Chen suspiciously, although she had gotten closer to Lu Ruyan now because of taking care of her. But it was probably not feasible to get the immobile Lu Ruyan out of the hospital. After thinking for a while, Xiang Chen came up with an idea and whispered mysteriously to Fang Kiki. "How about that? She will definitely go this way." Hearing the full plan, Fang Kiki looked disdainful at Xiang Chen and replied, "But isn't this a bit too despicable? And if I do this, I will definitely lose my job." Put. With a crisp slap, Fang Kiki, in pain, covered her head, and Xiang Chen, putting away his hand that had just hit her, said with regret, "Is your job to be a caregiver? Did your parents in the country educate you to clean up after others? You ungrateful child. You've lost your mind. Stop talking nonsense and go back to work." Helplessly, Fang Kiki could only cover her head and run away in embarrassment, causing Xiang Chen to shout after her, "Remember, the password is 26120618, the teacher's name is Teacher Lizzie. The profile picture is of a little girl." "Okay, I got it." Fang Kiki's soft voice came in the wind, and Xiang Chen looked a bit worried in the direction she ran, afraid that this troublesome girl would cause trouble later. In fact, Xiang Chen's method was very simple. In plain terms, just one word: deceive. Yan Ruoyan now cares most about only her son Yuan. Although the child is not biologically related to Xiang Chen, he was indeed born from her womb. So Xiang Chen's plan is simple. Let Fang Kiki unlock her phone tonight while Yan Ruoyan is asleep. Then use a WeChat alias to add her, change the profile picture and name to that of a kindergarten teacher, and then send a message to Yan Ruoyan. Just say that the child broke his leg at kindergarten and ask her to go to the First People's Hospital in Linhai City. Yan Ruoyan will definitely call her mother to ask. But her mother is a gambling addict and will definitely be playing mahjong in the afternoon, so she won't answer her phone. This is the experience Xiang Chen has summarized over the past few years. So at that time, only Fang Kiki can take her to the hospital. Once she goes, she'll be hooked. After preparing everything, Xiang Chen is ready to go home and get a good night's sleep, waiting quietly for the drama to unfold tomorrow. In the afternoon of the next day, on the 8th floor of the inpatient department of the First People's Hospital of Linhai City, many people suddenly appeared in the corridor that was not crowded before. The duty nurses were also puzzled, but when asked, they said they were visiting patients and couldn't just drive people away. After all, the hospital is a public place, not a private one. Xiang Chen also mingled in the crowd, not as the protagonist today, just a spectator. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the elevator doors opened, a reluctant Li Xingli slowly walked out with the lawyer Chen Tong accompanying him. Shortly after he came out, Fang Kiki followed, pushing Yan Ruoyan in a wheelchair out of the elevator. Xiang Chen had already occupied a position to observe the elevator entrance at all times, and the moment Yen Ruoyan came out, he turned his body towards her. But Yen Ruoyan is now anxious, not paying attention to the people around her at all, completely underestimating a woman's maternal instincts. In the ward, Wang Tianyang lay dejectedly on the bed, his injured eyes still covered with gauze, and his lower body had wounds from yesterday's intense activity, making it impossible for him to get out of bed and walk. "Alright, do you have to make a show of apologizing in person? Just take the money, isn't that enough? 2 million to buy your sister's virginity, isn't that a good deal? The going rate outside is at most 5,000 now. Have you ever thought about how many times that is, and yet you dare to bite me back? Even if I gave you 10 years, could you earn this much money? You ungrateful thing." The more Li Xingli spoke, the more excited he became, almost spitting on Wang Tianyang's face. Chen Tong on the side quickly pulled him back. This kid is really a troublemaker wherever he goes. Surprisingly, no matter how much Li Xingli insulted him, Wang Tianyang remained silent, looking completely despondent, like a pus-filled waste. "Speak up, you waste. Didn't you specifically ask me to come and apologize to you? Take a look at yourself." As he spoke, he took out a few car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Wang Tianyang's face. "1 key, 2 keys, 3 keys, are you worthy? Clown." While Li Xingli was humiliating Wang Tianyang, Fang Kiki pushed Yen Ruoyan in, making the situation extremely awkward. "Where's my son? How come you two are here?" The three of them looked at each other in confusion, except for Wang Tianyang who had some idea. Both Li Xingli and Yen Ruoyan were clueless. Sensing that something was wrong, Yen Ruoyan quickly took out her phone and searched for Lychee Teacher on WeChat. She found 2 identical names, even the profile pictures were exactly the same. Then she checked her contacts and found a new friend, the most recent one added last night while she was asleep. Snap! Yen Ruoyan turned sharply to look at Fang Kiki and sharply asked, "It's you. You're with Xiang Chen." Yi Jingbao exposed Fang Kiki shrugged helplessly, then let go of the hand pushing Lu Ruyan's wheelchair and said helplessly, "I'm just doing business for money. The teacher hopes you won't blame me. It's really that man who gave too much. Xiang Chen, where are you? Come out." Sitting in the wheelchair, Lu Ruyan screamed in impotent rage, unaware that her ugly behavior had already been broadcast live on the scene. "What are you yelling at? Do you have any face to see, Yangu? Shameless woman, your face is thicker than 3 walls." Wang Tianyang's sudden reprimand left Lu Ruyan dumbfounded. Even Li Xingli, who was watching the show on the side, looked at the two in surprise. After the surprise came anger. He jumped up and punched Wang Tianyang lying on the bed. "Who do you think you are? How dare you scold my woman?" Boom! 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 The rain-like fists crazily smashed into his stomach, making Wang Tianyang spit out green water. "And let me tell you one more thing, your sister is very moist. It feels really comfortable. Can you imagine that tight feeling? It's like ascending to heaven." Seeing the situation was bad, Chen Tong hurriedly rushed up to pull Li Xingli, already feeling extreme disgust in his heart. This emotionally unstable thing could no longer be called a human, it was simply an uncommunicative beast. Just as Chen Tong was pulling Li Xingli, Wang Tianyang suddenly pulled out a shiny sharp knife from under the pillow. Then, like a madman, he sprang up from the bed and slashed Li Xingli's neck in an instant, and a gush of bright red blood spurted out. "Why do you bully us siblings? Why don't you let me go when we are both so pitiful?" Li Xingli blankly covered his neck, not knowing what had happened, feeling the coolness of his neck. Water kept splashing out, as if it was still a bit hot. Unfortunately, Wang Tianyang did not give him time to think, and the next second the tip of the knife plunged into his eye socket. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Quick, tell me, where did you go wrong?" In the small ward, only Wang Tianyang's hysterical shouts remained, and the people from Yanghai Company outside were all stunned. The popularity of the live broadcast room was soaring, but the next second there was a live murder. Who could bear it? And all the live broadcast rooms were immediately shut down. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and film. It's a sensational news that will shake the whole internet." Xiang Chen looked at the group of idiots with hatred. They were as stupid as they come, having traffic but not knowing how to make money. Yang Hai relied on these people to make a fool of themselves sooner or later. In the ward, Wang Tianyang was still going crazy, and the lawyer Chen Tong, who had been holding him, had already retreated to the wall. After all, his own life was important, and he didn't dare to gamble that the crazy Wang Tianyang wouldn't stab him. The most unlucky one was Lu Ruyan. After Fang Kikwanai jumped back, she immediately ran away, and when Wang Tianyang started killing, she also wanted to run. Unfortunately, she was so scared that she had no strength to push the wheelchair, not to mention that the small ward door had been completely blocked by the people Xiang Chen had called over. She had no way to get out. Now she couldn't even pretend to faint. Li Shingli's blood was spraying everywhere like a high-pressure pump. Her clothes had already been dyed red. Poochie! Poochie! Wang Tianyan lay on the fallen Li Shingli, the knife in his hand stabbing into Li Shingli's abdomen one by one. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. The people filming outside were all raised under the 9-year compulsory education, or had they seen such a scene, those with poor endurance were vomiting, and for a while, the ward was filled with various breakfast scents. Ding woo! Ding woo! Although on the 8th floor, Xiangchen still heard the sound of police cars starting. He sneered, thinking they came pretty fast, but it was already too late. Li Shingli had been stabbed dozens of transparent holes, even Hua Tuo couldn't save him. No one dared to persuade Wang Tianyang in the room. Chen Tong shrank in the corner, Lu Ruyan trembled sitting in the wheelchair, and the people at the door were recording videos as if nothing had happened. People all want to take a bite of the blood-filled steamed buns, and there is never a shortage of people willing to do things that can earn money. Police! This place has been sealed off. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Soon, the old police officer came over, and it was clear to Xiangchen that the one in charge was actually a special police officer. Li Jiangwo's power is really not small. It's not surprising to think about it. The treatment of the poor is certainly different from that of the Tianlong people. This has been the truth since ancient times. Brother, I'm leaving. Remember your promise. Amidst the noise, Wang Tianyang's shout suddenly came. Even the police officers maintaining order turned their heads to look. Don't get excited. Don't harm innocent people anymore. Obviously, the police officer's words had no effect on Wang Tianyang. After saying that, he directly cut his own neck. Not wanting to die slowly, he took advantage of his strength to forcefully stab the dagger into his heart. There was no way to save him now. There was no chance of survival. Wang Tianyang had been cowardly all his life, but finally became a man before he died. In his last moments, his eyes stared at the ground, blood kept spewing from his mouth, and in a strange posture with his face down, he completely lost all signs of life. Only Xiangchen understood that Wang Tianyang wanted to take one last look at his sister who was 3 floors away. Only he knew who the promise to keep was for. Captain Wang, both of them have stopped breathing. A young police officer with a bit more courage checked Wang Tianyang's breathing and then shook his head helplessly. The farce came to an abrupt end. Wang Tianyang was dead, Li Shingli was also dead, and the flow of Yanghai's 3 fish companies surged to its highest point in this wave of events. Everything was going in the direction Xiangchen had anticipated. He could be said to be the only winner in this bloody script, and at that moment the air suddenly fell into absolute stillness. Xiangchen understood in his heart that Wang Tianyang's challenge task had been completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge task. Helping Wang Tianyang seek revenge, received task reward. Wang Tianyang's trust, deceased, received investment fund 500% rebate, 10,023,490 yuan, 10 million. The big winner life fund gave more than 10 million. Its calculation method should have included the money Wang Tianyang earned. In other words, the amount obtained from the challenge task was not only the investment made by oneself, but also any money earned by the person being invested in. There was a lot of room for manipulation here, wondering if there was a loophole to exploit, like having others send money to this person and so on, but it was probably not possible. This system was so mysterious, it probably knew everything about one's every move. There was no need to stir up trouble for no reason. Speaking of which, Xiangchen had never earned so much money in his life. In plain terms, this money was enough to allow the vast majority of people to buy a house and a car in an ordinary second-tier city and live a worry-free life. It was terrifying. Was this the value of the challenge task? Damn, the main storyline task was nothing compared to it. At this moment, Xiangchen looked at his personal information. Theoretically, he had earned 10 million out of thin air. His level should have risen from 100,000 level manager to 1 million level manager. The result did not disappoint him. The money earned from Wang Tianyang really allowed him to skip the million level manager and directly become a million level manager. They say it's harder to earn from 0 to 100 million than from a million to a billion. Luckily Xiangchen successfully took this step with the help of the Big Winner Life Fund. Big Winner Life Fund, personal information host, Xiangchen gender, male age, 26 years old level, manager of tens of millions account balance, 10,135,682 yuan entrepreneurial team, non-occupational specialty, favorability system, 2 people, already bound, remaining slots, 6 people occupational skills, insightful, can designate the observation of 3 people's fortunes per month, fortune categories, longevity, crown, officer, emperor's favor, decline, illness, death, defeat, tomb, extinction, embryo, nurture. As the feeling of splitting time and space gradually faded away, the flow of time and reality returned to normal. The police quickly sealed off the scene, followed by forensic experts entering. This case was too heinous. It could be said to be a major criminal case that Linhai City had not seen in 10 years. Therefore, it was highly valued by the higher-ups, and all the people at the scene, regardless of their identities, were taken back to the station for routine questioning and recording of statements. However, Xiang Chen didn't care about these people at all. Even if he notified Yang Hai to have someone come for a live broadcast, it would at most be a matter of an unscrupulous internet celebrity seeking attention, causing no significant waves. Could it be that the investigators could know in advance that Xiang Chen incited Wang Tianyang to murder intentionally? Unless Wang Tianyang, who had turned into a corpse, miraculously got up and personally told them. Even the murder weapon was purchased by Xiang Chen with cash, which was a precautionary measure. Even if the police used their phone records to prove that Xiang Chen bought it from Wang Tianyang, so what? It's not like he actively bought it. It's perfectly reasonable to help someone buy a fruit knife to cut fruit. So, after all the twists and turns, this matter was ultimately classified as a crime of passion, especially since Lu Ruyan was present at the scene. The video of Li Xingli beating Wang Tianyang in the hospital room had a wide circulation. Everything just flowed naturally. When Xiang Chen learned about this news a few days later, he disdainfully spat out, "Nonsense, crime of passion." With the pressure from Li Jianguo, they dare not define it as a vendetta. The matter of Wang Jing has been tightly sealed up until now, fully demonstrating that these people are all in cahoots. Standing at the stairwell smoking, Xiang Chen slowly extinguished the cigarette butt, then carried the packed meal box to Wang Jing's hospital room. The doctor had just called to say she had woken up, so he hurried over from Yang Hai's place. After days of liquid diet, she was very weak. Xiang Chen came to see her almost every day. The young girl had become so thin that she was unrecognizable, staring blankly at the ceiling, showing no reaction to Xiang Chen's arrival. "Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry?" Wang Jing ignored him. She had a difficult life from a young age, and the harm caused by Li Xingli this time had made her even more silent and withdrawn. Xiang Chen was not surprised by her reaction and continued patiently, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiang Chen, the one who was supposed to pick you up at the train station that day." Wang Jing showed a slight reaction upon hearing this name. She had been in contact with Xiang Chen. "I hate you. Why didn't you come to pick me up on time that day?" Xiang Chen did not directly answer her question. The young girl had suffered a lot, and he knew she held resentment. "Your brother offended a wealthy young man for a woman. When you came that day, he posted on his moments, which ended up causing trouble for you." "Impossible. Where is my brother? Why didn't he come?" Wang Jing didn't believe anything now. Although she knew that Wang Tianyang had indeed posted on his moments that day, she didn't want to face it. Seeing her face twisted in pain, Xiang Chen felt a bit soft, but he could only say, "Do you want me to tell you that I took a bribe of 100,000 yuan from Baldi Kazikai to betray you? Of course not. So, I'll continue to say calmly, when you were deceived to Li Xingli's house, your brother and I were looking for you everywhere, but we couldn't report it until 24 hours had passed. After all, she was just a young girl. When she woke up and didn't see Wang Tianyang, she already had some uneasy thoughts in her mind." Because he knew what kind of person Li Xingli was, she asked tremblingly, "And then? Where did my brother go?" "Your brother lured Li Xingli here to kill him for revenge, right here in this hospital, and then he committed suicide." "Impossible. My brother, he. Wang Jing just woke up from a coma. The huge blow of losing her loved ones almost made her faint again. "I know it's hard for you to accept, but your brother is indeed gone. His body is still in the funeral home, and he can't be buried until the case is resolved. By the way, is your phone still charged? He said he left you a video, watch it yourself, I'll go out first." By now, Wang Jing, holding the phone, was already in tears. "Xiao Jing, when you see this video, I will be gone." As Wang Tianyang's voice came from the phone, Wang Jing stared at Wang Tianyang in the video as if grasping at a straw for life. Drowning people know this feeling, desperately trying to hold on but ultimately failing. The video was long, nearly 2 hours, and Xiang Chen didn't know what state of mind Wang Tianyang was in when he filmed it. But even through the closed ward door, he could hear Wang Jing's hoarse cries, which eventually turned into weak sobs. After smoking 4 or 5 cigarettes, Xiang Chen returned to find the ward door open, and Wang Jing weakly leaning against it. "How are you? Did Xiao Tian tell you everything?" "Yes." Wang Jing's voice was hoarse in response to Xiang Chen, who walked over, gently picked her up, and laid her on the bed. "Rest first, it's almost April. I remember you have 2 months left until the college entrance exam, right? Xiao Tian told me that your grades are very good. He really hopes you can get into a good school to make him proud." "Okay, I'll rest for a few days and then go back to Dongshan County." Not knowing what Wang Tianyang had told her, she was unusually obedient now, which puzzled Xiang Chen. "By the way, this is the 2 million your brother left for you. I've put it in a 2-year fixed deposit for you. The password is 215886. Remember it yourself. And this card, there's 100,000 yuan in it. Your brother asked me to give it to you as living expenses and tuition for college." Without hesitation, Wang Jing refused. "I don't want it. My brother didn't say he would give me 100,000 yuan as living expenses." It seems that the 2 hours were not wasted in conversation. Probably everything about the aftermath was explained, so Wang Jing didn't mention anything that wasn't brought up. "Okay, I'm leaving. Remember to eat on time. When you're feeling better, I'll take you back to Dongshan County." "Okay, thank you, Yang Ji." After Xiang Chen left with a wry smile, now worth millions, his business naturally flourished, and his travel car had been upgraded to the latest matte black BMW 740. The price of 1.3 million was acceptable to him, as he had enough funds on hand. Yanghai's Three Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd. SKPI had been skyrocketing due to a series of events, now surpassing high network. It was estimated that by June, achieving a performance of 15 million would be easy, and Xiang Chen would be able to recoup at least 7 million in funds. As for Li Jianguo, because his only son had died, he had stayed in the group these days without going home. At this moment, he was arguing fiercely with a middle-aged woman in the room, who turned out to be Li Xingli's nanny, Zhang Yurong, from the Dafu mountain villa. "Li Jianguo, you are just a useless coward. What did you say when you took care of my son? Now Xiaosheng is lying alone in the funeral home, he's afraid of the cold." Whoa. Li Jianguo, exhausted, looked at the woman in front of him with empty eyes. "Wrong, Xingli has been pampered too much these years, and the things he did were all shady. In the past 2 years, he has ruined more than a dozen young girls, and this time, he went too far by directly attempting murder. Such a son's death is his own fault." The woman, who was already on the verge of madness, went berserk when she heard Li Jianguo's words. "Li Ertsai, just because you're successful now doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. When you abandoned me and our son to marry that despicable woman, wasn't it just to bask in their family's glory?" Hearing this woman mention his past, Li Jianguo's eyes instantly filled with anger. "Shut up, you crazy woman." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yurong became more and more agitated, jumped up directly, pointed at Li Jianguo's nose, and cursed, "Huh? Don't let me speak? If it weren't for me helping you two back then, you wouldn't even know where you'd be working now. That despicable woman couldn't have children after being played with too much when she was young. I gave Xiaosheng to you, and my Xiaosheng ended up like this. It's all your fault, Li Jianguo. Give me back my son." Unable to bear the commotion caused by this shrew, Li Jianguo stepped forward and pushed her to the ground. "Now get out of here. Get far away, the revenge for my son is mine to take. It's not your place to meddle." Zhang Yurong didn't expect Li Jianguo to lay hands on her directly, and she was a little scared. After getting up from the ground, she sat there sobbing, "Xiaosheng is innocent. I put sleeping pills in the water she drank, and I cut her wrist. I never thought it would end up harming my Xiaosheng." The air suddenly froze. Li Jianguo widened his eyes and stared at Zhang Yurong, then pointed at her and cursed, "What did you say? You poisonous woman. How dare you? I just wanted to help my son. What's wrong with that? Get out. Get out of here." In a fit of anger, Li Jianguo picked up the ashtray next to him and smashed it fiercely. Terrified, Zhang Yurong quickly got up and ran away. A loving mother can ruin her son. Li Shengli's life was ruined by this woman. Some are happy while others are sad. At this moment, Xiang Chen had no idea about the situation in the Li Xingli family. He was leisurely enjoying the luxurious back massage service in night Shanghai, feeling quite content. He had been busy these days, urging Yang Hai to escalate the situation. They say many hands make light work. The live broadcast of the murder had pushed the incident to its peak, and now no one remembered Xiang Chen. The discussions were all about the grievances between Wang Tianyang and Li Shengli. Of course, the shadow of Lu Ruyan was also present. She was the leading lady, the official designated female lead. But now, Lu Ruyan and the entire Mu family had disappeared, including her gambling-loving mother. Even Zhang Yekuan did not hire a lawyer to sue their family. This was good news for Xiang Chen. Although he no longer cared about those trifles, he was willing to make the Mu family suffer. Press a little to the left. Yes, right there, put some strength. Recently, he had been sleeping on a waterbed a lot, causing Xiang Chen's old waist to feel a bit strained. This little girl had a professional technique, so Xiang Chen added another hour. Okay, is this better? Are you feeling more comfortable now? Put a little more pressure. It's okay, I can take it. The girl was amused by Xiang Chen's double entendre and laughed heartily. Those in their line of work were all experienced, understanding all kinds of dirty talk, much more interesting than the girls in school, like Kai Mifei. Sir, you have a way with words, you must have seen a lot. Hee hee, I not only understand that, but I also know how to read fortunes. Fortunes? You're so young and you can read fortunes? I don't believe it. Feeling looked down upon by the woman, Xiang Chen was a bit displeased. His newly awakened professional skill, insightful eye, had not been used on anyone yet. Today, he decided to try it out on this girl. Don't believe it? Come here, let me feel your bones. You're really something, then read mine. Come on, quickly. The girl, taking it as a game, crawled over to Xiang Chen with a smile. Xiang Chen pretended to touch her face, then solemnly pinched the hand formula and said, "Beauty, your luck hasn't been good lately, right? I see that you are experiencing bad luck, probably because someone is bothering you about your work, right?" The young girl, who had been smiling, immediately believed it upon hearing this. Recently, her family found out about her profession and pressured her to return home and get married every day, so she had been distressed these days. So, how can it be resolved? Sir, please teach me. Xiang Chen's voice softened, and his bones felt weak. He continued to touch the undulating mountains below and said, "I am a master, you have to pay a price, otherwise my cultivation will be in vain." The poem goes, a scream enters the Jade Gate, cutting off the dark clouds at noon. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen sent the young girl into a trance, entering a state of meditation, while also pondering. He wasn't just making things up earlier, he had used his discerning skills on the young girl and found a big defeat sign above her head. During this time, he had delved deep into understanding what these 12 types of luck represented: longevity, crown, officer, emperor's favor, decline, illness, death, tomb, defeat, extinction, embryo, and nurture. These terms come from ancient Chinese fortune-telling, describing the cycle from birth to death and the emergence of new things. They are also used as metaphors for the entire process of creation, development, decline, and extinction of all things in the world. In the 12 types of luck, longevity, crown, officer, and emperor's favor represent prosperous luck, known as the 4 prosperous luck. Defeat, death, tomb, and extinction represent adverse luck, known as the 4 adverse luck. Decline, illness, embryo, and nurture represent average luck, sometimes referred to as the 4 average luck. These different stages and states reflect the ups and downs and trends of one's life fortune. By using his discerning skills, Xiang Chen could see others' luck and determine whether it was worth investing in them. However, adverse luck also has 4 categories. For example, the defeat luck on the young girl is the lightest among the 4 adverse luck types. If it were death, tomb, or extinction luck, it would mean that person is doomed. In essence, this so-called discerning skill is somewhat similar to the Taoist art of observing qi, both focusing on reading one's fortune. Xiang Chen didn't care how it worked, as long as it was useful to him, he would accept it. Nowadays, Lu Ruyan had disappeared, Wang Tianyang had died, and the 2 instigators who had pushed Xiang Chen onto the path of cuckoldry had not met a good end. Xiang Chen was a bit puzzled. Now the Mu family could be considered a big internet sensation in Linhai City, so how could they disappear without a trace? Had they already left Linhai City or were they hiding in someone's house? But Lu Ruyan was not alone. Her family of 4 could not have disappeared without a trace wherever they went, leaving Xiang Chen quite puzzled. Oh well, they would show up eventually. Xiang Chen didn't believe this family would hide like rats in a sewer for a lifetime. Xiang Chen felt refreshed after taking a bath in the night Shanghai, but before reaching the parking lot, he was stopped by 2 burly men. "You are Xiang Chen?" The tone was off, definitely looking for trouble, and just by looking at their muscular bodies, it was clear they were not easy to mess with. "Yes, what's the matter? Our boss wants to see you." The 2 men's attitude was still polite, not reckless. Otherwise, Xiang Chen would have shown them why flowers are red. "Let's go, lead the way. Our boss is upstairs, just follow us." It seemed these people had been eyeing him for a long time, already figuring out his routine. Xiang Chen was curious about who could be so interested in him. If he guessed correctly, there was a 60% chance it was that person. After all, the grudge of killing a child is irreconcilable. In fact, in the plot planned by Xiang Chen, the bald man was a definite flaw, a trick that even Wang Tianyang could see through, so others could certainly see it too. Xiang Chen followed the 2 men up to the 10th floor, then entered a room, where he immediately saw the bald man, Kizishan, standing obediently on the side. Despite having a sofa nearby, he chose not to sit, adhering to the strict hierarchy of the upper class. In front of him sat a man with a square face, looking around 50 years old. Emitting an aura of authority without anger, a presence cultivated from years of holding a high position, something most people did not possess. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Li Jianguo, Li Xingli's father." As expected by Xiang Chen, the bald man deduced that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Li Jianguo naturally understood as well, following a logical progression. "Mr. Li, I've heard of your reputation. I am Xiang Chen, you should be familiar with me." Li Jianguo glanced at Xiang Chen and then smiled, saying, young and capable, ruthless in your methods, even managed to trap my son, Li Jianguo. You're quite impressive, young man. I am flattered. I do not provoke others, but if provoked, I will retaliate tenfold. Today's situation was beyond redemption. Even if Li Xingli was acting recklessly, he was still his son. Since they found him, they would not let it go easily. Young man, do not be too arrogant. If I'm not arrogant, can I still be called a young man? Tell me, Mr. Li, you didn't call me here just for tea, did you? Let me reiterate my position. Give me another chance. Li Xingli, that beast, must die. An eye for an eye, debts must be repaid. It's only natural. Xiang Chen's words made Li Jianguo uncomfortable. Accustomed to being adored and revered from his high position, he had never been reprimanded by a young person like this before. Kid, watch your mouth in front of Mr. Li, you don't know your place. Before Li Jianguo could speak, the bald man beside him couldn't hold back. Guarding the house like a watchdog, it was his time to shine. Get lost. Who do you think you are to talk to me? People speak, dogs bark. Mr. Li, it seems your dog lacks manners. Without even looking at the bald man, he maintained his arrogant tone. Alright, I didn't call you here for a fight. This is a civilized society now, not the old ways. Then why did you call me here out of the blue? We have no relationship to speak of, right? Xiang Chen's greatest strength was his ability to see the situation clearly. He had already formed a grudge with Li Jianguo. Even if he apologized and yielded, it wouldn't be enough. It was better to stand firm and not be looked down upon. Nothing much, just to see who my son offended to end up losing his life. No more pretense. Li Jianguo laid his cards on the table, his face turning extremely cold. While maintaining composure in the business world was essential, showing emotions was a sign of weakness. Unfortunately, he had already shown his hand. No matter how inadequate his son was, he was still his flesh and blood. I deeply apologize for the unexpected death of your son, but I firmly believe in one principle. As Xiang Chen spoke, he took a few steps forward, walking up to Li Jianguo and continued, enunciating each word, good and evil will be repaid, the heavens are fair. Look up, the heavens spare no one. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, leaving behind the furious bald man and the silent Li Jianguo. Feeling great. He was on cloud 9. Humming a tune, Xiang Chen walked to the garage, started his newly bought car, feeling on top of the world. However, the road conditions today seemed strange to him. In the bustling area of nighttime Shanghai, he arrived at a crossroads shortly after leaving. Normally, it was rare to see old trucks here, but Xiang Chen noticed one parked on the left side of the road and another on the right. Both were old, blue-painted trucks with rusty fronts. Chen felt uneasy as he waited for the red light. He quickly threw away his cigarette, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and stared intently at the old truck ahead. Just then, the green light at the left intersection turned left, and almost simultaneously, the two cars parked at the left and right intersections started as if they had planned it. Indeed, they were coming straight at him. Chen instantly made a judgment in his heart. Li Jianguo, that old cunning guy, no wonder he called him up to say some irrelevant nonsense. It turned out that everything was to delay time and then accurately eliminate him. The red light ahead is about to turn green, please observe the intersection. With the mechanical voice of the navigation system, Chen had no choice but to drive forward with determination. Because he was the lead car, and the car behind him had already started honking impatiently after a few seconds of daze. Chen stepped on the gas pedal, and his newly bought BMW 740 engine roared as he surged forward, reaching a speed of 60 km per hour in just 3 seconds. This intersection was long, and Chen estimated that it would take at least 10 seconds to pass at a normal speed of 40 km per hour, but now he was not driving a 40 km per hour old car. The truck drivers on both sides were dumbfounded. How could this reckless young man dare to race in the city in broad daylight? They were experienced drivers, so they floored the gas pedal and sandwiched Chen between them, heading straight for him. Despite Chen's fast maneuvers, he barely managed to dodge one of the cars. The other car took advantage of Chen's evasion and ruthlessly rammed into the rear of his BMW without slowing down. The BMW, just out of the dealership, was pushed more than 20 meters away and overturned on the roadside greenbelt. Onlookers were shocked. Although the process was convoluted, from the two trucks running the red light to Chen's BMW being overturned, it only took a few seconds. Being educated for 9 years, they had never seen such a scene before and were left dumbfounded. Soon, some people reacted, but their first instinct was to take out their phones and start recording videos, showcasing the typical behavior of onlookers. Of course, some kind-hearted people called emergency services, while the two drivers involved in the accident stood by their cars smoking, looking as if the incident had nothing to do with them. Soon, the traffic police and emergency services arrived. They pulled Chen out of the overturned car. Luckily, the luxury car had excellent safety features. Although the front of the trucks was smashed, the BMW 740 only had a slight dent. As soon as he got out, Chen took out his phone and walked up to the two truck drivers, taking a close-up photo of each of them. "What are you doing? Why are you taking our pictures?" A slightly taller middle-aged man glared at Chen aggressively. Chen put his phone in his pocket, lit a cigarette, and casually said, "These are your memorial photos. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you one day, your family won't have a suitable photo to use. The one on your ID isn't very flattering. You're asking for trouble." The two men immediately jumped up in anger. Bang! 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 Chen acted first, grabbing the closer middle-aged man and landing a series of punches on his stomach. "Go to hell!" After being grabbed and punched again, the middle-aged man lost his arrogance. His mouth was bleeding. "That's enough, no fighting allowed. If you have a conflict, go to the police station to resolve it." The busy traffic police quickly intervened to stop Chen. Although it was a society governed by law, sometimes turning a blind eye was the easiest way to deal with things. "Officer, he assaulted someone," another young man quickly reported, as if he had seen a major crime. But he forgot one thing: law enforcement officers were also human. On one side is a BMW owner who follows traffic rules and crosses the road normally. On the other side is a construction worker with a non-local accent who runs a red light and hits someone. The balance in a normal person's heart will unconsciously tilt, and traffic police are also human beings. Although enforcing the law impartially is their principle, it also depends on the person. "You're lucky, you almost took someone's life just now. Stop causing trouble here, come with us quickly, and by the way, the car needs to be towed away." Upon hearing these clearly biased words towards Chen, the two immediately started clamoring. "You are favoring the locals. Look, everyone, the police are watching others hit us, they are accomplices. What are you arguing about? If you keep arguing, I'll charge you with obstructing traffic, hurry up and leave." The traffic police also got angry. To him, despicable outsiders were the most difficult to deal with, as troublemakers come from poor mountains and evil waters. The insurance company's representatives arrived quickly. Chen had only bought the car a few days ago, and now it was in this state. It was impossible not to be angry. Li Jianguo, that son of a B*********, is playing dirty tricks, right? Who's afraid of whom? Chen was full of anger. He had originally planned to settle things peacefully and make money, but now it seemed like Li Jianguo directly wanted his life. It was like playing dumb, anyone could do it. A gentleman does not take revenge overnight, just wait. After leaving the traffic police station, Chen took a taxi home and took out the USB drive hidden in the safe. When Xiaoli gave it to him initially, he felt that the woman had impure motives, so he had never used it. But now, with Li Jianguo stirring up trouble, it was his own fault. "Hey, where are you? At the company? What's up? Come to my place, I have something for you that will make you rich." Yang Hai was on his lunch break when he received a mysterious call from Chen, leaving him puzzled as he had never been asked to come to his house before. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and drove to Chen's cheap rental house without a second thought. Chen, who opened the door, looked exhausted, with bandages on his hands and a piece of dog plaster on his face. Yang Hai looked worried and asked, "What happened, Boss Xiang? Why is there color on your face? Is your arm badly injured?" "It's nothing serious, come in quickly, I have something important to tell you." "Alright, you should change this house, or I can arrange a new one for you. It's not good to live here all the time, it's far from my place." "No need, Lao Yang. I will leave Linhai in a few days." "What? Why? Aren't we doing well in Linhai, the two of us? Even if you go out again, you have to start from scratch, it's not easy." Looking at Yang Hai, who genuinely cared for him, Chen felt a hint of warmth in his heart. "I have made up my mind. I will leave after the property division case with Lu Ruyan and Wang Tianyang is settled." "Lao Yang, don't try to persuade me." The rental house was small, with poor lighting, and Chen had even pulled up the curtains, making the whole room gloomy. "I called you here today to do something big with you, to see if you have the guts to earn this money." "What do you mean by doing something big? It sounds like we are bandits." In Yang Hai's view, Chen was acting mysteriously today, which was not like his usual style. "Come here and watch the video on the computer. After watching it, you decide whether to do it or not. I have presented you with a great opportunity for wealth. It's up to you to seize it. Alright, let me see what it is all about." After saying that, he sat in front of the computer and started watching. In no time, his face turned red with anger. "This be ******************* D. Wang Tianyang was too lenient. He let this scum off too easily. Any normal person would probably have a similar reaction to Yang Hai after watching the video. Because we are all human beings with flesh and blood, we have relatives, mothers, and sisters. And Li Xingli was abusing exactly these kinds of people, something that anyone with a conscience could not tolerate. 3 hours later, Yang Hai quietly pulled out the USB flash drive and held it in his hand. Chen, who was already lying on the sofa asleep, was startled by his footsteps. Have you finished reading it? What do you think? Are you willing to take a gamble? I respect your decision anyway. I've already brought the stuff, and I've copied a copy on the computer for you. Although Chen's spirit was still weary, his bright eyes looked at Yang Hai as if they were shining. Good buddy, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Yang Hai, pretending to be relaxed, leaned against the doorframe and said triumphantly, I'm leaving. I'll be waiting to make headlines tomorrow. I guess the KPI will double again. Take it easy, I won't drink with you today. The doctor said to avoid smoking, drinking, and spicy food, so annoying. Watching Yang Hai leave, Chen was about to close the door when he saw him turn back. Is your injury caused by Li Jianguo? You're overthinking it. Why are you suddenly asking these strange questions? Oh, just asking. I'll take off first, see you. This time he really left, but as Yang Hai stood in the elevator, he clenched the USB flash drive tightly in his hand, a fierce expression on his face. Chen was not only his benefactor but also his friend. He knew that the other party didn't tell him to avoid involving him in the turmoil, but from the moment Yang Hai decided to join, he never thought of reconciling with Li Jianguo. The next morning, the warm sunlight shone on Chen's face, and he turned over comfortably wanting to go back to sleep. But at that moment, a ringing phone mercilessly woke him up. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Chen didn't want to answer it, but the person kept calling, so with impatience in his voice, Chen pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it disturbing the peace early in the morning without sleeping? You bastard, are you looking for trouble? It was Baldy's voice, and Chen's mind immediately cleared up. Why are you saying this, pig brother? Do we have any grudges? Did you upload that video online? You're in big trouble. Chen pretended to be innocent and surprised. What video? What trouble am I in? Speak clearly. Do you know that speaking halfway is disrespectful? You're finished, I'm telling you. Offending the Qianqiu group, your days are numbered. Go as far as you can, dare to threaten me. I have no idea what nonsense video you're talking about. Don't you dare smear me. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Qi Kaishan, the powerless and furious, raging. In fact, when he received the message this morning, he couldn't believe his ears. But after checking, he found out that it was true and had become a hot topic on the entire internet. The title was simple: Second-generation rich man rapes dozens of underage girls over 2.5 years, leading to deaths. The comments were all condemning, and the unmasked dead man Li Xingli's real identity was soon exposed. Including Li Jianguo and Gao Yu, they were all exposed overnight by the resourceful netizens. The online community was in an uproar, demanding a thorough investigation of Li Jianguo's family. Even the most famous UK TV station in the country joined in, and reporters had already flown to Linhai City this morning. The participation of mainstream media officially elevated this online spat to a higher level. It can be foreseen that in the future, not only UK TV, but all major media outlets in the country will follow suit. The public pressure fell on the entire Linhai City government, and also made the already restless Li Jianguo's head explode. He was under immense pressure because nominally, Li Xingli was Gao Yu's son. As the de facto son-in-law of the Gao family in Shangjing City, Li Jianguo couldn't tarnish the reputation of the Gao family, or he would be finished. Sure enough, with a gloomy face, Gao Yu kicked open his door and held a phone in his hand. My brother wants to talk to you. Say whatever you have to say to him. Originally, Li Jianguo, who was frowning, suddenly stiffened and then respectfully answered the phone. Brother, this is Jianguo. How did things with Xingli turn out? It caused a huge uproar, everyone knows about it. How did you handle it? The voice on the phone was calm, but Li Jianguo couldn't stop trembling. Brother, I didn't handle Xingli's matter well, but the child is no longer here, and I don't know who leaked the video. Alright, you don't need to explain anymore. Xingli did so many illegal things, his death was deserved, but the Gao family's reputation must not be tarnished. You should know what to do. Before Li Jianguo could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious person, and the following words made him feel like all the bones in his body had been pulled out. Okay, I understand, Director Gao. Gao Yu, who had been watching the commotion at the door, asked casually, what did my brother say? Did he ask you to cut ties with that rebellious son? Annoyed Li Jianguo, instead of arguing with her as usual, left the house alone for the company. When he arrived at the door, he was surrounded by various people. Despite the security department of the Rongqiu group being fully deployed, they couldn't stop the media reporters from all over the country. Hello, I'm Wang Dongxiu, a reporter from KTX. Are you aware of what your son, Li Xingli, has been up to these years? I'm not aware, thank you. Hello, are you sad about Li Xingli's death? How do you view the murderer, Wang Tianyang? Li Jianguo was surrounded by all sorts of bizarre and even weird questions. Just as Li Jianguo's patience was about to run out, a voice from the crowd suddenly silenced the noisy world. Hello, I'm Huang Tianyu from Zhuke TV. I have a question for you, can you answer it? Zhuke TV was known for being outspoken, and Li Jianguo didn't dare to be negligent with them. He replied politely with a smile, Huang, feel free to ask. I won't hide anything I know. As far as I know, Li Xingli is not your biological child with your ex-wife, but was born to Gao Yu. Everyone knows that Gao Yu is the sister of that person. I wonder if this has anything to do with the Gao family in Shangjing City. Or to put it another way, has the Gao family or that person secretly helped Li Xingli escape punishment or... Enough! I can only tell you this, there is no such abuse of power in our country as you mentioned. My son's behavior was due to my lax discipline. Please do not involve outsiders. After saying that, he pushed through the crowd and entered the company building, leaving a group of reporters unsatisfied at the door. Meanwhile, the instigators of this incident, Xiang Chen and Yang Hai, were happily eating hot pot at Heidileo, accompanied by a little girl, Wang Jing, the sister of Wang Tianyang. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, Wang Jing was weak, so Xiang Chen took her out for hot pot to relax. Wang Jing, who grew up in a modest family, was experiencing Heidileo for the first time. The enthusiastic service made her blush. As for those with social anxiety, Heidileo was like hell. Xiang Chen held 2 dipping sauces, one mild and one slightly spicy, prepared for Wang Jing. Since the girl was too timid, Xiang Chen had to help her personally. How is it going? Is everything progressing smoothly? Of course, it's going smoothly. I went back and personally edited the footage frame by frame, then uploaded it together with hundreds of accounts in the middle of the night. I slept until 8 in the morning and my phone was bombarded with calls, all from subordinates. Yang Hai was stuffing his mouth with meat like a starving ghost, his words barely intelligible. Old Yang, you're efficient. This time Li Jianguo will be in big trouble. Xiang Chen shook his arm, still feeling a dull pain, and let out a rainbow fart, a skill passed down from their ancestors. Then he turned to Wang Jing, who was hesitant, and said, "This avenges your brother, so people won't think he killed for love. Now he's a hero, standing up against the humiliation for his sister, a great hero." Obviously, although Xiang Chen was good at socializing in other aspects, he was clueless when it came to communicating with women. As soon as he said this, Wang Jing's tears stopped immediately. She weakly said, "I won't eat, I know shrimp rolls are expensive." "You silly girl, you're not his wife, why save him money?" After comforting Wang Jing, Xiang Chen joked, "Look at Jingjing, so young and already knows how to save money for others. When she's older, you should marry her, okay?" Xiang Chen was caught off guard by this question, and when he looked at Wang Jing, he saw her watery eyes. Yes, this girl had rare phoenix eyes, a mix of heroism and charm, a natural enchantress. "Impossible, I'm too old for her, almost like a sister. Besides, I'm a playboy, can't settle down." The two men joked around, unaware of the light disappearing from Wang Jing's eyes. The girl's thoughts were delicate, and to Xiang Chen, her reaction was simply disdain for her lack of purity. Although her name had the word pure, she knew she was tainted, the kind of dirty that was humiliating to the extreme. "I'm full, you guys eat." With the sound of chopsticks hitting the table, Wang Jing pouted and left in a huff. Children are still children, not yet adept at hiding their emotions. Xiang Chen and Yang Hai exchanged a glance, shrugged helplessly. "It's your fault, you talked too much and upset the girl." Xiang Chen blamed Yang Hai, then said, "You eat, I'll go find her, don't cause any more trouble." Wang Jing ran ahead after leaving Haidilu, not sure where she was going. Woyue Square was huge, and having grown up in Dongshan County, she had only seen such a bustling place on TV. She looked down at her cheap clothes, feeling out of place among the city lights. Not just her clothes, she felt her whole being was cheap, so cheap that no one would want her even if she offered herself. "Jing, where are you going?" Xiang Chen's anxious voice came from afar, getting closer until he found her hiding behind a bus stop. She realized she had no right to be willful. She was just a nobody, why make others worry about her? She stepped out from behind the stop and shouted, "I'm here, just went out for a walk after eating too much." Xiang Chen turned to her with a fond look. "It's crowded outside, I was worried you'd get lost. Let's go back, I'll buy you milk tea." "Okay." They found Yang Hai, and the three of them went to Night Shanghai Bath, now the most famous restaurant in Linhai City, which had become Xiang Chen's bathhouse. Money works like this: 10 yuan can get you a bath at a roadside bathhouse, 100 yuan can get you into a mid-range bathing center, 1,000 yuan can get you into a top-grade business club, and with 10,000 yuan, any place's bathhouse is yours. The power of the media is strong, especially with the mainstream media fueling the fire. Wang Tianyang's story has also been dug up. From his sister being forcibly taken by Li Xingli to his rise to killing, it can be said to be a modern-day tale of a man's anger, blood-splattering 5 steps. However, the part about Xiang Chen and Lu Ruyan has been deliberately erased, which surprised Yang Hai and Xiang Chen, but they quickly understood. The higher-ups want to cut the chaos with a sharp knife. It seems that Li Xingli has become a scapegoat. The public likes stereotyped villains, and even more so stereotyped heroes. Wang Tianyang's jealousy towards Li Xingli has made him a lonely warrior, which is too cheap. Heroes must be flawless. There are no people born flawless, but a flawless hero can be created, perhaps a bit convoluted, but the logic is still clear. In just 7 or 8 days, with deliberate guidance from above, Wang Tianyang became a great hero for the people. Then the huge pressure fell on the police, and under the fervor of the masses, Li Xingli's case was quickly closed, which also meant that Wang Tianyang's body could be cremated. When Wang Jing received this news, tears filled her eyes instantly. She helplessly grabbed Xiang Chen's arm and cried uncontrollably. "Brother, I dare not go see my brother." Sob, sob. "Don't say such things, you have to go see him. You won't see him in this world again." "But, the last time I saw him, he was fine, he even smiled at me. Why did it have to be my brother?" Wang Jing cried, tears streaming down her face, and Xiang Chen, as the instigator, could only hug her. But what he got in return was her reflexive avoidance. This girl has developed a cleanliness habit since that incident. And it's more serious than Lu Ruyan's. She has now developed to the point where she doesn't allow anyone to touch her. "I'm sorry, brother, It's okay, rest well tonight. I'll take you to see your brother tomorrow. Take care of the funeral. People have to rest in peace." Early the next morning, Xiang Chen took Wang Jing to the funeral home with the police's approval to pick up Wang Tianyang's body. When Wang Jing opened the freezer, she suddenly covered her eyes, and the funeral home staff slowly pulled out the body from a drawer-like cabinet. Because of being frozen for many days, Wang Tianyang's face was already covered with a layer of frost. He looked a bit different. "Xiao Jing, go see your brother, don't be afraid." Xiang Chen's voice was soft, and Wang Jing slowly removed her hands covering her eyes. The next moment, the sadness condensed into reality, completely breaking through Wang Jing's psychological defenses. She approached Wang Tianyang's face covered in frost with tears streaming down her face. "Brother, I'm taking you home." The following procedures were very cumbersome, but fortunately, Xiang Chen had prepared all the necessary documents for cremating the body, and by noon, he had a number plate in his hand. Yes, when alive, you have to queue and take a number to get things done, and when dead, you have to do the same. That's reality. Wang Family Village, Ningyuan Town, Dongshan County. Xiang Chen looked at the dilapidated brick old house and frowned, thinking that in 2 years, no one would repair this house and it would definitely collapse. He thought it would be better to find someone to fix it while he was here. An elderly woman in her 70s sat on a small stool at the door, basking in the April sun, which was already warm. "Grandma, I'm home." Wang Jing forced a smile and called out. Only then did Xiang Chen realize that the old lady was her and Wang Tianyang's grandmother. "Oh, Xiao Jing is back. Where's Xiao Yang? Why didn't he come back with you this time?" Wang Jing looked at the urn in his arms with a bitter expression, his voice trembling as he replied, "My brother is very busy. He asked his friend to bring me back and bought you a lot of food. He told me to tell you to take care of yourself." "Hello, Grandma, I am a friend of Tianyang. His company is very busy after the new year, so he asked me to bring Xiao Jing back." When the old lady heard them say this, she tried to get up unsteadily. It was only then that Xiang Chen realized that Wang Jing was right. The old lady couldn't see at all. "Please continue sitting, Grandma. Xiao Jing and I will take care of it." After settling the old lady, Xiang Chen greeted Wang Jing and went to the village committee alone. Wang Tianyang had to rest in peace, but the gravesite had not been chosen yet. These matters couldn't be left to a blind old lady and an uneducated young girl. Xiang Chen had to take charge. 3 days later, by the riverbank on the east side of Wang's village, as Wang Tianyang's ashes were placed in the grave, Wang Jing, dressed in mourning clothes, kowtowed heavily on the ground 4 times. "Brother, rest early. I will walk my path alone from now on." Xiang Chen didn't kowtow, she just burned paper money next to him. What they didn't know was that in the distance, on the ridge, an old lady with a cane was looking towards her grandson's grave, accompanied by a woman in her 50s or 60s. The scent of the paper money drifted towards her, and it seemed as if Wang Tianyang stood before her and kowtowed heavily. In an instant, tears streamed down the old lady's pale eyes. "Grandson, my grandson." Rumors spread quickly in the countryside. How could they be contained? In fact, the old lady had known since the first day, but what could she do? She was nearing the end of her life and didn't want her granddaughter to worry. After all, the dead were gone, and the living had to go on. That's just how life is. Everything was over. In these 3 days, Xiang Chen not only repaired Wang Tianyang's grave but also had the mason repair Wang Jing's house. I'm leaving. I'm leaving this card with 100,000 yuan for you. You have to rely on yourself for everything from now on. Yang Ge, this money is not mine, I won't take it. Xiang Chen was annoyed by the stubborn child. He always felt uneasy about the 100,000 yuan given by the bald man. But this stubborn girl refused to take it. Before leaving, Xiang Chen simply stuffed it under her pillow. Fine, if you don't want it, forget it. I'm leaving, see you later. Wang Jing started crying again. Xiang Chen had been by her side all this time, and she didn't know how to live without him. Seeing her cry again, Xiang Chen was annoyed. Why are you crying again? The exam is in 2 months. If you do well, you can apply to schools in Beijing. I will move there later, and we will meet again. Don't cry like a child. As the saying goes, let there be light, and Wang Jing's eyes lit up. One moment she was crying, but after hearing Xiang Chen's words, she immediately nodded vigorously. Then, don't pretend not to know me when the time comes, okay? Xiang Chen teased her. Alright, how could I? You are my sister. Study hard and be ambitious. I'm getting on the car now, goodbye. Xiang Chen deleted her WeChat account before going to Beijing to find her. He didn't believe that the small Dongshan County could send her to Beijing. Although Beijing was not a direct-controlled municipality, it was still an ancient capital with prestigious universities. The top universities were concentrated there, and it wasn't easy to get in. Despite Wang Tianyang boasting about his sister's good grades, Xiang Chen didn't believe it. Even if her grades were excellent, with such a big incident before the college entrance examination, how could she achieve a good score? After getting rid of a little follower, Xiang Chen hurried back to Linhai City. Now Li Jianguo is already in big trouble. Since he has no relatives or friends in Linhai, he decided to take this opportunity to leave directly, as it would be too dangerous to stay with enemies lurking around. Those who started their careers in construction projects have blood on their hands. In the past, when regulations were not as strict, it was common for people to die during forced demolitions, and it was just a matter of paying some money. However, before leaving, he needed to secure the house. Xiang Chen didn't lack a place to live, but he didn't want Lu Ruyan and her family to live well. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and no one mentioned Li Xingli's matter anymore. It must be said that the public relations of Ronqi Yujing Group were very good, as they quickly cooled down the situation, and Li Jianguo even held a press conference himself. Through a series of operations, people soon forgot about the sensational live murder broadcast. Internet users are sometimes like fish, with only a 7-second memory, and this is not just a saying. There was still no news about Lu Ruyan and her family. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Even when the court held a hearing, no one appeared. In the end, Xiang Chen finally got what he deserved. During these 3 months, Xiang Chen gained weight, and his excessive indulgence had given him dark circles under his eyes like a panda. He got up from the waterbed in the night Shanghai suite, feeling unsteady as he walked. Standing in front of the mirror, he shouted, I have been harmed by wine and lust. From today on, I must abstain. At that moment, a seductive voice came from behind him. It turned out that the technician thought he was role-playing and responded accordingly. Xiang Chen felt that he was being harmed by this situation, and the enchantress had come to seduce him again. He had intended to refuse firmly, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was too weak to resist the temptations of the world and fell into it once again. Just as he was about to indulge further, an untimely phone call interrupted him. It was Fang Kiki calling, and Xiang Chen, feeling impatient, answered the call. Hello? What's up? I'm busy with important matters here. Humph. What important matters could you have? Let me tell you, I have made a major discovery, and you will thank me for it. The little seductress beneath him urged him on. Xiang Chen, in a state of arousal, couldn't care less and asked, What's that sound? Is there someone with you? Sensing something amiss, Fang Kiki immediately asked suspiciously. You're so young, how could you be hard of hearing? There's no one here. Hurry up and tell me about your discovery. It's nothing, you're busy, I won't bother you. No, don't go. You're just teasing me. Even over the phone, Fang Kiki's anger was palpable. Xiang Chen quickly tried to placate her. Kiki, we have a deep bond, remember who generously helped you when you were short of money? People should repay kindness. Faced with Xiang Chen's moral coercion, Fang Kiki was not buying it. I was going to tell you for free, but not anymore. Transfer 5,000 yuan to me, and I'll tell you immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Damn, this kid is all about money. Furious, Xiang Chen reluctantly transferred 5,000 yuan to her to calm his anger. Got it? Now you can tell me. Satisfied with her successful extortion, Fang Kiki said, I know where Lu Ruyan is hiding. What? You know where she's hiding? Have you seen her? Xiang Chen jumped out of bed in excitement, feeling like he had stumbled upon her effortlessly. The despicable person hid for more than 3 months, finally revealing their true colors. Let's see how I can deal with you. Where is she? How do you know where she's hiding? Or did she come to you on her own? Since the last time you tricked me, she has held a grudge against me. How could she come to me again? I heard it from Chu Nan. Chu Nan? This name felt familiar to Xiang Chen, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Oh right, Chu Nan is that #1 bootlicker, the pure love bootlicker for Lu Ruyan, a name that made him laugh for half a day. Xiang Chen remembered that he had played with Lu Ruyan's phone in the past. Oh, do you know him? He's my classmate and also a student brought by Lu Ruyan. Wait for me, I'll find a place where no one is around, don't hang up the phone. Xiang Chen impatiently sent away the woman beneath him. After the woman dressed and left, he sat down to listen carefully to what Fang Kiki had to say. As Fang Kiki's soft voice chattered into Xiang Chen's ears, an image of an extreme bootlicker emerged. Is this Chu Nan a eunuch from the 10th generation? Does he need to be such a bootlicker? Acting like he has never seen a woman before, even a broken shoe like Lu Ruyan can make him lick like this, it seems he is really hungry. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Chen soaked in the bathtub and lit a cigarette, his mind filled with Fang Kiki's words just now. It turns out that during this period, Lu Ruyan's family did not move out of Linhai City as Xiang Chen had thought, but they all moved into a house rented by Chu Nan outside. What made Xiang Chen dumbfounded was that Chu Nan, this bootlicker, really took it to the extreme. In 3 months, not only did he provide food, drink, and accommodation, but he even hired an old lady to play mahjong. How could a few people's expenses be supported by a student alone? So naturally, Chu Nan borrowed from every possible platform, including the bank's student loan program. The first 2 months were okay, as borrowing to repay could still hold up, and Lu Ruyan's family also restrained themselves a bit. But as time went on, they all felt that this was Chu Nan's responsibility, as if they were bestowing him a favor. As a result, Chu Nan's wallet couldn't take it anymore. Actually, his family was just an ordinary middle-class family, much richer than Fang Kiki, who came from a poor mountainous area. But a hero can't stand too many wolves. What does it mean to have 3 shopping carts? How could a student like him afford it? The old man was fine, just eating and watching TV, while Lu Ruyan and her mother, Mu Cooling, were both money pits. And there was Lu Ruyan's child, Yuan, whose spending ability was not to be underestimated. So Chu Nan couldn't bear it anymore. But Xiang Chen never imagined that even if he were to beg on the streets, he would never abandon Lu Ruyan and her family. It's imaginable how powerful the allure of a white moonlight is. Xiang Chen didn't believe that Chu Nan didn't know about Lu Ruyan's dirty deeds, but he just turned a blind eye to the outside world and continued to be a turtle at home. Finally, last night, in a desperate situation, Chu Nan reached out to Fang Kiki and shamelessly asked her for 500 yuan. It should be noted that Fang Kiki, known for being poor in the English department, if she was asked for money, it meant that everyone else who could lend had already done so, and he was truly at his wit's end. Fang Kiki was not only known for being poor, but also for being stingy. She wouldn't lend money, but she would definitely try to get something out of it. So she shamelessly deceived Chu Nan, saying she would lend him 600 yuan if he told her the reason. The little girl was really cunning. She knew the temptation of adding a pound. Chu Nan, who had been holding back his grievances, easily spilled the beans, and of course, he didn't get the money, and he lost the melon. In the end, despite Chu Nan's pitiful pleas, she threatened to expose the matter and extorted the last 13 yuan from him. Truly a reincarnation of the king of hell. Xiang Chen was stunned when he heard this. It turns out that this girl had sold her soul long ago, except for her body. 5,000 yuan is not spent in vain. Fang Kiki, this girl, wasted her talent even if she didn't become a spy. Not only did she get the information out, but she also managed to get the detailed address where Lu Ruyan currently lives. Iju Tianji Building 6, Unit 502. After sneering, Xiang Chen decided to give them a surprise, otherwise, this family would benefit for nothing. He acted immediately, making Lu Ruyan comfortable for a second, while Xiang Chen's bones would ache for a second. He drove his repaired BMW 740 all the way to the Iju Tianji sales office, throwing a pack of cigarettes to each of the 2 security guards at the entrance. He instructed them to bring the property manager, knowing that the usual security guards would not pay him any attention. But who is Xiang Chen? Driving a BMW 740 and giving away 2 packs of cigarettes worth $100 each, in the eyes of the security guards, he was like a god. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. "Hello, sir, do you need anything?" Xiang Chen casually opened a pack of cigarettes, handed him one, and asked, "Is there a quieter place?" "Yes, follow me." In the room, the property manager politely poured him a cup of tea. "Sir, what's your name? Feel free to tell me if you need anything." The property manager's attitude was humble, and having met many people, he could tell that the man in front of him was wealthy. "My surname is Xiang. I'm here for something. Do you have the contact information of the property owner? I need to find someone." Hearing this, the property manager hesitated. Before he could speak, Xiang Chen threw a stack of money on the table. "Here's 10,000 yuan. Can you help me find someone?" "Mr. Xiang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but we are not allowed to disclose the information of the property owners. Otherwise, we would be held responsible if it falls into the wrong hands." Smack! Another 10,000 was thrown on the table. Xiang Chen exhaled smoke and looked at him calmly. "Not enough?" Smack! Another 10,000. It was clear that the property manager's defense had been breached. He quickly stuffed the 3 stacks of money into his pocket, as if afraid of being seen by others. "Which property owner's number do you need? What do you need it for?" "I'm looking to buy his house. Why are you asking such strange questions?" The property manager was dumbfounded. If he had known that he was there to buy a house, he wouldn't have been so guarded. He would have given him the number right away. But it was also good this way, earning 30,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary. "No problem, most of the units in our community are for rent, and many landlords are eager to sell their properties. Which unit do you need? I can help you contact them. Iju Tianji Building 6, Unit 502. Alright, please wait here for a moment. I'll contact them for you. The owner of that unit has been wanting to sell. I can help you negotiate a good price." 10 minutes later, he returned with a fat woman with permed hair, who sat on the sofa and asked, "You want to buy my house? Let me be clear, although the real estate market is not doing well now, but my house has a good floor and lighting, it will sell easily. Don't think you can haggle the price down." Xiang Chen looked at the fat woman with some disdain. This community doesn't even have an elevator, yet she thinks it will sell easily. It's all elderly people living here, normal young people wouldn't live here. Just give me a price, no need for sweet talk. The fat woman's eyes lit up, and she boldly stated, "A fixed price of 800,000 yuan, no negotiation. I'll transfer it to you directly. How about it, young man?" They say local landlords are the most ruthless, benefiting from their ancestors' good fortune, choosing a good location, profiting from the reforms, and then exploiting the migrant workers who come to revitalize the economy. Renting out a room for 7 to 8 times its worth, not even providing a bathroom, and daring to ask for 7 to 800 from fresh graduates. Even the property manager standing next to him cast a disdainful glance at the woman. These people are really despicable. "Why didn't you ask me for $1 million? I think your house is worth at least 900,000. The fat woman was not stupid and could tell that Xiang Chen was teasing her, so she immediately got angry. "If you can't afford it, get lost. My family has over a dozen houses. I don't have time to deal with you poor folks. 80,000, right? I want this house now. Is it cleaned inside?" Xiang Chen continued indifferently, taking out a cigarette to smoke. The property manager quickly ran over to light it for him respectfully. The fat woman realized that the young man in front of her was powerful, so she immediately changed to a fawning attitude. "It's all cleaned up. Once the money is received, you can move in any time. Do you have a contract on you? If you do, I'll transfer the money right away." The fat woman was overjoyed to hear this. Her old house had been on the market for years with no takers, only able to rent it to poor students for a meager income. Now, there was a generous buyer. She hurriedly went to a nearby copy shop to get a contract. She returned with the contract, looking like a fat pig running out of breath. The contract was quickly signed, and Xiang Chen promptly transferred 800,000 to the woman. The transfer of ownership would be dealt with later. He was eager to go see Lu Ruyan's family and said, "Long time no see, I've missed you." After receiving the money, the fat woman's attitude had changed drastically. She led Xiang Chen and the property manager to the house in a hurry. Upon arrival, Xiang Chen inspected the house, a standard old-style stairwell apartment. Although old, it was not dirty, indicating that the property management was reliable. Many old neighborhoods only collected fees without providing proper services, but Iju Tianji had done a good job. The fat woman knocked on the door forcefully. She had strength, and her fat hand hitting the door sounded like a drum. "Who is it? Why are you making noise so early in the morning?" Xiang Chen's lips curled slightly. He recognized Mu Kuling's voice even if she turned to ashes. He moved to the side to ensure that Mu Kuling wouldn't see him when she opened the door, wanting to surprise her. "It's me, The old lady has a sharp tongue. Mu Cooling was confident, but the fat woman was even more so. As the former owner of the house, she had never been friendly to the tenants. Seeing the fat woman at the door, Mu Cooling looked puzzled. She had never seen this fat woman before, but her arrogant demeanor made her cautious. She asked, "Who are you? What's the matter knocking on the door so early?" "Who am I? Didn't that young man tell you? I'm the landlord, and I'm here to inform you to move out today." "Move out? Why should we move out after living in this house for so long?" The old man started causing trouble again, and Xiang Chen, who was standing aside, sneered. This family always behaved this way. It was uncertain what kind of people their children would grow up to be. The fat woman, who was usually domineering, met someone even more unreasonable than her for the first time, and her face flushed with anger. "Get out quickly. I can let anyone live in my house. Where's that Xiao Chu? He said he would live with his girlfriend, and that's why I agreed to rent it to him. But now a whole family is living here, and the rent is overdue. People need to have dignity. Do you have any shame?" When the two sides were deadlocked, Shunan happened to come back carrying vegetables. Originally, he was afraid that the landlord was coming to ask for rent when he heard the argument upstairs. Unexpectedly, he nervously came up and found that it was indeed the landlord who had come and wanted to kick out Lu Ruyan's mother. "Aunt Hu, why are you here?" The fat woman heard someone calling her from behind and immediately grabbed Shunan. "How can you be so untrustworthy? We agreed to only have 2 people living here, but I just saw 4 or 5 pairs of shoes at the door. At least a whole family is living here. What about the rent?" "It was agreed that the rent would be paid on the 6th of each month. I see that you are a poor student, and I have given you a lot of leeway, but it's already past the 6th and you still haven't paid the rent." Shunan, who was still studying, had never seen such a situation before. He immediately put on a pleading look and said to the fat woman, "Aunt Hu, can we discuss this elsewhere? Let's not disturb others' rest." Unfortunately, this pitiful act hit a brick wall today. The fat woman was here to cause trouble and evict them, so how could she let this excuse pass? She grabbed him and headed towards the house. Upon entering, they found Wang Yuan sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea. Lu Ruyan was in the room playing with building blocks with her child, looking peaceful. Shu Nan could hardly believe his eyes. The fat woman was also taken aback, but after being a landlord for so many years, she had seen all kinds of people. She immediately shouted, "Do you have no shame? You can't even pay the rent, yet you're here drinking tea." Mu Cooling was furious at being ignored and followed, cursing loudly. "Fat pig, how dare you enter my house without changing your shoes? It's so dirty. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police." "Get lost with your black-hearted nonsense. I have already sold this house to someone else. If you can't pay the rent, then get out." "Call the police? I should be the one calling the police." "Sold? Who would buy this rundown house? Who are you trying to fool?" Mu Cooling looked at her disdainfully and mockingly. At this moment, Xiang Chen slowly walked in from the front door. "I bought her house, is that not allowed?" Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Lu Ruyan immediately left the child and ran out. Even Wang Yuan, who had always stayed out of it, came over. Mu Cooling glared at Xiang Chen, her teeth almost grinding to pieces. "You beast, how dare you come here, I'll cut you alive. You old hag, how dare you shout? Didn't you hear the landlord asking you to leave? Shameless creature. Hee, I'm not leaving. Can you eat me?" Seeing the situation getting more tense, Shunan quickly intervened. "The house will definitely be given to you, Aunt Hu, but can you give us some time to pack up? And we also need to find a new place." "You can forget it. You talk better than you sing. Do you have money to find a new place? You can't even pay the deposit, and you're asking for more time? Can you delay a bit longer without paying?" Shunan had never been insulted like this before. His face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he muttered, "It's just 1,500 yuan, why are you so fixated on it?" Hee, just 1,500 yuan? If you can take out 150 yuan now, I'll waive your rent for this month. If you can't, then don't pretend to be something you're not. The fat woman's eyes were sharp and ruthless. She had encountered at least 50 people who couldn't pay the rent, if not 100. They all had one thing in common, they couldn't produce a single penny. Otherwise, they wouldn't be dragging on the rent. You what? If you don't have money, get out. You can't even come up with 100 yuan. Look at the young man next to you, he's only a few years older than you. He bought my house for 800,000 yuan without even blinking. It's true what they say, people die for comparison, goods are thrown away for comparison. The family of Lu Ruyan was instantly unsettled when they heard this. Since marrying Lu Ruyan, Xiang Chen couldn't even come up with 1,000 yuan. All his money went to support this family, but he ended up being looked down upon. Now, hearing that he spent 800,000 yuan without batting an eye, the first reaction of the Mu family was disbelief. Mu Cooling was the first to jump out, pointing at Xiang Chen and mocking, "You're talking about him? This useless person? He can't even come up with 800 yuan, let alone 800,000. Do you think I'm a fool? Who would believe your nonsense?" Lu Ruyan, who had been silent all along, also spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Yes, my ex-husband owed a lot of money back then, and after the divorce, he left with nothing. It's impossible for him to come up with so much money. Landlady, you must have made a mistake." The fat woman was momentarily stunned by the mother and daughter's retorts, then she opened her phone to confirm the receipt of 800,000 yuan. She then took out the contract and carefully scanned it again, confirming that the money was real and the handprint on the contract was genuine. In front of them, these two clueless women were just fools who couldn't understand the situation. Firm conclusion. "So, your ex-husband, who drives a BMW 740, transferred 800,000 yuan to me? Then signed a fake contract? What transfer?" Mu Cooling grabbed the fat woman's phone and, looking down, she found that Xiang Chen had indeed transferred money to her, just half an hour ago. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless the little beast stole or robbed, where did he get so much money? Xiang Chen smiled and retorted, "You're right, this money was stolen, but it's better than some people forcing their daughters to sell themselves, right?" After saying that, he turned to Chunan and asked in confusion, "Wait, how much allowance do you give them each month?" Still immersed in humiliation, Chunan subconsciously replied, 5,000 yuan, "but I only gave them 3,000 yuan last month." Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen shook his head after hearing this, then looked at him with a pitiful look. "Good buddy, you're really honest. I feel sorry for you. Come and take a look at this, Chanel's hydrating set, and this, La Mer's, this is Givenchy's, TSK. In front of Lu Ruyan's dressing table in the bathroom, there were various high-end skincare products, roughly totaling at least 30,000 yuan. Shu Nan looked at Xiang Chen in confusion. As a bootlicker, he had thought about buying some skincare products for his goddess. But men are men after all, how could they distinguish the prices of these things? So he had always thought that Lu Ruyan's skincare products were not very expensive. No wonder she rejected the 500 yuan hydrating set he offered. Damn it! In an instant, Chunan felt useless. Seeing Chunan's frustrated expression, Xiang Chen thought he had come to his senses, walked over, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, "Brother, don't be discouraged. There are thousands of good women out there, no need to hang yourself on Lu Ruyan's crooked tree." But Chunan didn't buy into Xiang Chen's words at all, pushing his hand away with disdain. "Who's your brother? You're not allowed to insult Teacher Mu in front of me. You scum who abandoned your wife and child. What? Are you out of your mind? Can't understand human language or what?" This time, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, more shocked than when Xiang Chen took out 800,000 yuan to buy a dilapidated house. Even Lu Ruyan gave Chunan a second look, knowing that she usually didn't spare him a glance. "I'm not crazy. Don't insult Teacher Mu in front of me in the future. Can you understand that? Ha, you're completely out of your mind, beyond redemption." Xiang Chen was amused by this bootlicker, having lived for 26 years, it was the first time he encountered such a ridiculous existence in reality. "Then let me ask you, when your goddess buys these outrageously expensive skincare products, have you ever thought about how you couldn't even afford to eat at school? Have you ever thought about how one small bottle of lotion could cover 3 months' rent for her? It's not her fault, it's my own incompetence, my inability to provide the beloved one with the life she desires. It's my incompetence. Alright, is this how it is? A useless person like you dares to use the term beloved? Please, spare me the insult to my ears." Furious, Xiang Chen grabbed Chunan by the ear and dragged him in front of Lu Ruyan, then forcefully made him look at her. Then, with each word, he shouted at him, "Do you know where these luxury skincare products come from? Do you know where she was transferred to after jumping off the building? If you don't know, wait for me to call Fong Kiki. By the way, you know Fong Kiki, right? Should I have her tell you in person how promiscuous this woman in front of you really is?" Meanwhile, Chunan, being held by Xiang Chen, covered his ears with both hands. Bang! A ball of anger named fire exploded completely in Xiang Chen's heart, and he madly removed Chunan's self-deceiving hands. He continued his furious outburst. "You still haven't tasted her until now? What's with that Wang Tianyang, that Li Shenli? They even know how many moles she has on her buttocks. Should I tell you, not only does she have moles on her buttocks, but also on the inner side of her right thigh, and let me tell you, she's already loose from having given birth. You still haven't experienced it? Why are you shaking your head? Could it be that you're really just a pure love war god? A platonic love?" After a barrage of verbal attacks, Chunan sat weakly on the ground, and Lu Ruyan, of course, didn't care about this lapdog. However, Xiang Chen's words just now deeply stung her, so she coldly said to Xiang Chen, after our divorce, we have nothing to do with each other, don't go too far. Xiang Chen had wanted to insult her again, but Shunan, unexpectedly, crawled over to her with snot and tears. Yes, he crawled over on the ground. Teacher, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm not capable enough to let this scum bully you. 1,000 words were rendered speechless, even Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Shunan now carried a hint of disdain. Seeing that the venting was almost done, Xiang Chen lit a cigarette and directly waved to the fat woman. I don't care how you do it, get these parasites out for me, otherwise I won't buy this house, don't forget it hasn't been transferred yet. Oh, please, handsome, I'll call the police right away, these poor ghosts have no house and are occupying someone else's place, shameless. The fat woman acted promptly, never showing mercy to tenants without boundaries. Soon the police arrived, and Xiang Chen had already informed Yang Hai, so in addition to the police, a large group of live streamers gathered outside, all there to ride the wave of popularity. After all, as both the female lead in the live murder broadcast incident and the main character in the extramarital affair scandal at Dongnan University, Lu Ruyan, with the double buff stacked, was now a celebrity. The police naturally sided with the rightful party, especially since Mu Kuling's constant nagging was getting on their nerves. As things were thrown out of the house, the flashing lights of various cameras outside flickered. What started as a normal moving event quickly turned into a forced eviction. Lu Ruyan watched coldly as her beloved handbag and cosmetics were thrown on the ground like trash, feeling nothing but humiliation in her heart. What was even more unbearable was that she had nowhere to hide, the entrance was crowded with people, it was impossible to move, even the police couldn't stand the commotion and slipped away. Only a family of 4 stood at the entrance like monkeys in a circus, and the young Yuan looked puzzledly at Xiang Chen in the distance. Although only a few months had passed, under the continuous brainwashing by the Mu family, the child had already come to believe that his father had abandoned him. So now the feelings towards Xiang Chen are very complicated, wanting to go back but not daring to. After all, the current Xiang Chen is seen as a bad person in her eyes. Just then, a sudden change occurred. 6 Maybach 57s drove directly to the entrance of Building 6, and the live-streaming internet celebrities instantly went into a frenzy. Most people have only seen this legendary Maybach car online, with a price of 5 to 6 million for one Maybach 57, which means the value of these 6 cars parked at the entrance is nearly 40 million. Instantly, all the cameras were focused on these cars, and then 20 young men in sharp suits and earpieces got out of the first 5 cars. Bodyguards. These real-life people that are usually only seen in movies were standing in front of Xiang Chen, just like a dream. In his shallow understanding, there are definitely no such impressive people in Linhai City, and Li Jianguo was not high-profile enough to use 6 Maybachs to clear the way. The leader, a bald man in his 30s, spoke in a deep voice to Yan Hai's people. You have 1 minute to turn off all live streams on your phones. Then, he glanced at his watch as if no one else was there and continued, the countdown starts now. After 1 minute, whoever continues to hold their phone will bear the consequences. Some people were not happy about this. People who are internet celebrities, especially in small cities, have a characteristic of being rebellious. You can't expect someone who doesn't even attend classes regularly to obey a stranger, right? Sure enough, a blonde guy started to shout at the bald man. Xiang Chen recognized this blonde guy, who seemed to be called Erwazi online. He used to be a well-known hooligan in the surrounding area, but after the crackdown on crime, he can only stay at home living off his parents. Later, with the rise of social media, this brat started live streaming again. Despite his carefree personality, he was doing quite well, at least he had no worries about food and clothing. Why are you so overbearing? We have the right to film freely. Asterisk click. Asterisk with the sound of a gun's safety being released, the bald man took out a handgun from his waist and pointed it directly at Erwazi's head. Instantly, everyone on the scene quickly put away their phones. Xiang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. He also liked to watch videos about firearms in his spare time. The handgun the bald man was holding was clearly a Glock 48 from the Glock SLIVRSLEMLENE series. This type of small-caliber firearm is a favorite among many mercenaries and foreign security companies, and it's not easy to get one in China. I'm sorry, I was wrong, bro. Erwazi's voice was clearly trembling. He was here to make money from live streaming, not to risk his life. Repeat what you just said. The bald man, with no expression on his face, pressed the gun against Erwazi's head, looking nothing like he was joking. Bro, I was really wrong. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Even his shorts started to drip water continuously, the immense fear making him embarrassingly wet himself. The clear yellow urine dripped down his thighs onto the ground, forming a puddle. Just then, the door of the last Maybach opened, and a man with gold-rimmed half-frame glasses stepped out. He was wearing the same black suit as the bodyguards, but exuded an aristocratic air everywhere, wearing a Patek Philippe Ref. 1518 watch on his wrist. Xiang Chen knew that this watch currently sells for 78 million yuan worldwide, because it was his dream. And he also knew the handsome man in front of him, but now his heart felt like it had been hit by an earthquake, leaving him unable to think. Forget it, Li Chang, don't make things difficult for these people, let them drop their phones and leave. The man seemed forgiving, but his tone was firm and not to be disobeyed. Hearing this warm voice, Lu Ruyan's tears instantly flowed down her cheeks. Lin Mo, you finally came to find me. Where is my son? Lu Ruyan did not answer Lin Mo's question, but looked at him with a face full of affection. At this moment, Yuan, who had been hiding behind his grandmother, looked at Lin Mo with a tiger-headed and tiger-brained expression. Bloodline was a mysterious force, allowing people to quickly recognize each other even if they had never met before. When Lin Mo saw Yuan, his expression changed from stern to indulgent in an instant, taking only a second for the man. He slowly walked over, holding the child's hand, and asked gently, "Baby, what's your name?" "Uncle, my name is Yuan, not baby." The child's innocent words instantly melted Lin Mo's heart of stone. "Don't call me uncle, call me dad." With that, he looked at Xiao Doding with expectant eyes, and the child, who had a friendly impression of Lin Mo at first sight, tilted his head for a moment. In the end, he obediently called out, "Dad." It had been many years since Lin Mo had felt so genuinely happy. He lifted the child high above his head and spun around, allowing the child's shoes, stained with mud, to step on his shoulders. From today on, the Lin family in the capital city had a successor. The little calamus at the scene were all driven away by Lin Mo's bodyguards, leaving only a pile of cell phones. Xiang Chen looked at the heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety not far away, feeling inexplicably frustrated. Why? Why was everything good happening to Lin Mo? Why, despite his efforts, was he still like a rat in the gutter in front of him? His professional skill of reading people's characters was activated directly, and today he wanted to see how lucky this Lin Mo really was. A moment later, Xiang Chen felt as if he had been drained of all his strength, as if his tendons had been pulled out. The Emperor's Prosperity. Lin Mo turned out to have the legendary Emperor's Prosperity, a rare occurrence among millions. In the 12 stages of life and physiognomy, the Emperor's Prosperity is the first of the 4 auspicious signs, representing only one meaning: everything will develop to the extreme. Even with the big winner life fund in hand, Xiang Chen dared not provoke any conflict with him. Lin Mo could easily crush him with a wave of his hand. They were simply from 2 different worlds. However, Xiang Chen was never one to be discouraged. He believed that with the bug-like fund in his hands, coupled with his daring and gambling nature, he would never fall behind Lin Mo one day. What's the use of being reborn if you don't have cheat codes? Just then, Mu Cooling grabbed Lin Mo's arm and pointed at Xiang Chen in the distance, arrogantly saying, "Do you remember that little beast Xiang Chen, the good son-in-law? It was him who caused our whole family to be destroyed. Poor little Yuan can't even have milk to drink." Unfortunately, this old woman underestimated Lin Mo's disgust towards her. Even Xiang Chen stared at Lin Mo intently, waiting to see what he would do next. "Shut up! Who said he's your son-in-law? If it weren't for the child, do you think you deserve to see me?" As expected by Xiang Chen, if Xiang Chen's hatred towards the Mu family was at 85, then Lin Mo's was at 100. It was because of this family's greed that Mu Xiaoxue was killed. How much did Lin Mo love Mu Xiaoxue? Probably deeper than the sinking of the entire Titanic. So Mu Cooling was simply picking at old wounds and asking for trouble. However, Mu Cooling dared not say a word to Lin Mo. She was foolish but not stupid, knowing who she could offend and who she couldn't. Yang Hai, who was guarding at the San Tiayu company, was shocked to see that all the live broadcast rooms were showing the end of the broadcast, and there was no longer any video of Lu Ruyan available online. In just a short 10 minutes, an invisible hand behind the scenes had wiped out everything, including the still popular Li Xingli murder live broadcast incident. Everything was gone, disappearing silently without a trace, something that even Li Jianguo and the Gao family behind him had failed to achieve, all vanished without a sound. At this moment, Yang Hai was extremely worried about Xiang Chen, who was still with Lu Ruyan. Since the arrival of the 6 mysterious Maybachs, the situation had become unpredictable. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that the phone cannot be reached, showing that it is out of service. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first is that Xiang Chen has been abducted to a place with no signal at all. The second is that someone at the scene used a device that can block phone signals. Obviously, no matter which situation it is, Xiang Chen's situation is very dangerous. The other party is obviously a big shot they cannot reach. Perhaps having teased the child enough, Lin Mo put him down reluctantly and then walked to Chunan's side. You have been taking care of my son during this time. Take this card, the password is the default password. Leave and do not mention anything that happened here to anyone. Looking at the bank card handed over by Lin Mo, Shunan subconsciously reached out to take it. After all, he still owed tens of thousands of debts. But a strong sense of pride forced him to face this man who could make the goddess Lu Ruyan cry with his head held high. Take it, don't be shy. I had a harder time than you before. People always have their low points. In the end, Shunan did not take the card, and Lin Mo did not insist. The choice was up to others, and he had no right to interfere. With a glance, Li Chang, who was leaning against the car, immediately understood and took Shunan, the fat woman, and the property manager away. Li Chang was a professional in sealing off such matters. The noon sun in June was already scorching, and under the shade of the trees, Lu Ruyan still looked at Lin Mo affectionately. Lin Mo, on the other hand, stared at Xiang Chen with interest. Long time no see, Yang. Only Lin Mo would call him by this unique name, which Xiang Chen detested. There's nothing to see or not. You go your way, I'll go mine. The road is wide, and we each have our own path. You still hate me as always, but it doesn't matter. I'll take the child away. How about you let go of what happened between you and Lu Ruyan for my sake? A blatant threat, Lin Mo still did not hide his intentions as usual. Clearly an extremely selfish person, yet pretending to have a compassionate face. Disgusting. A perfect match with Lu Ruyan. A scumbag with a wild woman, but it really made Xiang Chen uncomfortable. The child is someone else's offspring, and his ex-wife even made a disgusting gesture of affection. Even his old pig dog, who never looked at him straight, showed him respect. The huge gap in his mind made Xiang Chen's steps a bit trance-like. Alright, you don't want that card for the child. Do you want it? Do you think I would settle for something subpar? Xiang Chen's face was full of disdain. He was not like Shunan, who would fight to the death over tens of thousands. Lin Mo chuckled indifferently. Oh, I forgot you made over 2 million from investing in 3 fish. I underestimated you. The feeling of having his underwear stripped clean made Xiang Chen's face very ugly. He couldn't escape the eyes of others in anything he did. He stared at Lin Mo expressionlessly. What do you want to say? Lin Mo chuckled with interest and patted Xiang Chen's shoulder. The money you earned is enough for you to live comfortably in this city, including your marriage, house, and car. Stop causing trouble everywhere, okay? Humph. Are you threatening me? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Mo, who had changed his style from the past, burst into laughter. It was as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous. This was the huge gap brought by status. Am I threatening you? Xiang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Considering our past relationship, I'm just kindly reminding you. I have already taken care of all the things you did behind my back. You can no longer rely on any public opinion storm in the future, understand? Behind Li Jianguo is the Gao family of Shanjing City. You set up a trap and killed his son. Do you think others will let you off so easily? So stay in Linhai City, remarry, have children, and enjoy the happiness of a wealthy man, okay? As long as you agree, I, Lin Mo, will ensure your safety for a lifetime. Heh, such big words, ensuring my safety for a lifetime. Xiang Chen felt extreme resentment in his heart, but his face remained calm. During this period, apart from other things, he had only scratched the surface of cultivating his temperament. What if I don't agree? What will you do? I won't do anything. I'm just kindly advising you. Oh, Li Chang, give him what you have in your hands. Then, a man named Li Chang skillfully threw a gun and 3 magazines over. Xiang Chen instinctively caught them. He had never used a gun before, and he didn't even know how to load the magazine. Alright, keep it for self-defense. Thank you for taking care of my child for a few years. I sincerely thank you. Lin Mo bowed solemnly to Xiang Chen, displaying the manners of a noble family's offspring to the fullest at that moment. But in Xiang Chen's eyes, it was just the posturing of a victor. He would never accept it. With the gun and bullets given by Lin Mo, Xiang Chen turned around without looking back and walked towards the parking lot. Yuan, who was being led by Lu Ruyan behind him, seemed to sense something and broke free to run to Xiang Chen. Daddy! Lin Mo watched this scene with a dark expression. In the end, Xiang Chen did not slow down, ignoring the child's cries without turning back. Xiang Chen was tired of carrying burdens in the first half of his life and vowed to live only for himself in the second half. Holding the Grand Winner Life Fund in his hands, with a starting capital of no less than 16 million, why should he live in obscurity for the rest of his life? It would be too pitiful. Seeing the person who had caused him pain revel in his victory was Xiang Chen's greatest shame. In a few days, it would be the day for the mid-year performance settlement of 3 Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd. Xiang Chen squatted at Yang Hai's place every day, just to get the money in hand sooner. Then he would set off for Beijing early. Lin Hai's stage was too small, and he could no longer showcase his skills there. After a few days of living in a dream, Yang Hai called him to the company. Mr. Xiang, I need to tell you something. Yang Hai's expression was grim, as if he was holding back something difficult to say. What's wrong, old Yang? You look a bit off. Well, the head office found some issues during the financial audit, and my account here has been frozen. The account is frozen, meaning my money is frozen too, right? It seemed that the limelight of Three Fish Linhai branch was too great, causing some higher-ups to have ulterior motives. Xiang Chen contemplated the deeper meaning behind Yang Hai's words, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Seeing Xiang Chen's serious expression, Yang Hai forced a bitter smile. They say blood is thicker than water, but when it comes to money matters, even the best relationships have to take a step back. Moreover, the amount withheld by the Three Fish headquarters from Xiang Chen was not just a few dollars, but a huge sum of nearly 5 million yuan, including the principal and profits. Yes, I won't beat around the bush about our relationship. The head office has sent a specialist over, and they are currently reviewing the accounts in the company's finance department. But rest assured, I will definitely get all your money back for you. Even if it means sacrificing my job, I can't let you down. These sincere words made Xiang Chen look at him differently. He had always thought that Yang Hai was all about money, but now it seemed that he was not just profit-driven. Alright, take me to meet the person from the head office. I'll talk to him first. If it doesn't work out, I'll directly find a lawyer to sue. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get this money back. Yang Hai did not object to Xiang Chen's words. Indeed, if the head office insisted on making things so difficult, Xiang Chen would have to resort to legal procedures. They then arrived at the finance office, where there were only 4 women in Yang Hai's branch finance department. Upon opening the door, they saw a sleazy man in his 30s with a flat nose and glasses. Moving a chair close to the youngest girl, his hand unconsciously rested on her thigh. The girl, obviously fresh out of school, had to silently endure workplace harassment to keep her job. Yang Hai immediately exploded. Wu Xian, have you finished the report? The girl named Wu Xian helplessly shook her head. General Yang, not yet. What are you doing? Hurry to the HR department on the 4th floor and reconcile this month's attendance. Stay there until it's done. Wu Xian felt relieved. She glanced gratefully at Yang Hai and hurried to the 4th floor. The creepy man was not happy. General Yang, can't you prioritize tasks? There are only 4 people in the finance department, and now you're transferring 1. What are we going to do next? You're making it difficult for me. Xiang Chen hated 2 types of people the most, greasy guys and creepy glasses men. He lit a cigarette, took crab-like steps over to the creepy man, grabbed a thermos cup, and smashed it at him. What are you doing? Then don't do it. The cup hit the creepy man's chest, causing hot water to spill out, making it look like he had wet himself. Yang Hai, who is he? A thug has come in. Why haven't you called security? Go call security. Okay, General Shang. I'll go call them. Wait for me. Hold on tight. Yang Hai signaled the 3 women left, and they ran together, closing the door behind them. Yang Hai knew Xiang Chen's temper, and he was sure Xiang Chen wouldn't let this go. So he decided to stick with Xiang Chen, as long as no one got hurt, and there were no cameras in the finance office. The locked office. Xiang Chen smiled as he walked towards the creepy man. Who are you? How did you get in? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket to make a call. Xiang Chen kicked the phone away, then grabbed a chair and smashed the phone to pieces. You, my new iPhone. Who are you? Xiang Chen spat smoke in his face and said, You ask who I am? When you were deducting my money, you didn't bother to find out who I am. Your business skills are questionable, bro. The creepy man finally understood. You're Xiang Chen? Indeed, I am Xiang Chen. I'm here today to demand an explanation from you. If you can't explain, you won't leave this room today. Explain what? Don't joke with me. The subsidiary's operating rights are granted by the parent company. It has no independent financing rights. I'm just following the Articles of Association. If you have any issues, you can go to the head office. The guy's quite stubborn. Xiang Chen smiled. I don't like to talk nonsense. I only know to kill for a debt. With that, he kicked the creepy man's stomach, causing him to almost faint. The room echoed with sounds of struggle, while Yang Hai outside trembled in fear. Will you pay up? Xiang Chen, like a demon, leaned down next to the creepy man, who was now gasping heavily. Take me to the hospital quickly. I feel terrible. I'll give you the money as soon as the finance department calculates it, please. The creepy man now looked like a pitiful dog, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. His hand kept touching his stomach, his expression like wearing a mask of pain, and Xiang Chen, with no expression on his face, took out his phone to start recording. How soon can you give me the money? I don't want to waste time. Today is Wednesday, the earliest is Friday. After getting an accurate reply, he opened the door and said to Yang Hai and the others who were trembling on the side, "Police, come out and clean up." Then he waved his hand and left, leaving Yang Hai and the wretched man looking at each other. "Shang, are you okay? What's going on?" Yang Hai's pretentiousness made the wretched man grind his teeth in anger, but he couldn't care less now, he just wanted to go to the hospital quickly. Xiang Chen, with no expression on his face, left the company's gate, knowing that the wretched man wouldn't easily give him the money. Platforms like this, which specialize in exploiting others, wouldn't compromise so easily, but it didn't matter to him. When he got home, he checked on the computer and found out that the headquarters of Santiaoyu Network Technology Company, Ltd., was in Shangjing. It was really a coincidence. It was time to leave. Xiangchen no longer had anyone worth staying for in this city. The side task involving Fong Kiki was temporarily ineffective. Xiangchen felt like he had wasted his 300,000 yuan, but that's how investments worked. With losses and gains, no one could always win. In this world, we are not the protagonists. Shouting at the sky that our fate is in our hands won't change anything. He hadn't delved into the entrepreneurial team that unlocked the promotion to a million-level manager, but it was probably about recruiting people. Throughout history, those who charged into battle alone were at most heroes, only those who strategized and won from afar were true heroes. Among the people he knew, perhaps only Yang Hai was a decent talent, at least with experience in managing a company. If he could bring him over, it would be great. His team needed core members, not just useless people who wrote reports all day. So he did it. That same evening Xiangchen called Yang Hai over, still in his small rental house. He arranged for a chef to cook a table full of dishes, placed 2 bottles of high-quality Wuliangye on the table, leaving Yang Hai bewildered. "What's with the grand setup tonight? Is there an important guest coming over?" "Nonsense, you are my most important guest. Sit down quickly, why be so polite between us?" Watching Xiangchen pour wine for him personally, Yang Hai felt pleasantly surprised. "Sheng, what's the deal with the big show tonight? Do you need my help with something? If you have something, just say it, don't make me feel awkward." You see, being so formal, what could I possibly need? I'm leaving Linhai City tomorrow, just wanted to have a heartfelt chat with someone. Yang Hai, of course, didn't believe his nonsense. Both were old foxes, playing what ghost stories. But while he thought otherwise, he still went along with Xiang Chen's words. "Well, you've come to the right person. Back in college, I hosted a program called Intimate Friends on the school radio station. It's right up my alley." Xiang Chen knew he was being disgusting, but it was just friends joking around. "By the way, how's that wretched man from this morning?" Hearing Xiang Chen mention that person, Yang Hai thought he was trying to get information from him, so he smiled bitterly and said, "You are really ruthless. You hit him so hard that his spleen ruptured and he had massive bleeding. He's had surgery to remove it and is still in the hospital." "Oh, just removed a spleen. Is he your superior? Why do you seem so respectful towards him? Do you know who the founder of Santiaoyu Network Technology Company, Ltd., is?" Taking a bite of a rib, Xiangchen vaguely replied, "I know, isn't it that twin internet celebrity Little Fish Brother? Is there anything worth asking about this issue?" Yang Hai smiled bitterly, clinked glasses with Xiangchen, and took a big sip of alcohol. After they became successful, all the relatives of the family came looking for them. When one person becomes successful, even the pets at home become successful. Today, you hit that guy surnamed Shang. It's just Little Fish's distant cousin, who holds a useless position at the headquarters, specializing in making extra money. "I see, no wonder you look so cautious. To be honest, it's quite pathetic to have these useless connections riding on your head." Xiang Chen showed a sudden realization expression, while also teasing Yang Hai a bit to set the stage for the conversation. "Well, there's no way around it. Who asked them to have connections? People like us are just surface-level connections. Yeah, in my opinion, in private companies, either you stay or you become a partner. When the time comes, you become the one that others rely on, and you still have to endure their attitude, right, old Yang? You speak lightly. People like us, born from humble backgrounds, with only a second-rate education, in our 30s, can see the end of our future at a glance. Where do we have the opportunities you mentioned? The fish is finally taking the bait." Looking at Yang Hai's frustrated expression, Xiang Chen changed the subject and directly said, "Old Yang, I think you're pretty good. Would you be willing to join my team?" "What do you mean?" Yang Hai, who was momentarily confused, was a bit dazed. "It's nothing. How much can you make in a year, including the year-end bonus, at 3 fishes? Probably around 400,000 after tax. The year-end bonus is usually over 200,000, and the regular salary plus performance is around 200,000. If I offer you 800,000 a year, would you consider switching jobs?" Come on, buddy, this joke is not funny at all. Why do you want me to come over? I only know how to do things related to new media. Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen didn't say anything, but continued to look at him with a serious expression. I'm planning to re-register an investment company in Shangjing City. This venture will be large in scale, but I lack people with management experience. So, I invited you here today to sincerely invite you to join my team. Yang Hai was silent for 3 seconds. Okay, I agree, but you have to give me some time to prepare. Money moves the heart. Rather than being the king of a small company in a small prefecture, it's better to go out and seek a future. Xiang Chen was very satisfied with Yang Hai's performance. Although he hesitated for 3 seconds, Yang Hai was already very decisive in this risky job change. Good buddy, let's have this drink. From today on, you will be the person in charge of Date Songming Investment Company. Oh, and you will also be the leader of the Wulong Group. Hearing this, Yang Hai was speechless. He felt a bit hasty in his decision. Date Songming Investment Company? Wulong Group? Xiang, are you not joking with me? Looking at his incredulous expression, Xiang Chen smiled and said, do I look like I'm joking with you? Can we change the company name slightly? For example, something like Angel Entrepreneurial Investment Company. Isn't Date Songming a bit too casual? Facing Yang Hai's confusion, Xiang Chen said with a serious tone, look, old Yang, aren't you too sensitive? The term Date Songming has been a positive term for decades. It's just that a movie came out and skewed everyone's perception. Why can't we use Date Songming Investment Company to reshape its image? To grow a business, we need everyone's collective effort, and building a brand requires everyone's fearless confidence. If you're afraid of even a name, how can you succeed? Listening to your words is like listening to your words. I, Yang Hai, am convinced. Come on, Xiang, I toast to you. After a meal of joy, both of them had a bit too much to drink. Xiang Chen checked the information on his Night Shanghai membership card on his phone and found that there was still over 10,000 yuan left. Thinking about leaving tomorrow anyway, might as well take Yang Hai out for a night of spending tonight. This old guy Yang Hai said he wouldn't go, but then turned around and called his wife, saying he was with a client and wouldn't be back tonight. He knows how to have fun, truly a model of a man. The next day at noon, Xiang Chen, who was packing his belongings, drove off to Shangjing City. He grew up in a rural area and has been here for 5 years since he set foot in Linhai City at the age of 21. Only he knows the bitterness of these 5 years, determined to reclaim the dignity trampled by the Mu family. Linhai City is not far from Shangjing City, about a 4 to 5 hour drive, and Xiang Chen didn't bring anything else except the Glock 48 Lin Mo gave him in the trunk of the car. So he didn't choose to take the highway, but kept driving on the national road. Finally, he took a detour from the county road in Jiangjie County next to Shangjing City. It's fake to say he's not afraid, as getting caught with a gun in Huagua could lead to imprisonment. Fortunately, he arrived safely in Shangjing City, but it was already 8 p.m. It was impossible to quickly find a house, so he had to stay in a hotel for the night, as he was already tired from the day. Shangjing City in early summer was already getting hot. As a legendary ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, the entire city was filled with the atmosphere of a bygone era. The development of Shangjing City in recent years has not been good, as the provincial capital city is on the verge of falling out of the first-tier cities, characterized by low income and high consumption. However, with a population of over 10 million, there are still many opportunities. After leaving the hotel, Xiang Chen found a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. He didn't have much luggage, just his BMW 740. The top priority now was to buy a house. If there were no hiccups with the funds from Yang Hai, he would have enough budget. Setting up a company with nearly 20 million funds and buying an ordinary house could still leave him with 7 to 8 million. But things didn't go as planned, with over 5 million from Yang Hai's side not being settled, and the system not settling either. Xiang Chen couldn't figure it out. The original task was to help the Santiayu Linhai branch achieve a performance of 15 million to complete the task, but now it was a mess, making Xiang Chen cautious about spending money. Before he could finish his meal, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Without a word, Xiang Chen quickly paid the bill and followed closely behind the person. Half an hour later, he saw her entering a villa community called Huafu Junyuan. Xiang Chen bribed the security guard and easily blended in. As the woman stopped at the entrance of a villa, Xiang Chen watched her disappear from sight. He had always felt something was off about this woman, and since then, he hadn't seen her again, but unexpectedly encountered her in Shangjing City today. It's like a needle in a haystack, a fateful encounter. Xiang Chen silently smoked 2 cigarettes in place, then returned to where he had dinner and drove into the community. There weren't many parking spaces in the high-end villa area, and they were all taken. Xiang Chen had to park on the side of the road, knowing that each household had a parking space, so no one would come to fight for a spot. As it got dark, the woman still hadn't come out, and Xiang Chen was getting impatient. After another half an hour, when the iron gate closed, she finally came out. Xiang Chen opened the car door, put the Glock 48 in his pocket, and stood in the shadow of the tree, waiting for her to approach. After locking the door, the woman walked towards Xiang Chen with a cute Pomeranian. This was the closest road to the community gate, and unless one was a fool, they wouldn't take a detour from there. Woof woof. As the Pomeranian approached Xiang Chen, it began to bark uneasily. Yuan Bao, what's wrong with you? The woman's gentle inquiry reached Xiang Chen's ears. These dog lovers are really something, always communicating with these animals that don't understand human language. Xiang Chen admitted that he was also a dog lover, but he preferred dogs seasoned with star anise, and he didn't waste words with food. Woof woof woof. The annoying dog not only barked but also stubbornly refused to move, causing the woman who wanted to go out to become anxious. Although she couldn't see Xiang Chen from her perspective, Xiang Chen, hidden in the dark shadows of the trees, could clearly observe the woman's actions. It seemed that the stupid dog wouldn't come over, it sensed the danger. At this point, Xiang Chen decided not to hide anymore and walked out directly from the shadows. The woman on the other side immediately exclaimed when she saw his face, "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" "Beautiful Xiao Li, it seems like you have good news?" Xiao Li's expression was unpleasant. She had witnessed Xiang Chen's actions in Linhai City, and as an intelligent person, she could see the cause and effect. Even Li Xingli, who had enslaved her for so long, was set up and killed by him. Trying to remain calm, she ran her hand through her messy hair and said in a calm tone, "It seems like we've met by chance in a foreign land, quite a coincidence." The Pomeranian, held by a rope, kept snarling at Xiang Chen, even trying to break free to bite him. Woof woof woof. The annoying dog kept barking, irritating Xiang Chen. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward and kicked the Pomeranian, sending it flying into a tree. After a couple of whimpers, it fell silent. Yuan Bao. Xiao Li, pregnant and unable to run, could only walk quickly to the Pomeranian's side, gently shaking it. However, Xiang Chen's years of training were not in vain. The small dog couldn't withstand a kick from him and died on the spot. So noisy. Now the world is quiet. Hearing this, Xiao Li angrily picked up the dead dog and looked at Xiang Chen, the culprit. "You're an inhumane beast." I'm a beast? Xiao Li, when you tried to set me up, was your goal to rid the world of evil? Don't try to justify yourself. Tell me, who gave you that USB drive? Now that I'm here, don't try to deceive me, or else your fate won't be better than that of the dog in your arms. Xiao Li's eyes showed signs of panic. She hadn't expected Xiang Chen to specifically ask her about this. In fact, she was overthinking. Xiang Chen just happened to run into her. But of course, he claimed to have come to her on purpose to make her tell the truth. "I copied it from his computer myself. Don't overthink it." At that moment, two figures were approaching from a distance, probably people out for a walk. Unable to risk being seen, Xiang Chen walked up to her and held her hand. "It's crowded here, and it's not a good place for catching up. An old friend has come to visit, won't you invite me in for tea?" Looking at Xiang Chen's insincere smile, Xiao Li, fearing that he might harm the child in her belly if provoked, led him back to the villa. Sitting on the soft sofa, Xiang Chen glanced around the house, decorated in a luxurious style that didn't quite match Xiao Li's gentle image. "Xiang Chen, I really never harmed you, and I did copy that USB drive from Li Xingli's computer. He's a lunatic who enjoys recording everything." Xiang Chen remained non-committal about Xiao Li's words. Some people indeed liked to keep videos of their activities as mementos, like Edison Chen. But it was clear that Li Xingli's videos were not self-recorded because they were all surveillance footage. If he had recorded them himself, why didn't he use a higher quality camera? It is obvious that someone has been plotting against him for a long time, and Xiang Chen was just an opportunity. "Do you have cameras in this villa?" Xiao Li didn't know why his questions were always so random, but now she was in a difficult situation and could only reply helplessly, "Yes, but they are outside the door. Nowadays, almost every household has them." "Are you sure there are none inside the house?" The woman's intuition made Xiao Li sense a hint of danger. "No. What are you trying to do? Give me your phone, and then turn off all the lights." With Xiang Chen's commanding tone, Xiao Li could only hand over her phone to him and turn off all the lights. As Xiang Chen carefully searched for any infrared cameras that might emit light in her house, he found nothing after more than 10 minutes. "Why do you trust people so little? There really won't be any cameras here. This is Li Jiangwo's private residence. He wouldn't leave any evidence for himself." "Oh, so it's Li Jiangwo's private residence." After checking and confirming that there were indeed no cameras, Xiang Chen asked Xiao Li to turn on the lights. In the darkness, Xiaoli cautiously felt her way to the light switch. Click! As the entire hall brightened up, Xiaoli, who had just regained her senses, was almost scared out of her wits. It turned out that Xiang Chen had pulled out the Glock 48 that Lin Mo had given him, and the dark muzzle was pointed directly at Xiaoli. When faced with extreme fear, the reaction is not to scream, but to open one's mouth silently. At this moment, Xiaoli couldn't speak, her body stiffened to the extreme in the face of the threat of death. I'll give you one last chance to speak. Who gave you that USB drive? You have only 3 seconds. As he spoke, Xiang Chen released the safety catch and his face turned as dark as water. Please, don't kill me. 3, 2, 1. It was Li Jiangwo's wife, Gao Yu. Under extreme intimidation, Xiaoli finally couldn't resist and confessed everything. It was only then that Xiang Chen realized that Li Xingli was not Gao Yu's son, but simply Li Jiangwo's child. With Xiaoli's psychological defense broken, Xiang Chen learned many secrets about Li Xingli's death and realized that besides Li Jiangwo, he was the one who had killed him. The Gao family in Shijing City was irrelevant because Li Xingli had no connection with them. The person who gave Xiaoli the USB drive was none other than Li Jiangwo's current wife, Gao Yu. Knowing someone's face but not their heart, it's harder to draw the bones than to draw a dragon or a tiger. Internal attacks are far more damaging than external ones, a realization that Xiang Chen only came to later. Even if he hadn't killed Li Xingli, his malicious stepmother Gao Yu would have found an opportunity to do so. A snake in the green bamboo, a wasp's sting on the tail, both are deadly, but a woman's heart is the most treacherous. As for the child in Xiaoli's belly, Xiang Chen never expected it to be Li Xingli's. It was truly beyond belief. Being the accomplice in her father's death, the whole situation felt surreal. Xiang Chen was exhausted from the detailed explanation, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten dinner yet. Xiaoli, who had calmed down a bit, silently got up and went to the kitchen. After a while, she brought out a bowl of chicken noodle soup and placed it on the coffee table in front of Xiang Chen. Are you trying to poison me with this soup? Xiang Chen casually asked as he looked at the steaming bowl. No, where would I get poison from? Then you must have spit in it, right? Xiaoli rolled her eyes helplessly, and unexpectedly, there was a hint of charm in her expression, causing Xiang Chen to be momentarily entranced. Li Xingli, the son of a bitch, was lucky, and the women he slept with were all exceptional. Moreover, they were willing to bear his children. Xiang Chen couldn't understand why. The noodles were delicious, or maybe Xiang Chen was just too hungry, having not eaten or drunk anything since noon. By the way, why were you willing to have Li Xingli's child? In theory, wasn't he not forcing you back then? Or is this kid really that charming? Xiaoli habitually tucked a strand of hair that was hanging down and replied helplessly, At first, I was unwilling, but I don't know how Li Jiangguo got this information. He found me and said that as long as I gave birth to a child, he would give me 2 million. In the end, it's all for money. Xiaoli gave him a big bite of the fried egg she made, and Xiang Chen muttered vaguely, 200 million can buy you to have a child for your enemy? Your body is too cheap. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Maybe realizing that his words were a bit harsh, Xiang Chen quickly added, I mean Li Jiangguo gave too little. The Li family's continuation is such an important matter, and he only gave 2 million. I think it should be at least 20 million. As soon as Xiang Chen finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. The familiar sense of tearing reappeared, and the voice of the Life Winner Life Fund appeared in his ear the next second. The Life Winner Life Fund reminds you that a new challenge task has been triggered, and the host can choose whether to accept it. Task description. Help Xiaoli successfully give birth to a child. Task success reward, 500% of the funds equivalent to Xiaoli's reward. A challenge task? Why can helping her give birth to a child get the same reward as her? And it's the most difficult challenge task. Isn't this nonsense? However, the fund never acts without purpose. Since it can create this task, it means that this task is definitely not that simple. Last time, Wang Tianyan's challenge task earned Xiang Chen a full 10 million, but the difficulty was equally high. If it weren't for his flawless plan and 200% luck, it would have been impossible to succeed. Helping a poor boy against the richest man in the city was purely a fluke. So this challenge task is definitely not that simple. The feeling of tearing through time and space gradually faded. Xiang Chen's gaze towards Xiaoli changed from the beginning. By the way, I just arrived in Shangjing City and haven't found a place to stay. Can I stay at your place these days? This request shocked Xiaoli. She subconsciously tightened her clothes and took 2 steps back, a battle raging in her mind. Refusing this demon in front of her, she didn't know what would happen. But if she agreed, a pregnant woman living alone, with her belly carrying a child, who knows what Xiang Chen might do to her? Beauty, no matter what it is paired with, is a killer, but beauty alone is a sin. Seeing Xiaoli hesitating to speak, Xiangchen naturally knew what she was worried about, so he reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. It's just that as a pregnant woman living alone, and besides, living here, Li Xingli's stepmother Gao Yu won't let you off easily. Now it seems that Li Jianguo is a useless person. He can't even protect his own son, let alone the grandson in your belly. When the time comes, they won't just harm your child, I guess you won't escape their hands either." Xiang Chen's words shook Xiaoli. She was a very smart woman and could naturally understand that Xiang Chen was not exaggerating. It's just that Gao Yu doesn't know that she's pregnant with Li Xingli's child. Otherwise, she would have sent someone to deal with her long ago. It should be noted that Gao Yu and Li Jianguo have a biological son. It's just that he was born through surrogacy in the United States, and few people knew about it after years of living abroad. This news was also learned from Li Xingli, so Gao Yu tried every means to get rid of Li Xingli, actually paving the way for his favored son. All the assets of the Li family will ultimately belong to her bloodline. Thinking of this, Xiaoli did not hesitate. It's better to have multiple men in the house than none at all. Currently, only she and a maid live in this villa, and the maid is a woman in her 50s who wouldn't be of much help in case of trouble. Well, this villa is very big. I usually live on the 3rd floor. There are many empty rooms on the 2nd floor. You can choose one to live in. The 1st floor is where Aunt Zhang lives, but she went back to her hometown these days and will probably return in a couple of days. Alright, I won't disturb your normal life. You just focus on taking care of the baby. Although Li Xingli is not a good person, he is already dead. The child is innocent. Just give birth to him well. It's also a way to accumulate some virtue. Now Xiaoli was a bit confused by Xiang Chen. Men are indeed big hypocrites. It's only been a few minutes, but the changes were too drastic. I will give birth to the child. After all, he is my flesh and blood. Alright then, I'm going to rest. I'm tired after a long day. Xiang Chen suddenly walked to Xiaoli's side and whispered in her ear before leaving. I advise you not to have any unnecessary thoughts. Otherwise, Li Xingli's fate may become yours. After this warning, Xiang Chen went straight to the 2nd floor to rest, and Xiaoli's thoughts were irrelevant. In the end, she was just a tool that might make money, a regrettable chicken rib. If things really become unbearable, she could just give up. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Xiang Chen was awakened groggily by the alarm clock. Today, he had to go out to select a location for Did Songming Investment Company. The leather bag company in Linhai City had already been deregistered. Unlike before when he was nonchalant, Xiang Chen now wanted to make Did Songming Investment Company flourish. They say clothes make the man, and a successful business cannot look shabby. People nowadays are very materialistic, especially businessmen. Beijing City is divided into 11 districts, with Jiangning District having the highest GDP and being the largest district in Beijing City. Jiangning District has developed several billion-dollar industrial clusters, such as the Intelligent Power Distribution Equipment Industry Cluster and the Future Network Industry Cluster. Therefore, Xiang Chen's target location for Did Songming Investment Company was Jiangning District. If he was going to do it, he would do it big. After wandering around, Xiang Chen was disheartened. With the little money he had, he couldn't afford an office building in the high-tech development zone. Even a more ordinary office building would cost over $1 million a year to rent. Truly, in this world, only the poor suffer. He had his eye on an office building located in the high-tech development zone, but the annual rent was nearly $3 million. With only a little over $8 million left, Xiang Chen was worried. Even if he managed to rent it, the decoration costs for software and other decorations would amount to hundreds of thousands, leaving him with almost no money. He would go bankrupt within a year, and he would have to return to Linhai with his tail between his legs. Just when he was feeling helpless, he suddenly heard the mechanical sound of the fund in his ear. The Great Winner Life Fund reminds you that your investment task has been completed. Task description: join Yanghai's Three Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd. Linhai branch and help Yanghai achieve a target of 15 million in performance before June. Task success reward: prop Bewitching Heart, and also receive a full share of investment with an additional 15% net profit reward. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? In an instant, this thought flashed through Xiang Chen's mind as he stared at the bank card with over 10 million yuan in it, leaving him dumbfounded. Investment in the principal and profit of the three fish, plus a reward for completing the fund mission of over 5 million, now totals more than 18 million in principal for Xiang Chen. With a blink of an eye, the old hen turned into a duck. Something's not right. Could it be that Yanghai got things done on his end? Xiang Chen immediately called him without saying a word, and a few minutes later, he took a deep breath after lighting a cigarette, feeling fortunate that he had brought Yanghai in. This old guy is really efficient. It turned out that before resigning, Yang Hai directly used his authority to forcibly settle Xiang Chen's money from the company's finance department, then packed up and ran away. According to him, since his year-end bonus was already gone, he might as well take the money from his brothers. As for the rest, the three fish couldn't stir up any trouble. All the contracts and procedures were clear, and they couldn't win any lawsuits. Now that he had the money, Xiang Chen went straight to the intermediary company to get things done. He then contacted the well-known Jingjing Intelligent Home Furnishing in Shangjing City to redesign the company's soft furnishings from top to bottom. The designer is a cute girl who, despite being only 25 or 26 years old, has been in the design industry for 7 or 8 years. But Xiang Chen wasn't interested in that. People nowadays are too good at talking, calling it marketing, nonsense marketing, all they do is talk big. Standing on the first floor of the office building, Xiang Chen pointed and directed the cute girl, "Our smart investment company is very low-key, but even if we are low-key, we must highlight our wealthy and willful image. So all the decoration styles should emphasize one word." The designer girl asked respectfully, "What word, Mr. Xiang?" "Luxury. The luxury of a nouveau riche. The whole building should be magnificent, just like the Palace of Versailles." The girl's forehead was covered in sweat, she was sweating profusely, even suspecting that the guy in front of her, who was babbling, was the naive son of a landlord. "Mr. Xiang, the Palace of Versailles is not magnificent, its style is." "Stop. Do I need to compare with it? I just want customers to know that our smart group is like Versailles." Talking to a brick wall, at this moment, the cute girl didn't want to speak anymore. The customer is God. As long as God is willing to pay, she can even turn the whole building into the style of a rural dry toilet. An hour later, the cute girl basically grasped the key points in Xiang Chen's blueprint. After a pleasant conversation, Xiang Chen also quickly signed the contract. Within half a month, the entire building had to be completed, with an artistic lacquer wall in the reception lobby at the front, with 13 large characters specified by Xiang Chen. "Love, with my small love, awaken the great love of the world." It looked like a pyramid scheme nest, but Xiang Chen thought it had a taste. That's the only way to show the smart group's temperament. Back at Xiao Li's residence, Xiang Chen was in a great mood. The dog he kicked to death yesterday had been buried in the front yard of the villa, with a small tombstone, very conspicuous. Xiang Chen knew this was Xiao Li's silent protest against him. He had thought about kicking the soil bag away, but he decided against it. He wasn't that petty, and besides, the dog's death was a bigger issue, so he let it go. All of this was seen by Xiao Li standing on the third-floor balcony. When Xiang Chen raised his foot, she had already clenched her fist. But in the end, when he didn't kick, Xiao Li inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, not even knowing why. "Hey, is there no food at home? Hey, is anyone here? You're a pregnant woman eating takeout every day at home? Are you that lazy?" After a few complaints and realizing no one was responding, Xiang Chen had no choice but to go to the kitchen and cook a bowl of noodles. He was in a good mood today, so he made a bowl for Xiao Li. "Lazy woman, come down and eat noodles, it'll get lumpy in a while." Soon, the sound of slippers clattering up the stairs, Xiao Li slowly came down with a big belly. When Xiang Chen first saw her, she should have been 2 or 3 months pregnant. However, at that time, her pregnancy was not obvious. Now, after more than 3 months, Xiao Li's belly had grown quite big. But it didn't affect her charm. She had always had a graceful and charming style, and even in maternity clothes, she exuded a youthful vibe. "If I didn't come back, you wouldn't eat all day? The dishes from last night in the kitchen are still unwashed. Are you really that lazy?" Xiao Li didn't take Xiang Chen's complaints seriously. She just picked up the bowl and drank some soup. "It's a bit salty. Next time, put less salt. Eating too much salt can make your skin loose. Love to eat or not, you're spoiled. Miss, you're pampered like a servant." In the past, even if he was exploited in the Mu family, Xiang Chen couldn't bear being criticized by a woman like this. Xiao Li didn't respond to Xiang Chen's words but weakly said, "Aunt Zhang is coming back tonight from her hometown. How do I explain your presence here to her? Do you need to report to a mere maid? You really are like a servant. Servants fear these old women. No, she's not just a regular housekeeper. She was brought here by Li Jianguo." Hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiang Chen stopped eating and elegantly wiped his mouth with a tissue. "So she's Li Jianguo's spy here. I guess she reports your every move to him." Xiao Li didn't comment on Xiang Chen's words. She could sense that Aunt Zhang seemed different towards her, sometimes even more caring about the child in her belly than herself. And that care didn't seem fake. Xiao Li understood how deep a mother's love for her child could be, and Aunt Zhang gave her that feeling. "I don't know. I just know that when I first came here, she was already the housekeeper. Forget about her. She's just an old woman. Do you know where her hometown is?" Facing Xiang Chen's question, Xiao Li shook her head helplessly. She had only been living here for a few months and mostly stayed indoors, occasionally walking the dog. Of course, now the dog had been harmed by Xiang Chen, and her only comfort was gone. In the middle of the night, around 1 o'clock, Xiang Chen was lying in bed happily watching videos of girls dancing. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a gate being pulled reached his ears. He quickly got up, put on his clothes, and hid on the balcony to see who was coming in. It was too late at night, and there was only a dim street lamp in the yard, making it impossible to see the person clearly. So he took the gun from the safe and stealthily walked down to the living room on the first floor, hiding behind the door, quietly waiting for the person to enter. Click! The sound of a key turning indicated that the person was indeed Aunt Zhang, as mentioned by Shaoli. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the key to this villa. As the light came on, a woman dragging a suitcase wearily walked in. It was her, the aunt from Li Xingli's villa. Although it was just her back, Xiang Chen recognized her vividly. The doctor's words had made it clear to him that Wang Jing's death was not a suicide. Someone had forcibly drugged her and then cut her wrist. At that time, there was no one else in the villa except this old woman and Li Xingli. The murderer was one of them. Including the USB drive Shaoli gave him, most of the backgrounds were from the villa. Xiang Chen couldn't believe that a person could be so numb, not knowing what happened in that hellhole after working as a maid for so long. So there was only one answer. The old woman was Li Xingli's accomplice. She was an accessory. Hey, we meet again. Zhang Yurong, who was startled by Xiang Chen's voice, turned around vigilantly and found Xiang Chen looking at her with disbelief in his eyes. It's you! After a brief shock, Zhang Yurong immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" To be honest, Xiang Chen had no intention of answering her question. He had originally planned to save the props for completing the 3 fish investment tasks, but when he saw this old woman, he knew it was impossible. This woman with a heart like a snake and scorpion could not be persuaded by him. If Xiang Chen let her go today, Li Jiangluo's men would probably surround the place before the next morning. Thinking of this, he took out a gun from his clothes, opened the safety, and pointed it at Zhang Yurong's head. "Come over here." The sudden turn of events left Zhang Yurong at a loss. Even though she was ruthless at heart, she was just a rural woman who had never experienced such a real-life situation. Looking at Zhang Yurong standing obediently in front of him, Xiang Chen suddenly noticed that her face bore a strange resemblance to Li Xingli's face. Could it be that this woman in front of him was Li Xingli's birth mother? The more Xiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, because only a mother would give a child a love that transcended all rules. Just like the 3 middle school demon students who killed a classmate and buried him in a large pit. The pit where they buried the body was eerie, as even adults would need to dig continuously for 5 or 6 hours to uncover it. How could 3 children complete the murder and disposal operation overnight? Isn't it the same with Zhang Yurong and Li Xingli, where excessive love only breeds demons? Pointing the gun at the old woman at close range, Xiang Chen asked, "What is your relationship with Li Xingli? Is he your son?" Hearing this, the old woman's face showed a slight fluctuation, but she quickly suppressed it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone in Linhai City knows he is Mr. Li's son. He can be Li Jiangluo's son, or he can be your son. Is there a problem with what I said? Stop talking nonsense." The old woman lost her composure, and Xiang Chen, feeling a bit disgusted looking at her wrinkled face, decided to stop playing games and get to the point directly. Host confirms the use of the prop heart-confusing goo on Zhang Yurong. Confirmed. With 2 mechanical dialogues in his mind, a beam of light shot from Xiang Chen's eyes into Zhang Yurong's eyes. The next second, Master. Zhang Yurong, with a blank expression, called Xiang Chen Master, leaving him dumbfounded. To test if this thing really worked, Xiang Chen directly commanded her, "Kowtow to me." "Hello, Master, humble servant Zhang Yurong kowtows to you." Thud, thud, thud. The old woman directly knocked her head several times, making it even more fake than in a TV drama. Xiang Chen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching her knock her head. He waited until blood appeared on her forehead before waving his hand to stop her. Is this heart confusing? It was a bit different from what Xiang Chen had imagined. This thing directly controlled people. For a moment, he felt a bit regretful. It was a waste to use such a good thing on Zhang Yurong, but since it had already been used on her, he couldn't waste it. Xiang Chen beckoned to her. "What is your relationship with Li Xingli?" In response to the master, "Li Xingli is my son." As expected, it was exactly as he had guessed. Xiang Chen nodded satisfactorily, lit a cigarette, and continued to ask, "Then what is your relationship with Li Jiangluo?" In response to the master, "Li Jiangluo is my ex-husband." Ex-husband? This answer was somewhat unexpected. So for so many years, the old woman had been taking care of her own son as a nanny and still couldn't recognize him. Finally, watching her son die tragically, the plot felt quite melodramatic. Are you living here on Li Jiangwo's orders? Or do you not know that the child in Xiaoli's belly belongs to Li Xingli? The old woman's dull eyes suddenly showed a hint of emotion, something called tenderness. I am here both to follow Li Jiangwo's orders and to take care of my grandson. The conversation pretty much ended here, and Xiang Qin didn't want to know anything else, all those trivial matters. Xiang Qin motioned for her to extend her hand, then casually extinguished the cigarette but in her palm. Starting today, you don't need to call me master when we meet. Don't let Xiaoli notice anything unusual. Also, you must report everything Li Jianguo does to me, understood? Zhang Yurong prostrated herself on the ground, respectfully replying, yes, I obey. The next morning, Xiang Chen, who had been up until past 2 in the morning, slept until 10 o'clock. Even through the curtains, he could feel the scorching sun outside. Xiaoli looked very uncomfortable downstairs, sitting on the sofa stiffly. Xiang Chen was a bit speechless. She was a woman from a poor background. Even if she became the third wife of a wealthy man, she was still useless, afraid even of a maid, a worthless creature. Xiang Chen glanced at her affection level towards him, showing 15%. It seemed that killing her Pomeranian would have a significant impact. Although he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, he actually hated Xiang Chen. Seeing Xiang Chen come out, Zhang Yurong quickly emerged from the kitchen, asking in a fawning manner, "What would you like for lunch? I'll make it for you." Xiaoli remained silent throughout, but her affection level dropped to 12%, reaching a historic low. After lunch, Xiaoli suggested going out for a walk. Xiang Chen wanted her to stay at home and have the baby in peace. But he couldn't resist a woman's nature. She insisted on going out, so Xiang Chen had to follow her. Now she was walking down the street with a big belly. If she fell, the child would be in danger. Li Xingli's child was not worth pitying, but the money Xiang Chen had received would be gone. So Xiang Chen decided to ensure the safety of Xiaoli's child. Li Jianguo was the richest man in Linhai City. He shouldn't be stingy with his grandson. Even a few million to Xiang Chen would be over $1 million. Xiang Chen stood at the car door and opened it. "Beautiful lady, where would you like to go for a walk?" Xiaoli looked uncomfortable. She just wanted to go out and have some fun, not go shopping for clothes. "Let's go to Xuanwu Lake, take a stroll and come back, so as not to waste your time." At the train station, Yang Hai, sweating profusely, called Xiang Chen. "Hello? Boss Xiang, I'm at the South Station. Where should I go next?" Just find a place to stay for now." Xiang Chen, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was already sweating. When he had tricked Yang Hai into coming, the first condition was to stay in a luxury villa, but now he had to squat in his own place. Since he hadn't found a house, he had to ask him to stay in a hotel for now. "Just find a hotel? Boss Xiang, what about the seaside villa, luxury car, and beautiful women we agreed on? There will be bread, there will be love. How about this, you come directly to Huafu Junyuan later, I'll welcome you and refresh you." Yang Hai could only drag his suitcase slowly in line for a taxi, feeling as if he had boarded a stolen ship. Walking by Xuanwu Lake, Xiaoli suddenly felt a strange sensation. It seemed like Xiang Chen was following her like a shadow, wherever she went, especially concerned about the child in her belly. Even going to the restroom was not exempt. Xiaoli, with doubts, took a few steps forward and suddenly saw a vendor selling popsicles by the side of the road. Authentic popsicles from the capital, 3 yuan each, 5 yuan for 2. Xiaoli felt thirsty after walking for a while, and Xiang Chen keenly noticed her swallowing. So he walked over to the popsicle vendor and said, "Auntie, give me 2. Hee, young man, out with your wife in the middle of the day, quickly eat 2 popsicles to cool off, 5 yuan. Xiang Chen didn't know how to respond, but anyone would think their behavior was that of a loving couple, especially Xiaoli blushing like a ripe cherry. She stomped her foot and ran off without even taking the popsicles. "Hey! Slow down, don't fall." Xiang Chen hurried to catch up, thinking that women were truly troublesome creatures. After a meal, Xiang Chen drove Xiaoli back to Huafu Junyuan and took Yang Hai to a hotel to stay. In the car, Yang Hai couldn't help but start ranting. "Hey, buddy, do you have a masochistic tendency? How come you've got another pregnant woman in such a short time? Aren't there any unmarried women left outside? Why is your taste heavier than Mr. Chow's, who only loves married women? How come you're so eager to raise someone else's child? I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, let me explain slowly." Xiang Chen knew Yang Hai had misunderstood, but he couldn't explain. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry, you can explain slowly." Yang Hai suppressed his emotions and tried to speak calmly, waiting for Xiang Chen's explanation. But after a minute, Xiang Chen still hadn't said anything. "Where's the explanation? Aren't we stuck in traffic now?" Half an hour later. "Aren't you going to explain or at least pretend to explain?" In the hotel lobby, as Yang Hai was checking in, he turned back and asked, "Where's the explanation I asked for? What's your relationship with her?" The two receptionists who were typing on the computer suddenly looked at them with concern. However, Xiangchen didn't notice these details, he was just annoyed with Yang Hai. He couldn't come up with a decent reason for making a fuss about it. What explanation? I have no explanation. Yang Hai's expression suddenly turned into that of a wronged woman, pointing at Xiangchen and shouting uncontrollably, "You're just lusting after her body. You're despicable." The two receptionists stopped pretending and started whispering to each other in front of them. Xiangchen noticed the unusual situation at the front desk and, being a person who valued his reputation, could only comfort Yang Hai at this point. "Okay, it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Can't you trust me? Let's talk inside." As Xiangchen dragged Yang Hai's luggage towards the elevator, the receptionist behind them suddenly reminded them, "Hello, the shower head in our hotel cannot be removed. If it is found damaged after checkout, compensation will be required." "What do you mean?" Yang Hai, who was slow to react, was about to go over to argue, but Xiangchen, whose face had turned red with embarrassment, pushed and pulled him into the elevator. "Today is so embarrassing. It's a complete disgrace." After the commotion, Xiangchen told Yang Hai the address of the new company in his room, located in the high-tech development zone. He also handed him the access card and keys, relying on him for the renovation during this period. Before leaving, he repeated, "You need to start recruiting now. The company's interior design must be completed by the decoration company within 15 days. You can start working during this time. It's best to find a house in the high-tech development zone, rent a spacious one, preferably larger, and use it as employee dormitories. Just let me know how much it costs." Exhausted from the day, Yang Hai was already falling asleep in bed, mumbling a few words of agreement before snoring. Without even taking a shower, he was indeed a dirty human being. After silently complaining, Xiangchen closed the door softly and left. Taking the elevator downstairs, the two receptionist girls looked at him strangely again, making him hurriedly flee in embarrassment. Indeed, the relationship between men is a forbidden area ethically, and ordinary people should never step into it easily. 1 month later, the Great Wise Investment Company had officially started operating. Yang Hai, a former professional manager, quickly recruited a group of key personnel for the company, all of whom were elite figures from various industries in the past. For example, Wang Defa, a former JD Express delivery man with 10 years of experience, Li Shuji, who ranked first in the township high school and entered college with excellent grades, Yao Runmin, a graduate from a medical school with 10 years of experience working in a township clinic, and even Tu Qingzhen, who had been taking care of his grandson for 10 years after retirement. At this moment, standing in the conference room of the Great Wise Investment Company, Xiangchen looked helplessly at the group of strange characters in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. Yang Hai was passionately delivering his opening speech, and on the large screen in the conference room, 13 characters were written in seal script: "Universal love, awakening great love with my small love." The first employee meeting of the Great Wise Investment Company started in this lively atmosphere, and Celebrate Ren's grandson even fell on the ground a few times, which was quite fitting. Clap, clap, clap. With the continuous sound of applause, Yang Hai solemnly handed the microphone to Xiangchen. "Now, let's welcome Mr. Xiangchen, the chairman of the Great Wise Investment Company, to give a speech. Let's give him a round of applause." To be honest, except for giving speeches when he received small red flowers in kindergarten, Xiangchen had always been the silent type. But now that the time has come, he had no choice but to clear his throat and start his performance. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiangchen, the current CEO of the Great Wise Investment Group. I am very pleased that you all could join my team." Clap, clap. A burst of applause erupted below, but with so few people, including the cleaning lady, there were only 6 people in total, so the applause was already quite good. After making a stop gesture, Xiangchen continued, "As a newly established group, I know that everyone is uncertain about the future. The current environment is indeed very challenging, but I want to make you believe that joining Great Wise is an investment in your future." Clap, clap. Another round of loud applause followed, and to be honest, Xiangchen was already sweating profusely. Because apart from celebrating Ren's grandson, everyone else is already busy with their own things. Discipline can't be said to be poor, it should be said to be almost non-existent. Faced with this situation, Yang Hai's face also felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Xiangchen spoke again. "The aim of our group is universal love, starting with small acts of love to achieve great love. Today, apart from the 5 new employees, we have also attracted a promising future talent to attend the group's staff meeting. I am very pleased about this. I am someone who values mutual respect. Respect is mutual, it knows no age or race, so now I want to give the little kid a small reward." Xiangchen's voice was loud and clear, and the people below put away their wandering thoughts. "Little kid, come here, how old are you this year?" I'm 10 years old, uncle. This child was exceptionally well behaved, and not shy at all. Xiang Chen lovingly patted his head. How much lucky money did you receive this year? 10,358 yuan. Why 58 yuan? Isn't lucky money supposed to be in whole numbers? At this point, the child scratched his head innocently and said, I lost to my cousin in a game of Run Faster. Run Faster is a local beginner-level card game usually played by children. After asking, Xiang Chen patted his shoulder, indicating for him to go down first. This puzzled several people in the audience. They secretly criticized this young man, thinking he might be a bit foolish to talk so much to a child. The group's aim is universal love, respect, and mutual concessions, but today I only see these qualities in this child. So I have decided that the first Outstanding Employee Award of the Great Wisdom Investment Company will not be given to anyone, but to the little kid, and the amount will be 10 times his lucky money. The few employees of Great Wisdom were all dumbfounded, including Yang Hai, who was sitting calmly on the side, was also shocked. 10 times 10,058 yuan is 100,580 yuan. This young man on stage just gave a 10-year-old child 100,000 yuan with his gestures. Boss, we are not 3-year-old kids, so don't play tricks on us. Wang Defa, the troublemaker, was the first to question, and others followed suit. Yeah, if you really give more than 10,000, it's unfair. Is this a performance reward or a salary? Exactly, it's totally unreasonable. People are easily swayed by kindness, this is a common human weakness. Although Ren didn't believe it, as a beneficiary, he chose to remain silent. If it was true, it would be like he received 10,000. Xiang Chen was always a man of action, adhering to the principle of not procrastinating. He directly took out several bundles of money from his briefcase, counted out 10 bundles, spat on his hand, and then counted out 6 bills from another bundle. Young man, come here, from now on, this money is yours. The few people who were just jumping around below the stage all shut up simultaneously. At this moment, Xiang Chen was seen as a benefactor in their eyes, and a benefactor with a lot of money. The 10-year-old child already had a concept of money, and of course, he knew that this amount was a lot. The money he received today was more than what he had saved in his piggy bank from childhood to now. So he immediately handed the money to his grandfather, who was Run. Ahem. Quiet down a bit. I have some things to say to everyone about the KPI of Great Wisdom Group for the second half of the year. After witnessing Xiang Chen's financial power, several people were as serious as elementary school students. This scene made Xiang Chen very satisfied. He tapped the microphone and continued, currently, the business department of the company is divided into 2 main groups, the Wulong Group and the Fengshu Group. I believe you have already done some research on them. Next, I will arrange the appointment and allocation of personnel. Starting today, Yang Hai is appointed as the General Manager, Chief Financial Officer, and Sales Director of Date Songming Investment Company, concurrently serving as the Minister of 2 major departments. Wang Defa is appointed as the leader of the Wulong Group, with Yao Runmin as the Deputy Leader. Xing Jinren is appointed as the leader of the Fengshu Group, with Zhu Shuji as the Deputy Leader. Any objections from everyone? Jokingly, several people naturally had no objections, and they were also glad that they arrived early, otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to become small leaders. What's even stranger is that this Yang didn't even manage to get a single relative in. Normally, in private companies like this, at least 3 nephews and 2 aunts would be appointed, but all the good positions in Did Songming Investment Company went to them, which is simply unbelievable. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, Xiang Chen was now focusing on his personal information. Great Winner Life Fund, personal information, host, Xiang Chen, gender, male, age, 26, level, multimillionaire manager, account balance, 14,213,682 yuan, entrepreneurial team, Did Songming Investment Company, general manager, Yang Hai, Wulong Group, Wang Defa, Yaranmin, Fengshu Group, Xingjinren, Jushuji, professional expertise. Favorability system, 3 people, bound, remaining slots, 5 people, professional skills, insightful judgment, can observe the fortunes of 3 people. Per month, fortune categories, longevity, bathing, crown, officer, emperor, decline, illness, death, tomb, extinction, embryo, nourishment. There were no other changes, except for the account balance and entrepreneurial team. Xiang Chen remembered that the account balance was over 10 million, but after spending over 1.4 million on a BMW 740, giving 100,000 to Wang Jing, buying a house for 800,000, along with the company's rent and renovation costs of over 3.5 million, and the additional 100,000 spent today, he was left with just over 14 million, including the 10 million feedback from 3 Fish Network Technology Company, Ltd. In fact, he had spent millions even before showing his skills. Otherwise, they say that starting a business nowadays is like going to the grave. A slight mistake could lead to bankruptcy and debts to the bank. As for the entrepreneurial team, all the information of the people had been entered, just like in Xiang Chen's mind. The Great Winner Life Fund should be intelligent in this regard, recording all changes on Xiang Chen at all times, which is a good thing, so he doesn't have to worry too much. After carefully reviewing his personal information, Xiang Chen looked down at the several oddballs in the audience. Opportunities and challenges coexist. Do you have confidence in facing future challenges? The employees were well fed, and the boss naturally smiled. Alright then, let's set the same performance target for the Wulong Group and the Fengchu Group next quarter, 500,000 each. 500,000? Boss, are you kidding us? Yeah, we're not even familiar with the business yet. Even Yang Hai shook his head when he heard this because Dit Songming Investment Company had just been established. Xiang Chen unexpectedly lit a cigarette on stage and Chang Zhenren immediately brought an ashtray to place in front of him. Shameless old dog, taking advantage and acting cute. The other three people below all made disdainful gestures in unison in their hearts. Why stop talking? If you have any opinions, feel free to speak up. The team is still small, let's discuss things together. As soon as these words were spoken, the people below immediately fell silent. All being old foxes, how could they not see that Xiang Chen was trying to target the leader? So, they obediently kept their mouths shut, as if the doubts raised earlier were not from them. Xiang Chen took a puff of smoke and continued, if you don't speak, then I'll continue. Each group has a quarterly performance target of 500,000 yuan, with 5 million yuan available for investment. As long as the company meets the qualifications, they can invest. Whether you can make money depends on your abilities. Everyone gasped in shock. Exchanging 5 million for 500,000, all within 3 months, made everyone doubt their ears. Even Yang Hai hesitated and asked, Director Xiang, did you add an extra zero? Shouldn't we reconsider before making a decision? No mistake. I'm offering 500,000 for a quarter's performance of 50,000. Is a 10% profit that difficult? Even banks offer 2%. Xiang Chen made an innocent expression, then took another puff of smoke and said, seems like it's a bit challenging. How about this, I won't ask for the principal back, just the 50,000 profit to the company's account. And so, Xiang Chen finalized the deal, and 10 million yuan was transferred to the account of Dit Songming Investment Company. After the meeting, Yang Hai tried to persuade Xiang Chen, but the latter remained unfazed, telling him to relax. Once everyone left, Xiang Chen lay back in his spacious office, enjoying the rare tranquility. He was no fool. While achieving 50,000 in 3 months was difficult, with 5 million in investment funds, even a fool could make 500,000. As for whether these people could make money, he didn't care. In the plan he gave to Yang Hai, he highlighted some key investment enterprises, excluding catering and franchise agencies, but no other restrictions. Yes, Xiang Chen's focus was on high-tech development enterprises in Jiangning district, characterized by talent, projects, but lacking funds. Don't underestimate 5 million. In any small or medium-sized company, 5 million in working capital is enough to make a big move. As the saying goes, only companies lose money, not bosses. In this investment, he was doubling his money, one part for Dit Songming Investment Company and the other for the Grand Winner Life Fund. Even if a company invested by Dit Songming suffered losses, the Grand Winner Life Fund would not lose out. With this double insurance, Xiang Chen believed his money would multiply like breeding rabbits, eventually propelling him to the peak of life. Back at Huafu Jun Yuan's residence, Shaoli was watering the plants outside. Her 7-month pregnancy had made her belly swell, indicating the child inside was well nourished, appearing larger than most pregnant women. After a month of close interaction, Shaoli's fondness for him had increased to 25%, to the extent of stealing glances when they met. The power of a dead dog was immense. Xiang Chen dared not think about the consequences if he harmed Shaoli's child. Fortunately, Shaoli had not encountered any danger so far, thanks to Zhang Yurong, her loyal informant. Over the past month, Zhang Yurong had been updating Li Jianghua on Shaoli's situation every few days. Li Jianghua was generous, giving Zhang Yurong over 200,000 yuan to spend. As long as the grandson was born safely, anything was acceptable. In Li Jianghua's eyes, Zhang Yurong was on the same side as him because the child in Shaoli's belly was her grandson too. Summer passed quickly, and before they knew it, September had arrived, with Shaoli's child almost due. Women tend to act unreasonably at times like this, like Shaoli, who is usually a very rational woman. She insisted on going out for a walk, even Zhang Yurong couldn't communicate with her. In the end, it turned into not thinking about tea and rice, so Xiang Chen had to act as a flower protector and take this temperamental woman out for a walk. In the evening, Shaoli, wearing maternity clothes, walked leisurely on the streets of Gula district. enjoying the slightly warm breeze after being baked by the sun. In Shanjing City, only Gula district retains the original old city scenery. Walking on the streets surrounded by plane trees, Xiao Li's expression relaxed. You seem very happy? What's so special about these trees? Xiang Chen, with his hands behind his head and a cigarette in his mouth, looked uninterestedly at Xiao Li circling the trees. These trees are older than our grandmothers. Don't you feel a sense of crossing time and space? No, I just feel hot, and I'm hungry. I want to eat. Xiao Li rolled her eyes at this uninteresting man. Today she was in a good mood coming out, so she didn't want to argue with Xiang Chen. The two of them strolled aimlessly, and unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Shanjing University. Shall we go in? What's there to see in the school? And we can't go in now. Can't you see the two security guards staring at us at the entrance? Xiang Chen instinctively refused this boring request, but he turned around to see Xiao Li looking at him with pitiful eyes. There was a moment when Xiang Chen was a bit foolish, and a line of poetry came to his mind. With tender affection, who is to blame, gazing back with self-pity. Forget it, let's go in. But if the security doesn't let us in, then I can't do anything. Then Xiang Chen pretended to lead her to the security guard. Brother, can we visit the school now? We are from out of town. The security guard cooperated and said, No, the school currently does not allow people other than students and teachers to enter the campus, sorry. After being rejected, Xiang Chen looked back helplessly at the disappointed Xiao Li. See, I told you the school wouldn't let us in. We can't make it difficult for the security guard, he also has his responsibilities. Just as the two turned to leave, another security guard's voice came from behind. You can go in, just take a look and come out, don't stay too long, the gate will be closed at night. Uncle Fong, isn't the school saying? The young security guard couldn't sit still and wanted to ask the old security guard what was going on. Don't be so rigid, Xiao couple came from afar, just let them in for a look. What harm can it do? Besides, what can a pregnant woman do? Xiao Li's expression immediately became joyful. Helplessly, Xiang Chen could only sarcastically say to the old man, You are really good, thank you. Then he followed Xiao Li inside, as the cooked duck couldn't fly away. Shanjing University has a long history, and now it's the beginning of the school year, the whole campus is full of vitality. Xiao Li led Xiang Chen around the campus, and before they knew it, they had been wandering for half an hour. The sky was gradually darkening, and not far away, a commotion caught their attention. Xiang Chen looked into the distance and saw a large group of male students surrounding a female student, not knowing what was going on. Following the tradition of not missing out on gossip, he left Xiao Li and ran over, afraid of missing out on the excitement. Senior, isn't this meaningless? I've already agreed to let this new student join our club, isn't it too much for you to interfere now? Bro, what does it mean to intervene horizontally? Why don't you say snatch love with a horizontal knife? The schoolgirl has the right to choose. Obviously, our drama club is more suitable for her. Goodness, it turns out it's a club recruiting people. In an instant, Xiang Chen felt bored. He thought it was some kind of drama, but it turned out to be such a boring matter. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. By the dim streetlights, Xiang Chen finally discovered that the girl surrounded by the group was Wang Jing. What a joke! A girl from a small county town, after a series of setbacks, actually managed to get into a top university that is both 985 and 211. Xiang Chen instantly felt like a loser. He was just an ordinary student from a regular university, far from the threshold of 211. He didn't expect this girl to not only be beautiful but also very smart. She could handle such a situation with ease. After not seeing Wang Jing for a few months, she looked even more charming. Her eyes could captivate 99% of men. Her figure was perfect, with curves in all the right places. Dressed in a white shirt and a black plaid skirt, she looked nothing like a country bumpkin who had just entered university. And she had put on makeup, which was a killer move, leaving the group of students in awe. However, despite his surprise, Xiang Chen was ready to slip away quietly. When he left Dongshan County, he had blocked Wang Jing's contact information, fearing that she would cling to him like a leech. In the end, Wang Jing was just a tool. No one takes care of a tool after using it. Xiang Chen couldn't afford such a deal, it was like being a cuckold. Just as he was about to leave discreetly, an untimely inquiry reached his ears. Xiang Chen? Where are you? I'm tired and want to go back to rest. This cunning woman. Now she's tired? Where was she earlier? Xiang Chen cursed Xiao Li's ancestors in his heart. Now he could only pray that Wang Jing, surrounded by the crowd, wouldn't hear well, or he would be in trouble again. However, things didn't go as he hoped. Wang Jing heard the call and pushed away the students surrounding her excitedly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at the figure she had been yearning for. Xiang Chen, you don't need to run. I know it's you. With a tearful voice, Wang Jing's resentment was palpable even from a few meters away. Not only Xiang Chen, but the male students watching also felt jealous. It was obvious that their goddess had some unclear relationship with the man in front of her. Caught red-handed, Xiang Chen knew he couldn't escape. So, he immediately put on an act, turning back with a look of affection and guilt. "Nice to see you again, Xiao Jing. You never disappoint me." By now, Wang Jing had rushed to Xiang Chen's side, grabbing his clothes and asking in a mournful tone, "Why did you delete me back then? Did you think I was still a child? Or was it because?" Xiang Chen knew what Wang Jing was referring to. The incident with Li Shengli was her lifelong nightmare. So, naturally, he thought he distanced himself because of that. "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Yes." Wang Jing almost blurted out the word. Xiang Chen felt the trouble brewing and didn't know if he could get away with it. He had no choice but to improvise, taking a cue from online writers. Making up a reason on the spot, regardless of its validity, was his only option. "Because your brother told me that your dream was to leave Dongshan, see the vast starry sky and the sea, and experience the various aspects of life. So, when I was in the car, I thought for a long time before deciding to block you completely. But I still don't understand why. Why do you have to delete me?" Seeing that this paragraph did not dispel Wang Jing's doubts, he could only continue to make up stories with a stiff face. "Because I am a stain, I am the only stain in your past memories. Without my existence, you can focus on your studies with peace of mind. Maybe I was wrong at first, but the result is right. We met in Beijing as we agreed, didn't we, Xiao Jing?" With these sincere words, Wang Jing's tears filled her cheeks. She never expected that Xiang Chen would do so much for her. In an instant, her resentment towards him over the past few months disappeared, and suddenly she threw herself into Xiang Chen's arms. "I miss you so much." Sob, sob, sob. The large tears wet Xiang Chen's shoulders, and this unfortunate girl finally removed all her disguises. At this moment, she was no different from a teenager, and Xiang Chen was her only reliance. The onlookers let out a commotion, as the candidate for the University Flower of Beijing was now taken. The boys who were eager before now felt deflated like a balloon. Through the campus walls and the gossip among the onlookers, this embracing photo had become the most explosive news of the new school year. Wang Jing was so beautiful that it made the bootlickers feel frustrated to see such a beauty being taken by someone else so quickly. After all, goddesses are meant to be admired from afar and not to be played with. Xiang Chen was her only reliance. Just as the heartwarming scene lasted for less than a minute, Xiaoli finally walked slowly towards them from a distance. At first, she seemed a bit surprised to see Xiang Chen being hugged by a young girl. But after a moment, she regained her composure and an evil idea popped into her mind. Women are not only jealous creatures but also creatures who hold grudges more than any other animal. She still hadn't settled the score for Xiang Chen kicking her beloved pet to death. She hadn't found an opportunity for so long, but today the opportunity presented itself. So Xiaoli immediately put on a show, even more skillful than Xiang Chen's acting with the Oscar statue. "Xiang Chen, I've been looking for you for so long. Why did you run so fast?" At this moment, Xiang Chen was not aware of the seriousness of the situation and thought Xiaoli was his savior. "I met a friend here, let's go back later." These words from Xiang Chen sounded harsh in Wang Jing's ears. The words friend and go back made her feel a mix of emotions. She realized she was just his friend, and he would go back with that seductive woman. Was this woman Xiang Chen's girlfriend or wife? Was the child in her belly Xiang Chen's child? Wang Jing dared not think about what would happen next. As she struggled with conflicting emotions, Xiaoli spoke up. "Great, there's chicken soup stewing at home. You should drink more tonight. I couldn't finish it yesterday. By the way, he kicked me in the stomach just now, just like you, a mischievous little devil." 3 question marks popped up in Xiang Chen's mind. The first sentence from Xiaoli was somewhat normal because he had been drinking chicken soup with her every day. But what did she mean by the second sentence? What did she mean by calling him a mischievous little devil like her? What did Li Xingli have to do with him? The bystanders took out their phones instinctively, knowing that a huge scandal was about to unfold. Wang Jing, who was crying on Xiang Chen's shoulder, stopped crying after Xiaoli's provocation and secretly sized her up. Xiang Chen was afraid that Xiaoli, this foolish woman, would talk nonsense again. He quickly went over and pulled her, saying, "We're going back soon. You're getting anxious again, so troublesome. Right, you go wait on the side for me, I'll be right over." "I'm not going. I won't go." Almost simultaneously, Wang Jing and Xiaoli both refused Xiang Chen in unison, leaving Xiang Chen feeling as if his head had suddenly grown as big as a dustpan. The situation instantly became tense, on the verge of exploding at any moment. The onlookers had already taken out their phones to start recording. "Fine, you guys don't want to leave, right? Then I'll leave first." indulging in bad habits. Xiang Chen laid his cards on the table. He was done playing. It was already shameful enough to waste time with these two women, and now he was about to be treated like a monkey. When he was in Linhai City, he was willing to be the so-called god of pure love just to deal with Lu Ruyan, as it was a necessary evil. At that time, he had to use himself as bait, and things like dignity were no longer important. But now it was different. He didn't want to embarrass himself for no reason just for two insignificant women. Xiang Chen, wait for me. It was already dark, and Xiao Li, being a woman, was naturally afraid of the dark. Seeing Xiang Chen really about to leave her behind, she panicked. No longer able to play tricks, she hurriedly chased after Xiang Chen in the direction he was heading. However, at that moment, Wang Jing made a move. Not being pregnant, she ran much faster than Xiao Li. She quickly caught up to Xiang Chen and questioned him, saying, "Even if you don't give me an explanation, don't you want to add your friend back? Do you really dislike me that much?" After speaking, she put on a tearful look, making Xiang Chen feel extremely distressed. His rationality told him not to invite this troublemaker back. But seeing her crying, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. After all, he was the one who had caused her harm in the first place, and he had always felt guilty towards Wang Jing. "Alright, I forgot about it. I'm sorry. I'll add you back now." After saying that, he quickly took out his phone and re-added Wang Jing. As soon as he added her back, Wang Jing's face lit up with a smile, looking charming and lovely. Xiang Chen couldn't help but sigh at how naturally seductive this girl was, especially with those captivating eyes. He estimated that in the future, she would be even more adept at captivating men's hearts than Lu Ruyan or Xiao Li. "Come find me tomorrow to hang out, okay? Otherwise, I won't forgive you so easily." Wang Jing's attitude towards Xiang Chen was now very strange, combining a sense of reliance like a brother and the innocence of a young girl in love. In short, she was extremely clingy. "Alright, you choose the place, but not too early. I have some things to deal with at my company." "Okay, I'll pick the place tonight, and you can come pick me up. It's a deal. I'll head back now. I'll explain everything to you tomorrow." Xiang Chen didn't know why he added that last sentence. Perhaps he didn't want Wang Jing to misunderstand him, or maybe it was something else. In any case, he decided not to dwell on it. Wang Jing's reaction was very happy. Women are simple creatures. They're not afraid of being deceived by men but fear that once deceived, the men won't comfort them. Xiao Li, sitting in the car, felt very uneasy. Her prank today had made Xiang Chen lose face. "Miss Xiao, do you think I'm more suitable to be the father of your child?" Xiang Chen was always a gentleman who didn't hold grudges, so he started to challenge her before they even reached home. "No, you misunderstood. When the child kicked me, I just mentioned it to you." Xiao Li's words became more and more evasive, as she herself didn't believe her own nonsense. "Oh, that means you're about to give birth. How about this? I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow during the day." "No, it's too early now." Xiao Li refused decisively, but Xiang Chen had already made up his mind to take her. This woman was too much trouble now, and most importantly, he had already played the role of a father enough. "Didn't your cheap father-in-law Li Jianguo already make arrangements for you? This matter cannot tolerate your disagreement. I will send it to you after lunch tomorrow." But Xiao Li, who was unwilling, tried to struggle again. But the words from Xiang Chen next directly cut off her thoughts. "There is no but. I have been too indulgent with you during this time, as if you have lost sight of your identity." The air in the car suddenly froze. Xiang Chen's words were very ruthless, as if he had returned to the first time he met Xiao Li in Shanjing City. "Okay, take me to the hospital tomorrow." After a few minutes, Xiao Li, resigned, said a sentence and then remained silent without saying another word to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen felt her reaction was normal. After all, she was just a woman who could endure torment for money and bear a child for a scumbag. Moreover, she indirectly became an accomplice in the death of the child in her belly. Li Jianguo could tolerate her only because of the child. If it weren't for this child, she might not even be alive now. It should be noted that the enmity of killing one's own child is irreconcilable, especially for someone like Li Jianguo who emerged from a bloody and violent environment. Early the next morning, Zhang Yurong helped Xiao Li prepare the things she needed for hospitalization, filling a whole suitcase with bottles and jars. Li Jianguo chose the obstetrics department of the first affiliated hospital of Shangjing Medical University for her, which was a top-ranked hospital in Shangjing City. Then, as the driver, Xiang Chen drove her there. Rich people were indeed rich. Before Xiao Li even arrived at the hospital, Li Jianguo had already arranged 4 caregivers for her. With Zhang Yurong, there were 5 people taking care of her daily life, which was no less than ancient imperial concubines. This also saved Xiang Chen's trouble. He watched Xiao Li enter the hospital while smoking a cigarette, then left without looking back. After he left, Xiaoli, walking slowly with a big belly, suddenly turned around and looked around. She didn't see Xiang Chen's shadow at all. Her expression instantly changed from disappointment to self-mockery. Then she walked into the hospital with Zhang Yurong's support. It was exactly 11:30. Sitting in the car, Xiang Chen took out his phone and navigated directly to the restaurant location Wang Jing had sent him. It was called Shangjing de Peidang. Xiang Chen couldn't imagine why Wang Jing, a girl, would choose a restaurant with such a name. Generally, girls preferred to eat Japanese or Korean cuisine, those flashy but insubstantial things. However, he had heard of this restaurant before. It was a popular internet-famous restaurant, but it was a bit far away, in the Jiangbei district. Wang Jing had told him on WeChat that she had already taken the subway there, so Xiang Chen could go directly to Shangjing de Peidang without picking her up. Indeed, young girls knew how to be considerate, unlike the 20-something-year-old fairies nowadays who were pampered and treated men like dogs. They were all like second-rate disabled people, needing a car to pick them up even for a short distance, or sending a red envelope for a taxi if necessary, pampered like imperial concubines. When he arrived, Xiang Chen parked the car and went to the location Wang Jing had sent him. From afar, he saw Wang Jing dressed like a demon today. As a straight man, he didn't quite understand this kind of dressing. But after all, he was a man, and whether a woman's outfit looked good or not depended entirely on the reaction of men below the waist. For example, at this moment, Xiang Chen had already started to suppress his urge. He really couldn't understand how a good girl who had just come out of the county town to study for a few days had turned into this. She was such a good girl, why did she start to seduce people? Xiang Chen couldn't understand. How do I look today? When Wang Jing asked this question, her face turned pink, her eyes and expressions full of affection. It was hard to believe that this was the same girl who had become obsessed with cleanliness due to insults. You look pretty good. Don't just say that, am I really good looking? Faced with Wang Jing's persistent questioning, Xiang Chen helplessly spread his hands. You really look good, little sister. But why did you dress like this today? Are you meeting someone later? Upon hearing this, the girl immediately became unhappy, pouting and saying, I dressed up just for our date, is that not allowed? Looking at Wang Jing, who was on the verge of exploding, Xiang Chen quickly said in a righteous manner, of course, my little sister is naturally beautiful and can't give up easily. A smile from her can charm 100 beauties. Isn't it a waste not to dress up a bit? Ha ha, you're the worst. After bickering for a while, they ordered dishes. Although the restaurant in Shangjing is a popular place, the food is really good, at least Xiang Chen found it delicious. After eating and drinking, Wang Jing actually used the excuse of going to the restroom to pay the bill. This girl has never been pampered by a licking dog before, so she hasn't developed bad habits yet. If she stays in school for another 2 years, she will probably think it's only natural for guys to pay the bill. After we finish eating, how about I take you back? I have some work at the company later. Are you so impatient with me? I was planning to have you accompany me shopping this afternoon. It's my first time back in Shangjing, and I don't recognize many places. Faced with Wang Jing's request, Xiang Chen hesitated for a moment. The girl's request was not unreasonable, and it's not embarrassing for such a beautiful girl to go shopping with him. He seemed to have no reason to refuse. Alright, I was just thinking of buying some clothes myself. I've been wearing the same outfit for 2 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing immediately became happy. At that moment, she looked like an unborn little girl. Then I'll help you pick. I used to buy clothes for my brother, so trust my taste. Daiji Plaza. Standing in front of the so-called 12 million yuan worth internet-famous toilet, Xiang Chen was speechless. 12 million for this? Is it in Zimbabwean dollars? After silently complaining in his mind, Xiang Chen was helplessly dragged in by Wang Jing. The place was crowded with people taking photos, and there was no place to sit. It was full of fools taking photos and calling it a check-in. In Xiang Chen's opinion, it was simply too low class. Originally, he was going to mock others with this phrase, but he ended up being dragged by Wang Jing from the first-floor restroom all the way to the 6th floor. It was totally out of line. After walking until his legs were cramping, they bought 2 sets of summer clothes. However, the items were indeed expensive. The 2 sets Xiang Chen bought cost 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Wang Jing was too scared to spend, so in the end, Xiang Chen helped her buy a few sets of suitable clothes, spending 20,000 yuan. Of course, this amount of money was insignificant to him. It was just a drop in the bucket. The night in Shangjing was beautiful. Walking by the Qinhuai River, the evening breeze brought a unique taste to their faces. Xiang Chen, did you forget to tell me something today? At some point, Wang Jing had changed from calling Xiang Chen brother Yang to calling him by his name. Even she didn't understand why this change had occurred. What had to happen would happen. Xiang Chen lit a cigarette and casually began to explain, "That woman from yesterday has nothing to do with me. She's just a friend I knew before." Obviously, this perfunctory answer did not satisfy Wang Jing. She looked at the boats on the Qinhuai River and asked, "Is that all? Whose child is she carrying?" "It's definitely not mine. That child is about to be born, and at that time, I hadn't even divorced yet." As he spoke, Wang Jing's eyes gradually dimmed. She was no longer the naive and ignorant girl she was a few months ago. In the age of information, due to Lin Mo's intervention, Wang Jing had searched in vain for information about what had happened to Wang Tianyang after the college entrance examination. All the information about Lu Ruyan, Wang Tianyang, Li Shengli, and even Xiang Chen had disappeared. Being in Dongshan County, Wang Jing had no idea that her brother Wang Tianyang had an affair with Xiang Chen's wife, Lu Ruyan. She was also unaware that Wang Tianyang's death was a result of his own actions. She simply believed that her only enemy was Li Shengli. So when Xiang Chen mentioned divorce, Wang Jing seemed a bit absent-minded. "Have you been married before? What do you think? How could a man as outstanding as me not have been married?" Xiang Chen's joking tone did not stop Wang Jing from questioning further. "Then why did you get divorced again?" At this moment, Xiang Chen suddenly turned his head to face the little girl leaning on the fence, with a mix of emotions in his heart. This girl seemed to know nothing. She probably hadn't seen the dirty things her brother Wang Tianyang did with Lu Ruyan, including the video of the murder broadcast that day. But soon he understood, a child about to take the college entrance exam wouldn't have time to play with a phone, and by the time she finished the exam, Lin Mo had already wiped everything clean. Thinking of this, Xiang Chen felt that since she didn't know, it would be better to be a good person in the end, leaving a good impression of her brother in her mind, as a form of compensation. "There's no reason for the divorce, we just couldn't get along anymore. My wife thought I was too poor, that's all." The little girl, being a little girl, easily believed Xiang Chen's words, but for some reason, she then said, "I wouldn't mind if you were poor." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xiang Chen didn't mind, but Wang Jing, who said those words, blushed all the way to her neck. Which man isn't infatuated? Which young girl isn't romantic? Xiang Chen thought it was normal. When he was about the same age as her, he also had his unrequited love, but it ended badly. "Alright, let me take you back. It's late. You won't be able to get into school if you're late. You haven't said whose child is in your belly." Xiang Chen, feeling a bit impatient with the question, casually said, "Li Shengli's, satisfied?" Unexpectedly, Wang Jing, who had just shown a bit of a coquettish look, instantly turned dark and resentful at the mention of Li Shengli's name. Xiang Chen realized he had said too much, so he tried to comfort her. "That woman. How should I put it? She's been harmed by Li Shengli, but she's pregnant. I got to know her in the past, felt sorry for her, so I took care of her a bit. We have no other connection." But obviously, Wang Jing didn't hear the rest of what he said. "Are you saying that child is his?" Wang Jing didn't want to mention Li Shengli. Even hearing those 3 words made her physically uncomfortable. "Yes, it's his." "Then why are you protecting this woman and bearing this sinful child? The child is innocent, and now it's been 9 months, we can't just get rid of it, right?" Today's long-awaited reunion ended in this unpleasant atmosphere, and Wang Jing didn't say another word until they returned to school. In the following days, she didn't bother Xiang Chen, which annoyed him, as he was already too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. Just in time, the performance evaluation meeting, held every 3 months, was about to begin tomorrow, and all Xiang Chen could think about was making money. Early the next morning, Xiang Chen put on a formal suit, but no matter how he dressed, it didn't feel right. For the past few months, Xiaoli had helped him with his outfits, and now that she was gone, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Driving to the company, it was bustling with people early in the morning. As soon as he entered, 2 beautiful receptionists called out to him, "Good morning, Director Xiang." It made Xiang Chen feel flattered. The Dekongming Investment Company had only been established for a little over 3 months, and many departments were not yet complete. So every employee inside was carefully selected by Yang Hai, just like these 2 receptionists, regardless of their education and work experience. They were at least 7 out of 10 in appearance, with well-proportioned figures, and Xiang Chen even had their clothes custom-made to make them look more appealing. Hello! What a middle-level manager needs is authority, what a senior leader needs is vision, and what a boss needs is an approachable demeanor. For this, Xiang Chen was well prepared. He has always presented himself as an amiable person to the grassroots employees. The company's Wulong team has expanded to 9 people, while the Fengshu team, with a slight advantage of 10 people, is temporarily ahead of the Wulong team. Several people from the finance department and the human resources department have also arrived, and the logistics department is being established. Basically, things are on the right track, and the company is starting to take shape. So today's performance recognition meeting was much livelier than the last time. making good use of the over 500 square meter conference room. The meeting officially began at 9 o'clock. The leaders of the two teams, Wang Defa and King Shiren, respectively summarized the quarterly reports of their teams. Surprisingly, the Wulong team spent 5 million in the past 3 months and signed contracts with 9 companies, while the Fengshu team, led by King Shiren, took a more selective approach, signing contracts with only 3 companies and almost spending the entire 5 million. After the performance results were announced, the Wulong team achieved 520,000, meeting the target, while the Fengshu team only reached 270,000, but they are focusing on long-term development. Therefore, Xiang Chen did not blame King Shiren, as tens of thousands are not a big deal to him now. The main goal is to promote the reputation of the Great Winner Life Fund. Moreover, after checking the personal information changes of the Great Winner Life Fund, he felt more assured. Although the two teams' performance on the surface was less than 800,000, the actual profits of the two teams had reached over 2.3 million according to the Great Winner Life Fund. What does this mean? In just 3 months, with an initial capital of 10 million, Xiang Chen earned nearly 15 million, equivalent to 100,000 per month or over 3,000 per day. This also indirectly shows how greedy these capitalist dogs are. Despite their bulging wallets, they only shared a quarter of the profits with the Great Winner Investment Company according to the written contract. Fortunately, Xiang Chen has the Great Winner Life Fund, making it impossible for these monsters to hide. With the expansion of the investment scope, Xiang Chen's money will only increase because there is no risk of losing money. If there is a business in the world that is always profitable and never loses, Xiang Chen's Great Winner Investment Company should be the only one. However, Xiang Chen's disregard for the company's profits does not mean that others do not care, such as Yang Hai, whose expression remained dark throughout the meeting, making King Shiren and the members of the Fengshu team uncomfortable. After reporting the basic situation, Yang Hai took the microphone and began to speak directly. To be honest, I am both pleased and dissatisfied with today's results. I am pleased that the Wulong team achieved 500,000 in performance, but it just barely reached the passing line. I believe the Wulong team is aware of the issues, and they should reflect on them later. The problem with the Fengshu team is also significant. Exchanging 5 million in liquid assets for 270,000 in liquid assets, you can do the math yourselves. Don't tell me about long-term strategies. The company is not a charity fund, it needs to be profitable. Yang Hai's words were firm. In the Great Winner Investment Company, he was the one playing the bad cop, while Xiang Chen played the good cop. The words were a bit heavy. Xiang Chen was afraid of undermining the confidence of the people below, so he took the microphone and casually comforted them. Of course, feeding the chickens also required scattering some rice. The most direct way to motivate people is always to throw money, so Xiang Chen instructed a young man from the Wulong team to bring up a tray wrapped in red cloth. On top were neatly stacked several bundles of brand new 10,000 yuan bills that had just been withdrawn from the bank. Here is 300,000 cash. Some say our Great Wisdom Investment Group has a silly name. Now I ask you all, are we silly? Not silly. The people below shouted in unison, truly stirred up. Since we're not silly, can we achieve the 500,000 performance target by the end of the year? Tell me loudly. We guarantee to complete the task. Wang Defa directly saluted Xiang Chen in a standard military manner. The kid really lived up to being Dongga's good brother, knowing how to perform in front of the boss. Waving his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, Xiang Chen was a bit tired, so he took the microphone and prepared to say a few words to end the meeting. I won't draw a pie. I guess you haven't digested breakfast yet. Wang Defa and Xingren, come up and take the money belonging to your teams. Wulong gets 180,000, Fengshu gets 120,000. Then, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone was a bit stunned. Xiang Chen half jokingly and half seriously took the microphone again and repeated, "What are you doing?" Not even enthusiastic about taking money. Hurry up. Oh, what about the new finance person? I'm here, Director Xiang. A middle-aged man in the audience raised his hand obsequiously, like an elementary student called upon by the teacher. Transfer 6 million to the company's account, 3 million each for Wulong and Fengshu, as funds for the next quarter. Received, Director Xiang. Several initial employees were somewhat mentally prepared for Xiang Chen's generosity, while the newcomers were completely stunned. This guy is like the god of wealth. It's like sparrows pecking at a cow's butt, eating cowhide. In the future, getting rich and buying a house will all depend on the company, right? If they don't seize this opportunity, they'll never turn their lives around. Especially the few who had switched jobs were now extremely grateful for their initial choices. After the meeting, Xiang Chen was about to leave when Yang Hai pulled him into the office. Director Xiang, what are we going to do after throwing money around like this? In just a few months, you've spent nearly 20 million. Money isn't meant to be used like this. Yang Hai's concerns were not unfounded. The bold investments had only yielded less than 800,000 in 3 months, making anyone anxious. Probably only Xiang Chen in the whole world didn't care about such matters. The company is just starting out. We have to give employees some time and space to grow, right? To be honest, what Yang Hai admired most about Xiang Chen was his boldness, but at the same time, it was also what he disliked the most. Do you know how they make money? Wang Defa directly takes the money to do some shady business, do you know? And that Yao Renmin, she used to run a small clinic, but now she's out every day with a bunch of people from the hospital, living it up. I admit they have some brains, but taking risks like this won't last long. Shady business? Isn't that just loan sharking? This Wang Defa is quite something. No wonder the Wulong team can complete their tasks. But if it's loan sharking, then so be it. Private enterprises and bank loans are essentially the same, just sugar-coated. As long as money can be made, it doesn't matter how it's obtained. As long as the paperwork for their shady business is in order, it's not prohibited. But don't call it shady business, it sounds bad. This is called the Enterprise Development Fund. As long as they don't break the law, it's fine. Yang Hai was getting anxious. What do you mean not breaking the law? Letting them run wild like this will only lead to trouble sooner or later. They dare to skirt the rules right from the start, it's like asking for trouble. Seeing Yang Hai getting more and more agitated, Xiang Chen handed him a cigarette and lit it for him, then said in a low voice, "Old Yang, you're the helmsman of the company. Don't take things too seriously. As long as you have money to pay taxes and don't break the law, it's fine. Be more flexible in doing things. There is a saying, people are not rich without windfalls, and horses are not fat without night grass. This world is not just black and white, but a delicate shade of gray. The world is not just black and white, but a delicate shade of gray?" Yang Haiyue found this sentence increasingly strange. Watching Xiang Chen's hidden talents and fame, he fell into contemplation. What reason made him feel so familiar? This question troubled him all afternoon until he returned to the rented house in the evening, busy all day, and took a break by opening the alliance. As a result, the big fight immediately turned to Qing Ganjing. Just as he was about to exchange with someone, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Snap! Isn't the sentence Xiang Chen said the lines of Qing Ganjing? No wonder it feels like hearing it every day. This old six always pretends to be profound all day long, extremely annoying. It made him sigh that it was the largest pencil case he had ever seen. How could it hold so many pens? Late at night. Since Xiaoli and Zhang Yurong moved out to live, the spacious house seemed too desolate, so Xiang Chen would go out to have fun until the early hours before returning to sleep. Young people should enjoy themselves at this time, or they will regret it when they get old. Xiang Chen, who slept like a pig after 2 o'clock in the night, did not notice a person standing by his bed. The shadow illuminated by the moonlight seemed like a monster ready to devour him. A few minutes later, footsteps came from outside the door, but Xiang Chen, who was drunk at the time, was completely unaware. "Have you found the person?" The person standing at the head of Xiang Chen's bed asked the shadow at the door without any concern. "No. Did you see the old woman?" "Yes, they are not here." The shadow at the head of the bed carefully squatted down to observe Xiang Chen, and at the same time, took out a syringe from the pocket of his jacket. Seeing this scene, the shadow at the door quickly snatched the syringe from his hand. "Are you crazy? It was said above, do not cause trouble if the task is not completed." "Sister, this is so boring. I wanted to see if this cyanide needle could kill him in a few minutes." Even in the pitch-black night, you could see the bloodthirsty and cruel look in the man's eyes. "Go back first. Did you check if there are any cameras in the room?" "We checked, don't worry." After receiving a definite answer, the two left the room, leaving Xiang Chen, who was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of these events. In the following days, he had a tail following him, but it was quite a coincidence that Xiang Chen felt so exhausted that he hadn't gone to the company. The only person he met was Wang Jing, but they just exchanged a few words. However, what Xiang Chen never expected was that the tail following him had silently shifted its focus to Wang Jing. Late at night, in the first affiliated hospital of Beijing Medical University, in the obstetrics department, Xiaoli lived in a single room, but with more than 10 days left until her due date, she was already very uncomfortable. So most of the time, she stayed in bed watching short videos, and the 2 million promised by Li Jiangguo had been given to her by Zhang Yurong. He even promised to add another 1 million if she gave birth to a boy, and after the hospital examination, the doctor had subtly told her that she was carrying a boy. However, for some reason, a strong sense of unease lingered in Xiaoli's heart. Although there were 5 people around her, she felt that something big was about to happen. 10 days later, on a stormy night, lightning streaked across the night sky like a silver dragon, followed by deafening thunder. At this unsettling moment, Xiao Li suddenly screamed in pain to Zhang Yurong, who was guarding the door. "Aunt Zhang, my stomach hurts. Am I going into labor?" Apart from obeying Xiang Chen's orders, Zhang Yurong was normal at all other times. As an experienced person, she immediately came to check on Xiao Li's condition. The child in her belly is her own grandson, and the protective instinct that arises in her heart is stronger than ever. With the sound of the bell from the guard station, the medical staff quickly took Xiao Li to the operating room. In the villa of Huafu Junyuan, it was almost midnight, but Xiang Chen couldn't sleep at all. He paced back and forth in the room restlessly. Many things seemed too calm recently, and Li Jianguo was not someone who would lose his composure easily. If even he valued Xiao Li's safety so much, it meant that Gao Yu was not a good person. The one who knows a person best is always their spouse. Decades are enough time to see through a person's true nature. In Xiang Chen's eyes, Gao Yu in Li Jianguo's eyes was a ruthless and cunning woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. So why was it so calm now? Xiao Li was about to give birth. Didn't Gao Yu know about this news at all? Anxious thoughts drove Xiang Chen to Xiao Li's room on the third floor. Outside, lightning and thunder raged, and in the flashes of lightning, his pupils dilated suddenly, then contracted sharply. Oh no! Something happened. Xiao Li was in danger. The brown piece of paper wedged above Xiao Li's door disappeared, and Xiang Chen knew that if the door wasn't opened manually, the paper would never fall down. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang, adding a touch of mystery to the stormy night. Xiang Chen lit a cigarette first, then silently pressed the answer button. Xiao Li is in labor and has already entered the operating room. Okay, watch over her, I'll be right there. Zhang Yurong's voice came through the phone, and Xiang Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed a bit. Entering the operating room was the last step, so there shouldn't be any major mistakes. Xiang Chen didn't believe that Gao Yu could bribe someone in the hospital to kill an unborn baby. It was intentional murder. Who would do such a stupid thing? Outside, the rain poured down, and Xiang Chen hadn't seen such a heavy rain in many years. The rain was so heavy that even the wipers at full speed were ineffective. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there were few cars on the road, otherwise Xiang Chen wouldn't dare to drive. It usually took just over an hour from Huafu Junyuan to the first affiliated hospital of Shangjing Medical University, but today, due to the heavy rain, it took more than 2 hours. Xiang Chen, gripping the steering wheel tightly, didn't dare to be negligent. Seeing that 2 hours had passed and the baby still hadn't been born, his heart was also hanging in suspense. It was all because this lazy woman didn't exercise regularly, so she was slower than others when giving birth. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the first affiliated hospital of Shangjing Medical University after rushing all the way. The hospital was still brightly lit at this hour. Just then, Zhang Yurong called again, and even though she was usually easily swayed, she couldn't hide her joy at the moment. Her tone was as cheerful as a little dog reporting good news to its owner. "Master, my grandson has been born. Congratulations, take good care of Xiao Li and her son next." Xiang Chen's voice sounded a bit weary. When Lu Ruyan gave birth to Yuan, his heart wasn't as tense as it was now, mainly because the 500% rebate was too tempting. As he was about to hang up the phone, Xiang Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, does Li Jianguo know about this news? Hurry and tell him the good news, and ask him to transfer the money over." "Okay, I'll follow your instructions." After hanging up the phone, Xiang Chen drove to the underground parking lot. The wind and rain outside were too strong, and he wanted to smoke a cigarette. After a moment, the alert sound from the fund suddenly rang in his mind. The Big Winner Life Fund reminds you that the challenge task has been completed. Task description: help Xiao Li successfully give birth to a child. Task success reward: obtain 500% of the same reward as Xiao Li's funds. Host reward: 15 million. Ha! A crazy laughter like madness came from the quiet parking lot. A total of 15 million, 5 million more than the reward Wang Tianyang received for the challenge task. After the last quarterly meeting, he was almost out of money, but this time he easily earned 15 million. What a strange system this is. At this moment, Xiang Chen was a bit confused, feeling like a money-making godsend. For example, this challenge task of helping Xiao Li give birth to a child was effortlessly completed, earning 15 million for free. With the Big Winner Life Fund, there is no worry about realizing the dream of making money daily. Since the matter was already done, Xiang Chen wanted to go back, but he decided to visit Xiao Li's ward out of a sense of obligation, even though he didn't care much now. However, at the entrance of the maternity ward, he brushed past a teenager. Not sure if it was his illusion, the child's eyes seemed to have a hint of mockery when looking at him. At this moment, a sharp female voice came from deep down the corridor. Ah. Xiang Chen keenly sensed that something was wrong, so he quickened his pace and ran over. Coming towards him was Xiao Li, who had just come out of the operating room. Beside her, a nurse was shouting hysterically. Xiang Chen looked towards the nurse and his heart suddenly tightened. Xiao Li's newborn baby was lying quietly on the ground, not making a sound. Zhang Yurong also ran over, along with 4 nurses hired by Li Jianguo, all stunned by the scene before them. At this moment, the exhausted Xiao Li, after giving birth, finally mustered the strength to turn her head to look at her child, but the newborn baby had already lost its breath. My child. As if resigned to fate, Xiao Li did not scream or make a scene, but tears kept flowing from her eyes. People tend to remain calm after extreme shock. It's a bodily response mechanism, and Xiao Li seemed to be in that state. At this moment, all the doctors and nurses on duty gathered around, and an older doctor leading them grabbed the nurse who was crying and asked, Xiao Li, what happened? Who dropped the child? How were you taking care of him? The nurse named Xiao Li was trembling all over, trying to describe the scene as calmly as possible. It turned out that a 15 or 16-year-old boy had slowly approached them after they came out. Then he snatched the newborn baby from her hands and ruthlessly threw it on the ground before leaving as if nothing had happened. Hearing this, Xiang Chen was shocked. It was the teenager he had brushed past just now. No wonder Xiang Chen felt something was off in his eyes. This scum was worse than an animal, not even sparing a newborn baby. At this moment, Xiang Chen was extremely angry, and his protective instinct towards infants was completely triggered. He ignored Xiao Li, knowing that Zhang Yurong would take care of her. The hospital would surely do everything possible to investigate because this was no longer a medical accident. It was premeditated murder. Murder of a newborn baby. If the hospital were to leak this incident, no pregnant woman in labor would dare to come to their hospital again. That scum was probably not far away. For some reason Xiang Chen was certain he wouldn't run. When people do something wrong, they may fear and escape, but demons won't. They will only stand from afar and admire their handiwork. The rain grew heavier. Xiang Chen stood at the hospital entrance looking out, but the rain curtain made it impossible to see anything beyond 5 meters. Although he couldn't see anything clearly, Xiang Chen was sure that the bastard hadn't left too far from here. Ignoring the pouring rain outside, he decisively walked out of the hospital lobby. After wandering around the hospital for half an hour, exhausted Xiang Chen leaned against the bus stop to rest. Suddenly, a change occurred. A person emerged from behind the bus stop and used a data cable to strangle his neck. Cough, cough, cough. The intense pain made him cough violently, his legs flailing weakly in the air, his hands tightly gripping the data cable around his neck, blood immediately staining his hands red. Ha, caught you, ha? Still dare to look at me? Let you look at me. A hoarse voice unique to a teenager came from behind. It was that little bastard. Xiang Chen knew that if he continued like this, he would be strangled to death by him sooner or later. A strong desire to survive made him use all his strength to fiercely ram into the bus stop billboard behind him. Bang! Under the pain, the teenager loosened the data cable around Xiang Chen's neck a bit, giving him a chance. Xiang Chen roared and dragged him to the ground. Bang! Another sound of a head hitting a trash can. Xiang Chen finally broke free. You bastard! I'll make you pay. Enraged, he grabbed the teenager's head and smashed it hard against the trash can. With each painful impact, the teenager finally let out a gasp of unwillingness. This little bastard was tough, but Xiang Chen wouldn't go easy on him. He placed the teenager's already weakened arm on the trash can in a triangular shape. Then he jumped up and stomped down hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from the teenager's arm. Before he could react, Xiang Chen inserted 2 fingers into his right eye. Tell me, how do you know me? Xiang Chen's eyes stared at the blinded and armless boy like a wild beast, the bloody and blurry scene exciting him to the extreme. Tell me. If you don't, I'll kill you. At that moment, fear finally appeared in the boy's eyes. Ha ha, you, a little bastard, no fear too? Xiang Chen picked up his relatively intact left hand and placed it on the ground, then used all his strength to crush his fingers into a pulp. The excruciating pain of losing all 10 fingers finally broke through the boy's psychological defense. I'll talk, please, spare me, I'll tell you everything. Ignoring his pleas, Xiang Chen twisted his foot forcefully. Ah, please spare me. It was that woman named Gao Yu, who told us to find Xiao Li. We don't know you at all. You guys? Xiang Chen's face showed a look of doubt. Did this little bastard in front of him have accomplices? Where were his accomplices? Tell me, where are your accomplices? And where did you see me before? The boy with the severed hand was extremely afraid, constantly kowtowing to Xiang Chen and pleading. At Xiao Li's house, we went to find her that night. Please spare me. I'm just a child. I'm only 14, big brother. Please spare me. At this moment, even Xiang Chen was a bit impressed by this kid, still thinking about fighting back at this point. Xiang Chen sneered and kicked away the syringe hidden in the boy's left hand, although he didn't know what it was. But something that could be used as a weapon by such a devilish creature was definitely not a good thing. Seeing that his last hope was gone, the boy burst out with his last strength and pounced on Xiang Chen, ready to bite him. Xiang Chen wouldn't risk getting hurt by this scoundrel who might be carrying some disease. He dodged to the side to avoid the bite. The boy pretended to bite but ran for real. Dragging his broken arm, he ran off into the pouring rain, knowing that if you don't eradicate the roots, the grass will grow back. Especially dealing with such a vicious creature worse than a scorpion, Xiang Chen understood this principle very well, so he quickly chased after him. Two men, one big and one small, started a big escape in the rainy night. He ran, he chased, he defecated, and urinated in a pile. The little dog ran quite fast. Even though he was injured, Xiang Chen couldn't catch up to him for a while, only able to engage in a war of attrition to wear him down. In the pouring rain, Xiang Chen crazily chased after the teenager. This little dog was really fast. Just when he was about to collapse, suddenly there was a loud noise ahead at the intersection. The rain was too heavy, even from 10 meters away, it was impossible to see clearly what had happened. Xiang Chen, barely holding on, ran closer to take a look. It turned out that a truck had hit the dog, and it seemed like a serious collision, at least flying more than 10 meters away. The teenager was lying on the ground convulsing. Although Xiang Chen couldn't see clearly from a distance, he could basically tell that he was dead. Serves him right. Such a despicable thing would be taken care of by the heavens. Soon the driver called 120, and the sound of an ambulance could already be heard in the distance. However, it was not surprising. Although they had been running for half an hour, they were still circling around the vicinity of the first affiliated hospital of Beijing Medical University, so the hospital's ambulance arrived quickly. The rain was getting heavier, and Xiang Chen's figure slowly disappeared into the darkness in the pouring rain. Tonight, he couldn't go back to the hospital, otherwise, it would be like walking into a trap. Although the teenager was hit by a car, involving him in the matter was unclear. However, Xiang Chen believed that in this heavy rain, even if the surveillance cameras could capture people, they wouldn't be able to identify them, at most just a rough outline. Fortunately, he had his ID card with him. After resting for a night in a small hotel and putting on dried clothes, he arrived at the hospital. Standing at the hospital entrance, Xiang Chen keenly noticed that the security was several times tighter than usual, with security guards even patrolling in front of the registration hall. It seemed that the vicious incident of Xiaoli's child being killed last night had greatly affected the hospital, and it seemed that the news was tightly sealed. At least Xiang Chen didn't hear anyone discussing the matter as he walked over. Zhang Yirong was already waiting at the elevator entrance, and when she saw Xiang Chen, she came over to report to him in a low voice, "Li Jianguo is in the hospital now, you can't go over there for the time being." "Okay, I got it. You go and do your part." Watching Zhang Yirong walk away, Xiang Chen suddenly shouted uneasily, "Remember, take good care of her." "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." Li Jianguo acted quickly, but it was too late, the grandson was already gone. It seemed that he couldn't visit Xiaoli in the short term, but there was a more important matter to attend to. That was to see if the scum from last night was dead or not. Asking about this kind of thing naturally required finding a security guard, as they were the fastest at spreading gossip. Xiang Chen went to the car to get 2 packs of good cigarettes, then leisurely made his way to the security room at the back door, where an old man was lying down, listening intently to the radio. "Old man, can I ask you something?" "What's the matter, young man?" Seeing the old man respond to him, Xiang Chen quickly handed him a cigarette, then politely lit it for him. "Well, my car was scratched in the parking garage yesterday, and I wanted to see if there was any surveillance footage to check." The old man lazily stuck his head out to blow smoke rings. "Go check the surveillance at the front door, old man. I don't understand these high-tech gadgets." "Alright, thanks anyway, old man." After speaking, he politely handed over 2 packs of 95 Supreme cigarettes, also known as DeLong. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes, but he understood the principle of no work, no reward. Despite the desire in his eyes, he waved his hand to indicate that Xiang Chen should take them back. "Just take them, old man. Why be polite with me? My wife is pregnant recently, so I can only sneak a smoke when I get one." After several refusals, the old man accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes with a smile. At this time, his impression of Xiang Chen was simply bursting with goodness. "Strike while the iron is hot." Xiang Chen immediately pretended to casually ask, "There have been terrible car accidents recently. It was pouring rain last night when I was here with my wife. I saw a child being hit by a car when I came down to smoke. It was really tragic." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately nodded and agreed, saying, "Yes, the young man was only in his teens. He was hit by a small truck and flew more than 10 meters. I heard he died on the spot, and the funeral home took him away in the middle of the night." "The funeral home took him away? Doesn't he have any family?" No, he was already gone, his face was smashed. Where could we find his family? He was a poor child. As soon as Xiang Chen heard that the young man had died, his hanging heart immediately relaxed. He was really afraid that this little beast's life was too big, and he would be implicated later. Alright, sir, you're busy, I'll go check the surveillance ahead. Okay, good luck finding it. I remember there are many cameras in the garage. Coming out from the old man, Xiang Chen was in a great mood. Although the child was not saved in the end yesterday, his money was already in place, and the rest of the matter had little to do with him. In the end, it's just that what goes around comes around. Li Xingli did all the bad things, and it's only right that he met a tragic end. As for Xiaoli, she's just a gold digger, she probably won't be too sad. After all, she has already gained some benefits from giving birth to this child. The 3 million in the bank account is real, enough for her to enjoy for a while. The one most hurt by this matter is probably Li Jianguo. Despite calculating everything, he still spent a lot of money, and in the end, he ended up with a disastrous outcome. However, Xiang Chen didn't know that in a village on the outskirts of Shangjing City, a figure was ignoring the rain beating down on her frail body, stubbornly digging a half-meter deep pit with a shovel, then putting a set of clothes into the pit. As the shovel filled the pit with mixed mud and water, 2 hours later, a brand new grave mound stood up. In front of the grave mound, there was a wooden board with the elegant words "Grave of Brother Zhong Xian" written on it. As the final grave cover was placed on the mound, the figure knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Xiang Chen, I want you to experience the pain of losing a loved one too. When Xiang Chen returned home, he spent a lot of money to secretly analyze the syringe that the dead child had in his hand. The information he obtained made him scared for several days. The syringe was actually filled with cyanide. He quickly searched Baidu Baiki for information on cyanide. As he read, sweat beads dripped down his chin. Cyanide, chemical formula CNCl, is a colorless liquid or gas, slightly sweet, and highly toxic. It is soluble in water, ethanol, ether, and most organic solvents. After dissolving in water, it becomes weakly acidic, with high chemical reactivity, capable of reacting with many substances. It decomposes easily when heated and reacts readily when in contact with water or water vapor, even producing intense reactions and releasing highly toxic and corrosive fumes. Moreover, the most important thing is that this substance is restricted, ordinary people can't get it, let alone a child in his teens. Xiang Chen was a bit overwhelmed. Biological weapons were involved now, and his personal safety was really a big problem in the future. Moreover, the dead child had accomplices. From now on, he had to find a highly secure place to live, or he wouldn't even sleep soundly. He didn't dare to sleep in Li Jianguo's house at night anymore. Who knows what might happen in his dreams? It seemed urgent to find a house, and he didn't want to tell anyone where he would be living this time. The house must be secure enough. After spending a night at a hotel, early the next morning, he went to a real estate agency to directly look at the available houses. He could accept anything under 10 million. The only requirement was that the security in the community had to be good enough. The people at the real estate agency had been through a lot over the years, but they still had sharp eyes. At a glance, they could tell that the person in front of them was not short of money. So he was particularly attentive to Xiang Chen, holding the tea and bowing to offer it to Xiang Chen. Hello, esteemed guest, the properties you have in your hands are all high-quality listings from our company. How much are you looking to spend? If you have any requirements for the location or decoration of the house, you can tell me. Xiang Chen flipped through these houses, and for him, he definitely wanted to buy in a new residential area. The average price of a room in Shangjing City is around 30,000 yuan, and of course, higher quality listings would be more expensive. Soon, Xiang Chen saw one in Xuanwu district that he liked, a detached duplex with a large courtyard and a garage, and most importantly, a basement. However, the price was a bit high, nearly 50,000 yuan per square meter, with a total area of over 300 square meters, priced at 13.88 million, but it was fully furnished inside. In fact, for Xiang Chen, the appearance of the decoration didn't matter at all. What he wanted was safety, absolute safety. The experience of living in Xiaoli Villa made him extremely scared. If that little beast had given him an injection at the time, he would have been in big trouble. Even in death, there was nothing but a peak of a chicken's life. No matter how much money he had, he would only buy a piece of land for a grave. Take me to this residential area. Seeing the duplex that Xiang Chen was interested in, the real estate agent's eyes were gleaming. Indeed, he was a wealthy client. With this, his 6-month task would be completed, not opening for half a year, and eating for the other half. Now, in such a sluggish real estate market, he was already prepared to change careers, but he encountered a big customer, which made him ecstatic. Xiang Chen was in a hurry, and the real estate agent was even more anxious than him. He directly took him to Xuanwu district, to a residential area called Yunhua Villa. The entrance was grand, with a traditional Chinese archway, but the more you looked at it, the more it resembled a cemetery. I don't know what those young people were thinking at the time, probably using their heads to make decisions. Arriving in front of the duplex, it was basically the same as in the photos, with a large area and decorated in a European-style luxury style, but Xiang Chen didn't care about these things. While the real estate agent was still talking non-stop, Xiang Chen had already slipped into the basement. His only purpose in buying here was to create a safe basement, the upper floors were just a cover. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen emerged from the basement very satisfied. The space inside was large enough to make a big bedroom with a living room. After slightly modifying it for security, Xiang Chen was already thinking about which decoration company to hire for this project. He didn't notice the real estate agent's face turning red from being slapped, and there was a couple standing at the door, looking down at Xiang Chen. "I've set my eyes on this house, so get lost. Are young people nowadays so rude? Did he think he was handsome? Get lost, you annoying fly. Don't waste your father's money outside." Xiang Chen was annoyed, very annoyed. He just wanted to quickly finalize the house, start the renovation immediately, and every time a crucial moment came, a fly would appear. "Hey, did you bring the contract? Hurry up, I have other things to do later." The real estate agent, with a red face from being slapped, endured the humiliation and immediately approached Xiang Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiang, the current price of this house is 13.88 million. We currently offer 3 financing options. The first one is, wait, when did I tell you I wanted a loan? Can't I pay in full directly?" This time, not only the real estate agent but even the young man standing there was stunned. 13.88 million and he wanted to pay in full? Did he know he had money but not that he had this much money? "Mr. Xiang, are you kidding me?" Xiang Chen impatiently retorted, "Do you think I'm joking with you? Can you sell it? If not, bring someone else over." Yes, of course." The real estate agent nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. If this deal fell through, he would regret it for 3 years. "Then what are you standing there for? Blocking the way like a fool." After speaking, he was about to move forward. The intermediary guy tactfully made way, and the young man who looked like a female college student timidly stepped aside. Only the young man who had just spoken rudely was still standing in the middle of the road. "A good dog doesn't block the way. Hasn't your father taught you such a simple principle? What are you being arrogant about? I'm here to rent a house today. If you can't afford it, just get lost and stop embarrassing yourself here." The young man's face turned red with anger. He didn't want to be looked down upon in front of the girl, but the truth was he couldn't afford to buy such a house. He had come today to rent it for 6 months. The population of Shangjing City is too large, with over 10 million people. With so many people, there are naturally many wealthy individuals, and with many wealthy people, there are also many playboys. All kinds of show-offs. The truly wealthy and powerful gather together, like the skinny guy in front of him, a typical poor guy who likes to show off. "Oh, are you saying you want to buy it? Then it's yours, I'll just get another one." This statement was like a dagger to the heart, and the young man was instantly furious. He really couldn't come up with that much money. "Nonsense, my family has several houses, over a dozen branch stores. Why would I buy this piece of junk? I just can't stand the way you're pretending." "Oh, over a dozen branch stores? It seems you're in the catering business. What's the name? I'll go try it later." When it came to his family's business, the young man's confidence soared. He proudly said to Xiang Chen, "Shrimp flavor chain store? You know it, right? The best lobster restaurant in Shangjing City." "Oh, I've heard of it, but I don't eat small lobsters." Xiang Chen wasn't lying. He really had an impression of the name Shrimp Flavor, as it was a small chain store invested in by the Qingrenfeng Group. Being repeatedly ignored made the young man completely lose his temper. His face was red with anger. Hee, turns out you're just a country bumpkin, haven't even tried shrimp flavor. Why are people so irrationally confident? I'll give you a chance, get lost right now, or else your dad will whip you with a belt. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh so hard I hurt my stomach. My dad whipping me? Does a bumpkin like you even have the qualifications to know my dad? Even the pretty girl who had been standing by quietly felt that Xiang Chen was overdoing it. Although she was only a freshman, she had eaten at Shrimp Flavor with her classmates, a decent chain restaurant. The young man in front of her looked to be at most 25 or 26 years old. Even if he had some money, it was probably given by his family. How could he possibly know Zhang He's dad? So she whispered to Zhang He, "Come on, let him buy the house. Otherwise, he might say we're delaying his time." The words seemed harmless, but to Xiang Chen's ears, they carried a hint of sarcasm. His impatient mood suddenly calmed down. He calmly took out his phone and called Confronting. Hey, Xiang Chen, did your group recently invest in a small lobster chain store called Shrimp Flavor? Yes, Xiang, this store has good prospects, but there's a bit of a cash flow issue, so After getting a definite answer, Xiang Chen rudely interrupted Confronting. He had no interest in the rest of the conversation. Get the owner of this Shrimp Flavor to Yunhua Villa. I'll send you the location. If he's not here in 20 minutes, he can deal with it himself. I'm starting the timer now. Okay, Xiang, I'll inform him immediately. Confronting, who was hung up on, was in a panic. He could sense Xiang Chen's displeasure in his tone, so he didn't dare to delay. Not only did he arrange for the owner of Shrimp Flavor to go, but he also hurriedly sent himself to Yunhua Villa. Meanwhile, Zhang He, who was standing opposite Xiang Chen, was a bit flustered. He wasn't sure if the young man in front of him really knew his father. But one thing is certain, this person is definitely not easy to deal with. Most likely he has encountered a tough opponent. So he dared not provoke Xiang Chen anymore. At this point he was like a fish caught in a net, completely trapped in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying, he could only wait in place for death, and the pretty girl beside him began to doubt the wealthy man she had hooked. Could he be a swindler pretending to be rich? Fortunately, she hadn't pinned her hopes on him too early. At this moment, she even felt a bit proud. Her image as a pure goddess was indeed useful. The reputation of being a top student had been established, and in the future, she must maintain her pure image. It was truly a powerful tool. 20 minutes passed in a flash. At 18 minutes and 56 seconds, Xiang Chen watched as two cars slowly approached and stopped the stopwatch on his phone. Almost instantly, Ren, dressed in a suit, rushed over to Xiang Chen disregarding his appearance. Director Xiang, what happened? Xiang Chen was very satisfied with his reaction. This old guy was truly cunning and shrewd, not only stable but also very crafty. At least he didn't lack in superficial skills. Director Xiang? Zhang He was a bit slow to react. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was only 2 or 3 years older than him, and he was actually a director? The pretty girl beside him subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at Xiang Chen with a hint of shyness in her eyes. At the same time, a middle-aged man in his 50s got out of the other car, with a meticulously styled big back-combed hairstyle, like a Hong Kong star from the 1980s. However, Xiang Chen could tell at a glance that he was wearing a wig, as normal 50-year-olds don't have such a full head of hair. Director Qing, what's going on? Why did you suddenly call me to this place? Zhang Huafa spoke while glancing at Zhang He. He was even more clueless than his son. He had no idea what was happening. Ren immediately said to him with a serious expression, "This is our company's CEO, Director Xiang. Today I didn't ask you to come, it was Director Xiang who notified you to come." Director Xiang? CEO? Zhang Huafa was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the boss of Smart Investment Company was named Xiang Chen, he didn't know that Xiang Chen was so young. And today, calling him over was definitely not just for a chat. As smart as he was, he quickly thought of a terrible possibility. So he immediately respectfully said to Xiang Chen, "I've heard of your great name, Director Xiang." He even reached out his hand to shake hands with Xiang Chen, but Xiang Chen did not extend his hand, instead looking at him with a mocking expression. Zhang Huafa was now even more certain of his guess. "Your son said he didn't believe I could get you here in half an hour. He sprayed me all over with his saliva." Indeed, the little troublemaker had caused trouble. Zhang Huafa's heart tightened. In the past few months, he had blindly opened new stores, causing the company's cash flow to be cut off directly. The bank also refused to lend money, and it was only thanks to Rin from Smart Investment Company that he managed to survive. Just as he was about to show off his skills, his son directly dealt him a heavy blow, offending the most powerful person in Smart Investment Company. "Director Xiang, is there a misunderstanding in this?" "My son." "Humph, a misunderstanding? You can ask your son yourself, how long has he been causing trouble?" Xiang Chen was very angry. This old guy had no sense of shame. What could have been resolved with an apology now required a lecture. The old-school gangster aura on him was too strong, which Xiang Chen didn't like at all. He even began to doubt Ren's judgment. And when his disapproving gaze fell on Ren, the latter immediately stepped forward and started lecturing Zhang Huafa. "If the child is not taught, it's the fault of the father. It seems that Director Zhang's upbringing is lacking. I will have to re-evaluate our cooperation." Hearing this, Zhang Huafa instantly wilted. His last bit of dignity evaporated in an instant. Seeing his father being insulted like this, Zhang He had already clenched his fists. Today, he just wanted to show off in front of the goddess, but it turned into such a big deal. To be honest, there must be regrets, but young people are young people after all, unable to bear the slightest grievance. "Nonsense! It's this person who has been aggressive all along. I didn't do anything at all. Is having money so great? Don't show off with those few coins." Xiang Chen laughed. He had read brainwashing novels a lot. He was really afraid that this brat would come out with a saying like 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, don't bully the young because they are poor. He walked over and lightly patted Zhang Yi's face, then smiled and said, "Go ask your father if having money is great. Even if I just buy a house, I have to be ridiculed by you. Did I commit some crime in my past life? Did the heavens send you to annoy me? Do you know what it means for a toad to sit on a person's face without biting their throat? I feel like you're biting my throat now." Zhang Yi's face turned red. Xiang Chen's words were basically calling him a toad. When he turned to look at his father, he was surprised to see him fawning over Xiang Chen, saying, "Mr. Xiang, young people are ignorant. If you are generous, don't bother with children. I will set up a table at the Wenyi building later to apologize to you. I wonder if Mr. Xiang will appreciate this gesture? No need, you can eat by yourself. Captain Cheng, I'll leave the rest to you. I have other matters to attend to." After saying that, Xiang Chen patted his butt and left. As for the father and son, they didn't even look in the mirror. Were they worthy of sitting at the same table with him? It's really ridiculous, these arrogant fools who overestimate themselves. They are nothing but tasteless shrimp without capital flow, close to death. These people are not even worth his attention. Xiang Chen is feeling the pressure now, not only from the accomplice of that brat, but also from money. The 15 million contributed by Shaoli seems like a lot. But buying a house casually costs 13.88 million, not to mention the renovation costs. It's giving him a headache. No wonder 100 entrepreneurs die for every success. If he follows the investment strategy of the Great Wisdom Investment Company, he has invested 16 million and can't even see a ripple. If it weren't for the Big Winner Life Fund, he would be worried about his future. Money. Xiang Chen needs a lot of money. But now he is in a dilemma, unable to sustain himself until the next quarter, let alone renovate the house. But life safety is equally important. At the moment, he can only use the remaining 1 million to roughly renovate the basement. Even a dog knows to find a place to settle down first. Xiang Chen can't be like a stray dog, never at home. On the hospital side, Li Jianguo was furious. In the closed ward, he was madly insulting Shaoli in front of Zhang Yirong, who was resting. Useless. You can't even take care of a child. What's the use of you? Zhang Yirong, whether influenced by evil or feeling guilty about the baby's death, surprisingly did not confront Li Jianguo this time. She just let him insult her with a desolate look. Li Jianguo, not getting any response, became even more unrestrained. He would rather fight with someone than feel the frustration of his punches hitting cotton. This feeling was driving him crazy. Useless. All useless, and you can't even protect your own son, yet you take my money? Shaoli now had a pale face, looking up at the sky without makeup. The pain of losing her child made her unable to muster any strength. Even if Li Jianguo wanted to kill her with a knife, she would probably just wait for it. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. For her, the repeated tragedies made her doubt her own luck. It's a typical postpartum depression. If no one is watching her, she might jump off a building. After venting, Li Jianguo received a phone call and left. At this time, Xiang Chen, who had been observing outside for half a day, walked in. Looking at Shaoli lying on the hospital bed with a look of despair, Xiang Chen sighed helplessly. The deed is done, don't dwell on it. Take care of yourself. Everything is fate, beyond human control. Shaoli on the hospital bed saw Xiang Chen approaching, and her pale face regained some color. Do you think this is my fate? This was the first thing Shaoli said to someone after her child was killed. Xiang Chen touched her forehead and gently said, "Man-made disasters are often more terrifying than natural ones. Fate is just how others arrange things for you, do you understand?" "I don't understand." A tear rolled down her cheek onto the pillow. Xiang Chen knew she understood everything. She was just a tool for reproduction. Even if the child had not been born, it was unlikely to know it had a mother with such a background. The gap between the wealthy and ordinary people was insurmountable, just like Lin Mo and Mu Xiaoxue. Xiang Chen felt uncomfortable and left with an excuse. He couldn't understand who leaked the news of Shaoli being in the hospital. Gao Yu had not taken action before, including finding people in the villa in Huafu Junyuan. It was clear that she had no idea where Shaoli was. So what happened later was very strange. Just a few days later, it happened to be the day Shaoli gave birth. That scoundrel sneaked into the hospital and, according to Xiang Chen's understanding, the boy had been in the delivery room for several days. He was like a poisonous snake in the grass, ready to strike at any moment. Now he needed money. He came today to ask Shaoli about the 3 million, but seemed hesitant. After giving Zhang Yirong a look to leave, Xiang Chen awkwardly looked at Shaoli, who had slightly recovered. Are you feeling better now? There's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Xiaoli found Xiang Chen's hesitant demeanor strange. In her impression, Xiang Chen had never been so awkward. What help do you need? Is it something you find hard to say? After the disaster, Xiaoli's eyes became clearer, showing a hint of innocence appropriate for her age. In fact, Xiang Chen forgot that Xiaoli was only 24 years old, but years of socializing had tainted her with a worldly air. Do you have 3 million? Mentioning 3 million, Xiaoli's eyes visibly dimmed, as it was the money she had earned for her child. Yes, what's the matter? I want to borrow some money from you. Don't say whether you'll lend it or not. There's something I didn't want to tell you, but I think it's unfair not to. Unexpectedly, Xiaoli's reaction surprised him, making his prepared words seem unnecessary. You don't have to tell me. I can give you the 3 million without saying the word borrow. Let me tell you anyway. You have an idea in your mind, and you'll know how I use this money. Xiaoli was indifferent to these matters now, but Xiang Chen insisted on telling her, so she reluctantly put on a serious listening expression. Then Xiang Chen told her everything, including the fact that someone had come to the house, and the culprit who killed her child in the hospital had been hit by a car. However, he made a slight modification, not mentioning that the scoundrel was hit by a car while trying to escape after being beaten by himself. Instead, he said that he saw the child coming out of the hospital in a panic and being hit by a car. After all, he was an outsider, there was no need to get involved. Xiaoli's expression was calm throughout, and Xiang Chen couldn't believe that the former materialistic woman had become like this now. After Xiang Chen finished speaking, Xiaoli's eyes looked lifeless at the ceiling for a long time, and then quietly recounted a past event. Do you know that this child is my second child? I really didn't know. Xiang Chen didn't quite understand the meaning behind Xiaoli's words, thinking that she had given birth before, and it seemed like a long time ago, because from her reminiscing expression, it was clear that this matter had happened a long time ago. My hometown is in Yungue, what you often call the spicy girl, with 8 siblings in the family, so I started working at 14 without finishing junior high school. Later, it was the old routine. At 16 I met an older man, and then gave birth to a child for him, a girl. His family was in Shanha province. I remember that I hadn't even finished my postpartum confinement when his mother took a broom and chased me to plant rice seedlings. Do you know what planting rice seedlings means? It means bending over to plant seedlings by hand in the paddy fields. On the 5th day, I ran away, and then I worked as a bartender, a KTV waitress, a restaurant waitress. I did all kinds of work, but I never sold my body. Xiang Chen sat quietly on the edge of the bed listening to her recount her unbearable past, and only realized after Xiaoli's voice stopped. A person's life can really be without a glimmer of light. Her dim and long life was all she had. That's why she loves money, that's why she's vain, that's why she can be shameless. Even when being scolded and insulted by thousands of people, she can still remain indifferent. Because verbal insults are already a great gift for people like her, and she has experienced too many dark moments of physical abuse. Xiaoli spoke this sentence in a very calm tone, but tears kept falling uncontrollably. I can give you this 3 million, but can you do me a favor? When the situation becomes desperate, Xiang Chen waits for her to make a request. No one will pour out their heart to others for no reason. Unless this person has a request, of course, Xiang Chen will not refuse this kind of favor. For him, people like Xiaoli in this circle, there is simply no difficult task for him to handle, so he pretended to nod solemnly and said, just tell me what you need. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. What can always move a woman is a man's resolute promise. Like Xiaoli at this moment, she looked at Xiang Chen absent-mindedly and murmured, if there is a chance, could you go to Yangjiaping in Qiannan County, Pingdingshan City, Shanha Province in the future to find a girl named Yang Jiai for me? Yang Jiai? Is she your daughter? Xiang Chen asked uncertainly. Yes, her father is Yang Wenlong, a lazy man who only plays cards every day, quite famous in their area. Just as Xiaoli finished speaking, a familiar feeling invaded Xiang Chen's body again. The Big Winner Life Fund reminds you that a new side task has been triggered, and the host can choose whether to accept it. Task description: find Xiaoli's long-lost daughter, Yang Jai. Task reward: Xiaoli's trust and a 10% rebate on the host's investment amount. Indeed, the Big Winner Life Fund was like a tapeworm in his belly. As soon as Xiaoli entrusted him to find her daughter, a task was issued. His own little thoughts in front of him felt like they were being laid bare. However, he wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to make easy money. So far the tasks issued by the Big Winner Life Fund have not disappointed him. He decisively chose to accept it. It's just finding a person. He'll go to Shanha province when he has time. And the best thing about the Big Winner Life Fund is that the tasks it issues never have a time limit. You can complete them whenever you want. It's like an ATM machine specially designed to give him money. But this side task probably won't pay much to Xiang. The 300,000 investment for Fong Kek's previous side task has not materialized yet, and now that person is in Shangjing City, it's unlikely they will return to Linhai City. Alright, you rest well, I will keep Yang Jiayi's matter in mind. After comforting Xiaoli for a few words, Xiang happily left with the 3 million she brought. No wonder people are willing to be Phoenix men, using women's money is really enjoyable. Perhaps developing a rich woman business is also a good choice. So far, the women he knows are basically useless except for being beautiful, and each one is poorer than the last. Qingren has already dealt with Zhang Huafa and his son, and even wrote a long essay to himself. The implication is that he was blind and let Xiang suffer, followed by some deep self-criticism. In fact, Xiang knew that Qingren and Zhang Huafa were not wrong. The problem was that his beloved son offended Xiang. In this world, truth lies within the range of cannons, and dignity is only in the zeros at the end of a bank account. The rich sit at the head of the table, while the poor gentlemen sit at the foot. As the new year approaches, the annual meeting of the Dekongming Investment Company is lively. The Wulong and Fengchu teams have achieved a performance of 369 million in 6 months for Xiang. Meanwhile, the Big Winner Life Fund has provided a rebate of 35 million, nearly 5 times the difference. At this moment, Xiang is very wealthy, with nearly 20 million in cash in his bank account, and he can now move into a duplex. He drives the latest BMW 740, but as he stands in the yard smoking, he still feels like something is missing. On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere outside is full of fireworks and joy, but Xiang is alone, holding a small firework and aiming it at the sky. At this moment, he finally understands the loneliness of having only one person left in the household register. However, at this moment, as the firework is about to burn out, he catches a glimpse of a delicate figure standing at the gate. Xiang throws away the stick in his hand, picks up his phone, and walks over. Wang Jing? What's wrong? Didn't you go home for the new year? I no longer have a home, sob. The charming figure at the door instantly burst into tears upon hearing the word home. Where's grandma? Xiang was at a loss and scratched his head. He remembered that the old lady was still in good health, except for her failing eyesight. Grandma is no longer with us. When did it happen? Just before the new year, I went home to take care of her affairs. My condolences. Xiang has experienced the loss of loved ones many times, so he now empathizes with Wang Jing. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Xiang looked at the numb Wang Jing and suddenly reached out his hand. Then stay with me for the new year? How about that? I'm alone too. A gentle and warm smile immediately appeared on the girl's face. She nodded vigorously and said playfully, sure. I'll make you some tang yuan. Yes, in the south, the spring festival is not about eating dumplings but eating tang yuan, symbolizing reunion. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Xiang received numerous blessings from company employees on his phone. Yang Hai, the sixth brother, came early in the morning with 6 boxes of wine and 8 packs of cigarettes to pay his respects. Really? Do you need to be so extravagant even when visiting your father-in-law? Xiang looked speechless as he watched Yang Hai unloading things like a porter. What are you saying? You love smoking, so I bought you a few more packs. You're also a boss, you can't go buy cigarettes yourself. Just as Yang Hai finished unloading, the 4 big guys from the Wulong and Fengchu teams arrived, and as if they had an unspoken agreement, they swiftly moved things into Xiang's living room. Ginseng, Dear Adler, and Dear Blood Wine. The most outrageous gift was from Qingren, who actually gave him 10 pounds of horny goat weed. Xiao Jing, come out and bring some melon seeds and peanuts for the uncles. Oh, is the water boiled? Bring me the box of Bai Luo Chun tea from my counter. Okay, I'll be right there. Wang Jing, wearing a milky white down jacket, looked obedient and sensible. With the new year, she seemed to have lost the worries from the past on her face. Except for Yang Hai, everyone was meeting Wang Jing for the first time. The charming and spirited eyes of the young girl left a deep impression on them. But no one dared to ask about her relationship with Xiang Chen. This is the first rule of the workplace, never ask who the woman appearing next to the boss is. At noon, a few people ate the meal cooked by Wang Jing. Xiang Chen also brought out a few bottles of fine wine from his home to drink. At this point, he was more about following his mood. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Yang Hai seemed to have had a bit too much to drink. Xiang Chen and Wang Jing helped her to the bedroom to rest. Unexpectedly, as they were about to leave, she grabbed Xiang Chen and said with a thick tongue, I didn't want to mention this on New Year's Day, but there's something that has been bothering me for a long time. What's the matter? When I was shopping in Gulu before, I saw your son. Xiang Chen didn't react much, but Wang Jing's body inexplicably trembled. Oh, if you saw him, you saw him. They were originally in Shangjing City. What's so strange about that? Bro, aren't you resentful in your heart? I not only saw your son, but also a man with the 2 of them. Is that the man? Of course, Xiang Chen knew which man Yang Hai was referring to. It was Lin Mo. But he was a bit surprised that Lin Mo, with his personality, would accompany Lu Ruyan for shopping. It was simply unbelievable, a fantasy in Xiang Chen's understanding. Alright, what's the use of saying so much now? Besides, that child is not my son. Don't label me, it's hard to take off the hat on my head. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had his own thoughts. Until now, Wang Jing still didn't know who had labeled Xiang Chen. In the end, she didn't understand Xiang Chen's past at all. After Xiang Chen left, she wanted to get some information from Yang Hai, but she was sleeping like a log and couldn't be woken up no matter how hard she shook her. Helplessly, Wang Jing quietly retreated. As soon as the door closed, Yang Hai opened her eyes groggily. Xiang Chen had already informed him about Wang Tianyang's matter, absolutely not to reveal a word to this girl, or else he would be in trouble. Yang Hai didn't dare to touch this moldy head. After all, he was just a worker, while Xiang Chen was the boss. Unless he got tired of working and didn't want to continue, he would always be firmly on Xiang Chen's side, unconditionally following his instructions. 3 months later, Det Song Ming Investment Company had begun to take shape. After operating for a quarter following the new year, the monthly profit was now over $1 million, with Xiang Chen taking even more, around $5 million per month. The liquid amount in the company's account now remained around $30 million annually, most of which was invested by Xiang Chen. This gave the company's employees great confidence. After all, having a boss like a diamond bachelor had many benefits. Not to mention, the company's welfare benefits were the best, becoming the envy of Shangjing City. There were countless people trying to get in through connections, but Xiang Chen strictly prohibited it. If anyone was found to have entered through the back door, they would be immediately dismissed, along with the person who opened the back door for them. Initially, a few bold ones didn't believe it, but after Yang Hai was swiftly fired, the rest became more honest. In any era, in any group, showing an example is always the best deterrent, without a doubt. Originally, today was a beautiful day with the spring breeze and everything coming back to life. Xiang Chen was in a good mood, but when he arrived at the company, he noticed that several male employees' expressions were off. It was like the narration in an Animal World documentary. Spring had arrived, and the animals were in the mating season. Xiang Chen walked all the way to the office, just in time for Zhu Shuji to ask him to sign a document, which made him curious. "Xiao Zhu, what's going on outside today? You seem absent-minded. Your work state doesn't seem right." Zhu Shuji's face twitched unnaturally, then he said seriously to Xiang Chen, "There are many single young men in the company. As you know, due to some special reasons, the company has always had a situation of being dominated by males. Just yesterday, the HR department hired 2 girls who had just graduated from school to be your secretaries. That's why everyone seems absent-minded." "So that's it." Xiang Chen's face showed a belated realization. Zhu Shuji meant that the prefix of Great Wisdom Investment Company sounded too silly, and no girls were willing to come to work there. So these single guys were starving and howling. Even if it's just a piece of shit, they would still rush for it. There was no way around it. People who were really hungry acted like this. Even middle-aged aunties in their 40s and 50s could act like sweet little girls. "Oh, I don't need a secretary. Okay, I got it. You can go now." These people were really good at flattery. Xiang Chen hadn't reached the point of needing a secretary yet. But just 3 seconds after Zhu Shuji left, the door was pushed open again. Xiang Chen, without looking up from the documents, said, "I already said I don't need a secretary. Just focus on your own work and leave." But the footsteps didn't stop, and they even dared to ignore his words. Xiang Chen impatiently raised his head, and the next moment, his eyes almost popped out in surprise. "Fong Kiki? What are you doing here? Why can't I come? Boss Xiang, don't forget your friends when you become rich. Isn't it boring that you've opened such a big company and don't think about taking care of your old buddies?" Hearing Fong Kik's sarcastic words, Xiang Chen subconsciously reached out to take the coffee in her hand. "Have you graduated? How did you find me? I didn't come here on purpose to find you. Your company offers good benefits, and my resume wasn't rejected, so I came." Xiang Chen was pretty sure she wasn't lying. This woman was all about money. Wherever there was money, she would go. "Aren't your family worried about you coming to the capital? Did your school boyfriend agree?" As soon as Xiang Chen mentioned a boyfriend, Fong Kiki became furious. "Respected leader, where can I find such a rare species as a boyfriend? Thanks to you, my reputation has long been ruined." "Ah, he. Go do your work. Being my secretary is not easy." After she left, a faint smile finally appeared on Xiang Chen's face. The scene he caused at the entrance of the female dormitory at Southeast University was indeed a bit exaggerated. And at that time, he was still a celebrity. After all the commotion, he probably scared off Fong Kik's followers. With two secretaries, one being Fong Kiki, Xiang Chen inexplicably looked forward to the other girl. As they say, good things come in pairs. The HR department really hit the mark. Fong Kiki was definitely a 7 out of 10 in terms of beauty, so the other girl selected at the same time must be equally impressive. As he lay on the boss's chair lost in thought, 3 soft knocks came from outside the room. Xiang Chen quickly adjusted his tie, then sat up straight, pretending to read a document. Come in. Creak. As the door opened, Xiang Chen looked up and appraised the girl walking gracefully towards him. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil, utterly amazed. Unlike Fong Kiki's casual and innocent style, this girl was dressed in a black professional suit, with a determined look and perfect features, reminiscent of Gulnazer. She wore black-rimmed glasses, and her makeup was not heavy, giving off a feeling of harmony between light and heavy makeup. Xiang Chen couldn't believe that this girl had just graduated from school, she looked too mature. Although not dressed provocatively, just standing there could trigger a man's crazy secretion of male hormones. If the full score is 10 points, Xiang Chen would give her 9 points, the remaining 1 point is simply because she is not his woman. He had to give the HR department a little more bonus for this quarter, must include chicken legs, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to motivate them to work in the future. Hello, General Xiang, here is the financial report for this quarter, please take a look. The girl's voice was very gentle, her tone was also perfect. Xiang Chen's eyes couldn't leave her face comparable to Gulnazer's. General Xiang? This is the financial report for the first quarter. I know, just leave it here. Feeling embarrassed by his own loss of composure, Xiang Chen blushed rare. He would have someone bring him a box of energy drinks later. Staring at such a demon-like body every day would probably be too much to handle. He needed to replenish his nutrients. With a refreshing scent lingering, the girl slowly walked out of the room. As soon as she left, Xiang Chen immediately called Yang Hai. Hello? Lao Yang, are you busy now? Yes, I am. What's up? Just tell me. Jokingly, according to workplace rule number 13, you must say you are busy when the leader asks, otherwise, you will leave an image of slacking off all day. According to workplace rule number 25, you must unconditionally carry out the tasks assigned by the leader is the greatest, pleasing them will lead to promotion and raise. Yesterday, the company hired 2 secretaries for me, right? Yes, what's the matter? I arranged that, afraid that you would waste energy doing everything yourself. Oh, 2 secretaries are not necessary, here's what we'll do, give me their resumes, I'll keep one, and send the other to the Wulong team immediately, both of them have a good image, it's a waste for them not to be in sales. Alright, General Xiang, your consideration is thoughtful, I'll send you the information later. Okay, send it directly to my email. Xiang Chen's smile of success was almost impossible to contain. His plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone probably couldn't be guessed by anyone. He could discreetly get rid of Fong Kiki, the big light bulb, and at the same time, investigate the situation of the pretty girl, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And this matter wasn't a loss for Fong Kiki either. She was originally a poor soul, a secretary with a fixed salary definitely wouldn't suit her, it's better to let her focus on performance. At this moment, Xiang Chen looked at the specific information of Fong Kiki's side task. Big Winner Life Fund side task, task description, save the destitute Fong Kiki from falling into the wrong path. Task reward, Fong Kiki's trust and a 10% rebate on the host's investment amount. The destitute Fong Kiki probably couldn't be considered now, after all, Xiang Chen had already lent her 300,000, which was not a small amount for a student like her. But the second sentence about preventing her from falling into the wrong path was a deep pit. What does falling into the wrong path mean? The definition was broad, but for Xiang Chen now, this task was irrelevant, just tens of thousands, nothing more than a drop in the bucket. But even a mosquito was meat. If Fong Kiki was sent to the Wulong team, with her obsession with money, she might actually become a sales champion. Soon, Yang Hai sent the basic information and resumes of the 2. Xiang Chen was too lazy to look at Fong Kiki's, the focus was on the girl. After scanning the information, Xiang Chen fell into deep thought. The girl's name was Qin Yun, a very pleasant name, only 22 years old this year, a senior student at Beijing University, in the same school as Wang Jing. Looking at her ID card, Xiang Chen discovered that she was indeed from Xinjiang. No wonder she looked somewhat similar to Gulnazer, the people there had good genes and produced many beauties. Just Qin Yun's ID photo alone could outshine 99% of women, a perfect and extremely beautiful appearance. Chen was a bit curious as to why the outstanding student from the capital university chose to intern at his company. Was the potential of his company really that great? Or was it the charm of the boss himself? After smoking 3 cigarettes, he couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and instead crumpled a piece of A4 paper into 2 small balls. He then asked Fong Kiki and Qin Yun to come to his office together, as he was about to start his performance. The two women, with completely different temperaments, stood in front of Chen. Qin Yun looked serious, while Fang Kiki was carefree. This was the downside of hiring acquaintances in the company. With Fang Kiki's careless attitude, in another 3 months, Chen would probably be making coffee for her. So, whether publicly or privately, Fang Kiki had to leave, be demoted directly to the grassroots level, and must not get too close to Chen. Otherwise, the authority of the CEO would soon be undermined by her. On the other hand, Qin Yun's attitude was just right, neither appearing flattering nor too distant, as she was close to the boss and needed to handle many dirty and tiring tasks. Chen, is there something you want to tell Qin and me by asking us to come here so mysteriously? Fang Kiki spoke in a tone as if she were of the same generation, but when she noticed Chen's unfriendly gaze, she immediately fell silent. The company was just established less than a year ago, and we need to save on personnel. I, as the general manager, don't need 2 secretaries, but you both are excellent. So, I have decided to keep only 1 secretary, and the other person will report to either the Dragon or Phoenix team. Do you both agree? I agree, Chen, Qin Yun responded in her melodious voice, making Chen feel weak in the knees. Seeing the competition so intense, Fang Kiki's temper flared up. She never backed down from a challenge. How are we going to decide? Another interview or what? Seeing the two of them so cooperative, Chen nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, no interview. You two draw lots. Whoever draws a marked paper stays, and the one who draws a blank goes to the business department. Not only Fang Kiki, but even Qin Yun's eyes showed a strange expression. Chen took out 2 small paper balls from the table, placed them in his palm, and said to Qin Yun, you go first. Qin Yun naturally obeyed the boss's order and was about to pick up a paper ball when Fang Kiki objected. She quickly rushed to Chen, snatched 1 paper ball, and proudly said, why should she go first? I refuse. Chen helplessly spread his hands, gesturing for her to open the paper ball in her hand. Fang Kiki immediately unfolded the paper ball, only to find it blank. Ahem. Fang secretary, since your paper is blank, according to the rules just set, you should report to Manager Yang, who will arrange your future work. After saying these grand words, Chen's face turned slightly red. After all, if this childish trick were exposed, it would be embarrassing. Fortunately, Fang Kiki always appeared single-minded in front of him, so Chen was not worried about her intelligence. Okay, I will go find Manager Yang to report, but before that, Fang Kiki didn't finish her sentence and snatched the other paper ball from Chen's hand. Hey, wait! By now, Chen was sweating profusely. Seeing his nervous expression, Fang Kiki understood everything. She wasn't a fool and knew that the paper in her hand was probably blank too. Chen was just using this trick to make her leave. So, after hesitating for a moment, Fang Kiki handed the paper ball to Qin Yun, then turned and left gracefully. I'm off to the Dragon team. Wait for the good news of my sales crown. Although she tried hard to appear indifferent, the trembling in her voice completely gave her away. Even Qin Yun couldn't help but turn back to look at her cute and playful figure. At this moment, Xiang Chen also felt a bit guilty, mainly because Fang Kiki didn't do anything wrong. He had just hurt her feelings a bit. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that Qin Yun had successfully stayed. Xiang Chen's life motto had always been to achieve his goals by any means necessary. Sacrificing individual feelings was nothing to him. Moreover, he looked at Fang Kiki's head and saw that her favorability rating hadn't decreased, still at 90%, which put his mind at ease. It was only then that he turned to Qin Yun, whose head also displayed a number, and said, from now on, Secretary Qin, we will have to cooperate closely. I hope we can get along well. A blush appeared on Qin Yun's face, as if she were a bit tipsy. Thank you, Director Xiang, for giving me this opportunity. I will cherish it. Looking at the flashing 0% above Qin Yun's head, Xiang Chen showed an even warmer smile. 0%. If there were negative numbers, Xiang Chen estimated that this woman's rating for him would be negative too. How much must she despise him to have a constant 0% rating, not even fluctuating? Was he not better than a middle-aged fat pig? Xiang Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In fact, he had already added her to his favorability system at first sight. So he was puzzled, even thinking that the system had a bug. But when Qin Yun's favorability rating remained unchanged no matter what he did, Xiang Chen understood. This woman must hate him to the core. Even though he had treated Wang Tianyang so badly before, his favorability rating had never dropped to such an extreme level. Watching Qin Yun's graceful figure, Xiang Chen quietly poured the coffee she had brought him into the trash can. If he had a silver needle at hand, Xiang Chen would probably test if the coffee had been poisoned. They say a wise man does not stand under a leaning wall. A few years ago, the young boss of Yozu Network was continuously poisoned by his colleagues for 3 years, and it ended badly. His billions of wealth turned into nothing, Just like Riven's lines in the league, learn from the past, be prepared for the future. He had to be cautious about such things, whether they were competitors or enemies. He had offended quite a few people. The beauty trap had never failed. Few men could resist such temptation, including Xiang Chen. Even though he knew that Qin Yun was a rose with thorns, he still couldn't take his eyes off her. Was this the damn charm? What you can't get always stirs up your desires, and being favored makes you fearless. Fang Kiki was directly defeated. 3 days later, Xiang Chen had completely gotten used to Qin Yun's presence. Every day, he pretended to drink 2 cups of coffee, and after Qin Yun reviewed some simple documents, she reported directly to him. Just as Xiang Chen had dozed off for a while at noon, there was an untimely knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. He could tell it was Qin Yun from the rhythm and politeness of the knocking. Come in. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xiang Chen sat up unhappily. If it weren't for knowing that Qin Yun wouldn't bother him without a good reason, he would have been furious. Sorry, Director Xiang, for disturbing your rest, Qin Yun said softly with a tone of deep apology, gesturing for her to get to the point. This woman was good in every way, but she was too cautious, making it hard for people to get close to her. Well, a woman just came looking for you, claiming to be your friend. I told her she needed an appointment to see you, but she insisted on coming in. Since I saw that she couldn't reach you by phone, I figured she must have something important to discuss, so I took the liberty of letting her in. My friend? Bring her in. A friend? Xiang Chen was a bit puzzled. As far as he knew, he didn't have many acquaintances in Shangjing City, apart from a group of strange characters in the company, and Wang Jing. While he was lost in thought, Qin Yun led a woman in high heels into the room, who turned out to be Shaoli, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Why are you here? Xiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Since her child died last year, Shaoli had been living in a daze at home for several months. Zhang Yuron lived with her to take care of her, not at Li Jiangwo's request, but at Xiang Chen's command. I'm here today to bid you farewell. Farewell? Xiang Chen's tone was full of confusion, and at this moment, Qin Yun tactfully closed the office door. Yes, I have nothing worth staying for in Shangjing City anymore. According to what you said, if that person really has accomplices, then I am in even more danger. What danger are you in? Their target has never been you, but the child in your belly. For some reason, Xiang Chen's words even sounded strange to himself, as if he could feel a reluctance for Shaoli to leave. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Xiang Chen quickly took a sip of Red Bull on the table to wake himself up. Since Qin Yun arrived, he dared not drink any unpackaged drinks. Regardless of their intentions, I am tired, Xiang Chen. I will leave the day after tomorrow. Today, I came to bid you farewell. I don't know if we will ever meet again. Xiao Li's voice choked up as she spoke, clearly indicating that her experience in Shangjing City had become a nightmare for the rest of her life. Alright, stop crying. Let's just be friends. Since you are leaving, I should at least see you off. Tomorrow night at Yixian Road Snack House, I'll treat you to dinner. Their food is delicious. Facing Xiang Chen's suggestion, Shaoli nodded gently, and the two happily made this decision. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, who was secretly hiding in the next room, also revealed a slight smile. The next evening, in early spring, the evening breeze still carried a hint of chill. Xiang Chen stood shivering on the street in full gear, while Shaoli was still nowhere to be seen. Women are really troublesome, Xiang Chen muttered helplessly. As time passed, Xiang Chen sensed a hint of trouble. It shouldn't be like this. Shaoli was not the type to be so late. Xiang Chen quickly dialed her number on his phone, but there was no answer. Rushing into the snack house, Xiang Chen grabbed a waiter and asked, "Have you seen a woman about 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful, come to the wooden stone hall?" Perhaps due to excessive tension, Xiang Chen grabbed the waiter's hand too hard, leaving the girl stunned. "Speak up. Have you seen this woman?" As he spoke, he pulled out a photo he had taken with Shaoli at the Confucius Temple. Yes, she came around 5 o'clock. The worst outcome had emerged, yet Xiang Chen regained his composure. "Where is she? Is there anyone in the wooden stone hall?" Faced with Xiang Chen's inquiry, the girl replied in a distressed manner, "I don't know. She seemed to have stayed for about 15 minutes and then left. We can't stop guests from leaving." Well, it seemed that there would be no results even if he asked further. At this point, he could only call the police directly. After reporting to the police, Xiang Chen, still hopeful, called Zhang Yuron, but the result was the same, no one had seen her. Standing in the cold wind at that moment, he felt completely hopeless. It seemed that the person who had been lurking in the darkness had made a move. The accomplice mentioned by the deceased little animal was a terrifying presence that even Xiang Chen feared in his dreams. Their hearts were too cruel, able to kill a newborn baby without any psychological burden, let alone others. Shaoli was in imminent danger at that moment. From that day on, Xiaoli disappeared from this world. The police searched the area for over a month, but found no trace of her. She had vanished from the world like a mysterious girl. However, Xiang Chen knew she was still alive because the favorability system showed that the bound person did not decrease. After Wang Tianyang died, an empty spot immediately appeared in the favorability system, so Xiang Chen concluded that she must still be somewhere in this world. Now Xiang Chen's home is very lively. Wang Jing has already started his summer vacation and is living there, and Zhang Yurong has been brought over by Xiang Chen to work as a nanny, because only she is the person Xiang Chen absolutely trusts, including Wang Jing and Yang Hai. Xiang Chen has kept hidden from them the people sleeping in the basement at night, and they don't even know that this house has a basement level. It must be said that Zhang Yurong, who has been doing housework for nearly 20 years, is skilled in this area. In addition to keeping things clean and orderly, she also cooks very well. And most importantly, she is free, saving thousands of dollars in expenses each month. Although Xiang Chen doesn't lack this little money now, it's not foolish to miss out on saving money. It wasn't dinner time yet when Yang Hai came running over with some packed barbecue. "Why are you everywhere, coming over every day like a drunkard to drink? I'm not accompanying you tonight, love whoever you want." Seeing him, Xiang Chen got annoyed. Since the New Year's visit, Yang Hai seemed to have formed a habit of coming over every few days, wanting to drink, which annoyed Xiang Chen. There's no way, with no wife or children around, going home alone at night is so boring. "You can't make me walk the streets, can you? Get lost, take your food and get out. You're even trying to extort me, my liquor cabinet is almost empty because of you." While speaking, Xiang Chen grabbed the small barbecue and pushed Yang Hai out. No, I came today to tell you something important." "Nonsense, is it about a new foot massage parlor opening again?" Seeing Xiang Chen's deep bias against him, Yang Hai's head was almost shaking. "You're thinking too much. Old Yang, am not that kind of person. I really have something important to tell you, you'll regret it if you don't listen." "Fine, then stand at the door and say it." Like a door god, Xiang Chen blocked Yang Hai outside, so Yang Hai had to lean in mysteriously and say to Xiang Chen's ear, "You know, your ex-wife Lu Ruyan, now all high and mighty, has already reached out to our company." "Lu Ruyan? What can she do?" Xiang Chen was puzzled. He didn't go looking for trouble with her, yet she dared to come back to him? It's probably that she's tired of living. Seeing Xiang Chen's expression become serious, Yang Hai explained with a shake of his head, "You really shouldn't underestimate her now. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, Lu Ruyan is now the CEO of the Jiangnan branch of Revelation Venture Capital, backed by the Lin family in Xijing City. She's really something." "What? Revelation Venture Capital? The one that ranked in the top 10 national investment companies last year?" Yang Hai nodded helplessly. Ranked 8th among national investment companies last year, investing in 8 listed companies in a year, their financial strength is simply overwhelming. Compared to them, Big Smart Investment Company is nothing, and so far, there aren't many weighty enterprises they've invested in. Only Tianyuan New Materials Company, Ltd., and Yifeng Pharmaceutical Group are considered relatively promising, but at their current pace of development, it's not something that can be achieved in a short time. "Yes, boss, I just found out about this news yesterday. I don't know how she found out that Big Smart Investment Company is your industry, and now she's secretly reaching out to people to negotiate with Tianyuan New Materials Company, Ltd." Xiang Chen took a sharp breath. He knew Lu Ruyan's capabilities, but she was never cut out for business. However, she has the entire think tank of Revelation Venture Capital behind her. If Revelation Venture Capital were to target Big Smart Investment Company, let alone the headquarters, even a branch in Jiangnan is not something Xiang Chen can resist. "You're late to the party, still eating barbecue, what a joke. Get ready to be screwed." Yang Hai's reaction, shrinking his head like a quail, was within Chen's expectations. After all, he had made Lu Ruyan destitute in the past, and now that she had power, it would be strange if she didn't kill him. Soon, the two of them were face to face drinking. The situation was urgent, and the physical strength of Qishir Venture was too strong. Just a little show of muscle could crush Chen. "How much money does the company currently have in total, including investments and funds in the account?" Yang Hai drank a large glass of beer and replied somewhat dejectedly, "I had the finance department calculate it before I came. The company has invested over 50 million outside, and there is over 10 million in the account, most of which came from your pocket. Although we made a little money this year, it's just a drop in the bucket. The main issue is that we haven't established a reputation yet, so we can't find high-quality startups." Chen knew what Yang Hai said, and currently, Qishir Ventures Foundation was Chen himself. Without his continuous injection of fresh blood, the company would have closed down long ago. Chen now had around 10 million left. With the 10 million in the company's account, they only had about 20 million, far from enough to resist Lu Ruyan's Qishir venture. Alright, I got it, old Yang. Don't worry about the funds, I will take care of it. Just focus on your work. Chen tried to appear indifferent, not letting others see his inner thoughts. Fortunately, he had always given off an unpredictable image, so Yang Hai was fooled. Chen is amazing. Qishir venture is nothing. Get lost. Yang Hai, who had drunk too much, started to get excited, not noticing the fleeting worry on Chen's face. By the way, the Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit is in a week. I have already registered our Qishir Venture Company. There will be many high-quality enterprises, and many venture capital companies are interested, including Qishir Venture. Chen had heard of this summit, held annually with high prestige. Last year, Qishir Venture was not qualified to participate. This year was different, and Chen must attend to showcase the company. For the exposure of Qishir Venture, for the company's future rapid development, and especially for his own wallet, he had to go. We must go, old Yang, you did well. This time, our company must catch some big fish. There are not many clients with the potential to take off. The two of them laughed and drank over a dozen bottles of beer, most of which went into Yang Hai's stomach. He couldn't walk straight tonight, so Chen dragged him to the room to rest. He then called Zhang Yurong to the basement because he needed money. Chen, is there anything you need to tell me? Chen lay on the sofa in the basement living room, as he had designed the basement with a large space. So he added a living room and bathroom, as it was quite spacious and couldn't just be left empty. Do you still have contact with Li Jianguo? He didn't beat around the bush with Zhang Yurong and went straight to the point, knowing she wouldn't lie. We haven't been in touch for several months. Can you still reach him now if needed? Yes, I can. If you need, I can call him now. Xiang Chen thought for a moment and felt that it was not possible now. He must make sure to invite Li Jianguo 100%. So he shook his head and said, it's too late now. Tomorrow morning, let him come to Shangjing City. Wait for me at Quizhuju. Oh, don't tell him who I am, understand? Okay, Xiang Zong, it's all up to your arrangement. The next morning, Zhang Yurong told Xiang Chen in a daze that Li Jianguo would return to Shangjing City tonight. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiang Chen sat in the private room at Quizhuju, constantly tapping on his phone. That damn Li Jianguo was truly a master at dodging. He had been waiting here for almost 2 hours, finished a pot of tea by himself, and no one had arrived yet. Zhang Yurong, with a fearful expression, shrank to the side, not daring to breathe. What are you nodding for? Do you want Li Jianguo to know that you are my dog? Xiang Chen was venting his frustration, and seeing Zhang Yurong's pathetic look made him even angrier. After being reprimanded, Zhang Yurong didn't dare to speak, making Xiang Chen feel like punching a cotton ball. This made him even more furious. Xiang Chen hated waiting for people the most in his life. Others could wait for him, but he would never wait for others. Just when his patience was about to run out, the door of the private room was opened by a waiter. Xiang Chen looked and saw the middle-aged dignified man following behind was indeed Li Jianguo. Sir, do you need the dishes to be served now? After all, it was a high-end private kitchen, and the kitchen staff had been waiting for so long without leaving work. It was worth the price of 3,888 yuan for a table. Serve them, bring me 2 bottles of Mao Tai that I left here. Xiang Chen's tone was like that of a host. Facing Li Jianguo, he couldn't afford to lose in momentum. Li Jianguo, looking at the composed Xiang Chen, was a bit surprised, but he was an old fox after all, and maintaining composure was his basic skill. Young man, did you invite me? He wanted to establish seniority from the beginning, showing his shrewdness. He had more experience than Xiang Chen, and he believed he had the upper hand dealing with this young man. Mr. Li, let's not beat around the bush. I did invite you today. I have a business matter I'd like to discuss with you. Are you interested? Li Jianguo dismissed Xiang Chen's words, thinking the young man was ignorant of his status to dare talk business with him so boldly, so he immediately dropped the polite tone. Talk business? Do you know how big of a deal you want to discuss with me? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? If that's the case, it's better not to waste both our time. Faced with Li Jianguo's challenge, Xiang Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Li, you are underestimating me. How could my business be just a few million? Oh, then how big of a deal do you want to make? 10 small goals. 10 small goals? Li Jianguo thought he misheard. He had encountered many young people who talked big but couldn't deliver. But someone as arrogant as Xiang Chen was a first for him, which piqued his interest. So he asked with interest, do you have a billion-dollar project to discuss with me? I remember you didn't seem to be in business before? You seem to be hanging out with some 3 fishes. That's an old story. I now have a venture capital company, but I made a big mistake and got stuck with several billion funds. And now the people from Revelation Venture are eyeing me, so I urgently need a large sum of money to tide over. Several billion? A venture capital company? Li Jianguo looked at Xiang Chun in disbelief. In his impression, this young man was just a cunning little guy a year ago. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, he had grown to this extent. However, he was also half doubtful about Xiang Chen's words, so he tentatively continued to ask, I know about Revelation Venture Capital, and the big tree behind it is the Lin Family Consortium. How did you get involved with them? The fish took the bait, and Xiang Chen calmly took a sip of tea, then took out a cigarette, igniting it, piquing Li Jianguo's interest. Do you know who the current CEO of the Revelation Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch is, Mr. Li? I don't know, I don't pay that much attention to these things. It's Lu Ruyan. Mr. Li, you must remember Lu Ruyan, right? Upon hearing this name, Li Jianguo's body trembled slightly. She was the indirect culprit who caused the death of his son, Li Shengli, a person even feared by Gao Yu's brother. I remember Lu Ruyan is your ex-wife, right? Suddenly exposed, Xiang Chen, not angry, took over Li Jianguo's words and continued, yes, she is my ex-wife, but we have completely fallen out. This matter must be known to everyone in Linhai City. In fact, Li Jianguo had always been puzzled about Lu Ruyan. Why could an ordinary schoolteacher have such great influence? Even negative news that he and the Gao family couldn't handle, she could clean up in just a few minutes. Who was supporting her from behind? Today, Xiang Chen happened to be here, so Li Jianguo directly asked, is your ex-wife's family prominent? According to my investigation, it seems to be an ordinary family, right? Why does she have such great influence, and the head of the Revelation Venture Capital branch does as she says? Who is supporting her from behind? Faced with Li Jianguo's questioning, Xiang Chen helplessly smiled and slowly blew out his smoke ring. Do you know that my own child is not really mine? Li Jianguo was confused by this riddle. What do you mean your child is not yours? Just say what you have to say. A young man like you talks like an old man, beating around the bush. It's a family tragedy. My child with Lu Ruyan is actually someone else's, and guess who that person is? Playing this game? Li Jianguo suppressed his anger and asked patiently, who is it? Could it be the Lin family? Xiang Chen looked at him incredulously, thinking that this old man was really sharp, his mind working fast. Correct answer, Mr. Li is indeed a smart person. I admire you. Li Jianguo was also shocked. He had just casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect this young man to guess correctly. It was unbelievable. The bloodline of the Lin family in Shangjing City? No wonder this woman rose so quickly. The crux of the matter lay here. The Lin family in Shangjing City was a big tree. Li Jianguo's mouth showed a hint of helplessness. Since you said she left a seed for the Lin family, why don't you calm down a bit? Aren't you afraid of disappearing from this world? Ha, I thought Mr. Li had great courage, but it turns out you're just a coward who trembles at the mention of the Lin family's name. No wonder your son and grandson were killed, and you didn't dare to make a sound. Li Jianguo has lived for so many years and has never suffered such humiliation. After angrily slamming the table, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Yurong, who had been standing on the side. Bastard, what is your relationship with him? Why do you spill everything out? Did you even tell him about Shaoli? Faced with the questioning, Zhang Yurong pretended to be calm and said to Li Jianguo, your man is useless, causing the death of our own son and grandson. Of course, I have to find someone capable to avenge me. If I don't seek revenge for the great enmity of killing my son and grandson, I won't be able to close my eyes even in death. Zhang Yurong's words pierced Li Jianguo's heart like a sharp blade, instantly shattering all his pretense. Although he didn't admit it, Zhang Yurong was right. Faced with the Gao family and the Lin family, he had become cowardly. He lacked courage. One family killed his son, and the other hired someone to kill his newborn grandson. Yet Li Jianguo, a man of integrity, a man who should be able to stand tall, didn't even dare to make a sound. He was utterly despicable. Shut up! In his impotent rage, he could only desperately rush towards Zhang Yurong and raise his hand to slap her. In the past, Zhang Yurong would have fought back against Li Jianguo in such situations, but this time, she tearfully brought her face closer, whimpering, hit me, Li Jianguo. Why aren't you hitting me? For decades, you have always beaten us mother and son. In this life, Zhang Yurong belongs to you, alive or dead. Even if you beat me to death, I would accept it. But what about our son? Every time you beat him, he would run to me, calling me aunt with a grievance. I thought one day he would call me mom, but our son is gone. My eldest son in his 20s just disappeared like that. Zhang Yurong cried with tears in her eyes, her words full of sincerity and truth, leaving Li Jianguo's raised hand hanging in the air. He knew better than anyone that the person he had wronged the most in his life was Zhang Yurong. "Alright, Xiang Chen, you are really good. I agree to cooperate with you. So, how much money do you need?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Li Jianguo was finally overwhelmed by hatred. "I said before, 10 small goals." This number was too large for Li Jianguo to take from the company's account, as the Gao family had long considered Rongqiu Group as off-limits. "What can I get in return?" It seemed like there was a chance for this deal, as Li Jianguo had already assumed what benefits he could gain, rather than worrying about his own risks. Xiang Chen lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, 10 billion, within 2 years. "I will give you 13 billion. Li, can you agree to this? How can I trust that you can earn 3 billion in 2 years and still return the principal to me?" "It sounds like a fantasy, young man." Faced with doubt, Xiang Chen chuckled. "Since Li has chosen to sail on the same boat, trust must be given, right? In simple terms, this is a high-risk venture. If we win, we both benefit. If we lose, I die, and you lose money. It's that simple." Li Jianguo was stunned by his words, then walked up to Xiang Chen, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good lad, you have a touch of rustic charm. In the next few days, I will have Yurong set up a shell company, and I will personally give you 10 billion. Looking at the ambitious Xiang Chen in front of him, Li Jianguo saw a reflection of his younger self, with the same unwavering determination. "Alright, thank you, Li. It's almost 10 o'clock, let's eat quickly. I'll go check on the dishes." The meal was enjoyed by all the guests, just as Xiang Chen had hoped. In Li Jianguo's eyes, only Zhang Yurong and Li Shengli were his family. Gao Jia is just the support he can rely on, but now when this support becomes the culprit harming his loved ones, Li Jianguo will not hesitate to turn against them and bite them hard. Anyway, he has eaten and played enough, enjoyed everything he should in this world, and he fears nothing for revenge. Just like the late Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, his wife died, his children died, and there was no one left in the world to stop him. So he began to settle scores with his loyal subjects. Ruthless people are often the most sentimental, and becoming cold-blooded is just a matter of having no worries. Yang Hai mentioned that the Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit will start in a day, and the summit venue is located in Binzhou, the third oldest in GDP in Anong Province. On the day before departure, Xiang Chen was fishing in the office as usual. Li Jianguo's 1 billion funds had all been in place, which boosted Xiang Chen's confidence. Investing first requires funds before investment. After having money, Xiang Chen's backbone became much stronger. He didn't believe that Qishir Venture, a small branch in Jiangnan, could easily come up with 1 billion in funds. In the end, she was just a gilded puppet. She knew very well how capable Lu Yuhang, the CFO, was in handling this matter. No one in the company, including Yang Hai, knew about the funds being in place. It's not that he doesn't trust these people, but there is a little mistress by his side now, a charming one at that. Looking at Qin Yun, who was making coffee for him at the moment, Xiang Chen's mouth revealed a smile with an ambiguous meaning. "Secretary Qin, are the materials ready for tomorrow's summit?" Qin Yun, who heard Xiang Chen's voice, turned around and politely replied, "You can rest assured, I have prepared all the materials that may be needed by then. Since Binzhou is not far from Shanjing City, I have arranged for driver Xiao Wang to wait at the company at 7:30 tomorrow morning." "Well, you handle things well, come a bit earlier tomorrow morning, work hard." "Of course, I will be at the company at 6:30 tomorrow morning." "Alright, you should go back early today and rest. Otherwise, you will be tired for tomorrow, and I'm afraid you won't have the energy." Xiang Chen tried to show a caring image of a good boss to his subordinates. He knew that Qin Yun across from him was also pretending to be very hardworking. After all, the 0% that never changed on her head was very eye-catching, always reminding Xiang Chen that she disliked herself. In the ancient city of Binzhou, at the end of Jinjiang Avenue, the Technology Exhibition Hall was crowded today. The annual Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit was held in the Technology Exhibition Hall today. It was already 9:30, and Xiang Chen and his team had just parked the car in the parking lot. What was originally an hour-and-a-half drive turned into a 2-hour drive by driver Xiao Wang. The reason was simple: he was controlled by Qin Yun, who was sitting in the back seat wearing black silk professional attire. He was confused throughout the drive, as if he was being controlled by a fox. Xiang Chen wanted to give him a big slap. He could understand that the young man was hot-tempered, but when was this? The summit started at 9, and he only got off the highway at 9:10. Xiang Chen's face turned black with anger, and poor Xiao Wang didn't know that in the boss's mind, he had already been fired. When the culprit Qin Yun got off the car, she glanced at him with beautiful eyes, and this brat was controlled by her again. When parking, he almost hit the Porsche next to him. "Xiao Wang, did you not rest well last night? Xiang Chen asked him with concern, making him very nervous as he quickly replied, "No, Boss Xiang, I slept early last night." "That's strange, maybe you're just tired. I see you look a bit dazed. How about this, when we get back to the company, you can rest well." Before Xiao Wang could express his gratitude, he looked at Xiang Chen gratefully and thanked him. "Thank you, boss." Xiang Chen patted his shoulder with a smile, then turned around with a dark face and hurried towards the venue. The summit had already begun, and Xiang Chen, along with the team from Dit Song Ming Investment Company, hurried to their designated spot. Besides the host on the stage, there were political and business elites. The morning session from 9 to 11 was for meetings and procedures, while the afternoon was for visiting various booths. The boring meeting lasted for 2 hours, but what bothered Xiang Chen the most was seeing Lu Rian mingling among the VIP guests, surrounded by influential figures from Anong province. It was infuriating to see how she had risen in society, despite her past. Xiang Chen was frustrated and couldn't understand why she, with the help of her life-winning fund and unscrupulous money-making methods, could overshadow him. He refused to accept being looked down upon by his former enemy. Xin Yun, who had been observing his expressions, was puzzled as she had never seen Xiang Chen behave this way before. Yan Hai noticed the change in him but didn't say much, knowing Xiang Chen's temper. In the afternoon, the technology exhibition booths were ready. The companies mainly focused on new materials and artificial intelligence. These companies lacked funds despite having the necessary skills and technology, so the summit was crucial for attracting investments. Xiang Chen, feeling frustrated, joined the group to explore the exhibition hall. It was an important opportunity for everyone, including Feng Kek, who was eager to seize any chance to make money. The entire company favored her, considering her a lucky charm, which made the unmarried men in the group envious. The high-tech industry summit in the Yangtze River Delta lasted for 3 days. By the second day at noon, the teams had gathered information on various companies. There were 25 with 3-star potential, 7 with 4-star potential, and only 1 with 5-star potential. Xinghan Technology. Xinghan Future Technology Company, Ltd., led by Fang Xianjue, a returnee from the United States, was on the verge of going public due to its mature AI technology and huge market potential. Despite having a decent background, Fang Xianjue faced financial challenges compared to his peers who had also studied in the US. This led to funding gaps despite the company's strong technical team. In the past, several venture capital companies have invested, but the research and development costs of several million to tens of millions are just a drop in the bucket for their current projects. So even though he is full of pride, he has to come to the Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit to try his luck, as he is really struggling financially. The employees have not been paid for 3 months, making it difficult for him to face the old partners who have been with him since the company was founded. Among the exhibition areas of the summit, the most crowded place is the entrance of Xinghan Technology, where not only are there many people, but also many foreigners speaking English inside. Xiang Chen leaned against the outside, watching a group of people busy inside, not knowing what they were up to. He knew that artificial intelligence is very popular now, but to be honest, he is just a rough man and cannot understand such advanced things. In his eyes, as long as it can make money, it is a good thing, everything else is nonsense. Qin Yun did not follow, but went to Xinghan Technology with King Shiren to find their person in charge. Compared to Xiang Chen, King Shiren, a man in his 50s, has more of a boss demeanor. Especially with Qin Yun, a female secretary with a perfect figure, temperament, and face, the atmosphere is very strong. Fang Xianjue couldn't see anything at all, he just felt that King Shiren was the boss, as people were chatting happily inside. A group of young people in suits rudely pushed through the crowd of visitors, led by a man with high cheekbones and single eyelids. Xiang Chen could tell at a glance that he was definitely from the Semite universe, as his appearance was completely different from Chinese and even other East Asians. A Korean from the Republic of Korea appeared here? It's really strange, because apart from a few Korean companies, there are not many Koreans in Shangjing City. The pushed crowd immediately erupted into a wave of dissatisfaction. Who is it? So uncivilized? Do you treat this place as your own living room? Exactly. Hey, I'm talking to you, can't you understand human language? Even Xiang Chen became interested and followed the crowd into the exhibition hall of Xinghan Technology. The Korean who was accused by the crowd in front heard the voices and turned around, speaking in awkward Chinese. You uncivilized group of Chinese, go away. The crowd immediately exploded, and the people next to the young Korean immediately stood in a row to form a human wall. They directly blocked the people behind, while the Chinese side was scattered. Seeing so many well-trained Koreans, the momentum of the Chinese was instantly suppressed. Ha, useless Chinese. Chinese is a derogatory term given to Chinese people by the Japanese. As a country colonized by the Japanese, they have always used this term to insult Chinese people. Bullshit. Damn Korean. A passionate young man immediately stepped forward, obviously used to arguing with Koreans online. He bravely insulted because he was surrounded by Chinese people, but after insulting, he found that the people around him had already moved away. He could only silently take a step back, then slipped away. Fortunately, the Korean didn't understand Chinese very well, otherwise he might have been in trouble. In fact, he was overthinking, as the Korean leader had already set his sights on Chin Yun standing next to King Shirin. What is the most famous thing about the Semita country? Military pot or the US troops stationed in Korea? Neither. The most famous thing is their medical beauty industry, where women in the entire country consider plastic surgery as a common thing. So under this influence, basically, there are no natural beauties who have not had any surgery. So Park Seo-ji was shocked, even though the Leike group he belonged to was one of the top conglomerates in the Semita country, and he was the sole heir. But after all, a wild boar has not eaten fine bran, and he has never seen a woman of Chin Yun's caliber. Park Seo-ji walked directly to the front and pushed aside the celebrating Chin Yun standing in front of Chin Yun. Then, he put on a gentlemanly appearance and invited, "Beautiful miss, do you have time to have dinner with me tonight?" The stuttering words were hard to listen to, and Chin Yun's face showed undisguised disgust. "Sorry, I don't have time." After speaking, she walked to Chin Yun and asked with concern, "Leader Cheng, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, Secretary Chin." It wasn't until she spoke that Fang Xianjue realized that the old man who had just spoken to her was not the boss, but just a team leader. Feeling ignored, Park Seo-ji was angry. He rudely walked up and grabbed Chin Yun's hand, then said lewdly, "Don't be so disrespectful, beautiful miss. If you're not hungry, why don't we just go straight to?" Even Chin Yun couldn't bear it anymore. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly noticed Xiang Chen squeezed in the crowd. She immediately shyly called out, "Director Xiang." Her voice was urgent and soft, making people want to protect her. Xiang Chen was startled by her shout. Helplessly, he kicked a thug, then swaggered over to Park Seo-ji. He reached out his right hand, grabbed Park Seo-ji's hand holding Chin Yun's right hand, and used a martial arts move. The exhibition hall was filled with the thug's cries for mercy. "Ah, CK, what a road." Xiang Chen, who had been alive for so long, didn't understand the thug's language, but he was familiar with this curse. It meant calling him a damn dog. Since they had been syncized, their vocabulary for cursing had become poor and lacked any attack power. Xiang Chen's insults were extremely harsh, even making Chin Yun blush with embarrassment. However, Fang Xianjue looked at him with a kindred spirit, seeming to have a favorable impression of him. The group of thug bodyguards below immediately wanted to rush up to protect their master. Xiang Chen twisted his right hand forcefully, causing the thug to cry out in pain. "Get lost. Do you understand?" The Korean people had always been building confidence and then having it shattered, only to rebuild it again. For example, the Korean bodyguards in front of them had only served a 2-year military service and learned some taekwondo. But their confidence was overflowing, especially on the land of Hua country, where they acted recklessly with their foreign identity, and no one had ever disciplined them. Unfortunately, they didn't check the almanac before going out today and ran into Xiang Chen, a jinx. With a loud crash, the first Korean person who came forward flew 3 meters away. Xiang Chen disdainfully looked at the remaining people and taunted, "Come over here." Although they didn't understand what Xiang Chen was saying, they understood his international gesture. Now that their employer was held captive, their group not only failed to protect him but also got kicked away. This triggered their pitiful national pride. Xiang Chen's combat power was not to be underestimated. Seeing the Korean people hesitate, he didn't go easy on them and directly grabbed Park Seo-ji with his right hand and charged forward. 3 minutes later, the Korean bodyguards were lying on the ground groaning. Park Seo-ji, who had been dragged by Xiang Chen, was used as a punching bag a few times, crying out in pain. Then, Xiang Chen's face turned cold, and he kicked Park Seo-ji's leg forcefully. Park Seo-ji knelt down in pain. He had never experienced such suffering before, coming from a wealthy family. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he sat on the ground, crying loudly. Chen almost burst out laughing and kicked his head twice. "I'll kill you if you keep whining." "Shut up." Although his name was Park Seo-ji, it was clear that he had not lost his wits, so he obediently closed his mouth. However, the tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Being hit and crying is actually a human body's emergency protection mechanism that cannot be controlled. "Well done, see how arrogant this Goryeo person is when he's dead. Why are you kneeling to me? I'm not your Goryeo ancestor." Onlookers clapped and cheered, and Park Seo-ji, who could understand some Chinese, wished he could find a hole to hide in. The security at the summit was a mess, with such a big incident happening here and not a single security personnel in sight. Seeing that Park Seog was in trouble, Chen decided to have some fun with this wealthy son of a conglomerate from the kingdom of Silla. Do you know what you did wrong, little Silla? I don't know, my hand hurts, it hurts a lot, can you let me get up? Park Seog looked at Chen with pleading eyes, looking pitiful like a dog kicked by its owner. Hee, if you don't know what you did wrong, why should I let you get up? Can't you understand human language? How about this, bow to that old man 3 times, and I'll let you go. Chen pointed to the man standing beside him, King Shiren, and grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. King Shiren didn't expect Chen to use him as a pawn. He instinctively wanted to wave it off, but seeing Chen smile, he swallowed his words. Even the onlookers felt that Chen's request was a bit too much. Park Seog was obviously a person of high status. How could he accept such a humiliating condition? Your whole family. Park Seog completely lost his mind in the face of Chen's insults. Ignoring the intense pain in his right arm, he struggled to get up and fight back. You still dare to insult me? Chen kicked him down face first on the ground, then ruthlessly stepped on his head with his shining leather shoes. Just like the skill of the god archer in the game dungeon released by Goryo people many years ago, the insult was at its peak. Being stepped on like this, Park Seog couldn't even speak, he could only gasp for air heavily. I'll ask you one last time, will you bow or not? Fed up, Park Seog nodded vigorously. Losing face was better than being tortured. Seeing him starting to yield, Chen slowly released his foot from Park Seog's head, then pointed his foot at King Shiren and said, hurry up, my patience is limited, you have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Park Seog quickly got up and knocked his head loudly to King Shiren. Even though the intense pain in his head made tears flow uncontrollably, he dared not stop. The audience, eager for drama, began filming with their phones. Chen didn't stop him, and just then, a voice rang out from a distance. Chen, what did you do to President Park? It was a familiar voice, even if Chen could recognize the arrogant woman in front of him even if she turned to ashes. Lu Ruyan. 30 years of ups and downs, at this moment, her aura was completely different from the morning dog in Linhai City. Dressed in a white custom-made professional suit, wearing a pair of red high heels, her face exuded confidence, the endless money giving her that confidence. President Park? It seems you know this Goryo person? Lu Ruyan, how come you're dealing with international friends now? Won't you be surrounded by a few black guys in a few days? Chen, I advise you to accumulate virtue with your words, or you won't even have a chance to regret it. Although they say not to hit the face when fighting or expose each other's weaknesses when cursing, what was the relationship between them? They had been enemies for generations, both wishing to kill each other. How could they possibly give face to each other? Mu, your words are still as sharp as ever, but I wonder if you remember this incident? After speaking, Xiang Chen picked up a glass from the nearby table and poured the water down his thigh in front of everyone. The cold water flowed down his thigh to his calf, leaving a large obvious water stain on his clean trousers. Seeing this action, Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her calm expression. Xiang Chen looked at her with a smile as her face turned from red to white, then white to red, finally completely embarrassed and angry. Others may not know, but Lu Ruyan herself had a vivid memory of the incident when he wet himself. She was already a person with severe cleanliness obsession, and since that day, her obsession had worsened, even to the point of becoming insane. However, all of this was thanks to the man in front of her. Lu Ruyan dreamed of devouring Xiang Chen alive. Mu, do you remember? Xiang Chen said as he moved his lower body, and to make sure Lu Ruyan could see clearly, he deliberately moved closer. Just then, a man suddenly appeared behind Lu Ruyan and stood in front of her. Xiang Chen took a closer look and was surprised to see that it was Chu Nan, the king of lifelong followers. Let go of that girl. The familiar line rang in his ears, and Xiang Chen looked at Chu Nan with a smile. Brother Chu, are you acting as the flower protector for Lu Ruyan? It's been so long. Have you tasted the meat yet? Faced with Xiang Chen's insult, Chu Nan did not retort but stood resolutely in front of Lu Ruyan. It seemed that this lifelong follower had evolved from a weakling to a mature weakling. Xiang Chen looked down on him, then turned to Qing Jin and Qin Yun and said, alright, let's go. Wait, how about President Park's matter? I've already called the security guards, you can't just walk away. Xiang Chen was not surprised by Lu Ruyan's aggressive attitude. This crazy woman would pounce on any opportunity to attack him. In fact, Xiang Chen was the same. As long as he found a flaw in Lu Ruyan, he would do whatever it takes to destroy her, with no room for negotiation. As Lu Ruyan's voice fell, the security personnel of the Star Han Technology Exhibition Hall had already gathered outside. Who is fighting here? Come with us to the police station. The head security guard held a walkie-talkie and sternly shouted at Xiang Chen and the others. The group of weak Koreans had already been helped up, and the situation was escalating. Fong Xianjue quietly walked out from inside. "Hello, I am Fong Xianjue, the general manager of Star Han Technology. Today's incident was mishandled by me, almost causing this gentleman to be assaulted. It was my fault." Not only the onlookers, but even Xiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect the boss of Star Han Technology, whom he had never met, to stand on his side and speak. This instantly improved his impression of Star Han Technology and manager Fong. Unlike Xiang Chen's surprise, Lu Ruyan was more shocked and angry. Because before today, she had already talked to the person in charge of Star Han Technology, and both sides were very interested in cooperation. Lu Ruyan was the CEO of the Jiangnan branch of the Enlightenment Venture Capital, and her words carried a lot of weight. Previously, Fong Xianjue had shown great respect for her. Unexpectedly, just overnight, good things were about to be disrupted by the sudden rise of Xiang Chen, which almost drove Lu Ruyan crazy. The woman's emotional thinking took over her thought process, and at this moment, she not only disliked Xiang Chen but also manager Fong. In response to Fong Xianjue's confession, the head security guard, following the principle of seeking truth from facts, took him away, along with the group of Koreans and Xiang Chen, to the police station. When he arrived at the police station, Xiang Chen behaved very timidly. The old police officer said something, and he would just go along with it, always polite and responsive. On the other hand, the group of Goryeo people, since arriving at the police station, had that inherent air of superiority resurface. Especially Park Shurji, who was completely different from his cowardly appearance just now, was now loudly demanding to find someone in broken Mandarin. Relying on their Goryeo nationality, they were arrogant towards the old police officer, making the police officers taking their statements very displeased. Goryeo people were just that disgusting, even excelling in some aspects over the locals. For example, the locals were like vicious dogs, ready to bite if you weren't careful, while Goryeo people were different. They were like slimy worms, always sneaking out from dark corners when you least expected it, leaving behind a long trail of mucus. At that moment, you would realize that if you fought them, they would disgust you, and if you didn't, they would continue to disgust you. "I want water." Park Shurji, with his legs crossed, looked like a lord, and a young police officer, suppressing his anger, handed him a cup of water on the table. But this brute, after touching the cup with his hand, knocked it over and kept complaining, "Only you people from Hua drink hot water, Goryeo men drink cold water. I want cold water." "I'm sorry, this is Hua, not your Goryeo, so there is no cold water." The police officer taking the statement almost gritted his teeth to say this. If it weren't for the law enforcement recorder, he would have made these Goryeo people taste the power of memory recovery technique. In the end, due to Fong Xianjue's testimony and Xiang Chen's good attitude, plus the surveillance footage showing that the Goryeo people were the first to act, the police symbolically made Xiang Chen compensate the other party for some medical expenses. After all, this was a society under the rule of law, and the injured party was a foreigner, naturally considered superior to the locals. To achieve this result was already the old police officer showing a lot of bias towards Xiang Chen. So Xiang Chen was quite satisfied, just a few thousand yuan in medical expenses, it was worth it to beat up these stupid Goryeo people, he had plenty of money anyway. Coming out of the police station, Xiang Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who was fawning over the Goryeo people, feeling disgusted. Everywhere he went, there was such a disgusting creature. Ahem, phew. Passing by the Goryeo group, Xiang Chen rudely spat a thick phlegm, unexpectedly landing on Lu Ruyan's red high heels. "Ah, Xiang Chen, I'll kill you." With a sharp soprano voice, Lu Ruyan completely lost her mind, while Xiang Chen, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly led his people to run away. Even Qin Yun was running after him out of breath, and Shang Jin directly took some quick-acting heart pills. Getting old meant you couldn't afford to be weak. Fong Xianjue looked at Xiang Chen in silence. They were about the same age, but he had received a higher education since childhood, and having studied abroad in a beautiful country, he had never seen such unruly behavior from Xiang Chen. Running to the corner of the street, Xiang Chen turned back with a smile and extended his right hand to Fong Xianjue. "Hello, Manager Fong, I am Xiang Chen, the owner of Smart Investment Company." Fong Xianjue politely shook hands with Xiang Chen. "I've heard of your reputation, Mr. Xiang. I am Fong Xianjue, the current manager of Star Han Future Technology Company, Ltd. The two smiled at each other, and coincidentally, there was a coffee shop on the street. Xiang Chen immediately made a gesture of invitation to Fong Xianjue. "I'm bothering you today, would you like to have a cup of coffee with me? I am very interested in your company's artificial intelligence technology." Facing Xiang Chen's undisguised intentions, Fong Xianjue felt a rare sincerity, as throughout history, only sincerity could truly move people, not tricks. So the group of them walked into the coffee shop. Despite it being just a roadside cafe, the name was quite pleasant. It was called Encounter Time, strangely resonating with the current scene. Mr. Fong, I wonder if any other venture capital firms approached you before me? Such as the well-known Revelation Venture Capital. Since we are discussing business, there is no need to pretend to be ignorant. From Ching Ren's mouth, he already knew that Lu Ruyan had approached Fong Xianjue before him to discuss cooperation. So he knew he had to be sincere, not only sincere, but in order to defeat Revelation Venture Capital, he had to offer a price far beyond Fong Xianjue's imagination. It had to be so high that Fong Xianjue couldn't refuse, directly crushing Lu Ruyan. Xiang Chen had the confidence because he brought 1 billion with him this time. Whether Great Smart Investment Company can stand up depends on tomorrow's battle of fame. Winning means champagne and fine wine, losing means Meituan crowdsourcing. Fong Xianjue didn't expect Xiang Chen to be so direct, but he had a good impression of Xiang Chen, and he didn't think it was something to hide. So after taking a sip of coffee, he calmly said, "Yes, Mr. Xiang, many people have approached me privately, including Mu from Revelation Venture Capital. He visited me last night to discuss the future development of our Xinghan technology." Xiang Chen was very satisfied with Fong Xianjue's honesty. If the other party had lied to him, he would have to make corresponding changes to his strategy, but fortunately, Fong Xianjue was not that kind of person. This young man had an indescribable quality about him, and it took Xiang Chen a long time to realize it. Fong Xianjue possessed the unique confidence and humility of successful people, just like Steve Jobs. He could not only be compatible upwards but also downwards, which was the hallmark of successful people. Do you have any understanding of our Great Smart Investment Company? I have some understanding. Director Ching from your company and Secretary Qin have discussed many things with me before, so I have some preliminary understanding of your company. Xiang Chen understood that Fong Xianjue was being polite, but all he needed was an attitude, so he smiled, nodded, and continued, "Okay, Mr. Fong, let's be straightforward. Tomorrow, Revelation Venture Capital will definitely make an offer to cooperate with your Xinghan technology. Can I ask Mr. Fong to consider a small request from me?" Mr. Xiang, just say it directly. We are all young people, no need for formalities. After receiving a response, Xiang Chen immediately showed his fangs. Normally, people only ask for money back, not to borrow money. But today, Xiang Chen was determined to ask Fong Xianjue to lend him money, for one reason only, for Great Smart Investment Company to develop. First, they had to crush the Jiangnan branch of Revelation Venture Capital, otherwise, they would never rise in status and reputation. So I'll be direct. It's simple. As long as my offer is higher than Revelation Venture Capital's, I hope Mr. Fong will choose our Great Smart Investment Company. To be honest, Xiang Chen's words caught Fong Xianjue by surprise. Revelation Venture Capital was a leading figure in the industry, and a small company that had just been established for a year dared to go against it openly? Regardless of the outcome, at this moment, Fong Xianjue already admired Xiang Chen to some extent, at least his courage exceeded that of ordinary people. Okay, I agree, Mr. Xiang. I hope we can really cooperate in the future. Our temperaments match well, but I also have hundreds of people behind me. Otherwise, I would have loved to work with you directly. After getting a definite answer, Xiang Chen felt much better and bid farewell to Fong Xianjue. It had been a tiring day, with no benefits gained and even getting into a fight with Xiaoxiba. And it seemed that Qin Yun was a troublemaker. No wonder the ancients said that anger for a woman's sake could lead to disaster. With driver Xiao Wang in front and President Park Cog behind, it was like a male dog in heat, ignoring everything when he saw Qin Yun. The key was that this woman attracted hatred wherever she went, but looking at it from another perspective, it was also a good thing. At least when he was out, Xiang Chen brought his own traffic with him. The next morning at the venue, the Smart Investment Company's people have all been dispatched by Yang Hai, with the goal of focusing on customers above Samsung, the most promising Star Future Technology Company, Ltd. In the entire Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit has sent someone to represent them. At this moment, Star Future Technology's exhibition hall is packed with people, and high-quality companies are always the most eye-catching. Various venture capital companies have sent representatives, waiting to see whose hands the juicy piece of meat from Star Future Technology will fall into. Lu Ruyan, the head of the Jiangnan branch of Revelation Venture Capital, was already standing in Star Future Technology's exhibition hall early on, receiving enough respect as the head. Only she and a few others have seats, while the rest are mostly standing on the periphery. Responsible for contacting business with Revelation Venture Capital is Wang Yunfei, the right-hand man of Fong Xianjue, who has returned from studying abroad. He followed Fang Xianjue back to China to establish Star Future Technology, and now, 3 years later, Wang Yunfei has finally reached the season of harvest. At this moment, he is extremely excited because the CEO of Revelation Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch, Lu Ruyan, personally promised him. In the next 3 years, Revelation Venture Capital will continuously invest $300 million in Star Future Technology. For an independent research and development company, how much assistance this is. Money represents resources, and resources mean that their company's artificial intelligence technology will advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, they will definitely have a place in the global artificial intelligence field. How can Wang Yunfei not be excited about this? Just then, Xiang Chen, under the escort of everyone from the Smart Investment Company, slowly walked into Star Future Technology's exhibition hall. Revelation Venture Capital is prepared to invest how much money? The Smart Investment Company will always have one more than them. As soon as this statement was made, the whole room fell silent. Even Fang Xianjue, who was standing in the main position, looked at Xiang Chen with a strange look. "Excuse me, which company are you from?" Except for Fang Xianjue, no one in Star Future Technology knew Xiang Chen, so in order to win Lu Ruyan's favor, Wang Yunfei took the initiative and immediately spoke out. "Smart Investment Company. Ha ha, I'm laughing to death. Smart Investment Company? So there really are people with such attention-seeking names? Muggles are everywhere. It's really eye-opening." With the prompting of someone with a purpose, the people in the exhibition hall followed suit and laughed, instantly making everyone from the Smart Investment Company, except for Xiang Chen, Qin Yun, and Yang Hai, feel a bit embarrassed. The name of the Smart Investment Company is really too sloppy. Using today's internet slang, it's too abstract. It looks like a loser at first glance. There is simply no deterrent power in the name of Revelation Venture Capital. In plain terms, this name is just like a clown trying to attract attention. Wang Yunfei, standing next to Lu Ruyan, also showed a hint of mockery on his face, but as the host, he still tried to suppress his disdain and said to Xiang Chen, "Although I haven't heard of the Smart Investment Company, it seems quite powerful." "Well, why don't you go over there first? There are quite a few people here today. It may take a while for you to get to it." Everyone in the audience is not a fool. They know that Wang Yunfei is teasing Xiang Chen, and at this moment, Fang Xianjue still sits there silently, without any intention of speaking up for Xiang Chen. In just a moment, Xiang Chen's face showed a look of understanding. It seems that even brothers who have suffered together in starting a business cannot avoid drifting apart when they succeed. It is not unreasonable for monarchs throughout history to kill their meritorious subjects. For example, the current arrogant Wang Yunfei, who does not seem to care about his boss Fang Xianjue at all, takes charge of everything as if he were the real master. Since that's the case, he might as well be a good person to the end and help Fang Xianjue get rid of this troublemaker. "Are you in charge of Star Future Technology?" Wang Yunfei was suddenly asked this question and was stunned for a moment, but quickly gave an ambiguous answer. "In this matter, I am in charge." "Oh, then it's not. Well, in that case, can you please step aside? I need to find the person in charge, someone who can make decisions." "You! I said I am in charge of this matter. Are you deaf?" Even with the best manners, Xiang Chen's provocation was in vain. Lu Ruyan watched with interest, while Fang Xianjue focused his gaze on Wang Yunfei. "Oh, I'm looking for the person in charge. It seems like you have a bit of a comprehension problem." Ignoring Xiang Chen, he turned to a girl in Star Han Technology work clothes next to him and asked, "Miss, I'm here to talk to your person in charge about something important. The boss wouldn't be absent on such an important day, right?" Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to the girl, a post-00s who had just graduated from school not long ago. Therefore, in terms of social skills, she was basically a blank sheet of paper, so she didn't hesitate to point at Wang Yunfei and say something infuriating. "He's not the boss, the one sitting over there is our boss." Wow, looking at the calm expression of this girl, Xiang Chen was taken aback by her. This is the post-00s generation in the workplace. Simply terrifying. Fortunately, in his clever investment company, there were only normal people. Wang Yunfei was trembling with anger, but the girl was right. He was just pretending to be someone important in front of others. The real boss Fang Xianjue didn't say a word, but he felt even more humiliated at the thought. Everyone had worked hard for the company. Why did Fang Xianjue end up as the boss? At this moment, the always composed Fang Xianjue finally stood up and spoke, but not to Wang Yunfei. "Hello, I am Fang Xianjue, the general manager of Star Han Future Technology Company, Ltd. If you want to discuss cooperation matters, you can sit down and talk to me." Lu Ruyan watched the two clowns perform, including the other employees of Star Han Technology who knew Xiang Chen. Only Wang Yunfei, who was not here yesterday, didn't know who Xiang Chen was, which led to this incident. "Nice to meet you, Manager Fang. I have already introduced myself just now. Shall we discuss cooperation directly now? What do you think? Sure, it seems that Mr. Xiang has great confidence in our Starhan technology products. I not only have confidence in your Starhan technology, but also in my clever investment company. That's why I came here today to form a strong alliance with you. As the two praised each other with empty words, Wang Yunfei, who felt embarrassed, immediately made a sarcastic remark. Manager Fong, the investment from Qishir Venture Capital is a 3 billion wager contract, 3 billion. In the end, he repeated the number 3 billion, wanting to tell Fong Xianjue, can this bumpkin in front of you come up with 3 billion? At this moment, Tian, the number 1 bootlicker next to Lu Ruyan, also stepped forward to mock, Mr. Wang, if your company is sincere, the contract can be signed now. Don't waste time on some trivial matters, time is the most important cost. Despite being humiliated, Xiang Chen was not angry. He was just curious now. What was different about Chu Nan's physical structure compared to ordinary men like him? Did he have a problem with his pituitary gland? Without directly responding to Chu Nan and Wang Yunfei, Xiang Chen took out a contract and slapped it on Wang Yunfei. This is the contract between our clever investment company and your company. Take a good look. This is not a wager contract. Wang Yunfei picked up the contract, glanced at it, and then exclaimed in disbelief, impossible, how could that lousy clever investment company come up with 3 billion? I don't believe it. At this moment, Qin Yun walked over. Her charming figure not only attracted the eyes of the men in the crowd, but even Lu Ruyan took a few more glances at her. In short, as mentioned before, if Revelation Venture Capital offers a certain amount, our smart investment company will offer 1 unit more than that. This is the asset certificate issued by the bank, completely proving that our smart investment company has the financial strength to compete with any peer. This statement shocked the audience, even presenting the asset certificate, indicating a showdown was inevitable today. So, I am now contributing 300 million plus 1 unit on behalf of the general, Chunan said with a gloomy expression, glancing at Lu Ruyan with an inquiring look, to which she nodded subtly. The lackey who received the goddess's command immediately showed his fangs, confidently shouting to Qin Yun, Revelation Venture Capital offers a 3.5 billion wager contract, with all other conditions unchanged. The so-called wager contract can sometimes be ruthless, as for small businesses, such a contract could mean their demise. However, people are inherently gamblers, unwilling to admit that fate favors others over themselves. Moreover, Revelation Venture Capital's reputation is so significant that a mere mention could crush a small startup. Smart Investment Company offers 3.5 billion plus 1 unit. Qin Yun, the cold-faced beauty, remained composed, giving off an aura of overpowering Revelation Venture Capital. The onlookers gasped in shock, witnessing a real business battle. 50 million was just a matter of words for these wealthy individuals. The price quickly escalated to 500 million. Chu Nan's forehead started sweating. As Lu Ruyan's confidant, he understood the dire situation. Although backed by the Lin family, it was solely due to maternal connections, as the Lin family did not accept Lu Ruyan personally. Even Lu Ruyan's sister, the outstanding Mu Shoshua, and Lin Mo, deeply loved by someone, failed to gain the elders' approval. Not to mention this remarried woman, Lu Ruyan was merely an ignored figure in the Lin family. Therefore, even in the Revelation Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch, many treated this parachuted relationship holder with a facade of respect, as capable individuals would not acknowledge such a person. Smart Investment Company offers 6 billion plus 1 unit. Qin Yun remained expressionless, including Xiang Chen, who was leisurely sipping tea next to Lu Ruyan. Facing Xiang Chen, Fong Xianjue appeared calm on the surface, but turmoil brewed within. This young man he had just met yesterday possessed such immense financial power. He had never heard of Smart Investment Company before, but today, he realized it could challenge Revelation Venture Capital head-on. People are not always what they seem, and appearances can be deceiving. Fong Xianjue was immensely grateful that he had not shown disrespect to Xiang Chen yesterday, otherwise, he would regret it deeply now. However, Fong Xianjue was not the only one shaken internally. Wang Yunfei beside him was speechless. He opened his mouth weakly, gasping for air like a fish out of water. 6 billion. Lu Ruyan was losing control. If it were anyone else, she might have given up without hesitation. But it was Xiang Chen. Her pride could not accept repeatedly falling into Xiang Chen's hands. This psychological blow almost drove her mad. With Qin Yun's latest bid, Chunan hesitated. Although the funds at Revelation Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch were substantial, they could not be invested in just one basket. The family is big, the business is big, and the plate is big. This is an eternal truth. But this time, when he looked at Lu Ruyan, he did not get a response from her because Lu Ruyan's formation was already in chaos. Now her thinking ability is not as good as Chunan's, and her eyes have returned to the look of a resentful woman. At this moment, while observing the foolish woman, Xiang Chen smiled and glanced at his task panel. Big Winner Life Fund Investment Task Description, successfully secure the investment project of Xinghan Future Technology Company, Ltd. Task Success Reward, Prop Bewitching Heart, while also receiving full investment shares. Task Failure Penalty, demotion to a manager of $1 million level, losing all investment amounts. The reason Xiang Chen dared to squander the $1 billion lent to him by Li Jianguo was because he received the second investment task from the fund yesterday morning after receiving the investment task of Yang Hazen's 3 fish. As long as he can successfully cooperate with Xinghan Technology, not only the $600 million invested will be returned to him instantly, the fund will also return another $600 million to him. It will double directly. For Xiang Chen, this is the most important step for his takeoff, and there is absolutely no room for error. Those who go against him will die. Just when he thought victory was in his grasp, Lu Ruyan, who had been in a constant battle of emotions and reason, was ultimately won over by emotions. She suddenly stood up and shouted at the triumphant Xiang Chen, 8 billion. Shishir Venture Capital offers 8 billion. Xiang Chen, let's see what you've got to compete with me. This statement was like a deep-water torpedo, instantly stunning everyone present. Is this woman crazy? Does she understand the concept of 8 billion? Even the people from the Shishir Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch couldn't stand it anymore. Some impatient people had already begun to persuade Lu Ruyan quietly, saying that Xinghan Technology was not worth such a large investment. Doing business is not like being in a relationship. Blindly giving without seeking returns is a path to death. At this moment, all eyes were on Xiang Chen. Many people already thought he would choose to back down. 8 billion is not $8, it is an amount that many people would not earn in 100 lifetimes. Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen remained calm and composed. He took a sip of water and then said to Qin Yun without a care, "What are you looking at me for? Didn't I say it? No matter who it is, our Great Wisdom Investment Company is always one step ahead. How can you, as my secretary, be so incompetent? Go back and write me a self-criticism." Qin Yun's face showed a guilty expression, and she responded in accordance with Xiang Chen's words, "I'm sorry, General Xiang. It's my fault for not doing my job properly." Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. Xiang Chen was ruthless even to such a delicate beauty, setting an example for others. After finishing the show with Xiang Chen, Qin Yun returned to her previous noble and aloof expression, speaking loudly in a tone devoid of emotion. Great Wisdom Investment Company bids $8 billion and $1. Despair. A look of helplessness finally appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. She clearly had the money but couldn't control it. The elders from the Shishir Venture Capital's Jiangnan branch standing beside her all looked at her with unfriendly expressions. Lu Ruyan's credibility had collapsed irreparably. At this moment, she finally went crazy. Ignoring the people around her trying to stop her, she hysterically shouted, "Shishir Venture Capital offers 10 billion. It exploded. The onlookers were completely shocked, with some even cheering on the sidelines. 10 billion. I wonder if the Great Wisdom Investment Company can handle it. I think they can. General Xiang has the aura of the former King Duoyu, not seeking the best, but the most expensive. Impressive, General Xiang. General Xiang is the most handsome man in the room, mighty and domineering." The misfits from the Dragon and Phoenix teams of the Great Wisdom Investment Company also began their performance. Looking at the chaotic scene, Qin Yun continued with a strong voice, "Did Songming Investment Company bids 1 billion plus 1. Lu Ruyan finally lost all hope, weakly collapsing into Chu Nan's arms, sweat beads covering her forehead. She lost, unwilling to accept it, but she had truly lost to Xiang Chen once again. As the loser exited, after the people from Revelation Venture Capital escorted her out of the exhibition hall, Fang Xianjua finally regained his composure from the shock. He quickly stood up, walked to Xiang Chen, and excitedly shook his hand. "Thank you, General Xiang, and Dit Songming Investment Company for your support. Fang is truly grateful." He wasn't pretending. Faced with the parents who invested 10 billion in him, Fang Xianjua even felt a bit disrespectful. Seeing his change in attitude, Xiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, then handed him the contract. "From today on, my money is in your hands. Show me what you've got, don't disappoint me. Alright, here, on behalf of all the employees of Xinghan Future Technology Company, Ltd. I guarantee you, what you've given to Xinghan Technology today, we will return to you tenfold and 100-fold in the future." This kid knew what was what, even changing his address to Xiang Chen from you to you, which pleased Xiang Chen. With the official signing and sealing of the contract, the 10 billion funds were instantly transferred to the account of Xinghan Future Technology Company, Ltd. Congratulations to the host for completing the Big Winner Life Fund Investment Task Task description: successfully acquire the investment project of Xinghan Future Technology Company, Ltd. Task success reward: prop bewitching heart, and full investment shares. Task failure penalty: demotion to a million level manager, losing all investment amounts. The task was perfectly completed, as Xiang Chen, with 10 billion, successfully defeated the famous Revelation Venture Capital. At this moment, everyone present remembered Xiang Chen, remembered the unrivaled Dit Song Ming Investment Company. Xiang Chen quickly opened his panel. After completing this task, he should have leveled up twice. Previously a millionaire manager, with this 10 billion, he was now at least a billionaire manager. Big Winner Life Fund, personal information host, Xiang Chen gender, male age, 27 level, billionaire manager account balance, 1,043,856,253 yuan entrepreneurial team, Dit Songming Investment Company general manager, Yang Hai Wulong Group, Wang Defa, Yarenmin Fengchu Group, Celebrate Ren, Shu Shuji professional expertise, favorability system, 3 people, bound, remaining slots, 4 people professional skills, insightful judgment, can observe the fortunes of 3 people per month, fortune categories, longevity, bathing, crown, official, emperor's prosperity, decline, illness, death, tomb, extinction, embryo, nourishment available loan balance, 100 million yuan loan duration, 3 months. It was obvious that a billionaire manager could borrow from the Big Winner Life Fund, and Xiang Chen was currently at the billionaire level, so he could borrow 10 billion from the fund, interest-free. Although he had to repay it within 3 months, it was no longer important. Considering the 10 billion plus in his account, along with the 10 billion invested in Xinghan Technology, minus the 10 billion borrowed from Li Jianguo, Xiang Chen was now a billionaire tycoon, with liquid assets exceeding a terrifying 20 billion. Liquid assets of 20 billion. This was something that even a group with an annual profit of over 10 billion could not match. As the saying goes, the bigger the plate, the more things to handle. Xiang Chen's Dit Song Ming Investment Company had expanded to over 200 people, a very small pressure compared to groups with thousands of employees. Fang Xianjue, who was given money on the spot, felt confident and full of endless sharpness at this moment. To be honest, Xiang Chen had not used his skill of discerning people's eyes much until now, mainly because he was lazy and didn't find anyone worth looking at. However, today he invested so much money in Xinghan Technology, even if he was lazy, he wanted to see how Fang Xianjue's fortune would be after receiving his money. As expected, Fang Xianjue is now in a position of power, just a little short of the strongest emperor's fortune. His whole body was emitting purple air, extremely wealthy to the extreme. Xiang Chen was very satisfied. The skill of discerning people's eyes was indeed very useful. Unfortunately, he couldn't see himself. Perhaps this is what they call a doctor who can't heal himself. After returning from the Yangtze River Delta High-Tech Industry Summit to the company, everyone was very excited. On one hand, because this was a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons, and many people also got deals. On the other hand, they witnessed the company's huge financial power. To be honest, the employees of Dit Song Ming Investment Company are basically fresh graduates, with an average age of only 24. They are mostly inexperienced novices, but Dit Song Ming Investment Company can accommodate them. In other companies, they would have been kicked out long ago. And now, in their eyes, Xiang Chen is a god, an idol, a role model. At 26, he spent a lot of money to start a business, and at 27, he used $1 billion fund to overturn the top 10 rankings in the industry. Enough for these people to boast for a while. However, Xiang Chen did all this with ease. The first thing he did when he came back was to kick out the driver Xiao Wang. Dit Song Ming Investment Company doesn't need bootlickers, only tough and straightforward men. Bootlickers will only be a burden to the company. The employees' celebration had nothing to do with the boss. Even though Xiang Chen was indeed quite happy today, he chose to symbolically have a glass of champagne and then went home. In fact, he was quite annoyed. Materially, he was not inferior to others, but spiritually, he had always felt empty. He disdained doing low-level and degrading things like Kuan. Xiaoli had been missing for so long, and Wang Jing had been living in his house all along, acting like the mistress. And there was Fang Kiki, the money enthusiast. It's unclear why she came out to find a job in her second year of college. In theory, she should have money at hand. Even if her mother is undergoing dialysis, the 300,000 yuan should be enough for her for a while. What bothered Xiang Chen the most was his good secretary, Xin Yun. He didn't know what her purpose was in getting close to him, but her 0% favorability rating had never changed. She was probably the most stable woman Xiang Chen had ever been in contact with. The ancient saying probably refers to her as a rotten peach blossom. At the Jiangnan branch of Qishir Venture Capital in Shangjing City. These days, Lu Ruyan had not been coming to work. With her absence, rumors in the company grew more and more. Among them were people who had previously seen videos related to Lu Ruyan divorcing Xiang Chen. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like poison. Soon, the whole Jiangnan branch of Qishir Venture Capital became aware of it, although Chunan and other close confidants tried to refute the rumors. But paper can't wrap up fire. Lu Ruyan's old stories were basically known to everyone. This made Chunan, who had given up studying, feel particularly guilty. Lu Ruyan was his goddess, but now that the goddess was being insulted, he felt powerless. It was simply the most tragic thing in the world. 10 days passed like this, and there was no sign of Lu Ruyan at the Jiangnan branch of Qishir Venture Capital. Even Chunan didn't know her whereabouts until one afternoon when she arrived at the company's door escorted by a group of Goryeo bodyguards. Then, as usual, she walked arrogantly into her office, followed by the Crown Prince of Leke Consortium, Park Seo-ji. When he arrived at the office, Park Seo-ji's group of lackeys stood quietly at the door. If Chunan hadn't seen them being beaten by Xiang Chen that day, he might have really thought that this group of Goryeo people were tough guys. Goryeo people were always good at decorating themselves with gold and jade on the outside, but in reality, their combat power was even lower than that of security guards. Lu Ruyan and Park Seo-ji didn't come out of the room for a whole hour. Chunan, who was waiting outside, was already anxious. After all, Lu Ruyan was his goddess. He was afraid that this Goryeo person would make inappropriate moves towards his goddess, so he finally ran out of patience and was about to rush in with 2 cups of coffee. However, before he could reach the door, he was stopped by a burly Goryeo man with single eyelids. "Boss. Busy, no entry." Although the Goryeo bodyguard's Chinese was awkward, Chunan understood the words busy and no entry. Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to his head. He spilled the coffee on himself and then tried to charge in regardless. Reality was harsh on his ideals, and he ended up being kicked to the ground along with the cups. The infuriated Goryeo bodyguard, who had been holding back his anger for days, vented all his frustration on Chunan. Chunan tried hard not to cry out in pain, fearing that his goddess would look down on him. With his mouth forcibly covered, Chunan made muffled sounds like a wild dog being beaten. The Goryeo people were a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong to the extreme. Seeing Chunan curled up in pain, they became even more excited and kicked him repeatedly in the back. Just when Chunan thought he was about to die, the door of Lu Ruyan's office finally creaked open, and Park Seo-ji, adjusting his suit buttons, walked out. His face was filled with the satisfaction of release, and he waved his hand to stop the bodyguards, looking at Chunan with pity. "Your boss seems to have fainted. Go in and check on her. Tell her I have something to do and will leave first." Then, he left with his entourage, leaving Chunan, who looked like a mess, struggling to get up from the ground. However, he felt too weak to even support himself. Yet, the next moment, he found a sudden surge of strength from somewhere and stood up abruptly because he heard footsteps. The door of Lu Ruyan's office was still open, and she was now unconscious in her chair. If anyone from the company saw her like this, Lu Ruyan's reputation would be ruined. Chunan would never allow his goddess to be harmed in the slightest, whether physically or mentally. So, he endured the intense pain and walked into Lu Ruyan's office, then closed the door. "Mu Zong, are you there? There's a document here that needs your review." Chunan's heart tightened instantly. He glanced nervously at the half-naked Lu Ruyan, then forced himself to look away, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, in her unconscious state, let out an extremely pleasurable moan. Chunan's body trembled, then suddenly stiffened. He collapsed weakly on the ground, gasping for air. As the sound of high heels faded away, Chunan's tense heart finally relaxed. After a while, he slowly walked over to Lu Ruyan. He carefully adjusted her legs, took off his clothes, and covered her with them, even though the central air conditioning temperature was just right. Chunan was afraid that his goddess would catch a cold, and he would blame himself for it. Throughout the process, he kept his eyes half closed, never once peeking at Lu Ruyan's body, only glancing at her drooling face. After everything was done, he slowly left Lu Ruyan's room, and even the sound of the door closing was too light to be heard. After he left, Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the chair, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were flowing with emotions, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Lu Ruyan was a woman who knew how to leverage her strengths. Losing to Xiang Chen in the Star Han technology matter was not a significant blow to her. From Wang Tianyang to Li Xinli, then to Lin Mo, and now adding Park Seo-jin, her body was just a tool for her. Through the exchange with Park Seo-jin over the past 10 days, she had gained a comprehensive understanding of his background. In Goryeo, the conglomerates monopolized everything, and Park Seo-jin's father's Leke Group mainly focused on household appliances. Although it couldn't compare to world-renowned companies like LG, compared to ordinary wealthy people, Park Sae-jin was already a formidable figure among the wealthy, and his financial power should not be underestimated. Building a closer relationship with such a person would increase the chances of dealing with Seong Chen, especially since both had been severely humiliated by Seong Chen before. At this moment, Seong Chen, lying at home, was unaware that another conspiracy against him was brewing. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter because he was currently suffering from a severe headache. Xiaokami Fong Keikai insisted on moving into his two-person villa, which was originally meant for one person. Unfortunately, Wang Jing insisted on moving in, and now Fong Keikai was causing Seong Chen a lot of annoyance, especially since Fong Keikai had been getting along well with Wang Jing recently. Through subtle inquiries, she found out that Wang Jing was unaware of the past events between her brother Wang Tianyang and Seong Chen, so this girl dared to threaten Seong Chen with that information. Moreover, Wang Jing was feeling bored and wanted her little sister to come over to keep her company. Helpless, Seong Chen had to agree to their demands. So now, the duplex was already occupied by 4 people: Seong Chen, the mischievous pair, and the nanny Aunt Zhang Yurong. The space was starting to feel cramped, but the atmosphere had become livelier than when he was living alone. However, just as they were enjoying the comfortable days, trouble knocked on their door. Shishir Venture Capital officially launched an attack on the companies under the cooperation of Deet Songming Investment Company. What was even more distressing was that Leike, as a foreign-funded enterprise, also joined the fray. The situation suddenly became chaotic. Just when Seong Chen was preoccupied with company matters, 2 police officers arrived at the office of Deet Songming Investment Company, attracting the attention of everyone present. Unaware of the situation, Seong Chen politely opened the door and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you, officers?" Seeing his innocent expression, one of the young police officers directly asked, "Are you Seong Chen?" Yes, I am Seong Chen," he replied. After confirming his identity, the police officer took out an arrest warrant from his pocket. "Mr. Xiang, the police suspect you are involved in a murder case. This is an arrest warrant. Please cooperate with us and come with us." A sense of foreboding surged in Seong Chen's heart. He probably guessed that it was related to the little brat who was killed at the hospital intersection. "Okay, can I speak to someone first? I won't go anywhere, you can follow me. Is that okay, officer?" After a moment of hesitation, the older police officer gestured for Seong Chen to proceed. At this moment, a nervous Yang Hai rushed out of the office. When Qinyan told him the news, he felt like the sky was falling. For Dit Songming Investment Company, Seong Chen was their pillar. "What's going on, General Xiang?" Yang Hai's face was filled with worry as the office was already abuzz with discussions. Upon receiving the news, he hurried over in a fluster. "The police have something to discuss with me. I'll leave the company to you during this time. Don't mess things up." Watching Yang Hai's anxious look, Seong Chen felt a bit touched in his heart. After all, this companion who had been with him for so long had now become one of the few friends he had. "What's the matter that's so serious? Do you need to go directly to the company to find someone?" At this moment, he saw the arrest warrant in the hands of the police, knowing that things must have escalated, so he became even more anxious than before. Seong Chen understood that within the entire Dit Songming Investment Company, besides himself as the boss, Yang Hai was the backbone of the company. So, in order to maintain internal stability within the company, he calmly comforted him, saying, "It's nothing, just a case from before that involved me. I need to go in for questioning and record some statements. After I leave, the company will still rely on you. Don't look so lost. Now is a time of internal and external troubles." "But boss." Yang Hai's words were cut off by Seong Chen's gesture. "There's nothing to worry about. During my absence, the company will be fully entrusted to you. That's all I have to say. Don't keep the police comrades waiting too long." After giving instructions, Seong Chen was taken away by 2 police officers to the Jiangning District Police Station in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as he left the Dit Songming Investment Company, the entire company fell into chaos. Employees were discussing fervently, some saying Seong Chen was evading taxes, some saying he was involved in illegal fundraising. In short, all sorts of absurd speculations were made, but no one thought he was capable of murder. At the Jiangning District Police Station, the police were very satisfied with Seong Chen's full cooperation from start to finish. Many people brought in would start crying and causing trouble, which annoyed them. The interrogation quickly began, with 2 police officers and 1 officer who clearly stood out from them in terms of attire, all taking statements from Seong Chen together. The middle-aged man leading the questioning had a serious expression, his eyes revealing a sharpness that indicated years of experience in handling serious criminal cases. "Hello, I am Li Ruffing from the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Shangjing City Public Security Bureau. Don't be nervous. The reason we asked you to come here today is to ask you some questions and record your statements. Hearing this, Xiang Chen smiled bitterly, saying that he was indeed nervous. The fact that the criminal police were involved only confirmed his suspicions. "Alright, officers, feel free to ask whatever you need. I will not hide anything." Xiang Chen's cooperative attitude pleased Li Ruffing, so he instructed the nearby police officers to turn on the recording device and began the questioning. "Do you remember the accident that occurred on September 3rd last year at the entrance of the first affiliated hospital of Shangjing Medical University?" Faced with the police's question, Xiang Chen shook his head without hesitation and said, "I heard about it, but I don't know much about it." "Do you know the deceased Qin Ming from the accident?" Xiang Chen sneered inwardly. Qin Ming? He finally understood why he was invited to the police station for tea today. It was indeed Qin Yun, that despicable woman. After lurking around him for so long, she finally made a move. Xiang Chen never expected her first action would be to avenge her brother, who was worse than an animal. Despite feeling resentful, Xiang Chen's expression remained unchanged on the surface. He answered in a bewildered and surprised manner, "Qin Ming? I don't know him." "Officers, I am from Linhai City, and I only came to Shangjing City last year. Besides the employees in the company and acquaintances from Linhai City, I don't know anyone here." "Then where were you from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. on September 12th? In fact, Xiang Chen had already played out this scenario in his mind many times today, including what the police would ask in his responses. It was just delayed by a few months. So, Xiang Chen remained expressionless and said, "Yes, I was at the first affiliated hospital of Shangjing Medical University that night." "Why? Were you feeling unwell at the time?" Facing the questioning expression of Xiang Chen, he remained calm and shrugged, replying, "No, I have always been healthy. It's just that a friend from Linhai City was giving birth at the first affiliated hospital of Beijing Medical University that night, so I received a call and went to see her." Li Ruffing glanced back at the police officer standing behind him, who understood and picked up a folder from the table to hand it to him. "Is your friend named Xiao Li? The one who reported missing at the Jiangning District Police Station on March 12th? "Yes, Xiao Li. A few months ago, she disappeared mysteriously after we agreed to go out for a meal. I haven't seen her since then." "Oh, what is your relationship with Xiao Li?" Li Ruffing's attitude made Xiang Chen sense a hint of something amiss. This feeling was too bad, like the sensation of all his secrets about to be exposed. But now Xiang Chen told himself not to panic, he had to stay calm. "As I mentioned before, we are just ordinary friends, or you could say acquaintances." "Acquaintances? Would acquaintances live together all the time?" "The records show that on your first day from Linhai City to Shangjing City, you stayed at Xiao Li's residence. Am I right, Mr. Xiang Chen?" An eerie atmosphere filled the air. Li Ruffing was like a calm and composed hunter, waiting for Xiang Chen, the trapped prey, to fall into the trap. Xiang Chen, who was feeling extremely suppressed, was starting to get impatient. The other party kept mentioning Xiao Li but never mentioned Qin Ming, which made him uneasy. So without directly answering Li Ruffing's question, Xiang Chen put on a concerned expression and asked, "Officer, you've asked so much about Xiao Li. Does this matter have something to do with her? Or do you have news about her? It seems you care a lot about her." "Don't worry, she is safe now." Indeed, Xiao Li had been found by the police, but another bigger question arose in Xiang Chen's mind. Why didn't Xiao Li contact him first? Was she guarding against him? At that moment, a dreadful thought suddenly crossed his mind. Xiao Li knew about what he did to the deceased child Qin Ming. If she suddenly turned against him now, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? So he deliberately put on a relieved expression, but Li Ruffing noticed his reaction. Years of experience as an old criminal investigator had honed his sharp eyes. "Hee, it seems you are really her good friend. So, after Qin Ming killed the child she gave birth to at the first affiliated hospital of Beijing Medical University, you went to confront Qin Ming, right?" These words stirred up a storm in Xiang Chen's heart. Had he really been exposed? But this didn't make sense at all. It was pouring rain that day, and there was no way even surveillance cameras or human eyes could see clearly beyond 5 meters. So it definitely wasn't a surveillance issue, otherwise these old police officers wouldn't have waited for months to come looking for him. The answer to the situation was already clear. Xiao Li had betrayed him. The child was killed by Qin Ming? How is that possible, officer? At this point, Xiang Chen had to play dumb. The situation had deteriorated to the point where he had to act foolish to the extreme. "Xiang, isn't this getting a bit boring? Qin Ming killing a newborn baby is a crime. There's no need to defend him. Do you really think us police officers in Shangjing are just idling around?" Li Ruffing's expression instantly turned unpleasant, and his judgment was correct. Under Xiang Chen's seemingly gentle and loyal appearance, there truly lay a cunning and deceitful heart. Now Xiang Chen had no other choice. He knew that without evidence, the police could only detain him for 24 hours at most, so he tried to find humor in the situation wherever he could. I really have no idea about any child being thrown to death. I remember Shaoli told me that the child had a congenital disease, so he died shortly after birth. Even if the child was really thrown to death by that Qin Ming, I wouldn't have bothered to do such a thing. For the sake of just an ordinary friend, why would I commit murder? Li Rufeng was speechless. Now he felt like he had startled the snake in the grass. It was obvious that the man in front of him was tough and ruthless. He wouldn't admit anything until the knife was at his throat. Since the conversation had already started, he didn't want to say anything more to Xiang Chen. Anyway, once Shaoli arrived in Shangjing City, everything would be resolved. Alright, that's enough. You stay here and wait for further notice. He quickly turned off the recording device and waited until the two police officers left the room. Li Rufeng suddenly placed his hands on the table, then leaned in close to Xiang Chen and confidently said, Xiang, I advise you not to hold any hope. This time, it's not just one person accusing you. This is where it ends, take care of yourself. Xiang Chen, who was startled, didn't get angry but continued to smile and replied, I have no idea who Qin Ming is, or that Shaoli's child was thrown to death. In the end, the law will give me a fair and just result. Let's wait and see. For some reason, Xiang Chen's indifferent attitude irritated Li Rufeng. Despite being over 40, he had seen all kinds of criminals, but Xiang Chen's demeanor made him very uncomfortable. Alright, let's wait and see. Bang! With a loud closing of the door, Li Rufeng, filled with anger, left, leaving Xiang Chen alone in the small room, which could be considered an interrogation room. It wasn't until the next day at noon that Xiang Chen, who had been detained for 24 hours, was released. And the first thing he did when he came out was to find that despicable woman, Qin Yun. Yang Hai had been waiting outside the police station. As one of the only two trusted confidants of Xiang Chen, the other being Zhang Yurong, Yang Hai had always shown unwavering loyalty. Xiang Chen, smoking heavily, looked at Yang Hai's worried expression and comforted him. Lao Yang, I've been in the police station for a day. How's the situation at the company? Have those bastards caused any trouble? It's been okay so far, it's only been a day. Once you return to the company, all the rumors will disappear. Yang Hai also lit a cigarette. He had abandoned everything in Linhai City and followed Xiang Chen to make a living. He never expected that just as things were starting to look up, someone would be jealous. In the days to come, such incidents would only increase. The enemies were in the dark, and they were in the light. It was simply impossible to guard against everything. After listening to Yang Hai, Xiang Chen took a deep drag on his cigarette without saying anything, then with a cold look in his eyes, he said, I do need to go back to the company later. By the way, let me ask you something, is Secretary Qin still at the company? Yang Hai thought there was some urgent matter, but it turned out to be about a woman again. His buddy was good in every way, except for his bad luck with women. He didn't even want to go to Xiang Chen's duplex anymore. The reason was simple, it was too noisy. Besides the nanny Zhang Yurong, Wang Jing and Fang Kiki, the two girls, were chattering all day long. They were cool goddesses outside, but once they got home, they started chattering as if they had endless things to say. No wonder they said 3 women made a play. Now it was just 2 women plus a middle-aged woman, and Yang Hai could hardly stand it. In this respect, he really admired Xiang Chen. He stayed in such a noisy environment every day without getting a nervous breakdown. It seems like Secretary Qin is not at the company, right? Since you were taken to the police station yesterday, I haven't seen her at the company. But I'm not sure, yesterday my head was all muddled, I didn't have the mood to pay attention to these things. He sneered in his heart, this despicable woman even knows how to run away, so he will go straight to the dragon's lair. The target is Qingyun School, Beijing University. It's been a while since the last time he came to Beijing University. Xiang Chen vaguely remembered it was a month before Shaoli was about to give birth, insisting on going out shopping. Then they inexplicably wandered into Beijing University, where he met Wang Jing, who had just started his freshman year. Time flies, and it has been so long since he last set foot in Beijing University. Xiang Chen's mood is completely different from last time. This little despicable Qin Yin dared to play tricks behind his back. Xiang Chen has always believed in not holding grudges overnight. Since he is here today, he must deal with this woman. If there is really no other way, he will use the task reward charm given by the last big winner to manipulate people's hearts. With this ace up his sleeve, Xiang Chen is fearless. He has seen how effective manipulating people's hearts can be, and Zhang Yurong is a living example. From Qin Yun's submitted resume, Xiang Chen found her counselor, a young woman. Today, he came under the guise of investigating the staff's performance at school, so Qin Yun's counselor did not suspect anything. After arriving at the office, the female counselor politely pulled out a chair for Xiang Chen. Please sit. Are you from Qin Yun's company? Yes, may I know how to address you? Xiang Qin behaved very humbly, as the Chinese have always said, do not hit a smiling person. My surname is Shang, I am Qin Yun's counselor, I have been with her since freshman year until graduation. What is your surname? My surname is Xiang, teacher Zhang. I came here today mainly to investigate Qin's secretary's basic situation at school, just to go through the process. It won't take up much of your time. It can be seen that teacher Zhang is a very gentle person, speaking slowly and methodically, making people feel comfortable. So Xiang Chen was also very polite to her. It's okay, feel free to ask if you need to know anything. Qin Yun is an outstanding student at school. Okay, may I ask where Qin Yun's hometown is? I saw on her information that she filled in North Xinjiang. Knowing oneself and the enemy can ensure victory in 100 battles. Xiang Chen's understanding of Qin Yun is superficial, and it is all based on the resume she filled out herself. So today's opportunity is very rare, he must thoroughly expose this dead girl. Yes, Qin Yun's family background is not very good, her parents and elders are no longer around, so she works hard to compete for scholarships and financial aid every year. Hearing this, Xiang Chen's mind stirred, and he asked without changing his expression, "Oh? I didn't expect Qin's family situation to be so bad. Does she have no other relatives now?" Teacher Zhang's mouth twitched slightly, then her expression fell into reminiscence. Although I haven't heard Qin Yun mention having other family members, some students have said that there has been a boy in his teens looking for her in recent years. He is too young to be a boyfriend, so there are rumors that she has a younger brother, but no one knows if it's true. Xiang Chen was not surprised. When Qin Yun first came to Beijing University, that little brat of a brother should have been only 12 or 13 years old, and he must have often come to see his sister. It's not something to be ashamed of, it's just that Qin Yun is too aloof for anyone to ask. "Oh, Teacher Zhang, do you know the address or workplace of her brother? I want to find out more." So far, Xiang Chen's humble and polite behavior has not made Teacher Zhang suspicious of his intentions. Moreover, the official seal and personnel investigation form he brought from the Great Wisdom Investment Company are all genuine, written in black and white, making it hard for people not to believe. After all, he is the boss himself, and getting any seal is just a matter of a few words. I heard that her brother worked as an apprentice at an auto repair shop on Guangming Road because he was not old enough, no one dared to take him in. Alright, thank you Teacher Zhang, and thank you for nurturing such outstanding talents in your school. Most of the information that Xiang needed to know has been understood, and now he can't wait to go to the auto repair shop on Guangming Road. Perhaps Qin Ming's information is even more important than Qin Yun's, and the key to breaking the deadlock lies with this dead child. After leaving Beijing University, Xiang hurriedly navigated to Guangming Road. Guangming Road is in the Qinhuai Old City area. Just by the name, you can tell it's been around for some time. When he arrived, Xiang parked his car and then casually walked from the right side, cigarette in mouth, looking at each shop one by one. Because Teacher Zhang didn't know which auto repair shop Qin Ming was an apprentice at, so Xiang could only use the oldest method, asking one shop at a time. Luckily, Guangming Road is not very long, only about a kilometer, and there are only 2 or 3 auto repair shops. Xiang first asked the first 2 shops, but the replies were that they didn't know this person. Just when he started to doubt if Teacher Zhang had made a mistake, another auto repair shop appeared at the end of the road, namely Sanfa Auto Repair Shop. Xiang glanced at the shop and found it quite run down, probably around 10 years old. There were 4 or 5 cars neatly parked in front of the shop, and 2 young boys who didn't look very old were washing the cars with water guns. "Hey, how long do we have to wait for a car wash at your shop?" Xiang casually shouted at one of the young men with yellow-dyed hair. "You have to wait in line, there are 2 cars ahead of you." The young man's tone was a bit impatient, but Xiang could understand. For the boss, it's about making money, but for these car wash workers, it's just hard labor. How long will it take? It's getting dark soon, and the car won't be clean right away. If you're worried it won't be clean, come back tomorrow. We close at 6 o'clock here. Forget it, I don't have time tomorrow. I'll bring the car over first, it should take about the same time. In order to be more natural, Xiang decided to bring his car over for a wash. After about 15 minutes, the sky had darkened a bit, and the 2 apprentices had finished washing the previous cars. After about 10 minutes, they had probably just rinsed the car's exterior, and the interior was left untouched. Xiang slowly parked his brand new matte black BMW 740 in the parking spot. The eyes of the 2 young men were immediately drawn to it. After all, everyone has dreams, and when Xiang got out of the car, he noticed that their gazes towards him had changed. Although this BMW no longer matched his status, it was still a luxury car worth over $1 million, something an ordinary person could never afford in their lifetime. Just wash the exterior, forget about the interior. This car needs a thorough cleaning every time. Okay, boss, please wait a moment. Money is indeed a good thing. For example, facing Xiang at this moment, the way that two young men addressed him had changed from informal to formal. This meant that in their minds, Xiang was a higher-level customer than usual. Xiang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and handed one to each of the two young men. Hey, kids, take a break and smoke a cigarette. You've been busy until now. The expressions of the two instantly became touched. Usually, at the auto repair shop, the boss treated them like dogs, not even letting them eat until they finished their work. But the big boss in front of them was different. He respected them, which made the two young men's favor towards Xiang skyrocket. The three of them squatted on the curb, smoking and chatting. When the time seemed right, Xiang took out cigarettes again and handed them to the two. Then, pretending to chat casually, he asked, "When did you two start working here? I remember a fierce young man used to wash my car before, and it was quite clean. Why didn't I see him today?" Huang Mao used the cigarette but to light the new cigarette handed to him by Xiang Chen, then he was choked by the smoke and coughed for a while. "Slow down, why are you coughing? Smoking and choking yourself is not worth it. Cough. It's okay boss, it's an old problem. Chronic bronchitis is like this. By the way, the guy you just mentioned who looked fierce has already quit." Xiang Chen knew of course that he had quit. There was no point in working when the person had turned to ashes, but he still showed a bored expression and continued to ask, "Quit? That's a pity, that kid looks pretty young, probably a child laborer, he probably can't find a job outside." Huang Mao took over Xiang Chen's topic and said, "Who says he isn't? We dropouts working here, if it weren't for being underage, who would be an apprentice here, pure black slaves. When I'm old enough, I'll go out and explore too. Hee, it's not easy outside. Have you guys been in contact with that kid? I bet he's not doing well now." Xiang Chen subtly shifted the conversation to Qin Ming. Two inexperienced kids wouldn't know his intentions and were led by him. At this point, the young man next to Huang Mao quickly interjected, "He's different from us, we are locals. He seems to be from out of town, quite far away. His hometown is in what region? My geography in middle school was poor, I forgot where it was." "Oh, I see, so he's from out of town, even more difficult, especially when his family is so far away, it takes 2 or 3 days even by train." The topic was almost back on track. The chatterboxes of the two young men had been opened by him. Huang Mao, who was interrupted, was not happy. Clearly he was the one who first struck up a conversation with the big shot, so he quickly said, yes, boss, you are really knowledgeable, but that kid, although he is an apprentice like us, is very rich, even the boss doesn't dare to mess with him." "Very rich? How much do you apprentices make in a month? 3,000 or 4,000 yuan?" When it came to wages, the heads of the two young men drooped. Xiang Chen guessed it was probably not more than 4,000 yuan. "Boss, you're thinking too much. What you said is for those who have become adults with labor contracts, like us. We make 1,000 yuan a month, whether we work or not. If it weren't to learn a skill, who would be willing to work here? This little money is not enough to eat." 1,000 yuan? So you two together make 2,000 yuan a month? Really damn stingy. After complaining, Xiang Chen immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "Speaking of being rich, why did that kid you mentioned earlier endure this suffering here? If it were me, I would have quit long ago." Huang Mao shrugged helplessly, indicating that he didn't know either. In fact, this question had puzzled them apprentices before. "We don't know either. We only know that he never eats the boss's boxed meals, always eats out alone, doesn't live in the dormitory. He rented a 2-bedroom apartment on Qingzhou Road. We even went in to play cards." After dawdling with this group of kids for a while, he finally caught an important clue. Qingzhou Road. Qingzhou Road? Renting a house there is not cheap, at least it starts at this number. Xiang Chen said while showing 3 fingers, meaning that Qin Ming's rented house would cost at least 3,000 yuan a month. Definitely more. Anlin community is at least 4,000 a month, like the kind of well-furnished 2-bedroom apartment he rented, with a well-equipped kitchen and bathroom, and even a balcony. At this moment, in Xiang Chen's mind, the basic information about Qin Ming had become more and more complete. Born in Xinjiang at the age of 14, came to Shangjing City to study with his sister. For some reason, he became an apprentice at the auto repair shop, but lived in a well-furnished rental house in Anlin community on Qingzhou Road. By now it was dark, and unknowingly, the group had been squatting by the roadside for almost 20 minutes. "I'm afraid we won't be able to wash the car today. You two can go back and take a break. I'll come back to wash it when I have time." "What? Boss, you don't need to worry. We can wash it. Just remove the headlights." Although it was very dark, under the dim streetlights, Xiang Chen could still see the guilty expression on Huang Mao's face. Young kids are inherently kind-hearted, unlike Qin Ming, who is quick to resort to violence. "It's okay, it's just washing a car. No rush." You two work well, maybe in the future, you can open an auto repair shop. Encouraged, Huang Ma was happy, as was the young man next to him. They both had a good impression of Xiang Chen, a boss who was both wealthy and well-mannered. It was already 7 o'clock when they left the auto repair shop. It was no longer possible to go to Qingzhou Road Anlin community today. However, Xiang Chen was anxious. The threats from Qin Yun and Xiaoli were too great. Moreover, he had no idea where Qin Yun had gone, which made Xiang Chen feel uneasy. When he returned home, Wang Jing and Fang Kiki saw tears in his eyes and nervously ran to his side. Especially Wang Jing, her eyes filled with a strange sense of guilt. Xiang Chen, however, did not notice this detail. Alright, stop crying as if the sky is falling. And you, Fang Kiki, stop making a fuss. Fang Kiki, who had been worried about his safety, suddenly felt unappreciated and said angrily, "Humph. I've been worried about you for so long, you heartless wolf." Ignoring the bickering between the two, Wang Jing walked up to Xiang Chen with tears in her eyes, touched his face, and tearfully said, "You've lost weight." Xiang Chen was at a loss. He had only spent 24 hours at the police station, so how could he have lost weight? Was the pork knuckle rice he had for dinner wasted? Feeling even more anxious, he was annoyed by the women's drama. I've been eating fine. Probably even gained some weight." Xiang Chen was speechless. He didn't know what to say to comfort Wang Jing. He knew that she felt more than just sibling affection for him. However, having been betrayed by Lu Ruyan, Xiang Chen no longer trusted women. He had prepared himself in case he caught Lu Ruyan cheating. The territorial instinct of a man does not allow his spouse to be taken by someone else. Since then, Xiang Chen had closed himself off emotionally. He had warned himself countless times not to fall for these women, but he still fell for Xiaoli's trap. Frustrated, Xiang Chen reflected on why he had said those things to Xiaoli. "Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat." Wang Jing suddenly remembered something and held onto Xiang Chen's hand. Xiang Chen realized he had to eat the noodles to avoid a sleepless night. "Sure, make it salty. You know I like strong flavors." Wang Jing happily went to the kitchen upon hearing Xiang Chen's response, leaving Fang Kiki bored on the sofa playing with her phone. The atmosphere became awkward, so Xiang Chen tried to make conversation. "How's your performance lately? Yang Hai said you've been working very hard, almost like a workaholic. Why are you home early tonight?" Focused on playing games, Fang Kekita didn't even lift her head and casually said, "I'm not working overtime for the extra pay. These past few days, everyone's mood has been low since you were taken away by the police. Most of us haven't been working overtime. I can't just sit in the office playing games alone." "Hee hee, caught you, huh? So you're playing games during overtime? I'll inform the finance department to deduct your overtime pay from last month and fine you 500 yuan as a warning." Fang Kekitu, who was playing games, immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Nonsense. Capitalist dog. That's the money I earned through hard work overtime. Why do you have the right to deduct it?" "I disagree. This girl's character is like this. Even if you slap her, she doesn't care, but if you touch her money, she will definitely fight back. What's the use of you disagreeing? Know your place, and watch your attitude. The person sitting in front of you is Xiang Chen, the most outstanding entrepreneur in Shangjing City and the CEO of Smart Investment Company." "Nonsense, the most outstanding entrepreneur? Just a heartless exploitative capitalist." This girl, Fang Kekitu, has become bolder. Xiang Chen noticed that she seemed different recently, having strong opinions and daring to talk back. "I see you have a lot of opinions about me? Are you dissatisfied with your treatment in the company?" While the two were arguing, Wang Jing came out of the kitchen holding a tray. Xiang Chen's appetite suddenly rose when he saw not only noodles but also a bowl of stewed beef next to it. Having eaten a little outside, his appetite surged, and he started eating heartily. Seeing this, Wang Jing smiled happily. For her, as long as Xiang Chen was happy, she was happy. "Sister, don't let this wolf in sheep's clothing eat. He won't remember your kindness." Hearing this, Xiang Chen, who was enjoying his noodles, raised his head and said to Fang Kekitu in a stern tone, "Kekitu, when did you get involved with sweet potatoes? Do you know they are toxic?" Fang Kekitu was dumbfounded. She didn't understand what Xiang Chen meant and could only mutter, "I started playing with sweet potatoes this year, mainly to recommend some fun and delicious things." "What do you mean by toxic? I don't understand your point." "Oh no, Wang Jing, stay away from Fang Kekitu in the future. She's almost turning into a little fairy." Clearly, Wang Jing, who grew up in Dongshan County, didn't understand what a little fairy meant. In the end, she was still a naive child. Soon, Xiang Chen finished almost the whole bowl of noodles and the bowl of beef. To be honest, he was tired. He hadn't rested at the police station, and Wang Jing, being considerate, said, "I've prepared the bathtub for you. Go soak for a while and rest quickly." You look really bad. Okay, thank you. So considerate, Wang Tianyang wasted such a good sister. It's a pity. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, around 9 o'clock, Xiangchen slept in. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and silently complained that this was the life. After checking his phone, he saw a message from Wang Jing saying she had made breakfast in the kitchen and had gone to school, while Fang Kekatu had gone to work at 7. Xiangchen went downstairs and saw the millet porridge and steamed buns in the rice cooker, instantly feeling hungry again. It was really hard for Wang Jing. Since the day Xiangchen had an accident, Zhang Yurong had been sent out of town by him, and all these days, Wang Jing had been taking care of the housework and meals. Compared to her, Fang Kekatu was as lazy as a pig, claiming to have several younger siblings but not doing any housework. The emergence of a little fairy was already taking shape. Indeed, the evolution of girls only has two branches. One is the virtuous wife and good mother type, and the other is the mature fairy type. No one can escape this rule. Today his only task is to go to the Anlin community on Qingzhou Road and find the den where Qin Ming, that stinky old rat, used to stay. Because his intuition tells him that Qin Yun, that despicable person, has been supporting Qin Ming for so many years, their relationship must be very close. Now that her rat brother is dead, she will definitely be sentimental. People are emotional creatures, and some habits are inadvertently revealed. So Xiangchen must find his rental house, catch the thief first, catch the king, deal with Qin Yun, the plaintiff, and the crisis will naturally be resolved. In fact, Xiangchen originally planned to ask the kids from those two auto repair shops about Qin Ming's address. However, doing so would seem too deliberate, and he would not do it unless absolutely necessary. He has suffered losses in the past because he was too trusting of others, and this time he fell for Shaoli's trap because of a moment of weakness. So Xiangchen swears to never leave any handle in the future, or he might be caught and bitten by someone at any time. But just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. Xiangchen picked it up and saw that it was Yang Hai, so he answered the call. Hello? Lao Yang, what's up so early in the morning? I found a lawyer for you. It's from the Baishou law firm, which is very famous in Shangjing City. They have many top lawyers, so I took the liberty of finding you a top lawyer named Jin Mingcheng. Yang Hai still cares about his cheap boss, and Xiangchen naturally wouldn't refuse his kindness. Okay Lao Yang, thank you. I was planning to find a lawyer myself, but since you found one for me, I don't have to bother. No problem, you are the backbone of the company. How can I let you get involved in a lawsuit? And I've decided that after this matter is over, I will establish the legal department of Date Songming Investment Company. Great idea Lao Yang, as the company grows, legal disputes like this are inevitable, so it's good to be prepared. Okay, give me the lawyer's number, I'll contact him directly when needed. After hanging up the phone, Xiangchen touched his nose and lit a cigarette, sitting quietly on the sofa for a few minutes. Qingzhou Road Anlin Community. It can be seen that the property management of Anlin Community is quite responsible. For example, the old security guard they found. In other communities, a pack of cigarettes would be enough, but the old man was more responsible, so it took 2 packs of cigarettes to let him in. Anlin Community is very large, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack to find someone here, but it doesn't matter, Xiangchen has the financial ability. On his way here, he had already called several large real estate agencies in Shangjing City. He asked them to bring over the information of all tenants in Anlin Community last year. Of course, there would be rewards. Whoever helps him find Qin Ming, he will reward them with 50,000 yuan. People are profit-driven, and when they heard about the 50,000 yuan, all the salespeople holding tenant information were excited. Such good opportunities were not common. Soon, there were more than a dozen people from various major real estate agencies in Anlin Community, each holding a stack of materials. The one leading them was a woman wearing black-framed glasses, dressed professionally, with a beautiful face, petite figure, and a surprisingly pleasant voice. Hello sir, this is the tenant information collected by our Qianqin real estate company for you, but there is no one named Qin Ming in it. No? Then why did you come to me? Xiangchen was not polite to these people, they were just bloodsuckers. The woman wanted to explain, but was immediately pushed aside by a short-haired man behind her. Hello, I'm from Qianqing Real Estate. We couldn't find Qin Ming either, but we found a few other people with the surname Qin, probably using family information when renting the house at that time. The crew-cut guy's idea is correct. When he reminded Xiangchen, he suddenly remembered that he was only 14 years old when he died, just a minor. What kind of house could he rent? So he nodded and gestured for the crew-cut guy to continue. The crew-cut guy, who received affirmation, was very excited and continued enthusiastically. There are a total of 9 households with the surname Qin here, but excluding those who rented this year, there are only 8 left. The tenants' names are Qin Jiaxing, Qin Yu, Qin Yun. Ha ha, Xiang Chen burst into laughter directly. It was simply effortless to find Qin Yun hiding in the shadows. Where do you think you can run this time? Xiang Chen was already thinking about how to torment her. Through the crewcut guy's narration, Xiang Chen learned that Qin Yun had been renting a house here for 3 years, and more importantly, she was still renting here now. As for whether she actually lived inside, Xiang Chen didn't know, but having this information was enough. Here, this is 50,000 yuan in cash. Remember, no one is allowed to talk about what happened here today. Selling others' information privately is no joke. Xiang Chen has always believed in the principle of using both the carrot and the stick. Compared to these inexplicable intermediary companies, he trusted even less those apprentices who knew Qin Ming. Boss, rest assured, those of us in this line of work have the highest professional ethics. Otherwise, how can we make customers trust us, right? The crewcut guy's words were truly classic. What ethics do intermediaries have? They are all a bunch of smooth talkers who would sell their own mothers. Now that he had obtained information about Qin Yun, Xiang Chen impatiently waved his hand to dismiss the group. He was about to start his stakeout mode. Building 13, Unit 2, Room 602. If everything went smoothly, Xiang Chen would be squatting here for the next few days, and the best place to observe Room 602 was, of course, Room 601. He had already rented Room 601 from the group of intermediaries earlier, paying 3 times the rent to make the current tenant of Room 601 move out. Night fell. Xiang Chen didn't dare to enter Building 13 during the day, fearing to alert the snake. He knew that Qin Yun was not just a simple pretty woman, she was a dangerous snake. Xiang Chen, who had been lurking in the shadows until 9:30, did not see the light on in Building 13, Unit 2, Room 602. The daytime tenant had already moved out, so now he could safely move into Room 601. Room 601 was already well equipped, but Xiang Chen asked the intermediary to buy basic living supplies for him. He also gave him some money to tidy up the room. The hunting time was approaching, and he didn't believe that Qin Yun could hide for long. Xiang Chen had long had Yang Hai investigate the address Qin Yun had listed on her company resume, but no one lived there. So as long as Qin Yun hadn't left the city, her only choice was to stay in a hotel. But Xiang Chen believed she wouldn't last long. With the tourist season approaching, hotel prices in the ancient capital of Beijing would skyrocket. 3 or 5 days would be fine, but staying longer would be unbearable for anyone. 3 days later, Room 602 remained quiet. During this time, Xiang Chen had privately arranged for a locksmith to make a key for Room 602. He knew it was illegal, and the locksmith knew it was illegal, but as the saying goes, money talks. As long as the price was high enough, there was no one in this world who could uphold so-called principles. Just as Xiang Chen's patience was running out, there was finally some movement in the neighboring Room 602. Creak! Accompanied by the sound of a key turning, Xiang Chen finally saw Qin Yun through the camera installed at the door. Despicable woman. She had finally fallen into his trap. Xiang Chen had been holed up in Room 601 for 3 days, eating takeout day and night, afraid of missing any trace of Qin Yun. Xiang Chen knew he couldn't be anxious now, there was still plenty of time, and the most important thing was that the weather forecast showed heavy rain at 3 in the night. Another heavy rain, Xiang Chen sighed in his heart, vaguely remembering the night when the last heavy rain invaded the basin. He killed Qin Yun's brother, the little beast Qin Ming. Unexpectedly, it was heavy rain again today. It seemed that this pair of siblings had a special connection with rain, maybe it was due to the lack of water. Xiang Chen had rested well here these days, so he wasn't sleepy. He stared at the computer monitoring screen intently, afraid that Qin Yun would slip away unnoticed. Finally, the time came to 2:30 in the morning. Boom! Suddenly, there was thunder and heavy rain outside. The opportunity had finally come, but Xiang Chen knew it wasn't time to act yet because in another half an hour, the rain would get heavier. Boom! Accompanied by a loud thunder, Xiang Chen accurately inserted the key into the lock, and the door opened with a creak. Xiang Chen had not worn shoes before entering the house to prevent making noise, and in his hand was a gun, the Glock that Lin Mo had given him. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water made Xiang Chen tense. The silent house seemed empty, although it was not large, just over 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The master bedroom was filled with all kinds of clothes, almost covering the small bed. Xiang Chen couldn't understand what Qin Yun was up to. He quickly checked the master bedroom and now only the guest bedroom was left. To be honest, he was very nervous now, his mind was almost at its peak. After adjusting his breathing for a while, Xiang Chen rushed into the guest bedroom with a sudden step, only to find that there was no one there. Something was wrong. Where was Qin Yun? He had clearly seen her enter the house. Could she be playing tricks? The room was too dark, so Xiang Chen had to take the risk of turning on the flashlight on his phone. He confirmed that there was no one in the guest bedroom. It was strange. This was the 6th floor, there couldn't be any basement, and the layout of commercial housing was uniform, so there couldn't be any hidden compartments in the house. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: Shin Yun was in the master bedroom. Thinking of this, Seong Chin felt a chill down his spine. He had just seen that most of the clothes in the master bedroom were men's styles, and considering the previous situation, the owner of those clothes was about to reveal himself, Shin Ming, who had died tragically under the wheels. Seong Chin slowly moved to the door of the master bedroom, his eyes fixed on the pile of clothes on the bed, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt flashed across the sky, illuminating the room as bright as day. Boom! After a few seconds, the thunder roared in the sky, accompanied by a muffled gunshot. Seong Chen was too nervous. Shin Yun, this crazy woman, had almost driven him insane. He had just fired a shot uncontrollably, the bullet piercing through the glass and into the sky. Meanwhile, Shin Yun was trembling, crouched in the pile of clothes, seemingly sobbing softly. Shin Yun, stop pretending, get up. Seong Chin held the gun in his right hand, turned on the light with his left hand, and as the light came on, the terrifying and oppressive atmosphere instantly disappeared. Only Shin Yun, with disheveled hair, was still sitting on the edge of the bed crying, making Seong Chin feel uneasy. Fortunately, the shot he had fired was aimed upwards, or it would have caused a disaster. The thought of being labeled as a murderer entering a home with a gun made his scalp tingle. If he were really branded with that label, he probably wouldn't escape the death penalty. There was no response. At this moment, Shin Yun was like a cat terrified to the extreme, cowering and trembling at her owner's feet. Speak up, stop pretending, you despicable woman. Seong Chin walked up to her, kicked her twice, and then pressed the Glock against her head. The cold barrel emitted a chilling light under the lamp, Shin Yun's body still trembling violently, but Seong Chin seemed to have a strange feeling. It was not fear for herself that she felt, but fear of the unknown. Boss, I'm scared. An unfamiliar tone came out of her mouth, and for a moment even Seong Chin wavered, wondering if she was up to something. But in an instant, he told himself he must not show mercy, or incidents like what happened to Xiaoli would occur again. Stop pretending, tell me quickly who ordered you. Was it Gao Yu, Lu Ruyan, or Li Jianguo? Another huge lightning bolt streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening roar, causing Shin Yun to tremble even more. Boss, I'm really scared, can you not leave? Seong Chin understood that this foolish woman was afraid of thunder, but he was not a compassionate person. He dragged the shivering Shin Yun to the window he had shattered with a shot, then pointed the gun at her head to force her to look outside, where the raging storm instantly soaked Shin Yun's clothes. By the light, Seong Chen could see her well-proportioned body. Today she was wearing a plain white shirt, so her wet undergarments were visible. Suppressing the evil thoughts that kept surfacing, Seong Chen turned his head away. Conventional methods seemed ineffective, so he decided to try a different approach, transforming into a caring older brother to dig into what she was truly afraid of. He dragged the shivering Shin Yun to the sofa and turned on the room's heater to blow warm air at her. Secretary Chin, what are you afraid of? I have no intention of harming you, I just need some answers. I hope you won't be so guarded against me. Perhaps the warm air from the heater made Shin Yun feel a bit of warmth, and her trembling body gradually calmed down. Seong Chin carefully observed her, puzzled by how different she was from her usual self at the company. Outside, the storm raged on, with raindrops pounding on the window, creating a thunderous sound. Seeing that Shin Yun was not yielding, Seong Chin had to resort to his last weapon. Do you know? It was raining heavily the day your brother had an accident, so much so that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Hearing this, Shin Yun reacted, her body that had just calmed down started trembling again. That brat wanted to kill me. When I left the hospital, I didn't even recognize him, but he pulled out a syringe from his pocket and waved it at me. Shin Yun's expression became more and more distressed as Seong Chen recounted the story. Seong Chen knew he was making progress. Continuing his verbal assault, he argued confidently, not willing to lose. Later, I found out that the substance in the syringe was chloroacetophenone. Just a tiny amount under the fingernail could have killed me. What would you do if someone wanted to kill you? The verbal assault had some effect, as Shin Yun, who had been silent for so long, finally spoke. Was it really you who pushed my brother onto the road that day? Why did someone tell me it was you? This was a crucial clue to understand why Shin Yun had been holding onto him so tightly. Why do you think it was me? I don't recall ever provoking you or your brother. Shin Yun was stunned. She had considered this, but with her own brother's death, all fingers pointed to Seong Chen, including the surveillance footage she had gathered from various sources. However, that day it was clearly you who went to chase after my younger brother, and I went to be by your side as a secretary just to see if that blurry figure was really you. So that's it, Seong Chen realized. No wonder Shin Yun, with such an outstanding background, would humble herself to work as a mere secretary in his company. Ultimately, she just wanted to observe his movements and confirm whether it was him in the pouring rain that day. You don't need to confirm. The person who was with your brother in the rain that day was me, but I didn't kill him. He panicked and ran into the road, then got hit by a car. Do you think I would randomly kill someone? Xiangchen said this with a righteous expression, which would probably be more convincing if he wasn't holding a Glock pistol. But Qin Yun had just witnessed this man shooting. How could she believe he was a helpless sheep? Looking at her expression, Xiangchen felt a bit speechless. Could she really not believe him? So he pointed the gun at the helpless woman on the ground and asked again, honestly, do you think I would randomly kill someone? I haven't even killed a chicken. Alright, I believe you. So you mean my brother went crazy and ran into the road, then got hit by a car, is that it? This was clearly disgusting Xiangchen, but at this point, neither of them believed each other, so Xiangchen decided to change the subject and suddenly asked, let's ask each other a few questions? Let's both be honest, no tricks, okay? Okay, I can answer your questions. Qin Yun had no choice, as Xiangchen was like a demon in her mind, and even ants would struggle to survive, let alone a person. She was afraid he might shoot her for no reason. Alright, let's begin. Do you want to go first or should I? Xiangchen was a very traditional man, always following the principle of ladies first, so he raised the gun to Qin Yun's forehead and elegantly asked, you go first, I won't hide anything I know. Intimidated, Qin Yun could only promise in a low and submissive voice, and her humble attitude pleased Xiangchen. What were you and your brother doing at Huafu Junyuan back then? Who ordered you? Qin Yun knew this was an unavoidable topic, so she calmly replied, it was Gao Yu, the wife of Li Jianguo from the Ronqiu group in Linhai City, who asked us to abort the child in Xiaoli's belly. This information wasn't new to Xiangchen, he probably knew it even before Qin Yun. So he asked with no interest, I already know what you said, is there anything more interesting? Like how you met Gao Yu. I remember your family isn't from Linhai City. Yes, I'm from the border. Gao Yu was our benefactor. When my parents died in a car accident, she sponsored me and my brother's education, all the way through college. We are very grateful to her. Xiangchen was surprised that Gao Yu, that venomous woman, would actually do good deeds. But considering the timeline, Xiangchen probably understood. It was probably because she hadn't had children for many years, so she listened to some wise advice to do charity and accumulate virtue. Oh, so she sponsored your education, and in return, you and your brother helped her kill someone. Truly repaying kindness with ingratitude. How come I never met someone so grateful? Qin Yun knew Xiangchen was mocking her, but she and Qin Ming did commit that act, and they even killed Xiaoli's child. At this point, Xiangchen basically understood the ins and outs of the situation, and according to their agreement, it was now Qin Yun's turn to ask him questions. So he put away the gun, then spoke to Qin Yun, alright, now it's your turn to ask, say what you need to say. Did you harm my brother? Women are truly persistent creatures. In fact, Xiangchen could have easily denied it, but he was a man of his word. I didn't harm him, but I did hit him. He was so scared that he ran into the street and got hit by a car. Xiangchen paused here, then continued with a serious tone, if you still think I killed your brother, then I have nothing to say. But as for his death, I believe it was retribution. It was fate. He killed a newborn baby, and that was the heaven's punishment for him. Just as Xiangchen finished speaking, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky, frightening Qin Yun to the ground. Xiangchen finally understood why this girl had come here today. She was afraid of thunder, so she had come here knowing there would be a thunderstorm. Because this place still carried the scent of her brother, Qin Yun, who was lonely and wandering in a foreign land, had no one else to rely on. Seeing this scene, Xiangchen felt a bit uneasy. He and this pair of siblings were all pitiful souls. After sobbing for a while, Qin Yun, at a loss, raised her head. Xiangchen took a blanket from the bed, then squatted down to help her out of her wet clothes. Qin Yun didn't resist at all, as if Xiangchen's touch wasn't on her body. However, in the depths of her eyes, a hint of shyness could be seen. After laying her on the bed, Xiangchen used a hairdryer to dry her remaining wet clothes, then covered her with the blanket. Go to sleep first. I know everything I need to know. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow morning. I'll lock your door, so rest well tonight. At this point, Xiangchen was no longer in a hurry. This was the 6th floor, and he didn't believe Qin Yun could escape. As long as he locked the door, he could sleep peacefully. It was almost 4 in the morning, and Xiangchen was so tired that his eyelids were fighting each other. He'd rather endure the cold on the couch than stay awake. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the glaring sunlight shone through the kitchen window into the living room. Xiangchen got up, stretched lazily, ready to go back to sleep. He was really exhausted. Just then, a woman's soft voice sounded beside his ear. Mr. Xiang, have some breakfast before you sleep. I'm not eating. Let me rest a bit. Leave the breakfast next to me. I'll eat it when I wake up. After reflexively replying, Xiang Chen, feeling groggy, sensed something was off. Who am I talking to? Where am I? Creak. After figuring it out, Xiang Chen immediately reached under the pillow and felt for the Glock pistol. His heart relaxed when he found it still there. Slowly sitting up and opening his eyes, he saw Qin Yun in casual clothes tidying up the messy master bedroom. On the coffee table in front of him were soy milk and buns, steaming hot. Xiang Chen had a thought and observed Qin Yun's affection for him, and he was shocked to see it had gone from 0% to 63%. No wonder she had come out of the locked guest room without doing anything to him. If her affection had remained at 0%, he might have been in serious trouble by now. In an instant, he felt his back soaked with sweat. Thankfully, his verbal attacks had worked, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since the first time he saw Qin Yun, her affection for Xiang Chen had never wavered, always a solid 0. I didn't expect that after slightly tormenting her yesterday, pointing a gun at her head, she ended up becoming more intimate with herself, leaving him at a loss for words. Qin Yun, who was mopping the floor in the master bedroom, saw the surprised look on Xiang Chen's face and said to him in a gentle voice, "Since you're up, go brush your teeth and wash up. I've already squeezed toothpaste for you, it's on the vanity in the bathroom." Okay. Qin Yun's sudden change in attitude left Xiang Chen confused. Among all the women he knew, Qin Yun was the most beautiful. Even compared to his ex-wife Lu Ruyan, she was 3 points inferior. The only one who could be compared to her was probably the future Wang Jing, but this little girl hadn't grown up yet, and in terms of charm, she was at least 3 levels lower than Qin Yun. After he finished washing up, Qin Yun had obediently moved a small stool to sit in front of the sofa, her casual clothes unable to hide her impressive cleavage. Xiang Chen hadn't started eating yet, feeling like he could eat a whole cow because he started salivating. "Boss, are you very hungry? I see you're salivating, hurry up and eat." Okay. After saying that, he started eating as if the food had no taste. Seeing Xiang Chen absent-minded, Qin Yun thought that the food she made wasn't good, so she weakly asked, "Is it not tasty?" "No, it's quite delicious. Where did you buy the buns? They're really good. I made them myself, as long as it suits your taste. I was worried you might find it hard to eat." "Did you also make the soy milk? It must have taken a lot of time, right?" "Yes, I ground it myself, and I added some peanuts. I don't know if you can handle the sweetness, I put in less sugar." Xiang Chen felt that something was off with the time. He estimated that it was probably around 4 in the morning when he went to sleep yesterday, and now it was only 7:30 in the morning. In other words, from the moment Xiang Chen fell asleep, Qin Yun had opened the door, soaked the beans and made the dough, then went out to buy the bun filling around 5 o'clock. She had waited until dawn to prepare this simple breakfast, which was really hard for her. "You don't have to do this, you could just buy something outside. It's okay, the buns outside are not as clean as the ones made at home. Besides, I often do these things and don't find it hard." If there were outsiders present, they would probably think that these two were a newlywed couple with a very good relationship. Only Xiang Chen knew in his heart that he had a deep-seated grudge against Qin Yun. Even if it was indirect, it was still a form of murder. But faced with the scene before him, Xiang Chen couldn't bear to break it. He had planned to question Qin Yun properly when he woke up in the morning, but now he couldn't bring himself to speak. Silence was tonight's kanxiao. The two sat facing each other, falling into half an hour of silence, until Xiang Chen couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't because of the atmosphere, but because he was craving a cigarette. He usually smoked after eating, but today he had delayed it for half an hour, feeling like ants were crawling all over him. He walked to the door, opened it, and stood at the elevator entrance to smoke. His mind was in chaos. No wonder the beauty trap, such a vulgar tactic, had caused countless kings and generals to fall. Women were just too beautiful, he couldn't resist. Just by sitting in front of him, her gaze could soften his heart like putty. He couldn't rationally state his conditions to her, a feeling he had never experienced with Lu Ruyan. After smoking 3 cigarettes, Xiang Chen suddenly slapped himself, then fiercely stamped out the cigarette butt and rushed into room 602. "Qin Yun, don't act innocent with me. Don't forget our agreement from last night. It's my turn to ask you questions now." Unexpectedly, Qin Yun replied with a sweet smile, "Sure, I've been waiting for you to speak up. You've been silent and cold." This enchanting woman dared to turn the tables, but Xiang Chen realized it made sense. She had been waiting for him to ask questions, serving him food and drinks. He had been hesitating, adding drama to the situation. Xiang Chen couldn't help but blush at the thought of being misled by this wicked woman. "So, who instructed you to report me to the police station this time? Was it Gao Yu?" Qin Yun shook her head in cooperation and revealed a surprising name to Xiang Chen. "No, Gao Yu hasn't contacted me for a long time. The person who asked me to sue you is Chu Nan, the male assistant of Revelation Capital's Lu Ruyan. Xiang Chen was furious. Before he could act, the other party had already stepped on his head. However, he had a lingering doubt. Seeing Qin Yun's cooperation, he directly asked, "Something's not right. How did Chu Nan and Lu Ruyan know about this? How did they contact you?" Qin Yun also seemed puzzled, shaking her head before dropping another bombshell. "It was Shaoli, your friend, who contacted me first. Then we had a meal together." Xiang Chen was lost in thought. He couldn't believe Shaoli and Lu Ruyan conspired against him. He couldn't understand why Shaoli would betray him when he had been so good to her. The situation puzzled him. Qin Yun, sitting politely on a small stool, continued, "Do you know that Shaoli's previous disappearance was related to me?" Xiang Chen was taken aback. He realized that while he thought everything was peaceful, there were countless eyes watching him in secret. Feeling a chill down his spine, he urged Qin Yun to explain clearly, warning her not to deceive him. Qin Yun explained how she had overheard Shaoli's conversation and confronted her to find out the truth about her brother's death. Xiang Chen chose to believe Qin Yun's words, as they made sense logically. He had been aware of the bug in his office and had been waiting for Qin Yun to reveal her true intentions. As Qin Yun continued her story, Xiang Chen felt a sense of betrayal from those around him. He couldn't accept the repeated betrayals from Lu Ruyan to Shaoli, and even to Wang Jing, whom he had always felt guilty towards. He lit a cigarette, realizing why Wang Jing had revealed Shaoli's whereabouts to Qin Yun. Because he had told Wang Jing that the child in Shaoli's belly belonged to Li Shengli, Wang Jing could never forget what Li Shengli had done to her. So, it's not her fault. The blame lies with his loose lips, which harmed both Shaoli and himself. It's karma, as you sow, so shall you reap. All the current difficulties are caused by Xiang Chen himself. Oh, so when you and your brother went to Shaoli's house initially and didn't find anyone, she gave you the information later, right? Yes, I was also puzzled at the time because you had been with her for a long time and only had contact with this girl. So, I asked tentatively and unexpectedly got the truth out. Everything became clear. He realized that all these problems were caused by his loose tongue and were orchestrated by people he trusted. Even on Lu Ruyan's side, considering she was his ex-wife, it was a backlash, a pure backlash, which left Xiang Chen dumbfounded. Now, according to Qin Yun's statement, Lu Ruyan, Shaoli, and Qin Yun, 3 women, joined forces against him, and the evidence they held was not groundless. Lu Ruyan provided the money, Qin Yun acted as the plaintiff, Shaoli as a witness. It was a perfect setup. However, another question arose in Xiang Chen's mind. Why did Qin Yun's attitude suddenly make a 360-degree turn? After saying so much, "It's all your word against mine. How can I believe you? After all, you think I am the culprit who killed your brother." Surprisingly, Qin Yun shook her head unprecedentedly and said gently, "I no longer think you are related to my brother's death. You know, boss, I'm afraid of thunder, so every time it thunders, I used to run to my brother. But now that my brother is gone, and you are here, so I trust you. My intuition tells me I'm not wrong." A woman's intuition? It's beyond belief. Xiang Chen never expected that after waiting for several days, he would face such a hasty conclusion. Qin Yun convinced him without even trying? The more he thought about it, the more magical it seemed. Could he really be a rare master, unparalleled in the world? Don't lie to me. I'm not as educated as you, a high-achieving student. This playful remark unexpectedly made Qin Yun giggle, a stark contrast to when her favorability was at 0%. Boss, I'm not lying. You are a good person, and I believe in you. Ding! A good person card issued. He vaguely remembered the last person who gave him a good person card was Wang Tianyang, but now, the grass on his grave must be waist deep. I'm not a good person. Please don't say that about me, it sounds ironic. No, boss, you really are a good person. Can I ask you for a favor? Of course, you can choose to refuse, but even if you do, I will insist on withdrawing the lawsuit.